Abnormal State 100. The time-stopping school bell must be troublesome. Synopsis: Superpowers multiple female school bell academy, flow catastrophe, reversal lighthearted healing humor. Yihan traverses into a world awakened by superpowers, only to encounter the time-stopping school bell, a radiant angel. The duo joins forces to participate in the academy trials. Yet, beneath her sunny facade lies a profoundly dark heart. What was promised as a lifelong partnership shatters just before the finish line. Smash WARUDO. The staircase to reality remains eternally unreachable. In truth, the school bell's hidden superpower, time stop, brings Yihan back to the starting point. Believing victory is assured, she proclaims her triumph, unaware that Yihan has never truly trusted her. As the states of paralysis, poisoning, and stomachache accumulate, the school bell, who has been toying with Yihan, clutches her stomach and gradually realizes something is amiss. Why, Yihan, you schemed against me. Likewise, we are merely travelers on the same path, as if you never deceived me. 1. The staircase to reality remains unreachable. The radiant angel. Why, Yihan had never described a girl in such a manner. Whether before or after his traversal into this era awakened by superpowers, he firmly believed that human nature is intricate. Those who appear resplendent on the outside inevitably harbor dark and burdensome secrets unknown to others. However, upon encountering the angelic girl with an ever-present sunny smile, he began to believe that perhaps such flawless beings truly exist in this world. Her unwaveringly positive and sunny disposition radiated like the blazing summer sun. With a petite and delicate figure, her bosom belied her small stature, revealing a heart full of depth. A youthful visage paired with ample curves, she embodied the essence of beauty. Adorned with a sunflower headpiece and flowing dark tresses, her attire, a light yellow dress, sparkled under the sun. Her slender, straight legs, encased in sheer white stockings, elegantly descended into the black Mary Jane shoebox. One cannot help but wish to unveil the delicate and charming feet concealed within. The girl's name is Xia Yanran, the young lady of the Xia family from Tianlong City. She is also Yihan's school bell following his traversal. Moreover, she stands as his partner and comrade in this superpower trial. Together, they fought valiantly, overcoming all adversaries in this trial. Countless times, they battled back to back, never abandoning nor forsaking one another. This forged an unbreakable bond of trust, making them each other's most reliable ally. With only the final staircase remaining to reach the pinnacle of the trials, they found themselves as the last two standing among the aspiring superpowered individuals. To be precise, only those whose combat consciousness had not been teleported away remained with them. Thus, the top 3 rewards at the summit would belong solely to them. Side by side, they ascended the last stretch of stairs. This experience of teaming up, I believe I will never forget it, even after many years in the future. Yihan. Xia Yanran gazed towards the summit, her voice filled with nostalgia as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Yihan. Indeed, we are partners tested through trials. I truly hope we can form a team for a lifetime, Yihan replied, resonating deeply with her sentiment. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself lagging behind Xia Yanran by a step. Xia Yanran, with a look of cherished appreciation, turned to him, her angelic smile radiating youthful vitality. I hope so too. If there are future trials, we must continue to team up and win together. However, when she noticed Yihan was not by her side, and instead lagging behind, she paused in surprise. But after a brief moment, her gaze softened with infinite warmth and understanding as she looked at Yihan. Are you tired, Yihan? Yihan was feeling quite well. After defeating the last few opponents, he and Xia Yanran had rested for half an hour before continuing their ascent. While it was true that his powers would not fully recover in just half an hour, he could still maintain his speed to reach the summit. Perhaps lost in thought, he hastened to catch up with Xia Yanran, who was merely one step ahead. However, in the next moment, something peculiar occurred. Once again beside Xia Yanran, he inexplicably found himself 2 steps behind her. What was happening? He distinctly remembered closing the gap with Xia Yanran, yet somehow returned to the starting point. It seems you are truly exhausted. Yihan, don't push yourself. I'll take the remaining path. Once I retrieve the 3 rewards at the summit, I will ensure to give you the 2nd place reward. As always, Xia Yanran exhibited her warmth and thoughtfulness. Noticing Yihan falling further behind, she remained concerned about his well-being. Gradually, the distance between them widened. Ultimately, Yihan remained in his original position, while she unknowingly completed the final staircase. Turning around, she gazed down at Yihan with a gentle smile that radiated boundless sunlight. Yihan too lifted his head, meeting her perpetual sunny smile with his own, that he could assure himself that he had been climbing all along, pursuing Xia Yanran's footsteps. Yet, why was it that she reached the top while he remained stationary? Now, There were only the two of them left. No other superpowered individuals could be present. Could it be? The more he contemplated, the more unsettling it became. Yihan's impression of Xia Yanran plummeted into an abyss as his face darkened. Xia Yanran, what have you done to me? Why am I stuck in place? Had Yihan not voiced this question, Xia Yanran would have feigned ignorance. But now that he was aware, she ceased to pretend that why Yihan, you have performed admirably. Just rest in place. I will surely give you your reward. Xia Yanran's charming face retained the same sunlit smile as always. Yet, at this moment, it sent a chill down Yihan's spine. He could not fathom her motives for such actions. I do not understand. Are we not teammates? Why deny me the final stretch? Because I must ensure that the first place is mine. If you ascend and betray me at the last moment, the first place reward would be irrelevant to me. Xia Yanran's words, cloaked in distrust towards Yihan, left him both amused and infuriated. How could I have regarded you as my most trusted partner, believing in our friendship and bond, only to discover that you never truly trusted me? No, I trust you implicitly. However, in pursuit of the sole qualification for advancement to the Tianlong Academy, I must take these measures that I hope you can comprehend my position, Yihan. Xia Yanran wore an expression of helplessness that was almost pitiable, making her seem genuinely sincere. Yet, at this moment, Yihan could no longer place his trust in her due to her betrayal just before the finish line. Especially when Yihan realized that Xia Yanran coveted the singular advancement qualification to the Tianlong Academy, his expression grew even more incensed. You are the esteemed young lady of the Xia family, a prominent lineage in the realm of Tianlong. Surely, you have guaranteed admission. Why must you come to this insignificant place to vie for this unique spot with me? Before we partnered, you expressed no interest in that position. Why the sudden change of heart? Faced with Yihan's insistence on the truth, Xia Yanran's previously sorrowful demeanor transformed into one of radiant confidence. Revealing the whole truth would be tedious, Yihan. What I said was merely a ruse to deceive you. With my talent and family background, I would naturally gain admission to the Tianlong Academy without participating in this trial. And that is indeed correct. Yet, such an approach would lead some to claim that I relied on my family's influence rather than my own abilities. To establish that my talents alone can secure my place, I chose to participate in this trial alongside you. Upon hearing Xia Yanran's rationale, Yihan's fury intensified. Each year, the awakening of abilities in the Tianlong domain allows Tianlong City to possess a plethora of admission slots for the Tianlong Academy. In contrast, other cities can offer at most one opportunity. Why Yihan exerted himself in this trial precisely for that coveted slot. Joining forces with Xia Yanran had seemed reasonable since she had claimed she merely wished to explore the abilities of practitioners from lesser locales and had no interest in the opportunity. Little did he know he had been deceived. Indeed, it appears that there are no truly radiant, genuine beings in this world. I was far too naive and youthful, never expecting you to be this sort of person. All to validate yourself, you have deprived the local practitioners of this city of their sole opportunity. That is unjust. As if she had heard the most ludicrous joke, Xia Yanran suddenly laughed, causing her attire to quiver with the intensity of her mirth. This world is inherently unfair, Yihan. However, one thing is certain. During our time together, I have genuinely regarded you as a friend and hold you in high regard. My sole aim is to demonstrate that I can succeed in entering the Tianlong Academy independently of my family. I do not believe my actions are wrong. Moreover, I can assure you that once I secure the first position, I will advocate for you to the Tianlong Academy upon my return to the Xia family in Tianlong City. At that time, you will still have the opportunity to join me as my friend in enrolling at the Tianlong Academy. Thus, you can remain in your place without concern, correct? Xia Yanran was not deceiving Yihan. She truly regarded him as a friend and would indeed recommend him for admission to the Tianlong Academy. Yet, even among friends, there exists a hierarchy. She needed to demonstrate to the world that she could enter the Tianlong Academy without relying on the Xia family's influence. At the same time, she needed to show her temporary partner, Yihan, that she was the primary contender while he was secondary. Her aptitude and abilities surpassed his. Hearing Xia Yanran's promises, Yihan let out a cold laugh. Do you think I would still believe your empty words, Xia Yanran? Seeing that Yihan remained adamant about contesting the last coveted admission to the Tianlong Academy, Xia Yanran was unperturbed that in fact, with a sunny smile, she opened her arms wide from her elevated position. Yihan, as long as you remain there and do not approach, I will continue to consider you my best friend, and if you insist on competing for the first position at the Tianlong Academy, do not blame me for disregarding our friendship. I have always been patient and forgiving towards friends, and I hope you will not make a choice that would cause me heartache. You are not family. You shall not enter the same door. Yihan regarded Xia Yanran with a frigid gaze. Hailing from a humble background, he had strived tirelessly to reach this stage. To gain entry into the esteemed Tianlong Academy within the Tianlong domain, he would not succumb to Xia Yanran's deception. Armed with an unwavering conviction of victory, Yihan resolutely ascended the steps. Xia Yanran, I shall compel you, this radiant girl with a hidden darkness. As he moved, an eerily familiar phenomenon ensued. Despite his certainty of having taken a few steps upward, he inexplicably found himself back at the starting point. Their relationship had soured, and he understood that this was the handiwork of Xia Yanran. Yet, the mechanism behind her actions eluded him. They had spent a month together prior to the trial, facing countless perilous encounters during the ordeal, unleashing their latent potentials in battle. It could be said that he was well acquainted with the abilities Xia Yanran had awakened in that brief span. However, he now realized the grave error of his assumptions. Xia Yanran had deliberately withheld her true capabilities, biding her time to confront him, her former ally, at this very moment. The promise of a lifelong partnership in battle had merely been a jest. Such cunning, Xia Yanran. As Yihan's trust dissipated and fury ignited in his gaze, Xia Yanran maintained a confident and sunny demeanor. Why do you hesitate, Yihan? Have you come to a revelation? Or did you find it difficult to part with a friend with whom you have shared the past month? Facing her taunts, Yihan continued to glare at her. Offering no response, he pressed forward toward the final steps. After countless cycles of futile attempts, he remained adrift, returning to the starting point time and again. It felt as though the staircase before him was interminable, distorting his perception of reality. What was happening? Did Xia Yanran possess the ability to conjure illusions? Was she ensnaring him in an inescapable mirage? The thought sent a chill through him as he locked eyes with her gentle, radiant smile. Impossible. Xia Yanran was also a novice in her abilities. Even if she had illusionary skills, her initial power could not be so overwhelming. There must be another reason for his stagnation. With such thoughts in mind, the defiant Yihan attempted the staircase once more. Yet, without fail, he returned to the starting point. From her vantage point atop the mountain, Xia Yanran gazed down upon him, her demeanor exuding control, though her inner turmoil was palpable. She was struggling to conceal her discomfort and the growing pain in her abdomen, which had begun that very morning during the trial. Initially dismissing it as a passing ailment, she found herself increasingly afflicted as time wore on. As she approached the final stretch of the staircase, her discomfort intensified, and she feared that if she delayed too long, her unstable condition would prevent her from subduing Yihan. Thus, she resolved to pin him down on the steps before the final rewards. Yet, Yihan was proving to be remarkably obstinate. Most individuals, when subjected to such suppression, would have long since succumbed to disorientation and fear. Under her verbal and physical pressure, Yihan should have been even less inclined to approach her. Instead, he remained resolute, persistently attempting to ascend. The escalating pain in her abdomen, coupled with the exertion of repeatedly forcing Yihan back to the starting point, left her breathless. 5 seconds elapsed. Under her seemingly composed exterior, Xia Yanran's inner agitation grew as she watched the unyielding Yihan surge upward once more. Time halted, her abilities activated once again, immobilizing Yihan, while Xia Yanran's sunny smile morphed into one of exasperation. I am truly at my wit's end with you, Yihan. You should be trembling by now. She dashed down the staircase, swiftly returning him to the starting point before racing back to the summit, her expression returning to a facade of brightness as the time freeze ended. Concealing her true fatigue and discomfort, she looked down at Yihan with an air of dominance. Did you not say you would persuade me? Yihan, why do you remain stationary? Is it that you are merely putting on a brave face while your inner self crumbles under the weight of my unpredictable abilities? While exerting pressure on Yihan, Xia Yanran herself felt on the verge of collapse. Internally, she cried out in despair, Do not charge forward recklessly, Yihan. I'm already in pain. Manipulating time is a taxing endeavor, so concede gracefully and spare me further torment. At that moment, Yihan's phone unexpectedly rang. Seemingly struck by inspiration, he quickly retrieved the device to silence the alarm. As the ringing ceased, so too did the anger etched upon his features. The 7 days have elapsed, Xia Yanran. He uttered a statement that left her perplexed. Yihan paused, then inquired about her well-being. Is your stomach still hurting, Xia Yanran? Under Xia Yanran's bewildered gaze, the boy who had once lambasted her betrayal now bore no resentment. Instead, his handsome face was adorned with a knowing smile. When he uttered another provocation, her dazed expression transformed into one of fury, fueled by feelings of deceit and betrayal. You must be utterly exhausted, right? You have plotted against me, Yihan. Indeed, as Xia Yinran had surmised, Yihan had orchestrated a scheme against her, one that had begun 7 days prior. He had never truly trusted this seemingly bright girl, whose heart harbored shadows of darkness. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. Thus, he had allowed his mind to dwell in anger over her perceived betrayal and lack of trust. This stemmed from his use of his abilities a week ago, placing himself in a hypnotic state. Through self-deception and suggestion, he had convinced himself to genuinely trust the seemingly sunny Xia Yinran. To escape this state of self-deception, he had set an alarm on his phone 7 days ago. When the alarm rang, it reminded him that he had never genuinely trusted Xia Yinran. In fact, he had anticipated her moves and ensnared her, his good ally, even before she could plot against him. The 7-day period had come to an end. The abilities he had cultivated over the week finally erupted against Xia Yinran, and he no longer felt the need to feign innocence. A charming smile devoid of guilt graced his features. Mutual understanding, are we not the same? As if Yihan's words had pierced through her defenses, Xia Yinran's face fell, a strange smile creeping upon her lips. In that moment, she was finally willing to reveal her darker side to him. Indeed, we are not family. We shall not enter the same door. No wonder I felt an inexplicable connection to you upon first meeting, desiring to team up. It seems we are kindred spirits. Holding her aching abdomen, Xia Yinran stood upon her elevated position, gazing down at Yihan. But do you truly believe this will be enough to overcome me, Yihan? It appears that you have forgotten, oh pitifully weak auxiliary with abilities, that you have arrived here, thanks to me, Xia Yinran. Since you are so intent on opposing me, I shall have no choice but to defeat you within 5 seconds. As she spoke, Xia Yinran activated her time-stop ability once more. Observing Yihan once again frozen in place, a victorious smile graced Xia Yinran's lips. You calculated every possibility, yet in the end, I emerged triumphant. You may wait for me outside, my dear teammate. Her fingertips shimmered with golden lightning. Just as the golden orb of her lightning ability was about to coalesce and strike Yihan, the golden light at her fingertips swiftly dissipated. Simultaneously, she felt a tingling sensation envelop her body, as if she had been electrocuted. This all transpired in a mere 3 seconds, but as the numbness set in, her time-stop influence faded away. Yihan regained his ability to move, although he remained unaware of the method Xia Yinran had employed to immobilize him. Upon witnessing her clutching her stomach in discomfort, he realized he was one step closer to victory. It seems the paralyzing effect has taken hold, my dear teammate Xia Yinran. While mocking her, Yihan continued to ascend. Hearing his words, Xia Yinran recalled that Yihan's ability was related to status abnormalities. As the name suggests, it enables him to impose various chaotic states upon his opponents, such as paralysis, sleep, and poisoning. However, how potent could Yihan's status abnormalities be? Although it appeared that he had a 100 chance of inflicting a status effect, his power was lamentably weak. As the primary damage dealer in their team, Xia Yinran was well aware that Yihan's first-tier status effects were not particularly strong, relegating him to a supportive role. With his abilities being so feeble, how could he possibly inflict such a strong paralysis on her, hampering her movements? It was inconceivable. Xia Yinran refused to accept that everything she had meticulously orchestrated had slipped from her grasp. In her denial, she cried out in frustration. Time stop, freeze in place. Yihan. Yet this time, burdened by the dual constraints of stomach pain and paralysis, she lacked the strength even to activate her powers. Aside from speaking, she was incapable of executing a stylish and confident gesture to release her abilities. Seizing the opportunity, Yihan discerned how Xia Yinran had kept him confined to the lower steps. It turned out she had yet another trick up her sleeve. Time stop. She immobilized him for a few steps, then pushed him back to the starting point on the staircase. The young lady from the illustrious Ya family truly had a penchant for mischief, had he not prepared extensively 7 days prior. He might well have found himself sprawled on the ground at this moment. With a confident stride, Yihan continued to approach the pinnacle of the staircase where Xia Yinran stood. Locking eyes with her, he allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. Even if someone were to tear his mouth apart, he could not suppress his mirth. How does it feel to have your roles reversed? young lady of the Xia family. Is this the extent of your underhanded tactics? If you possess the skill, release me from your constraints, and let us engage in a fair duel. Status abnormalities are my power. If you prevent me from using it, how can I fight back? Xia Yanran had completely lost her composure, beginning to utter the most obvious nonsense. So, this young lady from the grand family of Tianlongdu also resorts to such behavior when her defenses are breached? How delightfully ironic. Yihan, are you unaware of the true potency of my status abnormality ability? This is certainly not the strength you should possess. You are cheating. Listening to the indignant words of the young lady Xia, Yihan, now closer than ever, decided it was time to clarify matters for her. You are correct. Having trained and battled alongside me for a month, you truly have a profound understanding of my abilities. Normally, my powers would not manifest so strongly. However, 7 days ago, I infused your daily meals with status abnormality effects, which, after a week of brewing, led to the current outcome. You must have felt a slight discomfort in your stomach this morning, did you not? That was the precursor to the full activation of my status ability. The trifecta of stomach pain, paralysis, and increased fatigue from the toxic status effects must be quite unbearable, wouldn't you agree? Ascending confidently to the summit of the stone steps, Yihan's handsome visage bore the smile of a victor, gazing down at the chaotic Xia Yanran. In this moment, Xia Yanran yearned to strike Yihan with a punch. You scoundrel! We agreed that the reward for first place would be mine. You are merely here for amusement. You deceived me. How could I have anticipated this treachery? Yihan remained unfazed by Xia Yanran's fury, just as she had shown no concern for his earlier ire. As he continued forward, he paid her no further heed. Unexpectedly, the previously furious Xia Yanran was enveloped in a terrifying aura of golden lightning. My dear teammate Yihan, do you know? Villains often fall due to their excessive chatter. A victorious smile once more adorned her lips, confident that she would emerge as the ultimate victor. Protected by a specially crafted one-time golden talisman from the Xia family, she gained a fleeting ability to disregard all constraints. The numerous words she exchanged with Yihan were merely a ruse to lower his guard, allowing her to activate the golden talisman. Clearly, in this game of wits, Xia Yanran had the upper hand. Yet, Yihan seemed oblivious to her regained mobility, continuing his unhurried approach toward the 3 reward stone tablets at the finish line. He displayed no frantic attempts to dodge or react. Seeing Yihan's overconfidence, Xia Yanran's amusement only deepened. Just as she prepared to unleash the remnants of her golden lightning to vanquish Yihan, she noticed the golden light dissipating unexpectedly. Yihan, appearing to be slightly slow on the uptake, turned back to kindly remind her. Oh right, I forgot to mention that I discovered your golden talisman 2 weeks ago. Thus, the status abnormalities I added to your food 7 days ago also included an effect that would nullify the talisman upon activation. Had you brought a second-tier talisman, I might have been helpless, but alas, you overestimate yourself and underestimate the abilities of us lesser-known practitioners from smaller locales, Xia Yanran. With that, Yihan continued onward. At this moment, Xia Yanran felt as if her very lungs would burst from frustration, completely devoid of her usual sunny and vibrant energy. She never anticipated that her preparations against Yihan would ultimately fall prey to his cunning. For a mere chance at advancement to Tianlong Academy, you are truly devious. Yihan. Under Xia Yanran's incredulous glare, Yihan successfully reached the stone tablet marking the first place reward. Simultaneously, an announcement resonated throughout the trial area. The first place winner of this trial is the ability user Yihan from Jiangbei Academy. He shall represent all new ability users from Jiangbei City in this year's cohort, earning the qualification to advance to the prestigious Tianlong Academy in Tianlongdu. The attention of teacher Su Yu from Tianlongdu is now upon him. The first place reward stone tablet displayed 3 ability crystals. These 3 ability crystals would greatly aid ability users in their cultivation. What truly captivates the heart is the announcement regarding the advancement qualifications for Tianlong Academy. Located in Tianlong City, Tianlong Academy stands as the most formidable institution for extraordinary abilities within the Tianlong domain, serving as a revered sanctuary for all newly awakened practitioners of such powers. Each year, apart from the abundant slots available for local practitioners from Tianlong City, only the most exceptional prodigies from across the Tianlong domain may gain entry. Having secured this coveted qualification, Yihan began to anticipate the myriad opportunities and experiences that awaited him at Tianlong Academy. After claiming the reward for first place, he approached the stone tablet for the second place reward, which displayed 2 extraordinary energy cores. In contrast, the prize for third place consisted of merely 1 energy core. For a newly awakened first-tier practitioner like Yihan, a single basic first-tier energy core was indeed a commendable reward, though this was primarily true within the confines of the small locale of Jiangbei City. If it were the esteemed Miss Xia Yanran from the Xia family in Tianlong City, she would hardly regard such rewards with any significance. After collecting all the rewards, Yihan returned to Xia Yanran's side, presenting her with the second-place prize. Xia Yanran, this is your second-place reward. Witnessing Yihan's deliberate attempt to provoke her, Xia Yanran pouted in frustration. Keep it for yourself. I can easily acquire such low-grade energy cores at home, akin to indulging in candy. What I truly desire is the qualification to advance to Tianlong Academy. This is infuriating. Observing the facade of the radiant angel that Xia Yanran had maintained for a month crumble, Yihan found it rather amusing. Simultaneously, a radiant light enveloped both Yihan and Xia Yanran, and in the next moment, they were transported back to the trial square. The square was filled with other newly awakened practitioners whom they had jointly defeated. Without exception, these individuals regarded them with expressions of awe, as if they were creatures of legend, eager to distance themselves from the duo. Previously, when Xia Yanran and Yihan had teamed up to overpower them, they had deemed it absurd. Little did they expect that in the final stage, Yihan and Xia Yanran would engage in a confrontation that exceeded their comprehension. While they could not hear the exchanges between Yihan and Xia Yanran, the sheer intensity of their duel conveyed the terrifying prowess of both. One possessed a mysterious ability that seemed to immobilize adversaries, while the other wielded a bizarre power, rendering foes unable to move amid various afflictions. Each was more formidable than the last. They were genuinely subdued by the might of these two. Upon their arrival, Yihan paid no heed to the gazes directed at him. He lifted the status affliction he had placed on Xia Yanran and, undeterred, offered the 2 energy cores to her once more. You truly do not wish to accept them? No. Achimapatche. Xia Yanran was still seething with anger. Accepting Yihan's gift felt more unbearable than facing death itself. Seeing her adamant refusal, Yihan unceremoniously stored the cores in his energy space. Yihan, Instructor Suyu Miao from Tianlong Academy is waiting for you in the office, announced the teacher responsible for maintaining order in the trial square. Upon hearing this, Xia Yanran adjusted her previously deflated demeanor and donned a gentle, sunny smile. You may go ahead. I will wait here for you to return to Jiangbei Academy together. The speed at which this woman could change her expression was remarkable. Just moments ago, she had been in a fit of rage, and now she radiated joy. One could not help but admire her mental resilience, albeit with a hint of darkness. Yihan nodded and followed the teacher toward the trial hall. Inside the trial hall office, a striking instructor with flowing silver hair sat with her legs crossed. Her demeanor serious as she reviewed the footage of the final battle between Yihan and Xia Yanran. Her khaki blazer just grazed her navel, while the black blouse beneath was rather modest, concealing all that ought to be revealed. Nevertheless, the top buttons at her chest indicated that the more one tried to conceal, the more it accentuated her alluring curves. Her simple yet elegant attire, a khaki tie, matching trousers, and pointed high heels, exuded an air of professionalism. Despite the absence of sound for others, she heard every detail of Xia Yanran's battle. She was taken aback by the presence of the esteemed Miss Xia from the Xia family participating in the trials. But she was even more astounded by Yihan's victory over her. Although his methods were somewhat unscrupulous, they were characteristic of Yihan's abilities, and one could not accuse him of cheating. He merely maximized the potential of his powers. The instructor held a favorable view of Yihan's strength, though she found the dark cunning shared by him and Xia Yanran rather unsettling. Was she simply becoming outdated at the age of 24? Were the 15 and 16-year-olds awakening their powers so deeply scheming? Though she considered herself relatively youthful, she had never encountered boys like Yihan or girls like Xia Yanran before. Instructor Suyu Miao, I have brought Yihan to your office, announced the voice from outside, interrupting her thoughts. She composed herself and replied with a cool yet formal tone. The door is unlocked. Let him enter. The door creaked open, and Yihan entered politely and with decorum. Instructor Suyu Miao, you sought me? His demeanor was markedly different from his earlier trial persona. Observing the young man before her, Suyu Miao found herself baffled by the psychology of contemporary adolescence, prompting her to dismiss further contemplation. First and foremost, congratulations on becoming a newly awakened practitioner at Tianlong Academy, Yihan. Yihan, too, was observing Suyu Miao. Despite her serious expression, her moon-like eyes left a striking impression on him. He understood why her parents had named her Yu Miao. Her enchanting eyes indeed warranted such a beautiful name. He also noticed that the surveillance footage in her office was replaying the climactic moments of his duel with Xia Yanran, complete with audio. It seemed that their strategic maneuvers were not concealed from this instructor from Tianlong Academy. He responded nonchalantly, it was merely luck. Yihan remained humble in the face of praise. Although he enjoyed employing cunning tactics in battle, he recognized the appropriateness of decorum in certain contexts, demonstrating that he was not inherently malicious. Through this brief encounter, Suyu Miao formed a positive initial impression of the young man. Yihan, in 3 days, we will meet here again, and I will personally escort you to Tianlong Academy. Be sure to report here punctually at 7 in the morning. For lateness will forfeit your opportunity to join Tianlong Academy. With this assurance from Suyu Miao, Yihan felt a sense of relief regarding his impending enrollment. Instructor Suyu Miao, may I take my leave now? Suyu Miao did not rush to respond. Instead, she rested her delicate hand on her chin, deep in thought. After a moment, she spoke again. Before heading to Tianlong Academy, I hope you prepare yourself mentally. Yihan perked up at her words. May I inquire, esteemed teacher, what constitutes psychological preparation? In light of this, Suyuemo could not help but glance at Yihan a few more times. As the foremost prodigy among the newly awakened abilities in Jiangbei City, you must brace yourself for the possibility of blending into the crowd upon entering Tianlong Academy. Renowned for exclusively admitting the top achievers from various locales within the Tianlong domain, Tianlong Academy sets the status of top scholar as merely the baseline for entry. Nonetheless, disparities exist even among these eminent individuals. While you may be the most gifted top scholar in your city, the Tianlong domain encompasses over 100 cities, each contributing its own distinguished talents. Despite minimal differences among top scholars, the fierce competitive atmosphere will inevitably reveal distinctions, with some rising to prominence, while others may falter under the pressure. Should you lack adequate psychological preparation, you risk shattering your resolve amidst the trials of cultivation at Tianlong Academy. Yihan initially presumed Suyuemo intended to convey some significant matter. Upon hearing this, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Instead, a sense of anticipation began to swell within him. Disparities among top scholars? Then he would simply strive to be the strongest. Grateful for the reminder from teacher Suyuemo, he confidently declared, I shall endeavor to achieve the pinnacle of strength. His self-assured response left Suyuemo feeling as though her words had been in vain. Locking eyes with Yihan, who exhibited no trace of trepidation, she gained a deeper understanding of this newcomer. Let us conclude for today. Ensure you rest well, and come see me in 3 days. Teacher Suyuemo, forward. As Yihan departed, Suyuemo resumed her review of the combat footage featuring Yihan and Xia Yanran in their final stages. Her elegantly crossed legs, clad in tailored trousers, rhythmically trembled, with the fair skin of her feet and ankles exuding an exquisite allure. She recognized Yihan's talent and appreciated his mindset. It appears that this sunny, cunning young man possesses the advantage of maintaining his composure even in the face of adversity. This was the first time she found herself so intrigued by a newly awakened ability student, even contemplating personally guiding Yihan in his abilities. I hope you will not disappoint me, Yihan. Jiangbei Academy, renowned as the most prestigious institution for the awakening of abilities in Jiangbei City, has adopted a 2-person co-ed dormitory system, emulating the practices of Tianlong Academy. Despite this arrangement, most male and female ability users prefer to share accommodations with their same gender. The pairing of Yihan and Xia Yanran is thus considered a rarity. As Yihan reclined on his bed, he heard Xia Yanran's voice calling from the direction of the bathroom. Yihan, I forgot to grab my change of clothes. Could you bring them to the bathroom door? Recognizing her playful intent, Yihan understood that she was once again attempting to tease him. Previously, Xia Yanran had enjoyed presenting herself as a warm, angelic figure. But now her true nature was laid bare, her tone devoid of pretense. Since it was not his first time retrieving clothing for Xia Yanran, Yihan rose and left his room, traversing the common area to reach her bedroom. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the clothes deliberately arranged to resemble a human shape at the foot of the bed. A loose pink t-shirt adorned with a strawberry pattern, a sky blue skirt, and a pair of pristine white lace-trimmed garments constituted the simple yet charming loungewear. Yihan picked them up and proceeded to the bathroom door. Through the light illuminating the bathroom, he could discern Xia Yinran's petite silhouette as she bathed. Although the blurred outline was diminutive, the shadows cast by her figure were strikingly distinctive. Gently tapping on the bathroom door, Yihan calmly announced, "I have brought them. Please take them." With a soft creak, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Xia Yinran's youthful yet alluring figure, modestly obscuring her curves. Even having witnessed this sight on multiple occasions, Yihan found her radiant smile while bathing to be undeniably beautiful. Noticing Yihan's gaze, Xia Yinran playfully winked as she reached for the clothes he offered. "Do you find me adorable like this, Yihan?" Yihan, ever the honest child, responded affirmatively, acknowledging her charm, yet adding a teasing remark regarding her partial concealment. This duality in his response both flattered Xia Yinran and provoked her annoyance, prompting her to shoot him a playful glare. "How dare you?" Initially intending to tease Yihan, Xia Yinran found herself at a disadvantage yet again and swiftly snatched the clothes from him. With a chuckle, Yihan relished the shift in dynamics from the teased to the teaser, and with Xia Yinran now willingly bathing, he reveled in the ensuing tranquility. Returning to his room, he retrieved the reward from today's trial, the 6 first-tier ability crystals. For the first time, Yihan felt an overwhelming sense of wealth. With these 6 first-tier crystals, the prospect of ascending to the 2nd tier in one go seemed fanciful. However, they would significantly aid in acquiring new abilities and enhancing his existing ones. Presently, he possessed the capabilities of inducing sleep, alleviating stomach pain, dispelling fatigue toxins, paralysis, chilling sensations, and the disintegration of charms. Among these, the effects of stomach pain, fatigue toxins, paralysis, and chills activated reliably. Yet, when sleep was cast upon himself, it morphed into a hypnotic effect. The disintegration of charms could negate charms of the same tier, while the latter two were specifically devised for countering Xia Yinran. He eagerly anticipated whether these 6 first-tier crystals would grant him entirely new abilities or merely augment his existing prowess. Taking a deep breath, Yihan entered the state of absorbing the ability crystals. As he assimilated their energy, he felt his own abilities steadily strengthening, even without acquiring new effects. This process proved to be a sound investment. Of course, should he indeed gain new abilities, he would welcome that boon, for possessing multiple trump cards would afford him greater flexibility and potential for growth. As he unconsciously absorbed half of the crystals, Yihan noticed an odd alteration in his thought processes. The nature of this peculiarity eluded him momentarily. To comprehend the situation, he continued to absorb the remaining energy from the ability crystals. Gradually, a mysterious force began to erode his rationality. In that moment, he realized the source of his earlier discomfort. He had acquired a certain ability that induced confusion in his thoughts. Could it be a state of chaos? No. The state of chaos merely muddles one's thinking, causing disorientation and dizziness akin to vertigo. It could not possibly lead to the frenzied loss of reason he now experienced. Furthermore, he sensed that while in this mildly irrational state, his abilities had received a corresponding enhancement, rendering him temporarily stronger. His anomalous abilities were designed to bestow negative effects upon others. The presence of a positively charged abnormal state is unprecedented. However, upon reflecting that his own state aberration has a 100% chance of activation, while others with different abnormal states possess significantly lower probabilities, he found solace. Perhaps his condition is a unique variant. Distinguishing him from other practitioners of abnormal abilities is entirely reasonable. Ceasing to dwell on this, Yihan focused on experiencing the maddening effects of this peculiar state. Once he had absorbed all 6 ability crystals, he concluded his training. What name should he bestow upon this unique state that no one else possesses? After a brief contemplation, an idea struck him. He would call it the madness abnormal state. What madness abnormal state? What peculiar and painful quirk have you awakened? The sudden curious inquiry startled Yihan. He opened his eyes to see Xia Yinran, clad in a loose t-shirt adorned with strawberry patterns beside him, rhythmically swinging her slender legs and tiny bare feet, gazing at him. Yihan regarded Hertov. Do you wish to know? Of course. replied Xia Yanran, her eyes sparkling. Fresh from a shower, she exuded a faint, delightful fragrance, appearing even more alluring than usual. She certainly did not want Yi Han to possess abilities unknown to her, lest she fail to reclaim her dignity later. Once they entered Tianlong Academy, she would have ample opportunity to educate Yi Han. However, Yi Han's subsequent sly remarks caused her to leap off the bed in shock, quickly distancing herself from him. Since you're so eager to know, why not experience it firsthand? You mustn't use those strange abnormal states on me. That stomach pain aberration is already nauseating. I've never seen anyone else with such a condition. Unfortunately, her protests came too late, as Yi Han's madness abnormal state had already been imposed upon her, leaving her with a sensation of her rationality being devoured. Though subtle, it induced a slight madness in her mind, even causing an involuntary, peculiar smile to form at the corners of her lips. This strange encroachment of thought flustered her, robbing her of the usual composure she derived from toying with others. What have you done to me? Why does my brain feel a bit mad? As the madness abnormal state took effect, it was now Yi Han's turn to smirk mischievously. This is the madness abnormal state you were so curious about. Wait, something feels off. My ability seems to have gained a boost. What is happening? Xia Yanran's keen perception remained intact, prompting Yi Han to patiently clarify for his good teammate of a month. This is one of the effects encompassed by the madness abnormal state. As a scion of a prominent family, Xia Yanran had encountered far more historical secrets and ancient texts regarding practitioners of abnormal abilities than Yi Han, who hailed from a humble background. She was certain that never in history had an aberrant ability user awakened a state that conferred positive enhancement effects. Positive enhancement effects? Such abilities are typically exclusive to support-type practitioners. Yi Han was not only able to trigger the abnormal state with certainty, but now also granted positive enhancements. Even with the presence of negative effects, he was still pioneering a new phenomenon in the annals of aberrant abilities. He was an enigma that defied comprehension. While evaluating Yi Han's unique talents, Xia Yanran had to concede that he possessed remarkable gifts. Yet she too was no slouch. Besides inheriting her family's legacy, the fastest lightning ability, she had awakened an additional variant power that interacted with the temporal domain. Although her first-tier ability only granted a fleeting 5 seconds of the WARUDO effect and could only be triggered within a specific melee range, she was confident that as she grew stronger, she would develop even more potent temporal abilities. She was destined to become an unparalleled late-game practitioner. Lost in her thoughts, Xia Yanran broke into a bemused grin. It seemed the madness abnormal state also had a diminishing effect on intelligence. Their esteemed Miss Xia had never behaved so foolishly before. Normally, had she been in her right mind, she would have retorted with a playful smirk at Yi Han's teasing. Yet, she was perplexed by her current state, with simple and brutish thoughts of wanting to retaliate against Yi Han taking precedence, leaving her disinclined to engage in deeper contemplation. As time passed, the persistent madness state further inclined her towards resolving issues through sheer force. Yi Han had yet to recognize this insidious effect of the madness state. Fortunately, its influence was still quite mild, allowing Xia Yanran to suppress the invasion of her thoughts if she so desired. However, she found herself unwilling to do so. In fact, she felt an even stronger urge to reveal her true, malevolent self and give Yi Han, who had caused her stomach pain during their trials, a good thrashing. To hell with your innocence. Observing Xia Yanran, usually adept at concealing her true thoughts, but now sporting a sinister, villainous grin, Yi Han sensed something was amiss. Wait, your expression seems oddly peculiar and inhuman. In an instant, crackling golden lightning surrounded Xia Yanran, transforming her into a feisty, tempestuous version of herself. You are right, Yi Han. Pretending is exhausting. This time, I shall shed my humanity, experience the taste of paralysis. Realizing he had gone too far in teasing Xia Yanran, Yi Han attempted to retract the madness state, but it was too late. Wait, I take it back. Retraction ineffective. Without granting him any opportunity, Xia Yanran lunged at him, and they became entangled in a scuffle. Ouch! Unprepared for a direct confrontation, Yi Han found himself unable to match Xia Yanran's prowess. Amidst the crackling golden lightning, he finally paid the price for plotting against her for the past week. Are you serious, Xia Yanran? I need to go back to Tianlong with the Xia family. The following morning, Yi Han awoke to find his left arm numb and devoid of sensation. Turning his head, he discovered Xia Yanran, who had been sparring with him and discharging electricity the previous night, peacefully slumbering on his arm. It was hardly surprising that his arm had fallen asleep. Understanding the situation, Yihan chose not to disturb her. Instead, he quietly admired her serene and tranquil visage in slumber. In her disguised state, Xia Yanran wore a radiant smile, embodying an endless stream of optimism. Conversely, the true Xia Yanran, having unshackled her darker side, presented herself as a mischievous, delightfully wicked woman who relished in teasing others. The tranquil beauty of her sleep exuded a different, captivating charm. Truly, she was a multifaceted girl full of sunshine. Although Yihan and Xia Yanran had schemed against each other during their trials, their relationship remained as strong as ever. Perhaps this is what they call the notion that enemies do not gather without reason. The memories of their intellectual duels were quite enjoyable. Most importantly, their schemes remained confined to playful banter, never crossing any lines, which was the true reason they could maintain their rapport post-trial. However, just as Yihan was savoring a moment of appreciation for Xia Yanran's serene beauty, her incoherent mumblings disrupted the atmosphere. "Damn it, I'll zap you. I'm not someone to be trifled with." With a resigned shake of his head, Yihan's admiration for the sleeping beauty evaporated. Last night, he truly found himself under the spell of Xia Yanran. Her electrifying energy rendered him completely paralyzed, allowing him to experience firsthand the torment of being unable to resist, just as she had. However, the thought that this was the most authentic version of Xia Yanran brought a smile to his face. "I believe this experience of teaming up, even after many years into the future, will remain etched in my memory, Yihan." The words Xia Yanran uttered on the final staircase resurfaced in his mind. Although they hinted at her intentions to outmaneuver him, Yihan was convinced that her statement was a double entendre. It conveyed both her playful intent to toy with him and an acknowledgement of their month-long camaraderie and shared battles. It is rare to encounter someone so in tune with oneself, and he must cherish this connection. Of course, by cherish, he did not mean to be a mere sycophant, but rather to engage in a lifelong battle of wits and courage with this young lady from the Xia family. He hoped Xia Yanran would continue to surprise him with delightful experiences. Otherwise, the true nature of Xia Yanran would be subdued for a lifetime. With such confidence in his heart, Yihan glanced at Xia Yanran again, only to find her resting her head on his arm, playfully winking at him. "What secrets is she delighting in, Yihan?" As she spoke, Xia Yanran wore a radiant smile reminiscent of an angel, her expression suggesting that she would never resort to malice. Yet, she intentionally accentuated her assets, provoking Yihan's senses. When she noticed that Yihan remained composed, Xia Yanran wrapped her snow-white arms around his neck, deliberately snuggling closer to him. The beautiful sight of her full moons transformed into a crescent at that moment. As their gazes locked, Xia Yanran could feel his breath mingling with hers, both of them sharing the same air. Yihan was equally aware of the playful game she was engaging in, yet he maintained his nonchalant demeanor towards this mischievous girl. Observing his calmness, Xia Yanran devised another mischievous plan. "Let me hear if someone's heartbeat is as steady as their facade." With a playful tap on her lower lip, Xia Yanran coyly nestled her ear against Yihan's chest. Upon hearing his accelerated heartbeat, she realized that her little game had succeeded. "Your heart races, Yihan. No matter how much you pretend, your physiological responses do not lie." Previously, when Xia Yanran sought to maintain her perfect image before Yihan, she would tease him, but never with such reckless abandon as today. Now, with her true nature revealed, she relished the joy of being authentic. As she embraced him once more, her fingertips teasingly brushed the skin of his neck, Xia Yanran moved closer, locking eyes with him. Yihan found amusement in her unabashed gaze. This spirited girl, filled with mischief, surely did not believe that her playful antics would deter him from kissing her, did she? In the past, he had refrained from making a move, as Xia Yanran had been playing the role of a cheerful and virtuous girl. Now that the pretense was gone, Xia Yanran dared to joke about such matters, but he would not indulge her. "You are playing with fire, Xia Yanran." Xia Yanran, feeling confident that she had successfully maneuvered Yihan for a month, saw no harm in continuing this playful jest. Yihan had outsmarted her during the trials, so she felt compelled to reclaim her dignity elsewhere. This was a splendid opportunity. With that thought, Xia Yanran continued to play with fire, teasing her lips to glisten with a rosy sheen. "What might happen when playing with fire, Yihan?" You might lose your first kiss. Yi Han, the earnest boy, was indeed yearning to claim Xia Yanran's first kiss. Xia Yanran remained full of confidence, even playfully winking at him. I bet you one tea dare. However, just as she finished her sentence, Yi Han, who had been under her thumb for a month, suddenly broke character and swiftly closed the distance between them. Smack! Xia Yanran was momentarily stunned. She had merely intended to tease Yi Han and reclaim her pride, but she never anticipated that he would take her seriously. Although their relationship was amicable, bordering on playful friends, it had not yet reached the level of a romantic partnership. The turn of events exceeded her expectations, and her plan to regain her footing had once again backfired. With golden lightning crackling around her, Xia Yanran attempted to push Yi Han away, but to her surprise, he continued to seal her lips, offering no chance of escape. In that moment, he too was electrified, yet he was willing to endure the shock to convey the lesson of playing with fire. As time passed, Xia Yanran's breath grew erratic, and she melted weakly into Yi Han's embrace, lacking the strength to summon her powers. Once everything calmed down, a victorious smile graced Yi Han's lips. How does it feel to play with fire and get burned, Xia Yanran? At that moment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Having failed to make Yi Han suffer, she instead sacrificed her first kiss, leaving her feeling both embarrassed and humiliated, particularly when she recalled how long that kiss had lasted, leaving her breathless. She felt a tingling sensation even without being subjected to his paralyzing powers. I suppose you won once more. While she verbally conceded, her tone remained defiant. Realizing that such tricks no longer worked on Yi Han, Xia Yanran resolved to focus on her abilities moving forward. After calming her tumultuous emotions, she gently patted her flushed cheeks, still tinged with warmth. I must return to the Xia family in Tianlong. Upon hearing that Xia Yanran intended to return home early, Yi Han set aside their playful banter. You will be attending Tianlong Academy as well, won't you? The moment Xia Yanran heard Yi Han express concern about her potential loneliness at Tianlong Academy due to his absence, she sensed another opportunity to tease him, her lips curling into a smug smile. Are you worried that without my company at Tianlong Academy, you might feel a bit lonely, Yi Han? It seems that kiss has made you somewhat infatuated with me. Expecting Yi Han to vehemently deny it, Xia Yanran prepared to enjoy the sight of him blushing and flustered. To her surprise, Yi Han remained exceptionally calm and candidly admitted, I will likely never forget you, Xia Yanran. As soon as those words left his mouth, the lively atmosphere in the room turned to silence. After a moment, it was Xia Yanran who, with a haughty pout, responded, Who asked you to remember me, you jerk? For making me lose my chance to prove that I could enter Tianlong Academy without the family's influence? I am serious, Xia Yanran. Yi Han's earnest words and gaze caused her to falter, unable to maintain her facade of pride as warmth crept into her heart. I admit, I will certainly never forget this experience. Just as she began to display a genuinely touched expression, Yi Han broke into a teasing grin. What I meant was, I will remember your increasingly unraveling emotions during that peak battle yesterday, where you seemed to have everything under control. Am I being played with? Summer Yanran, who has always enjoyed playing the role of sunny angel and deriving amusement from teasing others, found herself momentarily stunned. However, after a brief pause, devoid of the manic state induced by Yi Han, she succumbed to a fit of irrationality. That detestable fellow, Yi Han, had the audacity to mock her for not satisfying his whims. Ah, Yi Han, I shall bite you to death, you scoundrel. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and today, Yi Han was finally bound for Tianlong City. On the flight from Jiangbei City to Tianlong City, Su Yuwu and Yi Han occupied adjacent seats. Today, Su Yuwu remained impeccably dressed in a khaki suit, complete with a tie and high heels. Her black shirt tightly embracing her figure, exuding the aura of a capable woman. She was not fond of smiling, yet her demeanor was not cold. Rather, she appeared somewhat overly serious and stern. This no-nonsense teacher, with her unyielding expression and conduct, stood in stark contrast to the cheerful Summer Yanran. Yi Han, however, felt no pressure from Su Yuwu's overly serious demeanor. Instead, he found it rather intriguing. In his view, if the women around him were all cut from the same mold, even if they were charmingly beautiful, it would be exceedingly dull. As he gazed out of the window, Su Yuwu seemed to ponder something before suddenly turning her head. Today's orientation would include a test of the new student's supernatural abilities. Yihan's interest peaked at the mention of an examination. What does the test entail, Teacher Su? It will be a one-on-one supernatural combat match, randomly arranged by the Academy, where the victor can request a first-level ability core of any elemental attribute from the Academy. Upon hearing that the winner could specify a first-level ability core with a specific elemental attribute, Yihan's eyes brightened. This was far superior to the chaotic elemental attribute cores from Jiangbei Academy. If he could choose, he would opt for a pure wind elemental first-level ability core. Understanding the state of reverse wind would slow his opponent's movements considerably, significantly enhancing Yihan's combat prowess. The combination of reverse wind and coldness would render his adversaries weak and sluggish, preventing them from approaching him. When compounded with a paralysis state, even if his initial power was weak, he could outlast his opponents by dragging out the battle. This method of tormenting his foes would undoubtedly drive them to madness. Moreover, 3 days prior, he had absorbed 6 first-level ability cores with considerable impurities, which not only allowed him to comprehend a new state of mania, but also significantly enhanced the power of his own abilities. Next time he encountered Summer Yinran, this seemingly sunny girl with a dark inner self, he would possess more strategies to counter her. He merely wondered who his opponent would be this time. Teacher Su, do you know who my opponent will be in this new student examination? Su Yuwu shook her head. I have been in Jiangbei City and did not arrange the new student examination, so I am unaware. It was somewhat unfortunate that Su Yuwu could not provide him with advance information for preparation. Nonetheless, Yihan remained confident in his strengthened abilities compared to 3 days ago. In truth, had he pressed further, Su Yuwu could have leveraged her connections to inquire about his opponent's name and abilities. After all, his exceptional status abilities were somewhat unique and had historically been categorized as auxiliary abilities lacking combat power, necessitating prior intelligence for effective countermeasures. Yihan chose not to ask, and Su Yuwu would not disturb her close friend who was responsible for the new student examination on his behalf. At Tianlong City Airport, Yihan and Su Yuwu finally disembarked from the plane. Being his first visit to Tianlong City, Yihan curiously surveyed his surroundings. Soon, a strikingly beautiful girl with golden waves and sapphire eyes captured his attention. The girl playfully interacted with the supernatural beast she cradled, exuding the vibrant energy of youth. Her alluring, beguiling eyes were captivating, almost as if they could ensnare one's very soul. If she were to mature into a refined woman like Su Yuwu, she would undoubtedly become an irresistible enchantress. The supernatural beast in her arms resembled a fiery ball, round and exceedingly adorable. Beside the exotic girl stood a light, mature woman, approximately 30 years of age, dressed in a pure white suit and skirt, her every step revealing the curves honed by time. Aisha, the exchange student from the Lilica region. Attending Tianlong Academy for friendly exchanges, you must not behave recklessly as you did in Lilica. Otherwise, despite having half of my bloodline, you will be treated as a disruptive element from Lilica here in Tianlong. Rest assured, Aunt, I shall behave. Aisha playfully stuck out her tongue and made a cute face. Although she claimed she would be good, only she knew how much of that she would actually adhere to. As she passed by Yihan and Su Yuwu, the playful exotic girl noticed Yihan's gaze and waved at him cheerfully. Watching Aisha's retreating figure, Yihan turned to Su Yuwu. Teacher Su, it seems that girl is also from Tianlong Academy. Do you know her? Su Yuwu was also surprised to learn that there would be an exchange student from the Lilica region this year. I do not know that exotic girl, but I have a vague impression of her aunt. Upon hearing that Su Yuwu recognized the mature woman, Yihan inquired further. What is her background? She is Tian Wang, a direct descendant of the Tian family from the southern wilderness of Tianlong, and at the age of 27, she became one of the top supernatural beings on the Tianlong list, now just 30 years old. Su Wu stated the identity of the light, mature woman with utmost seriousness. Astonising Yihan. To be on the Tianlong list signifies standing at the pinnacle of supernatural power in Tianlong. He truly did not expect to encounter such a formidable entity upon arriving in Tianlong City. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of anticipation for his future development in this hidden gem of Tianlong City. That exotic girl, Aisha, likely possesses beast-controlling abilities. The supernatural beast she held, though merely first level, exhibited an exceptionally pure fire elemental ability, clearly arranged by Tian Huang herself. The Tian family has always been renowned for their beast-controlling lineage, and Tian Huang surpasses all previous ancestors in this regard. If Aisha receives her personal guidance, facing her in the entrance examination could become quite challenging. Suyu's sudden warning did not intimidate Yihan. Rather, it brought forth a confident smile. If my opponent truly is her, it is she who should feel challenged. The stage is set for an epic confrontation, where time stands still and the clash of school queens unfolds at the gates of Tianlong Academy. Here, exceptional supernatural talents from across the Tianlong region converge. As they stand before the academy gates, each of these outstanding individuals carries a sense of unmatched pride, believing themselves superior to their peers. Accompanying Suyu, Yihan surveyed the assemblage of new students and quickly spotted the exotic beauty, Aisha, alongside her curvaceous aunt. We meet again. I never expected you to be a student at Tianlong Academy as well. My name is Aisha. What is yours, classmate? Aisha, exuding confidence, greeted Yihan warmly. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Given the other party's politeness, Yihan extended his hand to shake hands with Aisha. My name is Yihan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Aisha. Is this your aunt who brought you to Tianlong Academy? Aisha blinked her charming eyes, and her words elicited a chuckle from Yihan. It was amusing to think that she had been sent to Tianlong Academy by her aunt, and anyone accompanying an elder would indeed resemble an aunt. No, this is my teacher, Suyu, and she's also an instructor at Tianlong Academy. Upon hearing that Suyu was a teacher at the academy, Aisha's aunt, Tian Huang, turned her head to glance at Suyu. Unfamiliar with her, she refrained from further comment. The interactions among the younger generation do not imply that their elders should also be acquainted. She had come specifically to escort the unfamiliar Aisha to Tianlong Academy for her training in supernatural abilities, and she would depart after today. It seems we both have our ways in, as I am an exchange student through international channels, while you have connections with a teacher at Tianlong Academy. Heh. I entered through the proper examination, Yihan replied, emphasizing that he had legitimately defeated Xia Yinran to gain admission, unlike those privileged offspring who relied on backdoor dealings. Is that so impressive? I truly hope my opponent later will be you, so we can have a fair contest and see whose connections are stronger, Aisha said playfully. However, her aunt, who ranked third on the Tianlong list and held a formidable supernatural power, was keen on maintaining her image and abruptly pulled Aisha away, silencing her. Aisha, who had grown up in a foreign realm, genuinely did not comprehend her aunt's sensibilities. Yet, having been tugged away, she could only wave sadly at Yihan. Yihan, we shall have a good spar sometime. Yihan found her enthusiasm amusing and started to understand why Tian Huang had cautioned Aisha to be mindful of her words and actions at the airport. Aisha truly seemed unaware of many things. Let us move forward and see why the entrance to the academy is so congested, Yihan suggested, intrigued by Suyu's evident displeasure. However, as they advanced, the crowd grew denser, and soon, a throng of new students completely blocked the entrance. Yihan, you are here too, Aisha exclaimed as she spotted him again, although her aunt, Tian Huang, had seemingly vanished. Aisha, hailing from the liquor realm, was quite friendly and approached him directly. Where's your aunt? He casually inquired. She went to see what was happening up ahead and asked me to wait here, Aisha replied, holding her fiery companion and winking playfully. By the way, what is your supernatural ability? We have a new student entrance exam coming up. But I'll keep it a secret for now, Yihan said, choosing to withhold his own abilities. Aisha pouted. You Tianlong folks are always so secretive. What is there to hide? My ability is beast mastery, and this is my beast, the fire dragon. I've shared mine, so you should too. In response to Yihan's air of mystery, Aisha playfully tugged at her lower eyelid and made a cheeky face. Ugh, you Tianlong people love to be enigmatic. Yihan, wait here while I go check ahead, Suyu said, noticing the quick rapport between Yihan and Aisha. As she moved forward, however, the proud students from various regions of Tianlong refused to yield her space. What do you think you are doing? One of them scoffed. Without hesitation, Suyu unleashed a formidable aura of a seasoned supernatural being. Though these students were indeed gifted, having only awakened their abilities for a month, they were no match for Suyu, an advanced practitioner. I will only say this once, step aside, startled by her commanding presence. The arrogant students parted to create a pathway. Observing the wide opening, Yihan exchanged a glance with Aisha and followed closely behind Suyu. Although she had instructed him to remain in place, upon noticing him joining her, she merely cast a glance without further comment. Aisha, emboldened by the situation, decided to ride along. "Your teacher is quite impressive, Yihan," she exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Yihan contemplated clarifying that Su Yumo was not actually his teacher, as this was his first time witnessing her display of power. Ultimately, he opted to remain silent. Arriving at the scene of the commotion, Yihan soon spotted Aisha's aunt. The woman, dressed in a pristine white suit, was observing the unfolding battle alongside the other students. Yihan's gaze turned to the cause of the congestion at the academy's entrance, and he was taken aback. Engaged in combat was none other than Xia Yanran, who had returned to Tianlong City early. Golden lightning clashed with violet sword energy as Xia Yanran faced off against a strikingly beautiful and cold young woman. Dressed in a military uniform with a predominantly white palette adorned with blue accents, her attire exuded an aura of sharpness and elegance as she wielded her sword. Her demeanor was both aloof and captivating, reminiscent of a beautiful ice lotus, radiating an aura that kept others at bay. It was Yihan's first encounter with such a cool and collected beauty, with her hair styled in a high ponytail and symmetrical strands framing her face. The young woman's battle posture was both fierce and graceful. After a brief observation, Yihan found himself increasingly impressed by this cold beauty, who matched Xia Yanran in prowess. He wondered whether Xia Yanran could utilize her ability to halt time against this formidable opponent. As if summoned by his thoughts, the anticipated moment arrived. Just as Yihan expected, Xia Yanran, locked in a stalemate with the cold girl, initiated a powerful move. In an instant, the girl, poised to strike with her unsheathed sword, found herself frozen in place. What is happening? Why is that sword-wielding woman not moving? Someone exclaimed in confusion. It must be that charming girl's doing. She seems to have a unique ability to immobilize others, exclaimed another. Did you notice? Not only has her sword strike halted, but even the violet sword energy she conjured is suspended in mid-air. As the surrounding spectators expressed their astonishment, Xia Yanran reveled in the atmosphere. Ning Bingan. It appears I am superior, she declared, just as she prepared to unleash a golden lightning strike during the 5 seconds of time halt. However, in that very moment, she too found herself immobilized, realizing too late the precariousness of her situation. Yihan had thought victory was assured for Xia Yanran, yet he was unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. He murmured to himself, could it be that Ning Binghan also possesses the ability to halt time? It was a clear manifestation of spatial stillness, accompanied by distinct fluctuations of spatial anomalies. Beside him, Su Miao provided clarity, which left Yihan in a state of astonishment. It was already abnormal for Xia Yanran to have just awakened her time-stopping ability, and now another equally extraordinary ability of spatial stillness emerged. In a contest between time cessation and spatial stasis, which power reigned supreme? 5 seconds elapsed in an instant, with Ning Binghan regaining her ability to act first. Yet, in the very next moment, Xia Yanran too regained her capacity for action. The expressions of both women turned serious, as they began to suspect that each possessed a similar ability. Could it be that Xia Yanran could also manipulate spatial stillness? Or perhaps Ning Binghan could indeed halt time? Was this a case of similar abilities? Observing the duel, Yihan confirmed through their brief exchange of abilities that Ning Binghan's spatial stillness lasted merely around 5 seconds and required close contact to activate, as the other spectators remained unaffected. Just as Ning Binghan and Xia Yanran were about to continue their confrontation, Su Miao, who should have been beside Yihan, unexpectedly appeared between them. With a punch to each of their foreheads, she rendered them disoriented, and with a serious tone, she commanded them to cease their battle. Enough. If you two wish to spar, you can do so after the new student entrance examination. Do not disrupt others trying to enter the academy. Under the authoritative glare of Su Miao, Xia Yanran, and Ning Binghan, now nursing their bruised heads, instantly became compliant. Yihan couldn't help but chuckle. Such unruly scions of a prominent family needed the guidance of Su Miao. The surrounding students were also amused. They had just been awed by the battle between Xia Yanran and Ning Binghan, thinking they both appeared formidable. Little did they know that upon encountering their instructor, they would be subdued. What are you laughing at? If you don't want to be late for the exam, get inside the academy immediately. However, the laughter quickly faded as Su Miao's chilling gaze silenced them. Each student hurriedly made their way into the academy, wary of incurring her wrath, lest they suffer the same fate as Xia Yanran and Ning Binghan. Yihan also stifled his laughter. Come on, Yihan, let's head in. At Aisha's urging, Yihan joined a throng of first-year students entering the academy. The entrance examination venue was set. The elegant and gentle teacher, Jiang Wanxiu, sat in the stands, yawning. What was going on with this year's new arrivals at Tianlong Academy? They were collectively half an hour late. Were they deliberately delaying because they had heard of my gentle teaching methods? Just as she contemplated checking on the situation, the tardy group of new students finally came into view. If it were only a few individuals who were late, she would surely impose penalties. But seeing the entire cohort delayed, her gentle nature led her to reconsider. As long as the examination proceeded normally, that was sufficient. With this thought, Jiang Wanxiu patiently awaited the arrival of the new students. 10 minutes later, seeing no additional students approaching, she rose to announce the commencement of the entrance examination. As one of this year's first-year students at Tianlong Academy, Yihan was soon informed of his opponent for the entrance test by Jiang Wanxiu. Yihan, Ning Binggun. You two will compete in the 7th arena for the entrance examination. The victor will receive a pure first-order ability crystal core that can be designated with any elemental attribute as a reward for enrollment. Xia Yanran's friend was indeed Ning Binghan's rival. I'm to face Ning Binghan? Yihan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting his opponent to be Ning Binghan. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Wanxiu had arranged this match after learning from Su Yumiao that he had defeated Xia Yanran to gain admission to Tianlong Academy. Jiang Wanxiu found him intriguing. Furthermore, she was already aware of Ning Binghan's spatial stillness ability and was eager to see if Yihan could triumph over Ning Binghan, who possessed the ability to halt time. She had not shared this with Su Yumiao. Hence the latter was equally surprised by the impending duel between Yihan and Ning Binghan. Before Yihan ascended the stage, Su Yumiao handed him a student ID. With this Tianlong Academy student ID, swipe it at the corresponding arena to verify your identity, and you will be permitted to participate in the examination. Yihan glanced at the student ID, finding it strikingly similar to the student IDs from his previous world. Yihan, you must do your best. Ning Binghan appears formidable. Although Aisha had only just met Yihan, her lively personality as a resident of Lika domain shone through as she encouraged him with sparkling eyes. In the stands, Jiang Wanxiu announced the 10th arena for the entrance examination. Aisha, Huang Ming, you two will compete in the 10th arena. There were a total of 10 arenas for this examination, and any first-year student whose name was called had 5 minutes to step onto the platform. Otherwise, they would forfeit. Upon hearing her name among the first round of students, Aisha was momentarily surprised. So, I am included as well? You must do your best too, Aisha. Yihan took this opportunity to rally Aisha, who had just supported him. Aisha responded cheerfully, I will give it my all, Yihan. Let's both strive to defeat our opponents. With their brief exchange concluded, Yihan arrived at the 7th arena. After confirming his identity by swiping the student ID, a brief passage appeared in the ability barrier before him. As he stepped onto the arena, the barrier closed behind him. Quite advanced. Yihan couldn't help but admire the detail. Simultaneously, his opponent for the entrance examination, Ning Binghan, gracefully leaped into the arena, landing lightly before him, holding an unsheathed sword. She donned a blue and white military uniform that radiated sharpness and an air of coolness. Just as Yihan intended to speak, Xia Yanran's voice rang out from behind the arena. Yihan, give her a good thrashing. He struggled to maintain his composure. Was Xia Yanran still holding a grudge against Ning Binghan from their earlier altercation at the academy gate? Alas, why must women complicate matters for one another? In reality, Yihan was only half correct. While Xia Yanran and Ning Binghan's relationship was indeed strained due to their contrasting personalities, their conflicts were not merely a recent occurrence. From a young age, they had been at odds. One was the esteemed young lady of the Xia family, and the other from the Ning family. Due to the amicable relations between their families, they often interacted. Their parents intended to foster a close friendship between them, akin to their own. However, one was outwardly sunny, yet filled with cunning thoughts, while the other was naturally aloof and reserved, creating an immediate friction. This mutual disdain had persisted from childhood into their current adolescence. This led to a scene where both individuals awakened their extraordinary abilities and, upon their first encounter at the entrance of Tianlong Academy, engaged in an intense confrontation. Yihan was unaware of the long-standing grievances between Xia Yanran and Ning Binghan that had persisted for over a decade. However, When Ning Binghan discovered that Xia Yanran appeared to share a close bond with Yi Han, her cold, indifferent eyes suddenly glimmered with a sharpness akin to a blade. A friend of Xia Yanran was, in her eyes, an enemy. Without any prior communication, Ning Binghan swiftly unleashed a fierce purple sword aura. Yi Han was taken aback. "Hey, you dress like a young lady from a prestigious family, and you don't even give a warning before attacking?" While he internally criticized Ning Binghan's sudden aggression, he mobilized his own extraordinary powers, hastily maneuvering to evade the strike. Although his state was one of abnormality that only imparted afflictions upon his opponents. As a first-tier extraordinary being, he was still capable of harnessing basic attributes such as speed, strength, and defense that surpassed the ordinary. Seeing Yi Han evade her initial attack using only basic powers, Ning Binghan frowned slightly, perplexed by the lack of any discernible special ability. What was his extraordinary power? Why could she not discern any clues? Noticing the cautious and contemplative expression on Ning Binghan's face, Yi Han's handsome visage softened into a sunny smile. The weather in Tianlong City seemed a bit chilly today. His seemingly random attempt at conversation left Ning Binghan bewildered, not wishing to dwell on it. Her gaze sharpened as she launched a second wave of attack. With her unsheathed sword in hand, she executed an exquisitely precise thrust aimed directly at Yi Han's position. She anticipated that her speed, having increased several-fold, would ensure a hit. Yet, to her dismay, her attack narrowly missed once more. Undeterred, she utilized a powerful kick to propel herself off the stage, accelerating fiercely towards Yi Han. Amused, Xia Yanran could no longer suppress her laughter from the sidelines. Yi Han was once again scheming. However, to avoid influencing the duel with her amusement, she moderated the volume of her laughter. Truth be told, she did not hold much hope for Yi Han against Ning Binghan. In her perspective, Yi Han's previous victory had solely stemmed from a disparity in information. Thus, without being preemptively outmaneuvered by Yi Han, Ning Binghan, once aware of his ability to induce abnormal states, would surely prevail. Yet, it appeared that Ning Binghan was entirely oblivious to Yi Han's peculiar powers, granting him the opportunity to showcase the advantage of information disparity as an auxiliary-type extraordinary being. As Xia Yanran observed with clarity, Ning Binghan remained unaware that her speed was gradually diminishing over time. It was only when an undeniable chill began to infiltrate her entire being, failing to catch up with Yi Han, that she realized something was amiss. The weather in Tianlong City felt rather cold today. The memory of Yi Han's earlier attempt at conversation resurfaced in her mind, causing her already frigid expression to drop several degrees. Had he imposed a slowing effect upon her? Noticing that Ning Binghan had finally grasped the situation, Yi Han displayed a confident and sunny smile. The chill, having brewed for an extended period, had now permeated her being, causing her movements to grow increasingly rigid and sluggish. Surrender, Ning Binghan. Witnessing Yi Han's expression, which bore a striking resemblance to Xia Yanran's mischievous demeanor, Ning Binghan's typically composed hands trembled violently as she gripped her sword tightly. No wonder you two are friends. It seems you are cut from the same cloth. However, relying solely on this will not suffice to defeat me. As she spoke, the temperature around the arena plummeted due to Ning Binghan's rising ire. The icy aura of her ice-type powers danced frantically around her. Ultimately, auxiliary abilities are merely supportive. Let this auxiliary-type extraordinary being witness what true, bone-chilling cold feels like. In the arena, the announcer proclaimed, "The victor of Stage 10, Aisha, please input the specific elemental attribute Tier 1 Extraordinary Crystal Core you desire into the device at the base of the stage. The Academy will subsequently deliver the rewards of this examination to your respective dormitories." While Yi Han was still entangled in his duel with Ning Binghan, Aisha had already triumphed over another newcomer, Huang Ming, on Stage 10. She had also achieved the fastest victory among the first-round newcomers. What had previously appeared as a cute round fireball to Yi Han transformed into a young oriental fire dragon upon entering battle, effortlessly defeating Huang Ming with a single fiery breath. A swift victory against Huang Ming, who was renowned as a top extraordinary being from Shuai City, left Yi Han puzzled as to how such a disparity could exist among first-tier practitioners. Listening to the discussions of the onlooking extraordinary students near Stage 10, Aisha simply smiled and hopped off the stage. "Did I make you proud, Auntie?" Upon descending, she eagerly sought to share her triumph with her aunt, Tian Huang. The moment Tian Huang saw Aisha's radiant smile, she was reminded of her sister, who had married far away in the Lika domain. Feeling a surge of affection, she affectionately ruffled Aisha's hair in encouragement. Well done, Aisha. Your mother was also a remarkable presence during her time at Tianlong Academy. Hearing that her mother had been a formidable figure during her youth at Tianlong Academy filled Aisha with excitement. So, she was that incredible? Indeed. During my time at Tianlong Academy, I was undefeated as well. This is a testament to the strength of our Tian family Beastmaster lineage. This is merely the beginning. You must not grow complacent due to a single victory. While encouraging Aisha, Tian Huang also reminded her to remain humble and composed. Aisha, however, was not one to let this advice dampen her spirits. Auntie, let's go see how Yi Han is faring. Clearly, the lively and extroverted Aisha was not heeding the counsel. Inputting her desired Tier 1 extraordinary crystal core, she eagerly pulled her aunt towards Stage 7. Aisha held a positive impression of Yi Han. Being outgoing, she had already considered him her first friend in Tianlong City. Upon arriving, she noticed a flurry of snowflakes around Stage 7. To her concern, Yi Han was being relentlessly pursued by Ningbing Han. Observing Yi Han's precarious situation, it appeared that he was under significant pressure from Ningbing Han. One was her first friend in Tianlong domain, while the other was a stranger. Despite Yi Han appearing to be at a disadvantage, Aisha did not forget to cheer him on. Go, Yi Han! You can do it! Her enthusiastic shout immediately attracted the attention of those around her. Isn't that Aisha, the Beastmaster who just defeated her opponent in one move at Stage 10? Does she know Yi Han at Stage 7? I was also watching the battle at Stage 10. Aisha is indeed strong, but it seems her friend Yi Han is doomed to lose, especially since his opponent is the formidable Ningbing Han. The state of abnormality is ultimately an auxiliary ability. How could an auxiliary ability user possibly defeat someone like Ningbing Han, who specializes in combat? The students gathered near the 7th arena were skeptical of Yi Han's chances. Xia Yinran, however, paid little heed to their discussions and cast a sidelong glance at Aisha. When had Yi Han, a native of Jiangbei City, become acquainted with Aisha from another realm? The thought that her first kiss had been taken from her by Yi Han made Xia Yinran inexplicably wary of Aisha, who also seemed to know Yi Han. That insufferable Yi Han. She resolved to inquire about his relationship with Aisha later. However, considering Yi Han's current predicament, Xia Yinran held little hope that he could triumph over Ningbing Han. The state of abnormality had already been detected and countered by Ningbing Han. And without the element of surprise to enhance his abilities, how could Yi Han's feeble effects of abnormality stand against her? It had only been 3 days. How much stronger could Yi Han's powers have become in that time? The thought of Ningbing Han unleashing her full might to pummel Yi Han, given their prior acquaintance, solidified her resolve. If Yi Han were to be beaten black and blue by her rival, she would offer him comfort, considering their month-long acquaintance. On the arena, Yi Han appeared to be desperately fleeing from Ningbing Han, whose ice element abilities had erupted, yet a few discerning observers recognized that he was not in dire straits at all. Each evasive maneuver was executed with ease, not forced to the brink of despair. Among those observing were teacher Su Yuwu and Tianlong Li's third-ranked Tianwang. Nevertheless, whether Yi Han could ultimately win remained uncertain until the final stages, especially since Ningbing Han had yet to employ her space stagnation technique. In the stands, teacher Jiang Wanqiu, who had orchestrated the match between Yi Han and Ningbing Han, noted that Yi Han's evasions were executed with remarkable composure. In stark contrast to the so-called desperation perceived by the first-tier ability users, it was as if Yi Han were playfully toying with Ningbing Han, akin to flying a kite. As the battle dragged on and Ningbing Han began to feel the numbing fatigue settling over her, Jiang Wanqiu, closely observing the fight, recognized Yi Han's potential. It seemed that Su Yuwu had not misjudged him. Yi Han indeed possessed remarkable capabilities, stirring within her a desire to personally mentor him. The gentle and refined Jiang Wanqiu found herself increasingly appreciative of Yi Han. Initially, her focus had been on the trio of Xia Yinran, Aisha, and Ningbing Han, whom she deemed the most promising among the new students based on years of teaching experience. Yi Han's state of abnormality seemed disappointingly mundane for an auxiliary ability. However, upon her close friend and colleague Su Yuwu's enthusiastic praise of Yi Han's talents and sharing of his battle video against Xia Yinran, she realized she had underestimated him. This was no ordinary auxiliary ability. The complete enhancement of the abnormal state could even surpass Xia Yanran, who wielded the time-stopping capacity of her golden lightning variant. This signified that Yi Han's state of abnormality had undergone a mutation, prompting her to arrange for his duel with Ning Binghan. As the teacher responsible for the new student examinations, Jiang Wanxiu held precedence in her choices. Although Yi Han had been introduced by her close friend, she doubted Su Yuwu would initiate mentorship, considering her colleague had never trained a student directly, preferring various other roles. Given Su Yuewu's unique background, it was understandable that she would be reluctant to take on an external student. Thus, Jiang Wanxiu felt no concern that mentoring Yi Han would hinder her friend's interests. In the arena, Ning Binghan, now in a state of ice element ability, should have been able to easily suppress Yi Han. Yet, as time passed and other arenas cycled through competitors, she still had not secured a decisive victory over Yi Han, which began to frustrate her. It was imperative to conclude this swiftly. With a newfound resolve to end the standoff, Ning Binghan ultimately decided to employ her most powerful technique, space stagnation. The chaotic snowfall and sharp violet sword energy surged towards Yi Han, enabling her to close the distance. Although he evaded her initial attack, she seized the opportunity to activate space stagnation at close range. The arena's vastness necessitated proximity for the technique's activation. However, inexplicably, she felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her as she initiated the technique. It was over. Yi Han's frantic evasion was futile. Surrendering was his only option. Once captured by Ning Binghan, he would be done for. Indeed, dragging this out only to be caught would lead to inevitable defeat. Her torturous style was merely a waste of time, vexing those who battled her. The first-year students below the arena failed to perceive Ning Binghan's exhaustion. Even Xia Yanran shook her head. An auxiliary ability user, after all, cannot easily outmaneuver a specialized combatant without prior strategizing. She prepared herself to comfort Yi Han as one would soothe a crying child, anticipating his imminent loss. Aisha felt regret as well. It just then, as Ning Binghan launched a violet sword strike to knock Yi Han from the stage, her legs buckled, causing her to collapse onto the arena floor. With her sudden loss of strength, Yi Han regained his mobility after breaking free from the space stagnation. At that moment, Ning Binghan felt as if her limbs were being jolted with electricity. Her hands and feet were unresponsive, and she found herself incapable of rising or utilizing her abilities. Moreover, she sensed her thoughts drifting into a realm of madness, as though her mind were being invaded by chaotic notions. The madness brought with it a surge of power. Yet now, paralyzed by electric shock, she could not harness her abilities. Instead, she found herself immobilized beneath the onslaught of multiple abnormal states. "What have you done to me?" Yi Han smiled wryly at Ning Binghan, who echoed sentiments once expressed by Xia Yanran, his expression revealing a hint of twisted delight. After toying with her for so long, it was finally time for him to counterattack. He too had imposed upon himself a state of madness that bore both negative and positive effects. Initially hesitant to activate the madness state, fearing that prolonged exposure might impair his judgment, he had waited to determine the victor before applying it, thus minimizing the negative impact for maximum advantage. As he gained a power boost, the fatigue toxin, paralysis, chill, and madness effects he had inflicted upon Ning Binghan, having brewed over time, synergized to enhance their potency. Consequently, Ning Binghan grew even more fatigued, cold, and numb, her limbs stiffening, her thoughts spiraling into chaos. She stumbled dizzily, collapsing heavily onto the arena floor, barely maintaining consciousness against the encroaching haze of the four abnormal states that had lingered within her for so long. How had Yi Han managed to amplify the effects of an auxiliary state to such an extent? Under the bewildered gaze of Xia Yanran from below the arena, Yi Han offered no explanations, striding directly towards Ning Binghan. Like a chick, Yi Han grasped Ning Binghan by the collar of her back. This shouldn't be happening. Yi Han had not secretly inflicted multiple abnormal states on Ning Binghan 7 days in advance. So how could he have possibly devised a strategy in such a short time that rendered her immobile? After a brief moment of confusion, Xia Yanran's mind birthed an absurd conjecture. Could it be that in merely 3 days, Yi Han's abnormal ability had experienced a significant enhancement? But how could that be? Under Xia Yanran's bewildered gaze, Ning Binghan, equally perplexed, was forcefully flung off the stage by Yi Han. The victor of the 7th arena was Yi Han. as Jiang Wanqiu announced Yi Han's victory from the stands. All the freshmen who had been skeptical of him fell into a stunned silence. A support-type ability user had triumphed over a battle-specialized ability user. Surely they had not misjudged the situation? They hadn't even comprehended how Yi Han achieved his victory, which was truly terrifying. No, don't do this, Yi Han. Have I lost? The outcome was determined, and the now-released Ning Binghan stood dazed and motionless. She had contemplated various scenarios regarding her opponent's strength for today's examination, but had never considered the possibility of defeat. In her eyes, she was undoubtedly the strongest among this year's freshmen at Tianlong Academy. Although Xia Yinran also found it perplexing how Yi Han's abnormal abilities could yield such evident results in just 3 days, she was not the one who had lost. She quickly regained her composure. Observing her rival's disheartened state, Xia Yinran, intent on exacerbating Ning Binghan's distress, seized the opportunity to strike. Even my subordinates and followers can't defeat you, and this is the result. Her words delivered a crushing psychological blow to Ning Binghan, who had always maintained a composed demeanor. Her icy gaze reflected a flicker of despair. Are you saying Yi Han has been defeated by you? Of course. Just before coming to the academy, we sparred, and he suffered a crushing defeat. The radiant smile on Xia Yinran's face belied her dark intentions, as she relished this rare opportunity to belittle Ning Binghan. How could this be? This revelation hit Ning Binghan harder than her loss to Yi Han, a reality she found intolerable. The more Ning Binghan suffered, the more joy Xia Yinran derived from the situation. Having battled for over a decade, there was no chance Xia Yinran would feel any guilt over this. Meanwhile, Yi Han was at the equipment, filling out his desired first-level wind element ability crystal core. In truth, he had little interest in Xia Yinran's bullying of Ning Binghan. However, he could not allow Xia Yinran to distort the truth and use him to undermine Ning Binghan. Since you have no sense of decency, do not blame me for exposing your scars, Xia Yinran. Yi Han organized his thoughts and approached Xia Yinran and Ning Binghan with a feigned expression of dissatisfaction. What are you babbling about, Xia Yinran? 3 days ago, you lost to me in Jiangbei City while trying to seize a spot at Tianlong Academy. How has it now turned into you winning against me? Yi Han's revelation caught Xia Yinran off guard, who was enjoying her moment of taunting Ning Binghan. Nearby, a group of first-year students, intrigued by this new development, turned their attention to Yi Han, Xia Yinran, and Ning Binghan. What was happening? Even Xia Yinran, who had previously blocked the door alongside Ning Binghan, could not compete with Yi Han? And why had Xia Yinran gone to Jiangbei City? As a direct descendant of the Xia family with guaranteed admission, she had no need to visit such a small place, right? Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Xia Yinran hastily signaled Yi Han with her eyes. We're friends. Why would you sabotage me like this? Quickly, save me, Yi Han. Speak up for me. Having spent a month together, Yi Han understood her unspoken plea. However, he refused. The price Xia Yinran paid for bullying Ning Binghan was dragging him down with her in comparison. Why should he assist her? No way. A self-serving, sunny girl should not be indulged. Yi Han shot Xia Yinran a look that conveyed his sentiments. How dare you say we are friends? Is it customary to belittle a friend to elevate yourself? Xia Yinran realized Yi Han was unwilling to help her. As the discussions around them grew increasingly outrageous, she began to panic. No, don't do this, Yi Han. With no other option, Xia Yinran resorted to fabricating stories while continuing to signal for Yi Han to keep quiet. I didn't visit you on purpose that time. That doesn't count. This morning, we sparred, and I won. Have you forgotten? Seeing Xia Yinran persist, Yi Han decided it was time for her to face the consequences of her actions. We didn't team meet this morning, did we? I arrived with teacher Suyu Miao on a plane and ran into Aisha along the way. Right, Aisha? Aisha, who had been enjoying the unfolding drama and analyzing the triangular relationship between Yi Han, Ning Binghan, and Xia Yinran, was caught off guard by Yi Han's sudden shift in focus. With her lively and outgoing nature, she simply affirmed, yes, I met with Yi Han at the airport, and we came to the academy together, where we immediately saw you fighting with Ning Binghan. To put an end to Xia Yinran's fabrications, Jean de Libre de Saisiblo. Teacher Suyu Miao, you are the head of this year's Tianlong Academy qualification examinations in Jiangbei City. Please clarify for everyone who won, me or Xia Yinran. As a teacher, Suyu Miao was reluctant to engage in the squabbles of the younger generation. Yet, with Yi Han's mention of her, She was compelled to respond. With her typically serious demeanor, she turned her stern gaze upon Xia Yinran. Young lady from the Xia family, cease your nonsensical talk. A loss is a loss. Apologies, teacher Su Yu Miao. I was merely joking with Ning Binghan, Xia Yinran confessed, realizing the gravity of her situation. Having recently been reprimanded by Su Yu Miao at the academy gate, even with her penchant for mischief, she dared not act out in front of her. As Xia Yinran acknowledged her lies were intended to provoke Ning Binghan, the nearby freshmen were left in stunned silence. Yihan had not lied, both prominent school flowers. Xia Yinran and Ning Binghan had indeed lost to him. What kind of monster was this? Was this the expected performance of an abnormal ability? Yihan's powers must be a variant ability rather than merely that of a support type. It had to be. I have never witnessed a support-type ability user with such formidable prowess in a one-on-one confrontation. In the future, when encountering him, do not be deceived by his seemingly supportive abilities. Soon, news of Yihan having defeated Xia Yanran before arriving at the academy spread among the first-year students at the arena examination site. Yihan undoubtedly emerged as the most talked-about figure among the first-year freshmen today, with discussions surrounding him far surpassing those concerning Xia Yanran and Ning Binghan, who had previously blocked the school gate. At this moment, Xia Yinran glared at Yihan, filled with resentment. Ever since encountering the infuriating Yihan, she had continuously faced setbacks. Cursed Yihan, I, Xia Yinran, will reclaim my honor one day. Yihan, on the other hand, wore a smile, pretending to be oblivious to Xia Yinran's anger. Even deliberately teasing the irate Xia Yinran, Yihan remarked, Xia Yinran, we are good friends. Surely you cannot be upset over the fact that your defeat at my hands has become common knowledge? Yihan and Xia Yinran, being kindred spirits with strikingly similar temperaments, made it nearly impossible to instill a sense of guilt in him, especially since the fault lay with Xia Yinran from the outset. Thus, her defeat was a matter of public record, and she had no one to blame but herself. In that moment, Yihan reveled in the satisfaction akin to the joy Xia Yinran had just arrived from tormenting Ning Binghan, delighting in the thought that Xia Yinran was on the verge of tears from anger. Previously overwhelmed, Ning Binghan had now regained her composure, adopting once more her aloof demeanor. Observing the playful banter between Yihan and Xia Yinran, she felt a flicker of appreciation for Yihan's efforts to expose Xia Yinran's malice. It seemed that Yihan was not the unremarkable companion she had initially presumed him to be. Perhaps he sought to combat evil with evil, for it was quite the challenge to subdue someone as troublesome as Xia Yinran. Contemplating Yihan's willingness to tarnish his own reputation to unmask Xia Yinran, Ning Binghan took the initiative to express her gratitude. Yihan, thank you for coming to my aid just now. Yihan, who merely wished to teach Xia Yinran a lesson, was pleasantly surprised to receive Ning Binghan's thanks. Naturally, he accepted her gratitude, intending to further provoke the usual tormentor. Xia Yinran. He turned to the cool and composed Ning Binghan with a subtle smile, responding, no need for thanks, Ning Binghan. I hope this can serve as an opportunity for us to clear up misunderstandings and attempt to be friends. Friends? Ning Binghan, who had scarcely ever made friends in her life, exchanged polite smiles with Yihan. Yihan, are you truly considering befriending my sworn enemy, Ning Binghan? I'm still here, you know. Xia Yinran's face flushed with indignation. The situation was about to become even more infuriating for her. To her astonishment, Ning Binghan, who had never had friends, actually agreed. We can give it a try. Xia Yinran could no longer maintain her usual demeanor of mocking others, her frustration causing her to tug at her own hair in exasperation. I arrived first. Whether it was getting to know my sworn enemy, Ning Binghan, or encountering Yihan in Jiangbei City, you two are already exchanging glances. How infuriating. In the arena, having bottled up her anger, Xia Yinran ascended the stage and unleashed a brilliant surge of lightning that rendered her opponent unconscious, collapsing on the arena floor. This marked the most violent showdown among first-year students thus far. The fallen student, enveloped in crackling electricity, appeared quite unsettling. All participants hailed from various regions of Tianlong domain, each a prodigy of supernatural abilities, yet the disparity in strength was astonishing. Today alone had witnessed several monstrous first-year students, including the otherworldly girl Aisha, Yihan, Ning Binghan, and the perpetually cheerful Xia Yinran. Initially confident before entering Tianlong Academy, It became clear to him that even among prodigious supernatural beings, significant differences existed. I refuse to believe I am truly inferior to them. Their abilities merely awakened earlier and appeared stronger. With time, I shall undoubtedly catch up and even surpass them. I am a late-blooming supernatural adept. The first-year students present felt a sense of defeat in light of the formidable performances by Yahan, Aisha, Ning Binghan, and Xia Yinran. Nevertheless, a few remained undeterred, believing that as their abilities evolved, they too would become increasingly powerful. Yahan, however, was indifferent to their thoughts. His sole ambition was to emerge as the strongest supernatural adept among this cohort of Tianlong Academy students. Regardless of who challenged him, he was determined not to yield. Such was his unwavering confidence. As the final arena matches concluded, the gentle and graceful Jiang Wanxiu addressed the audience. Dear first-year students of Tianlong Academy, as the faculty member responsible for your entrance examination, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. She continued, the purpose of this examination, aside from rewarding the victors, is to remind every student present that while you may have been the top supernatural prodigies in your respective regions, once you enter Tianlong Academy, even the slightest difference in talent will lead to a hierarchy. There are disparities even among prodigious supernatural beings. Any lapse in diligence could result in falling to the bottom, becoming the most inconspicuous student, unworthy of remembrance. However, the outcome of a single entrance examination does not define one's entire journey. Many past students of Tianlong Academy began their journey at the bottom, yet ultimately rose to prominence among their peers. I hope all Tianlong Academy students will remember to remain humble in victory and resilient in defeat, maintaining a diligent and dedicated attitude towards honing their abilities. For such qualities will lead to future achievements. With the entrance examination concluded, she thanked the students for their efforts and informed them that accommodations had been arranged. They simply needed to swipe their student identification at the apparatus before the arena to receive their dormitory assignments. Jiang Wanxiu's voice flowed gently like water, perfectly embodying her gentle and refined teacher persona. As she announced the end of the entrance examination, the students began to line up to obtain their dormitory information. Yahan received his dormitory details and, accompanied by Su Yuemo, proceeded toward the dormitory building. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Yuemo took the initiative to bid him farewell. I will leave you here, Yahan. You may enter on your own. Yahan felt immense gratitude for her guidance throughout his first visit to Tianlong Academy, especially as he noticed that other supernatural prodigies had arrived without any accompanying teachers. Only he had received Su Yuemo's meticulous attention. Yahan's character dictated that he would reciprocate respect shown to him. Given Su Yuemo's kindness, he would remember to express his gratitude in the future. However, before parting ways, Yahan grew curious about who his roommate would be for the next 4 years. So Lauscher, do you know who my roommate will be? When the subject arose, Su Yuemo recalled Jiang Wanxiu inquiring about Yahan's accommodations. She had mentioned Yahan to Jiang Wanxiu, which prompted the latter to ask her about arrangements related to him. Initially, she had intended to say it was fine to allow Jiang Wanxiu to decide. However, upon recalling the footage of Yahan's battle with Xia Yinran, she reconsidered. If these two cunning individuals were placed with other students, they would undoubtedly cause chaos. It was far more prudent to have Yahan, the sunny boy, room with Xia Yinran, the sunny girl. Though she knew in advance that Yahan and Xia Yinran would be roommates, Su Yuemo chose to feign ignorance. It was not my arrangement, nor did I specifically inquire. Is that so? Well, that is fine. Thank you, Su Lauscher, for accompanying me thus far. Until we meet again. Yahan did not dwell on the matter. After bidding farewell to Su Yuemo, he quickly settled into his dormitory, awaiting the arrival of his new roommate. Having resided with Xia Yinran for a month, he found himself rather reluctant to continue as her roommate. In contrast, he eagerly anticipated sharing a living space with Aisha. The vivacious and extroverted vixen would surely make for an engaging companion. However, the more he wished to avoid certain individuals, the more likely he was to be paired with them. Before long, he heard the unmistakable voice of Xia Yinran outside the dormitory. This must be the right room. He wondered who his new roommate would be, hoping fervently it would not be that detestable Ning Binghan. The door was ajar. Could it be that his new roommate had arrived early? Indeed, his roommate for the next 4 years turned out to be none other than Xia Yinran. To Yihan's astonishment, Xia Yinran did not pass by to enter the adjacent room, but directly stepped into his dormitory. Upon realizing that her roommate was Yihan, She too was taken aback. Yihan, it's you. Concurrently, the stern Su Miao had returned to her office at Tianlong Academy, collaborating with her close friend Jiang Wanxiu to manage the affairs of this year's new students. The caliber of this year's incoming class was notably high, especially with Yihan, the prodigious talent from Jiangbei City, who had truly impressed her. Jiang Wanxiu's admiration for Yihan brought a sense of joy to Su Miao, as she had intended to take Yihan as her very first student since joining Tianlong Academy. Wanxiu's endorsement of Yihan indirectly validated Su Miao's discerning eye. The boy indeed possessed remarkable talent, albeit with a somewhat flawed disposition. He was rather cunning, not at all resembling a typical teenager. However, Su Miao believed that with time spent at Tianlong Academy, Yihan would grow more composed and refrain from constantly seeking to showcase his cleverness. Su Miao generously expressed her appreciation for Yihan, yet she also shared her views on his character flaws, adopting a dialectical approach to evaluating him. Jiang Wanxiu had seen the video of Yihan and Xia Yinran shared by Su Miao and did not perceive it as a flaw. Rather, she found it to be an intriguing aspect of Yihan's personality, one that should not be stifled. If Yihan were to possess a temperament akin to Su Miao's, it would render him excessively rigid. Miao, I believe Yihan's playful nature is quite commendable. We must not stifle his inherently spirited soul. The same goes for Xia's child. They both possess intriguing spirits. I have a fondness for children with their own unique personalities. Su Miao did not entirely agree with Jiang Wanxiu's perspective, yet it did not hinder their friendship. As a resident of Tianlong Domain, she understood the importance of embracing differences while finding common ground. As she observed Yihan, the student she had chosen, receiving such high praise from her close friend, she felt elated. Nonetheless, Wanxiu's subsequent remarks left Su Miao feeling less pleased. Therefore, I have decided, Miao, not to squander your discerning eye. I intend to take Yihan under my wing and personally cultivate him into my most esteemed student. Su Miao seriously questioned whether she had misheard. Jiang Wanxiu wished to recruit Yihan, whom Su Miao had set her sights on as a student. Her serious demeanor furrowed into a frown. Wanxiu, whom did you just say you wanted to take as a student? Assuming Su Miao had been too preoccupied with paperwork to comprehend, Jiang Wanxiu reiterated with a gentle smile, Why, Yihan, the prodigy from Jiangbei City whom you brought back. I truly admire him and wish to nurture him myself. With Jiang Wanxiu's affirmation, Su Miao realized she had indeed heard correctly. In that moment, her pen slipped from her fingers, falling onto the desk, as her motivation to continue processing the new student files evaporated. She regarded Jiang Wanxiu as her dear friend. Yet now Wanxiu sought to take away the student she had painstakingly chosen. This is unfair competition. Whichever path Yihan chooses will lead to lifelong friendship. No, I cannot accept this, Su Miao declared, her frustration mounting. She was incensed that her close friend would attempt to snatch away the student she had finally settled on. Jiang Wanxiu, typically gentle in nature, was taken aback. She had never faced opposition from Su Miao when taking on students in the past. What had changed this time? Considering Su Miao's earlier mention of Yihan's flaws, Jiang Wanxiu winked at her. Oh, why the objection? Do you think this child has character issues? At Jiang Wanxiu's inquiry, Su Miao initially considered nodding in agreement, but ultimately felt compelled to express her own desire to mentor Yihan. Wanxiu, I had already decided to take Yihan as my student before bringing him to Tianlong. The office fell into a profound silence, so quiet that both women could hear each other's breaths. After a brief pause, Jiang Wanxiu, realizing the implications, glanced at the enrollment document where she had begun to write Yihan's name, pursing her lips. Does he know about this? Su Miao noted her friend's progress in filling out the enrollment form, but remained steadfast in conveying her intentions. After all, she had finally found a student she wished to cultivate personally and did not want to miss the opportunity. I do not know, but I trust that if I speak with him, he will agree, so this list. Had Su Miao claimed to have already spoken with Yihan, Jiang Wanxiu would certainly have crumpled the document and tossed it into the wastebasket. However, Su Miao's admission that she had not yet discussed it with Yihan left Jiang Wanxiu reluctant to relinquish the intriguing student. After all, it was rare to encounter such a fascinating pupil, and she did not wish to let him slip away. Historically, her recruitment of students had primarily served to fulfill the academy's quotas. Yet, Yihan was the most intriguing student Jiang Wanxiu had encountered in her years of teaching. To forego the opportunity to personally mentor him and experience the dynamic of their teacher-student relationship would be a regret she could not bear. Thus, she interrupted Su Yuemiao. Therefore, I must submit this list. Jiang Wanqiu's response caused Su Yuemiao's enchanting eyes to narrow slightly. Are you implying that you wish to take this child from me? Jiang Wanqiu noticed Su Yuemiao's evident displeasure, but chose not to retreat. This is not about taking. From our earlier conversation, it seems this child's temperament does not align well with yours. Does not align well? Su Yuemiao bristled at Jiang Wanqiu's assessment. How could her character be incompatible with Yihan's? She was not attempting to engage in a romantic relationship with the boy. She was merely aiming to mentor him. What did temperament have to do with it? Jiang Wanqiu continued. Your demeanor is too serious, while Yihan is lively and entertaining. If you were to train him to become the composed child you mentioned, it would indeed suppress his natural disposition. She concluded, in contrast, allowing Yihan to be with me would enable him to retain his interesting soul, rather than transforming him into a monotonous, rigid man. Upon hearing Jiang Wanqiu's reasoning, Su Yuemiao's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that I am too rigid? No, you are quite serious. It's merely that the Yihan you have nurtured may become a rigid man. Jiang Wanqiu gently refuted the notion that Su Yuemiao found Yihan to be inflexible. However, Su Yuemiao understood that Jiang Wanqiu was simply using a more emotionally intelligent expression. In a certain sense, rigidity implies a lack of adaptability. Even though Jiang Wanqiu asserted this, Su Yuemiao remained steadfast in her belief that Yihan would have a brighter future under her guidance. Wanqiu, your temperament is too gentle. Allowing Yihan to follow you will not keep him in check. It may even allow his negative traits to flourish unchecked, leading him down a more extreme path and in a grave trouble. This child should be with me, where I can cultivate him properly, ensuring his extraordinary abilities are not squandered while also fostering a more stable character. Jiang Wanqiu smiled, realizing that continuing to argue with Su Yuemiao would yield no fruitful outcome. Yuemiao, since neither of us can persuade the other, let us allow Yihan to decide for himself who he wishes to study under, shall we? Upon hearing Jiang Wanqiu's suggestion, Su Yuemiao, thinking of the increased likelihood of Yihan choosing her due to their closer interactions, agreed to the proposal. Very well, but if Yihan chooses me as his teacher, you must not cease communication with me. Indeed, regardless of whom Yihan selects, it shall not affect our cherished friendship. Jiang Wanqiu's gentle eyes narrowed with a glimmer of confidence regarding Yihan's potential choice of her as a mentor. After all, since her appointment at Tianlong Academy, she had consistently been the most popular female teacher there, a fact attributed to her graceful demeanor and stunning beauty. Little did Yihan know, due to the dispute over his teaching allegiance, the two most beautiful female teachers at Tianlong Academy were on the verge of a rift in their friendship. Tomorrow, he would face the monumental dilemma of choosing between the two. Yihan, your first-tier wind elemental ability crystal has arrived. At that moment, as Yihan rested in bed, he was unexpectedly greeted by Xia Yinran, who entered his room wearing a strawberry-patterned home t-shirt. As the door swung open, the soft glow of the living room illuminated Xia Yinran's fair, delicate thighs and bare feet. Her damp hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding a fresh allure akin to one who has just emerged from a bath. Yet, what captured Yihan's attention was not merely Xia Yinran's petite and radiant image, but the two pristine elemental ability crystals she held in her hands. One was a first-tier lightning elemental crystal, and the other a first-tier wind elemental crystal. Are you giving me that lightning elemental crystal too, Xia Yinran? How generous of you. In response to Yihan's half-joking remark, Xia Yinran did not react like an ordinary girl, pouting in displeasure at his lightheartedness. Instead, she relished this playful interaction with him. I wouldn't mind if you considered the wind elemental crystal as an apology for upsetting me in the arena today. While teasing Yihan, Xia Yinran sat down comfortably on his bed, as if she were at home, and tossed the first-tier wind elemental crystal to him. Let us absorb and cultivate our abilities together. After spending a month with Xia Yinran, Yihan felt a natural rapport with her. Receiving the wind elemental crystal, he immediately began to absorb and refine it for his own use. Xia Yinran did the same, promptly entering the absorption state with her first-tier lightning elemental crystal. As they continued to absorb the ability crystals, the aura of first-tier ability users enveloped Yihan and Xia Yinran, steadily rising. The energies of wind and lightning intertwined, creating an enchanting scene. They appeared as a pair of golden boys and jade girls, their serene presence evoking envy in those who beheld their harmonious cultivation together. In this mutual cultivation state, Yihan experienced a profound epiphany, awakening a novel abnormal state. The reverse wind abnormal state. This state could render opponents in a disadvantaged position, significantly impairing their speed. If combined with the coldness abnormal state that Yihan had previously comprehended, the deceleration effect would be even more pronounced. This was precisely the abnormal state he had aimed to understand from the outset. The purity of this first-tier wind elemental crystal exceeded his expectations, proving far more efficient than absorbing 6 chaotic attribute crystals. Tianlong Academy truly deserved its reputation as the premier academy for elemental abilities in the Tianlong domain. As he contemplated this, just as Yihan prepared to conclude his meditation and open his eyes, he discovered that he had seemingly awakened an additional unique abnormal state. In this state, his sensitivity to the wind elemental energy in the surrounding air heightened considerably. It felt as though, should he wish, he could condense the wind elements into tangible attacks, akin to a true wind elemental ability user. To validate this newfound sensitivity, Yihan abruptly opened his eyes. Xia Yinran, having completed her absorption before him, rested her chin on her hands while lying on his bed, occasionally lifting her fair legs in curiosity, observing the sudden surge of wind elemental energy surrounding Yihan. When Yihan suddenly opened his eyes and successfully condensed the wind blades, an ability typically unattainable for an abnormal state ability user, Xia Yinran's initially playful curiosity transformed into astonishment. How could an ability user whose strength lay in bestowing abnormal states on others manifest tangible wind blades? This was simply unbelievable. Was it possible that Yihan had awakened a hallucinatory abnormal state? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yinran still did not believe that an abnormal state ability user like Yihan could genuinely materialize wind blades. She speculated that what she witnessed was merely an illusion produced by Yihan's newly awakened hallucinatory state, casting a mirage upon her perception. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of this possibility. Xia Yinran poked the tangible wind blade Yihan had conjured. I know you've awakened a new abnormal state. Stop playing around and dispel the illusion you've cast on me. The realistic texture of the wind blade captivated Xia Yinran's sparkling eyes. As she playfully raised her legs, it became even more animated, perfectly mirroring her lively personality. Yihan, elated that he could finally execute tangible wind elemental attacks like a wind elemental ability user, chuckled at Xia Yinran's assumption that he was merely teasing her with an illusion. This is no illusion, it's a genuine wind blade. With a wave of his hand, the sharp wind blade swiftly sliced through the air towards Xia Yinran, severing a strand of her hair. Instinctively, Xia Yinran reached out to grasp the fallen hair, staring in disbelief as she examined it. So it isn't an illusion. You truly can condense tangible wind blades for combat? Yihan did not respond, but instead smiled and retorted, What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? As he posed the question, he utilized his heightened sensitivity to absorb the ambient wind elemental energy, condensing it into a new wind blade. The ability to execute tangible attacks, transcending his previous role of solely bestowing abnormal states upon others, was exhilarating. As he pondered, Yihan began to contemplate what name to bestow upon this peculiar, anomalous state. After a few moments, inspiration struck him. Let us call it Yining Gangxi Zingfu, he decided. At this moment, Xia Yinran's lively and delicate legs, which had been playfully swaying, ceased their movement. She blinked her enchanting eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Noticing Xia Yinran's curiosity about his abilities, Yihan, who was equally eager to understand the effects of Yining Gangxi Zingfu when applied to others, smiled at her. Do you wish to know? Just as Xia Yinran was about to nod, she recalled a familiar scene from a few days prior. In Yihan's room and on his bed, he had whimsically used her as a subject for experimentation due to her curiosity about his newly awakened state of madness. Although she enjoyed the playful banter and intimacy with Yihan, she certainly did not wish to be a guinea pig. If you dare to apply that nauseating, maddening state upon me again, I assure you, I will not let this go. With that, Xia Yinran sprang up from the bed like an agitated kitten, putting some distance between them while remaining vigilant. This comical scene amused Yihan. Xia Yinran, scared by a support-type ability user? That certainly does not suit you. Who is frightened? Just tell me how you managed to condense the wind blade. Although reluctant to be Yihan's experimental subject for this new anomalous state, Xia Yinran remained curious about how he could condense the wind blade. A thought sparked in Yihan's mind, and he realized he had a way to persuade Xia Yinran to cooperate as his test subject. Very well, I will speak plainly. It is because I recently absorbed a wind elemental ability crystal, awakening the Nifeng anomalous state, and concurrently, I also awakened an exceptionally unique anomalous state. Upon hearing Yihan mention an additional anomalous state, Xia Yinran, who had distanced herself, quickly moved closer, sitting cross-legged beside him, her ears perked up in anticipation. What is this special anomalous state? Yihan, amused by Xia Yinran's reaction, continued to guide her. The Yineng Gangxi Zhengfu anomalous state enhances my sensitivity to the elemental abilities surrounding me. Originally unable to condense the wind blade like a wind elemental user, through the heightened perception of wind elemental energy, have achieved the ability to condense the wind blade for attacks. As Yihan spoke, Xia Yinran's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly possible? The Yineng Gangxi Zhengfu anomalous state can sharpen one's elemental sensitivity? This was an unprecedented anomalous state. After a brief moment of shock, a thought formed in Xia Yinran's mind. Since this anomalous state can enhance Yihan's perception of abilities, allowing even a support-type user like him to execute physical attacks, what would happen if it were applied to her? Would her Jingguang Lei become even more formidable? Yihan's ability had already seemed to transcend a singular anomalous state. Anomalous states that provide power amplification and enhance elemental perception for better execution of abilities. These were purely beneficial effects, akin to a nurturing buff. The more she contemplated, the more she yearned to experience it firsthand, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yihan. Impossible. I do not believe you. You must be concealing something. If you wish for me to trust you, test the effects of your Yineng Gangxi Zhengfu on me. Only when I feel it will I believe you. While it seemed as though Xia Yinran was attempting to provoke Yihan, unbeknownst to her, he had intentionally left an opening for her to exploit. Earlier, she had been reluctant to be his experimental subject, but upon learning of the benefits of Yineng Gangxi Zhengfu, she was now eager to provide him with data on its effects when applied to others. Yihan, adopting a feigned displeasure to match her expectations, replied, "Who said I am deceiving you? I genuinely awakened the Yineng Gangxi Zhengfu anomalous state. If you do not believe me, I shall apply it to you right now." With a malicious grin hidden beneath a facade of anger, Yihan bestowed the Yineng Gangxi Zhengfu anomalous state upon Xia Yinran. In the next moment, her already extraordinary combat sensitivity as an ability user sharpened even further. With a look of wonder akin to discovering a new world, she perceived the elemental energy of thunder around her becoming vibrantly active. It felt as though she could absorb it, unleashing her Jingguang Lei with a potency greater than ever before. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yinran began to absorb the energy. Ah, how delightful! Yihan, do you know? My already acute perception has become even more attuned to the elemental energy of thunder. After absorbing the thunder elemental energy present in the atmosphere, I feel every inch of my skin and every cell brimming with the exhilarating essence of lightning. Every word Xia Yinran spoke was genuine. The application of Yineng Gangxi Zhengfu upon her elevated her to the pinnacle of the thunder elemental ability. The ecstasy of reaching the apex of thunder abilities was beyond description. It was beautiful. Yes, this was the feeling. I feel like the goddess of thunder, commanding the storm. More, Yihan. Increase your amplification of my elemental sensitivity. Yihan observed Xia Yinran's exhilarated state as she danced on her toes upon the bed, filled with joy. Though she didn't consciously wield her Jingguang Lei, the amplification caused her to emanate flashes of lightning, her eyes shimmering with golden thunder. The amplification effect had exceeded Yihan's expectations. Moreover, there was something peculiar that caught his attention. Xia Yinran's face was flushed. Her complexion, already radiant as a midsummer sun, appeared even more vibrant, reminiscent of a well-nourished woman in perfect health. This exuberance was excessive, was it not? Could the amplification of Yineng Gangxi Zhengfu upon others also induce side effects akin to a state of madness? In truth, it was not a side effect, but rather a testament to Xia Yinran's exceptional talent. Her ability perception already stood atop the pyramid, a combat specialist destined for greatness, provided she did not meet an untimely end. The additional amplification, however, had pushed her beyond the limits of human tolerance, causing her heightened sensitivity to become overwhelmingly acute. The result was a counterproductive effect. She now resembled an ordinary person with an allergic condition, reacting intensely to the slightest stimulus. As time passed and the amplification lingered, Xia Yinran gradually became aware of something amiss. Why does it feel as if my respiratory passages are filled with an exhilarating, lightning energy with every breath I take? Something is wrong. Why do I feel that any movement I make will send me into overexcitement? Oh no, stop. Yihan, I cannot take it anymore. At this moment, Xia Yinran's face was no longer just flushed. Her entire alabaster skin had taken on an extraordinary crimson hue. Yihan, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly withdrew the Yineng Gangxi Zhengfu. Yet even after its removal, Xia Yinran struggled to recover from the side effects. The delicate soles of her bare feet pressed against the bed, igniting sensations of warmth and itchiness, as if countless exceptionally sensitive tactile organs resided beneath her feet. Amplifying her heightened sensitivity, her soles felt unbearably itchy, and even speaking caused her throat to itch in a strangely delightful manner. Have you ceased this unusual state you've imposed upon me, Yihan? She pondered. A misstep caused her to stumble directly into Yihan's embrace. Initially, she thought that being in his arms would provide some relief, yet the overwhelming sensitivity of her skin intensified her delight. As she attempted to push him away, the extensive area of contact rendered her weak and helpless. Under Yihan's bemused gaze, Xia Yinran, overwhelmed by her excessive sensitivity to touch, erupted into a fit of silly laughter. Hee, this feels so wonderful and joyful. A hug, I need a hug. Moments later, amidst her incoherent babbling, she succumbed to a dizzying faint. 15. Must I choose only one teacher? Why can't I have them all? In the bathroom, Xia Yinran stood under the shower, her tender skin and petite, youthful figure partially concealed by the swirling steam, akin to being draped in a gossamer veil of water vapor. The warm water cascaded over her, evoking memories of the moments when Yihan had amplified her sensory perceptions. As she recalled her overwhelming sensitivity that led her to babble, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. That mischievous Yihan must have orchestrated this on purpose. The heat of the water left her cheeks flushed, making it difficult to discern whether her blush was due to embarrassment or the warmth of the bath. Lathering the shower gel, her hands glided over her neck, then down her alluring curves, past her legs to her delicate feet. The inexplicable need for a second wash filled her with a sense of defeat. Today, she had fallen into Yihan's hands twice, a most unacceptable occurrence for someone like her, who prided herself on controlling everything and delighting in the mischief of others. Yet, it had transpired. That infuriating Yihan, with 4 more years ahead, she refused to believe she could not outsmart him. One moment, she resembled an angry little kitten, fiercely jotting down notes against Yihan, and the next, her mood transformed as she reverted to her sunny, optimistic self. It was rare to encounter someone with whom she resonated so deeply. Although Yihan could be quite exasperating, she reveled in their playful banter, akin to a pair of delightful foes. The following day, Yihan arrived at the training facility, following the official notice from the academy to meet the designated teacher and training room. Room 7, with its entrance adjacent to Room 29, was familiar territory, as he had been guided by teacher Su Yu Miao yesterday and was not likely to get lost. However, without her guidance, he found himself struggling a bit. Hey, isn't that Yihan? A voice called out from behind, halting him. He turned to find a familiar, exotic beauty with golden waves and sapphire blue eyes. Wasn't this the new friend, Aisha, with whom he had conversed pleasantly the day before? Recognizing her, Yihan offered a polite smile. Indeed, quite a coincidence, Aisha. Aisha, unbothered by shyness, cheerfully winked at him. This room 29 is where I'll be receiving guidance and training today. Are you in room 28 next door, Yihan? Her alluring gaze seemed to flirt, but Yihan was certain she merely meant to greet a friend. No, it's a bit larger here. My training room is 7. I must continue searching. We can chat later, Aisha. Oh, I see. Let's talk later, Yihan. Aisha replied, slightly disappointed that he wasn't in the adjacent room. Before waving him goodbye and entering room 29, Yihan proceeded, following the room numbers in reverse, soon finding room 7. As he approached, he once again encountered a familiar figure. The cool and distant Ning Binghan emanated an aura that warned others to keep their distance as she gracefully approached him. Dressed in a military uniform of white and blue, adorned with striking golden epaulets, her presence was captivating. The flowing blue patterns of her pleated skirt danced as she walked, and the blue ribbons on her knee-high white boots added a touch of youthful charm to her commanding demeanor. This was the second time Yihan had seen Ning Binghan, and he was still taken aback by her ethereal beauty. As she neared, she quickly recognized him. "It's you." Her voice, as frosty as her demeanor, sent a chill through the air. Yihan smiled gently. "Ning Binghan, it's nice to see you again." As their eyes met, the memory of their previous encounter ignited a spark of competitive spirit within her, causing the unsheathed sword in her hand to emit a metallic resonance. Noticing her intent to engage him in combat, Yihan swiftly reminded her, "Ning Binghan, didn't we agree to be friends yesterday? Is that so?" Ning Binghan raised her icy brows, clearly having forgotten their agreement to be friends. How could she forget such an important promise? Yihan rubbed his forehead, bemused by her lack of memory. Observing his incredulous expression, Ning Binghan blinked, contemplating whether she had indeed agreed to be his friend. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "I apologize. I'll remember this time. We are friends now." Her tone was chilling, reminiscent of a glacial spirit. In truth, she did not wish to come across as so frigid, but her naturally cool demeanor rendered her unable to express warmth like Xia Yanran. Yihan, however, was not overly concerned, quickly regaining his smile. "It's all right. I'll be in room 7 today. Are you nearby, Ning Binghan?" Ning Binghan nodded, "Yes. I'm in room 8 next door." "What a coincidence. Shall we meet up during breaks?" Learning that she was just next door sparked Yihan's eagerness to invite the cool beauty to explore the academy together. Surprised by his invitation, Ning Binghan exchanged friendly glances with him, recalling how he had helped her avoid embarrassment at the hands of Xia Yanran, which solidified her decision. "Sure. I'll wait for you at your training room door after my session." As Ning Binghan, with an air of cool detachment, entered room 8 for training, Yihan, smiling, knocked on the door and stepped into room 7. Who would be the teacher responsible for guiding him in the cultivation of his extraordinary abilities over the next 4 years? In the midst of Yihan's eager anticipation, 2 enchanting female instructors appeared simultaneously in the spacious center of the extraordinary training room. One was Suyu Miao, a teacher he had encountered before in Jiangbei City. Upon seeing him, Suyu Miao regarded him with her usual composed demeanor. Dressed impeccably in a classic khaki blazer paired with a black shirt that seemed on the verge of bursting at the buttons, complemented by khaki professional trousers and sleek high heels, perfectly embodying the image of a capable and poised woman. The other was Jiang Wanqiu, the teacher who had overseen the entrance examination for freshmen the previous day. Clad in a delicate pink, knee-length dress that revealed her fair, smooth calves, her understated yet elegant attire radiated the gentle charm of a refined educator. Although both instructors were strikingly beautiful, their allure made Yihan feel somewhat bewildered. Which of these 2 lovely teachers would be responsible for guiding his extraordinary cultivation over the next 4 years? Li Yihan. Neither Jiang Wanqiu nor Suyu Miao was aware of who would ultimately take on this role. Despite his confusion, Yihan took the initiative to greet the 2 beautiful instructors. "Hello, Teacher Su, Teacher Jiang." Both instructors nodded in acknowledgement, and then exchanged glances, with Jiang Wanqiu explaining that both had chosen him for their mentorship due to his extraordinary potential. "Yihan, as both Suyu Miao and I are keen to personally cultivate your abilities, we found it impossible to persuade the other to step back, hence our simultaneous presence today. We hope you will choose one of us as your mentor for the next 4 years of your training, regardless of your choice. The other will not hold any resentment or make things difficult for you." Jiang Wanqiu's voice was soft and warm, reminiscent of a gentle stream, perfectly aligning with her graceful persona. As she elucidated their shared purpose, she exuded patience and a nurturing spirit typical of a dedicated teacher. A beautiful instructor with such gentle demeanor and patience was undoubtedly an ideal choice. However, Yihan also found Suyu Miao quite appealing. After all, she was the one who had personally brought him to the academy, showing him a degree of care. Though she appeared serious and reserved, Yihan sensed a genuine hines benat her compose d'interior. Moreover, Suyu Miao possessed a beauty that rivaled Jiang Wanqiu's. The unexpected selection of 2 distinctively charming teachers left Yihan unprepared, presenting him with a dilemma that made decision-making challenging. As his gaze shifted between the two exquisite instructors, he found himself increasingly reluctant to disappoint either. A bold notion crossed his mind. Why must he choose one over the other? Could he not have both and simultaneously benefit from the extraordinary educational resources offered by each? This would not only fulfill his own desires, but also allow both teachers, who recognized his potential, to remain engaged without feeling rejected. It was an ideal solution that seemed to promise mutual benefit. However, Yihan was acutely aware that such an outcome was somewhat unrealistic. Nevertheless, he was inclined to give it a try. So, Yihan, have you made a decision? Jiang Wanqiu's gentle voice flowed softly into his ears. Had it been someone else, they might have succumbed to her charm. After all, Suyu Miao maintained a serious expression throughout, betraying no emotion, making it clear that she was not one to be trifled with when students erred. Yet, Yihan had interacted with Suyu Miao before and knew her to be an exceptionally responsible teacher, albeit one who bore a resemblance to a stern father figure, perhaps even akin to the aloof Ning Binghan in her reticence. Noticing Rapul Hans contemplativa gaza. Suyu Miao assumed he was deep in thought regarding his choice and did not overthink it. However, she secretly hoped he would select her. As Yihan's attention turned to the warm and gentle Jiang Wanqiu, she radiated an aura of patience and kindness, effortlessly communicating with her charming smile. In contrast, Xia Yanran, under her guise, also exuded joy, her sunny demeanor reflecting boundless energy and enthusiasm, akin to the vibrant summer sun, infused with youthful positivity. Jiang Wanqiu's smile, however, resembled the gentle warmth of a winter sun or the first breath of spring, embodying the unique patience and understanding of an elder sister. As both Jiang Wanqiu and Suyu Miao waited patiently, Yihan remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. To be chosen by two such beautiful and formidable instructors is genuinely overwhelming. However, I find myself at a loss, as I know so little about either of you. Rather than deciding hastily, could you perhaps share your respective strengths with me? It would help me understand better before making my decision. Upon hearing Yihan's polite and cautious words, Jiang Wanqiu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. You certainly have a way with words, making it seem as though you are the teacher and we are merely here to interview for the role of your instructors. Lightly teasing him, she found his cautiousness amusing, considering him a child with an interesting spirit. However, you are correct. It is a bit unfair to expect you to choose without knowing us. Allow me to introduce myself. With confidence radiating from her gentle features, Jiang Wanqiu began to recount her credentials. Since my arrival at Tianlong Academy, I have consistently ranked as the most popular teacher according to student votes, outpacing the second place by a wide margin. My popularity is not solely based on appearance. It arises from my ability to communicate effectively with students and my gentle teaching style. Even students who are not in my classes seek my advice on challenges related to their extraordinary cultivation or daily life. For those I mentor, I meticulously tailor a training plan that best suits each individual. Moreover, becoming my student comes with additional benefits. Not only will you receive my guidance, but you will also gain insights from talented senior students. Should you express interest after graduation, I can assist you in connecting with resources from senior students, facilitating your integration into the core organizations of extraordinary practitioners across Tianlong domain. Listening intently to Jiang Wanqiu's detailed account of the advantages of studying under her, Yihan felt a surge of desire. If Jiang Wanqiu spoke truthfully, she would undoubtedly be an exceptional mentor. Casting a glance at Suyu Miao, who maintained her usual serious expression, Yihan noted that she showed no inclination to dispute Jiang Wanqiu's claims. He affirmed that what Jiang Wanqiu said was indeed true. This only intensified Yihan's desire to take Jiang Wanqiu as his mentor. Embracing such a formidable figure would undoubtedly spare him years of unnecessary detours. However, he yearned for it all. Teacher Su, what about you? At last, it was Su Yumo's turn. Despite her seemingly calm demeanor, it appeared she had meticulously prepared her words. In truth, after listening to Jiang Wanqiu's adept self-introduction, she felt a profound sense of inadequacy. For everything Jiang Wanqiu articulated was indeed factual and highlighted her advantages as a teacher who had never taken on students. Compared to Jiang Wanqiu's abundant success or her gentle teaching style, Su Yumo felt utterly overshadowed. Yet, she did not want to relinquish Yihan, the student she had personally brought from Jiangbei City. Observing that Su Yumo did not respond immediately, but instead fell into contemplation. Yihan could hardly stifle his laughter. This serious, unyielding teacher, who dared to publicly reprimand the school beauty, seemed momentarily captivated by Jiang Wanqiu's introduction. Indeed, Su Yuemo's reaction revealed an unexpectedly charming contrast. This was precisely the amusing facet of Yi Han's personality. He always managed to find joy in every situation. Jiang Wanqiu was also keenly observing Su Yuemo. She was not at all surprised by her best friend's reaction. "Apologies, Yuemo, but I have decided on Yi Han." Since her arrival at Tianlong Academy, Jiang Wanqiu had become the most beloved teacher among the students, and she was confident that Yi Han would choose her. Subsequently, Su Yuemo, after much contemplation, delivered a self-introduction consisting of merely 3 words, which confirmed Jiang Wanqiu's victory in her eyes. "I am strong." Huh, did I hear that correctly? Although Yi Han recognized that Su Yuemo's overly serious demeanor might hinder her eloquence, he found it hard to believe that after all that contemplation, she had only managed to utter those 3 words. After a brief pause, doubtfully, he asked again, "Teacher Su, what did you just say?" Clearly unaware of how inadequate her self-introduction was, Su Yuemo replied coolly, "I am strong." Upon hearing those 3 words once more, Jiang Wanqiu noticed Yi Han struggle to contain his amusement. She couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration for her best friend. Ironically, she believed that her own 3 words, which had taken so long to formulate, held significant weight. What is so funny? Yi Han could no longer hold back his laughter and burst out. He swore he had no intention of laughing, but Su Yuemo's obliviousness was indeed amusing. Who said serious people could not bring joy? Teacher Su Yuemo was a living testament to the contrary. "Not much, Teacher Su. May I ask how many students you have taught before?" Quickly regaining his composure, Yi Han decided to inquire more specifically. As soon as he asked, he received an honest reply from Su Yuemo. "You are the first. You have no experience in teaching a student's cultivation of abilities?" Yi Han looked at Su Yuemo in surprise, then glanced at Jiang Wanqiu in confusion. Jiang Wanqiu, understanding the unspoken question in Yi Han's gaze, kindly clarified. "Though Yuemo joined Tianlong Academy the same year as I did, her area of expertise differs from mine, and she indeed has never taught a student until now. You are the first she wishes to accept." Most individuals would have chosen Jiang Wanqiu upon learning the truth, yet Yi Han felt a sense of honor. The fact that teacher Su Yuemo, after so many years, had chosen him indicated that he possessed some charm. Su Yuemo did not refute Jiang Wanqiu, but seemed to realize that her lack of experience might deter Yi Han from choosing her. She hastily added what she believed to be her advantage. "As long as you are willing to become my student, I will wholeheartedly nurture you over the next 4 years. Though I may lack experience, I am very responsible. Being responsible for students is a fundamental principle for any teacher, not something to boast about." Teacher Su Yuemo. Yi Han thought to himself, suppressing his laughter, knowing he wouldn't dare voice such sentiments that might provoke the clearly anxious Su Yuemo. This marked the first time Jiang Wanqiu witnessed her typically serious best friend becoming flustered over a student. Yet, Su Yuemo's urgency to maintain her serious demeanor was an unexpectedly delightful contrast. Yi Han felt a deep resonance with this sentiment. Those favored often act with audacity. Yi Han proceeded to the next phase. Regardless of whether he could achieve the perfect outcome both teachers desired, he intended to reap the benefits. Abnormal state advancement. Wind domain and lightning domain. Both teachers, in my eyes, you are exceptional ability instructors. However, merely discussing your respective strengths feels rather superficial. Perhaps we should change the topic. If I were to take you both as my mentors, what tangible benefits could I expect in my cultivation today? Both Su Yuemo and Jiang Wanqiu were somewhat taken aback, surprised that Yi Han did not choose outright, but continued to inquire further. After a moment, it was Jiang Wanqiu who spoke first. "Yi Han, if you choose me as your teacher today, the curriculum I have planned will involve further developing your understanding of the wind element's abnormal state. Did you not absorb a first-degree wind element ability crystal core yesterday? Today, I will provide you with 3 additional ones to deepen your comprehension and insight into the wind element." As she spoke, Jiang Wanqiu took out 3 pure first-degree wind element ability crystal cores from her ability space. The pure wind elemental power contained within them made Yi Han's eyes gleam with desire. Although he had already developed a new reverse wind abnormal state and an ability perception enhancement abnormal state, This did not hinder him from absorbing pure wind element ability crystal cores to further enhance the effects of his existing wind element abnormal state, achieving evolution and transformation. Noticing the eagerness written all over Yihan's face, Jiang Wanxiu smiled faintly. So, Yihan, would you like to be my student? Such resources of ability crystal cores will be plentiful in the future. Before Jian could respond, Sujumo interjected, Jian. Here are 3 pure first-degree lightning element ability crystal cores as a welcome gift from me as your teacher. I also have a detailed plan for your future ability cultivation to ensure you experience significant growth both in character and ability. The combined offerings of 3 wind element ability crystal cores and 3 lightning element ability crystal cores from the 2 teachers presented an undeniably generous welcome gift to Yihan. This only heightened his desire to concurrently possess the resources of both teachers. Tentatively, he asked again, both teachers, please don't rush. I can sense your sincerity in accepting me as a student, but I would like to first confirm the effects of the ability crystal cores before making a decision. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanxiu and Su Yuemo exchanged glances. If these ability crystal cores were used by Yihan, and he ultimately chose someone other than themselves, would that not be a loss? Both were apprehensive about Yihan's proposition. However, driven by their eagerness to take him on as a student, neither was willing to concede, and they both ultimately relented. I have no objections. You may absorb these 3 first-degree wind element ability crystal cores, Yihan. I have no objections either. Having successfully obtained the exceptional ability crystal cores with the assistance of 2 esteemed teachers, Yihan was elated. How delightful it is to reap benefits. However, he maintained a respectful demeanor, expressing his gratitude with utmost sincerity. Thank you, esteemed teachers, for your generous gifts. I shall now absorb and refine them. With that, Yihan promptly settled into a meditative position, entering a state of refining and absorbing the elemental abilities from the wind and lightning crystal cores. Observing Yihan's eagerness to embrace his training, Jiang Wanxiu could not conceal her admiration for this young talent. His innate gifts were remarkable, and his enthusiasm for cultivating his abilities was commendable. Surely, he would achieve great success in the future. On the other hand, Su Yuemiao maintained a serious expression. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and, while attentively monitoring Yihan's progress, shared her thoughts. He is indeed impressive, yet he requires proper guidance. He is still but a child, but in 4 years as a man, he must embody maturity, composure, reliability, and responsibility. Hearing Su Yuemiao's aspirations for Yihan's character development, Jiang Wanxiu smiled gently, choosing silence over words. If Yihan were to study under her, she would undoubtedly ensure he retained his vibrant spirit. She had no desire for him to transform from an intriguing boy into a rigid, conventional man. Such a man would lack charm. As an instructor of exceptional abilities, it is vital to not only nurture the student's powers, but also to care for their holistic development. In Jiang Wanxiu's view, Su Yuemiao's temperament was ill-suited to guide Yihan. Nonetheless, if Yihan chose Su Yuemiao after his training, she would not forcibly prevent him from doing so. It would merely be a pity that she could not claim him as her own student. While the 2 teachers harbored their thoughts, Yihan diligently absorbed the ability crystal cores gifted by Jiang Wanxiu and Su Yuemiao. As time passed, the aura of his abilities steadily ascended, concurrently causing his previous adverse states to undergo a transformation. The state that hindered his speed began to evolve into a beneficial tailwind domain, marking a metamorphosis and evolution. Yihan attentively sensed that whenever he and his adversaries found themselves within this tailwind domain, he would receive a positive enhancement to his speed, while his enemies would suffer a negative impact. This relative velocity created a more pronounced effect on his foes. Furthermore, any entity he deemed an ally within the tailwind domain would receive a beneficial boost. His confidence in this observation stemmed from the fact that, despite his closed eyes during the absorption process, he could still perceive the presence and specific locations of Su Yuemiao and Jiang Wanxiu. Thus, he utilized them as a basis for testing the advancement of his extraordinary state. As high-level practitioners themselves, the 2 teachers were unlikely to be harmed by his experimental endeavors. Given their character, they would not mind such testing, as their intent to accept him as a disciple was rooted in a desire to cultivate his strength. As Yihan had anticipated, Su Yuemiao and Jiang Wanxiu quickly sensed that he was imposing his extraordinary state upon them. Su Yuemiao furrowed her brows in seriousness, thinking, this boy is treating us as test subjects. Jiang Wanxiu attentively analyzed the effects brought about by Yi Han's tailwind domain. This sensation seems different from a typical extraordinary state. Did you notice how her speed momentarily slowed, but then slightly increased again? This is indeed a positive enhancement of speed. Indeed, it appears that the 3 ability crystal cores you provided have activated a transformative evolution of his already mutated state, resembling a domain's capacity, Su Yuemiao concurred. But her analysis sparked a tinge of unease within her. The fact that Yi Han was absorbing both her and Jiang Wanxiu's crystal cores, leading to the evolution of the wind elemental extraordinary state into a domain, raised concerns about his potential choice after training. Su Yuemiao's worries were entirely unfounded. In truth, Yi Han was also acutely aware of the elemental forces of thunder and lightning in his surroundings. However, he first sought to test the precise effects of the tailwind domain. Once he grasped the capabilities of this newly evolved state, he began to assess the outcomes of the advanced paralysis state. This experimentation transformed a small area around him into a lightning domain akin to the tailwind domain. Both he and those he recognized as allies would gain a boost in the power of their lightning elemental abilities, while his allies would experience an increased success rate in applying paralysis effects when using lightning attribute abilities. Even those without lightning-based attacks would benefit from the lightning effects while unleashing their skills within the domain. Conversely, enemies within the lightning domain would find the paralysis effects intensified, acting more swiftly and severely than standard paralysis states. With the seamless transition between the tailwind and lightning domains, Yi Han's aura oscillated effortlessly between the ruler of gales and the sovereign of lightning. Upon completely absorbing the crystal cores without further enhancement, he swiftly concluded his training and opened his eyes. The moment he did, he noted that Jiang Wanxiu and Su Yuemiao were both focused on him. Jiang Wanxiu reminded the exhilarated Yi Han that it was time for him to make a choice. You must have decided whom to select by now, haven't you, Yi Han? Returning to the question of which teacher to choose, Yi Han wished he could continue to reap benefits. However, he merely entertained the thought, knowing that prolonging this would likely alert both teachers to his intentions. Faced with this dilemma, and reveling in the joy of having 2 teachers, Yi Han boldly voiced his audacious idea. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Su, you are both truly exceptional educators who have treated me with great kindness. I feel that choosing one would inevitably hurt the other. Therefore, how about this? May I simultaneously study under both of you? This way, I can grow in accordance with Teacher Jiang's aspirations while also adhering to Teacher Su's developmental plans, sparing both of you the embarrassment of rejection. In the future, should I achieve any success, both of you will become exemplars admired by other educators. A win-win situation. The mischievous Xia Yanran was again concocting schemes. Hearing Yi Han's proposal to have both teachers, Jiang Wanxiu and Su Yuemiao were taken aback. After a moment of silence, it was Su Yuemiao who spoke first. A rare occurrence. You little rascal. You're being clever, scheming to extract every benefit before proposing this. Perhaps this was your intention from the start. Unmasking Yi Han's cunning calculations, Su Yuemiao's tone bore a hint of displeasure. As the older of the 2, she felt somewhat embarrassed to have been outsmarted by this young boy. Jiang Wanxiu, however, was not particularly upset. Instead, she found Yi Han to be an extraordinarily fascinating student. Moreover, Su Yuemiao's disgruntled demeanor hinted at an opportunity for her to monopolize Yi Han's attention. Yuemiao, it's only the first day of class, and you already harbor dissatisfaction with this child, indicating a significant mismatch in your compatibility. Since that is the case, allow me to teach him. I find his previous thoughts quite interesting. Su Yuemu might reconsider her stance due to Jiang Wanxiu's words, but Yi Han is uncertain. Nevertheless, he does not wish for Su Yuemu to abandon him. He desires the guidance of 2 teachers. Fortunately, Su Yuemu's subsequent resolute words dispelled Yihal's doubts. Given his somewhat mischievous nature and penchant for teasing, it is indeed my responsibility to mentor him personally, ensuring he develops a more stable character in the future. Jiang Wanxiu sighed, realizing that her plan to have Su Yuemu voluntarily relinquish Yi Han had failed. Are you certain you wish to accept Yi Han's proposal of having 2 teachers? Just to clarify, I am in agreement. I will never forfeit the opportunity to nurture this child due to his whimsical desires. Upon being questioned by Jiang Wanxiu, Su Yuemu fell silent once more. Frankly, she does not wish to share her student, Yi Han, with anyone. Since he has chosen her as his mentor, he should rightfully be her direct disciple, receiving her full guidance. Even her closest friend would not warrant sharing Yihan. However, it seems she must concede to Yihan's proposal if she wishes to be his teacher. Yihan, were you jesting when you expressed your desire for 2 teachers? This is no jest. I genuinely do not wish to see either of you, such wonderful teachers, saddened by my choice. Yihan firmly insisted on this proposal. Now that Jiang Wanqiu has consented, it is merely Su Yumu's agreement that remains. Even if Su Yumu ultimately cannot accept, he has done his utmost and left the rest to fate. His concern for not wanting to upset his teachers is merely a facade. He is simply greedy for the resources of both teachers. No, I am serious. Although his ulterior motives were exposed by Su Yumu's candid nature, Yihan would certainly not admit it. Flattering and silver-tongued, he may possess some talent, yet his character leaves much to be desired. Su Yumu, as an elder teacher, suddenly transformed into a sharp-tongued critic, playfully exposing Yihan's shortcomings, which prompted Jiang Wanqiu to stifle a laugh. One might think Su Yumu and Yihan were classmates. What kind of teacher berates a student in such a manner? Knowing Su Yumu well, Jiang Wanqiu detected an undertone of compromise in her seemingly disdainful remarks about Yihan. Yet, Yihan was oblivious. He believed Su Yumu intended to abandon him. So, does this mean you are not planning to accept me as your student, Teacher Su? In truth, Yihan holds great fondness for Su Yumu. After all, she has taken great care of him, personally escorting him to the academy. He would certainly feel regretful if such an opportunity slipped away. Just as he feared he had gone too far, Su Yumu, with a firm tone, declared, "Your talent is exceptional. If your character leads you astray and endangers the world, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire Tianlong domain. Relying solely on your Jiang teacher's disposition cannot contain your mischievous inclinations. For the future of the Tianlong domain, I will acquiesce to your audacious request this time. But this shall not be a precedent." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqiu's gentle face revealed a knowing expression. After a brief moment of astonishment, joy illuminated Yihan's features. In a burst of excitement, he rushed forward and enveloped the respected teacher Su Yumu in a hearty embrace. "Wonderful, Teacher Su. I knew that since you personally brought me to the academy and cared for me so much, you would never easily give up on me." This was the first time Su Yumu had ever been embraced by a male student in such a manner, despite being significantly older and typically serious and composed. She found herself at a loss. "Release me at once, you child. How can a student embrace their teacher like this? Teacher Su, I am merely expressing my admiration and respect for you, with no other intentions." Yihan released her at the appropriate moment, speaking from the heart. Had it not been for his desire to benefit from both teachers' resources, he would have undoubtedly chosen Su Yumu first, as she had shown him kindness before arriving at the academy. After all, despite Jiang Wanqiu's gentleness, they had not previously interacted enough to warrant a definitive choice. Initially, he assumed Su Yumu would distance herself from him due to his greed, yet now that she had returned, he could not help but feel elated. Jiang Wanqiu also recognized that, for the time being, Su Yumu held greater significance in Yihan's heart. As one of Yihan's instructors for the next 4 years, Jiang Wanqiu felt no jealousy at all. In fact, she playfully teased her dear friend. "Yumu, you claim Yihan is overly cunning and may stray off course. Yet I see a child who is quite splendid, merely because you personally brought him to the academy. He remains ever grateful and fond of you," his stern teacher. Su Yumu, still flustered by Yihan's earlier embrace, could not help but roll her eyes at Jiang Wanqiu's teasing. "You are quite chatty. The way Teacher Su feigns indifference is rather charming." Yihan delighted in observing Su Yumu's flustered demeanor, feeling quite pleased. Of course, he would not voice his inner thoughts. The vivid memory of Ning Binghan and Xia Yan Ran being schooled by Su Yumu's iron fist lingered. He had no desire to experience her wrath himself. While Yihan savored the joy of gaining the approval of 2 beautiful teachers, Ning Binghan had been waiting outside for quite some time. Even Xia Yan Ran had come looking for him after class. Upon discovering that Ning Binghan was waiting outside Yihan's training room, Xia Yan Ran, still flustered from Yihan's earlier ability amplification, concocted a mischievous plan. She intended to take full advantage of Yihan's ability amplification to embarrass Ning Binghan, ensuring she would not be the only one to suffer. Imagining Ning Binghan, normally so composed, rendered vulnerable and blushing under the effects of the ability amplification. Xia Ran felt a wave of satisfaction. It was settled. She would ensure Ning Binghan made a fool of herself this time. Just wait and see if she dares to continue opposing me. Let me experience it too, Yihan. What a coincidence. Are you waiting for Yihan as well? Ning Binghan. Xia Ran strolled leisurely over, her face adorned with a trademark sunny smile. Upon noticing Xia Ran approaching, the typically aloof Ning Binghan merely cast a cold glance in her direction, showing no desire to engage in conversation. Xia Ran, undeterred by Ning Binghan's indifference, cheerfully patted her shoulder. From this day forth, the gap between us shall officially widen. Ning Binghan, the days of our rivalry are over. I owe it all to Yihan's unusual state from yesterday, which enabled my strength to leap to new heights. With that, Xia Ran feigned a nonchalant demeanor, as if she would no longer regard Ning Binghan as her strongest competitor, and turned to leave. Although Ning Binghan understood Xia Ran's cunning nature, she could not help but feel provoked by her words. If Xia Ran truly experienced a qualitative leap in strength, then she would indeed find herself at a disadvantage. This was something Ning Binghan could not allow. She would never permit her strength to fall below that of Xia Ran. What is this abnormal state? The fish has taken a bait. While internally strategizing, Xia halted her steps, exuding an air of unwavering confidence that seemed to overshadow Ning Binghan. I am uncertain of the specific terminology for this abnormal state, but under the influence of Yihan's unique condition, my sensitivity to the elemental aura of thunder attribute abilities in the surrounding environment has heightened significantly. Last night, utilizing this state, I gained profound insights into my golden lightning abilities. Do you understand why I dare to disclose this to you? It is because of my strong bond with Yihan. He will undoubtedly stand by my side, and even if you were to learn of this, he would never offer you, an outsider, a more conducive environment to comprehend the ZG Bing abilities. This is merely the beginning. The gap between us will only widen, and you are no longer worthy to be my rival. After delivering this declaration with absolute confidence, Xia playfully gestured to her lower eyelid, making a cute and cheeky face. I relinquish my claim. Regardless of how much you interact with him, the only one who can truly connect with him is I. Xia. With one final jab at Ning Binghan, Xia nonchalantly departed. Watching Xia retreating figure, Ning Binghan maintained her icy demeanor, yet curiosity stirred within her. Could Yihan truly induce an enhanced perception of abilities? If so, perhaps she too could do the same. Is Ning Binghan waiting for me? It seems you finished class before me. How long have you been waiting? The sound of Yihan's release from class brought Ning Binghan back to reality. Just as she was about to respond, she noticed Jiang Wanxiu and Suyu Miao following closely behind Yihan. She had seen Suyu Miao with Yihan yesterday, while Jiang Wanxiu oversaw the new student examination. Moreover, due to her duel with Xia at the entrance, she had faced severe consequences from Teacher Su. Although puzzled as to why two teachers emerged from the room where Yihan received his ability training, she greeted them with her usual cold voice. Hello, teachers. Suyu Miao, known for her serious demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement but offered no further words. Jiang Wanxiu, on the other hand, enjoyed engaging with students, even if she wasn't their direct instructor. Isn't this little Ning Binghan? Are you here to see our Yihan? No need to be nervous. Both Suyu Miao and I will be Yihan's ability instructors, so you will have many opportunities to meet us in the future. It's free time after class now. You and Yihan can take your time to play. We'll be on our way. Her voice was gentle as water. And after exchanging pleasantries with Ning Binghan, Jiang Wanxiu left with Suyu Miao. Once they were out of sight, Ning Binghan spoke again. Yihan, is what teacher Jiang Wanxiu said true? Are both she and teacher Su your instructors for ability training? Yes, teacher Jiang isn't lying. Yihan admitted without reservation. Remembering his agreement with Ning Binghan to explore Tianlong Academy after class, he added, let us go. Ning Binghan, let us wander around the academy together. Ning Binghan did not decline, as she had been waiting for this very moment. However, during their stroll, thoughts of Xia earlier words lingered in her mind, making her quite concerned about whether Yihan could genuinely amplify ability perception. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to broach the subject. After all, Xia was not wrong. Despite having just met Yihan, she was merely a newly acquainted friend. Would Yihan truly confide in her about such matters? Noticing a flicker of emotion in Ning Binghan's typically serene eyes, Yi Han smiled gently. Ning Binghan, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Prompted by Yi Han. Ning Binghan hesitated before nodding. Do you possess the ability to enhance perception of abilities? Although he had anticipated that Ning Binghan might have something to ask, Yi Han did not expect her to pose this question directly. Thus far, only Xia Yinjin, who lived with him, knew about his development of the ability perception amplification state. After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Han inferred that Xia Yinjin must have informed Ning Binghan. Did Xia Yinjin tell you? The cool and composed Ning Binghan non-committally nodded. As they continued their leisurely stroll through Tianlong Academy, she patiently awaited Yi Han's next words. I can indeed enhance it, but why are you so curious about this? Xia Yinjin hasn't been filling your head with nonsense, has she? Yi Han suspected that Xia Yinjin had ulterior motives. This woman likely harbored some scheme to trick others, and he needed to be cautious. She mentioned that your ability perception amplification effects are quite apparent, allowing her to perceive the thunder elements more keenly. May I also experience this? Upon hearing Ning Binghan's honest and cool request, Yi Han recognized Xia Yinjin's true intention. She sought to utilize Yi Han's abilities to allow Ning Binghan to experience the effects of enhanced perception. Naturally, Yi Han would not allow Xia Yinjin, who appeared bright and sunny but harbored dark intentions, to manipulate the situation. No, there are side effects. You likely wouldn't be able to handle them. He thought this would dissuade Ning Binghan, but he underestimated Xia Yinjin's influence over her. Convinced that Xia Yinjin had not misled her, Ning Binghan desired to leverage Yi Han's ability amplification for more effective training to deepen her understanding of ZG Bing abilities. She even began to think that Yi Han's refusal implied he believed her talent to be inferior to Xia Yinjin's. If Xia Yinjin could withstand it, surely she could as well. How will I know unless I try? Yi Han, please let me experience it. The once cool and collected school beauty was losing her composure, and Yi Han, now relegated from a figure of prominence to a troubled youth, sighed after Ning Binghan persistently pleaded for the experience. All right, but let me make it clear. If anything goes wrong, you cannot blame me. After issuing a disclaimer, Yi Han came to terms with the situation. He felt that relying solely on Xia Yinjin as a test subject might yield biased data. Since Ning Binghan was eager to experience the enhancement state, he would oblige her. Perhaps it was true that only Xia Yinjin reacted this way. Other ability users might not experience any side effects, just as he did not. Unaware of the traps set by Xia Yinjin, Ning Binghan treasured this rare opportunity to avoid being left behind. Don't worry, even if side effects occur. That will be my own concern, and I want to hold you accountable. Behind a nearby tree, Xia Yinjin watched Yi Han and Ning Binghan with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. This time, Ning Binghan, let us see how you maintain your icy demeanor after constantly opposing me. Although her plan had yet to fully unfold, Xia Yinjin began to celebrate prematurely. Under her watchful gaze, Yi Han soon activated the ability perception amplification state for Ning Binghan. As time passed, Ning Binghan, much like Xia Yinjin the previous night, felt a surge of elemental aura related to her abilities enveloping her. A chilling essence surrounded Ning Binghan, causing the temperature in the small area centered around her to plummet dramatically. Yi Han currently embraces the mindset of gathering specific data on abnormal states through experimentation. He promptly inquires of Ning Binghan, how do you feel? Have you sensed a more vibrant presence of ice elemental energy in the air compared to your usual perception? In response to Yi Han's question, Ning Binghan nods. She can distinctly perceive that the ice elements in nature are more readily manipulable than before. Her abilities have indeed undergone a comprehensive enhancement, rendering her perception remarkably acute. As time progresses, this sensation intensifies. She had believed her innate talent for ice elemental abilities was unparalleled, but today, with Yi Han's augmentation, she realizes her previous assumptions were mistaken. Every inch of her skin, every organ, every drop of blood, even the simple act of breathing, evokes a far more profound resonance with the ice elements than before. Without any deliberate gathering of ice elemental energy, she is already enveloped in a chaotic chill. It feels as though she is the queen commanding all ice elements, and they willingly respond to her call. In addition to the amplification of her powers, Ning Binghan makes another discovery. The recovery speed of her abilities, propelled by heightened sensitivity, pales in comparison to the overall enhancement. Last night, Xia Yinran experienced a similar effect. but she did not ponder the implications of recovery speed. Ning Binghan, eager to share her newfound insight with Yihan, exclaims, "I've noticed the speed of ability recovery has also accelerated." Yihan's eyes brighten at this revelation. It appears that not only he benefits from faster recovery, but others can too. He takes note of this and continues his observations. After a while, Ning Binghan, whose demeanor is typically icy and composed, finds her cheeks inexplicably flushed. It is not due to any burgeoning affection for Yihan, but rather the overwhelming impact of the enhanced perception of her abilities, which has pushed her beyond her usual limits. Her heightened sensitivity ignites an unusual excitement within her. Despite her efforts to suppress the side effects she has begun to experience, she feels this is a natural phenomenon. She even contemplates practicing her Ziji Bing abilities in this state, propelling her into an uncontrollable phase faster than Xia Yanran did the previous night. What is happening to me? I've never lost my composure like this. Her skin, now overly sensitive, begins to warm and flush, mirroring her reddened face. Can Xia Yanran truly cultivate in such a state? Am I truly inferior to her? Is it only I who suffer from these side effects? In this state of heightened sensitivity, Ning Binghan, usually reticent, finds herself more talkative than usual. The restrained expression she cultivated as an aloof girl begins to crack, revealing a glimpse of joy that is uncharacteristic of her demeanor. No, I cannot lose. How could I possibly lose? But I truly cannot conduct myself normally in my cultivation. Having gathered enough data, Yihan realizes the true motivation behind Ning Binghan's insistence on experiencing the augmentation of her abilities. Xia Yanran had manipulated her desire to outdo her, deceiving her in the process. Yihan swiftly withdraws the enhancement and confronts Ning Binghan, exposing Xia Yanran's deceit. "You have been misled by Xia Yanran, Ning Binghan. She experienced the same effects as you last night and could not endure them either. Her claims of being able to cultivate in this state were merely an attempt to embarrass you." As this realization dawns on her, Ning Binghan understands she has fallen for Xia Yanran's trap. However, she finds herself unable to regain control, even as Yihan retracts the enhancement. Her overly sensitive perception keeps her in a state of heightened excitement. The more she struggles to maintain her usual icy demeanor, the more her flushed cheeks betray her, leading her to break into an uncontrollable smile and collapse into Yihan's embrace. Hidden in the shadows, Xia Yanran is laughing uncontrollably, in broad daylight, among countless first-year students. Ning Binghan's icy image has shattered. Just as Xia Yanran predicted, passers-by gaze incredulously at the sight of the blushing Ning Binghan, giggling in Yihan's arms. Isn't that Ning Binghan? Just yesterday, she appeared so distant, as if keeping everyone at bay, and now she is nestled in the arms of her rival. Yihan? How can this be the same Ning Binghan renowned for her aloofness? Wow, in less than a day, Yihan has transformed the cool school flower Ning Binghan like this? What an extraordinary feat. Yet, as the discussions continue, more onlookers regard Yihan with judgmental eyes. Ning Binghan's pristine image has indeed crumbled, as Xia Yanran had hoped. However, Yihan finds himself unwittingly entangled in a conflict that was meant to be between two school flowers, becoming the scapegoat for public opinion. In this moment, Yihan realizes the precariousness of his situation. Ah, so Xia Yanran was waiting for me. What a clever scheme to strike two birds with one stone. Not only did she ensnare Ning Binghan, but she also dragged me into a downward spiral of public scrutiny. He has underestimated this woman's cunning. Yet, Yihan is mistaken. Xia Yanran's intentions were solely to target Ning Binghan, without any desire to involve him. This was merely an unintended consequence. "Suyu, please come to my office." Is it a reflection of twisted human nature or moral decay? The illustrious figure of Yihan, who shone during the freshman exams, harbors a hidden penchant for the unwholesome. Alas, the noble and pure Ning Binghan has been sullied. While Yihan may appear handsome and gifted in abilities, who would have thought him capable of such behavior? Even if Ning Binghan holds feelings for him, he ought not to publicly humiliate her. What a scoundrel. I possess shocking insider information about Yihan and Ning Binghan, rumored to have been engaged in a master-servant game for years, with the aloof school flower merely a submissive plaything in front of him. The unexpected incident from the day has spiraled into rampant rumors by dinner time, weaving a mystique around their relationship with various versions emerging. "Xia Yanran, if I catch you, I will surely teach you a lesson." Lying on his bed, Yihan is enveloped in frustration. A promising star of the Tianlong Academy, He has inexplicably been labeled a troubled youth with psychological issues. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the open door of his room draws Yi Han's attention, and he is met with the sight of Ning Binghan, her hair still slightly damp. Her cool visage still bore traces of moisture, with droplets lingering on her skin. Dressed in a petite halter dress that barely reached a third of her thighs, her fair and slender legs were complemented by delicate, rosy feet adorned in bear-patterned slippers. In contrast to her usual frosty demeanor that kept others at bay, Ning Binghan appeared more endearing this evening, having changed into a refreshing loungewear after her bath. Politely knocking thrice on the door, she approached Yi Han, carrying a pink bag containing her clothes from earlier in the day, and slowly took a seat beside him. "I apologize for the trouble today," she stated. Without the enhancement of her ability, her gratitude towards Yi Han lacked the depth of emotion it might have otherwise conveyed, reverting to her typically aloof manner when speaking. However, this did not indicate a lack of sincerity in her appreciation. It was merely her accustomed state of cool detachment. Yi Han understood this aspect of Ning Binghan and did not take offense at her emotionally flat tone, regardless of whether she was pleased or displeased. "What trouble are you speaking of?" "We were both ensnared by Xia Yinran," he shrugged, having already devised a plan for retribution against her. Though he had granted Ning Binghan his understanding, she still felt that she bore significant responsibility. Had it not been for her insistence on experiencing the enhancement of her ability, Yi Han would not have been subjected to the rumors circulating among first-year students, tarnishing his reputation as a problematic youth. Ultimately, her gullibility in believing Xia Yinran's deceit had led to this predicament. It was Ning Binghan who had been targeted by Xia Yinran. Although her image as the cool school belle had been shattered, the sentiments from her peers leaned more towards sympathy. Kunbashilu Yi Han, who should not have been embroiled in this affair, became the principal victim of the tumult stirred by Xia Yinran, facing numerous misunderstandings from other students. Yi Han, burdened by the weight of these rumors and seeking to protect her image as the school belle, had promptly brought her back to the dormitory for refuge. Ning Binghan had not forgotten this favor. In truth, she had overthought it. Yi Han was likely more concerned about his own reputation being further sullied if they lingered outside. To mitigate the damage, he had simply taken her along to seek safety. "I'm sorry, Yi Han. What kind of compensation do you desire?" Seeing Ning Binghan so invested in the matter, Yi Han could not help but chuckle. "What compensation? I already mentioned it's not your fault, and you owe me nothing. But if you insist on compensating me, a kiss would suffice." He intended it as a light-hearted jest between friends, a way to ease her guilt. To his surprise, Ning Binghan began to ponder his words earnestly. "I was joking about the compensation. Really, there is no need for that. Don't take it seriously, Ning Binghan." However, unbeknownst to him, his playful remark only strengthened her resolve to repay him. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Binghan suddenly turned, her sweet lips gently brushing against his. The initial cool sensation faded into the warmth of their contact, and even though it was merely a fleeting touch, the complexity of that moment lingered in Yi Han's mind. Ning Binghan's kiss mirrored her personality, externally frigid yet internally passionate. "Is this sufficient?" she inquired, pulling Yi Han from his reverie. Observing her composed demeanor post-kiss, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly at her purity and allure. "That's enough," he affirmed, and with his approval, the weight of guilt in Ning Binghan's heart began to dissipate. "I shall return to my dorm now. Thank you for taking care of me while I was napping this afternoon." After bidding farewell to Yi Han, she departed. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Xia Yinran, who was lurking nearby. Instead of feeling vindicated, Xia Yinran's expression was now one of indignation. "That insufferable Yi Han, not only did he steal my first kiss, but he also dared to kiss my rival." Though she longed to confront Yi Han, she understood that revealing herself would only provoke his ire further. For her own safety, she chose to remain hidden, hesitating to return home. Shortly after Ning Binghan left, Yi Han received a voice call request from Su Yuemo. Confused as to why she sought him at this hour, he answered the call. "Su teacher, you called for me?" Upon answering, he was met with Su Yuemo's stern voice, clearly suppressing her anger. "Yi Han, come to my office at once." Before he could inquire further, she abruptly ended the call. "What is going on?" Yi Han wondered, sensing her agitation and puzzled that he had done nothing wrong. Initially, he found Su Yuemo's reaction rather perplexing. However, recalling the rampant rumors about him and Ning Binghan circulating throughout Tianlong Academy's social network, he began to connect the dots. "Damn Xia Yinran, it's all your fault. Su teacher must have misunderstood due to those rumors. In the office where Su Yuemo and Jiang Wankyu were present, Yihan stood beside Su Yuemo, feeling the pressure mount. Do you know why I called you here? Her simple yet loaded question exuded the authoritative weight of a teacher. Meeting her serious gaze, Yihan took a deep breath. Su teacher, it's not about the rumors regarding me and Ningbing Han, is it? Acknowledging that he was somewhat self-aware, Su Yuemo delved straight into the matter. Her displeasure evident. Since you're aware, then kindly explain to me what transpired. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone and displayed a photograph for him to examine. In the image, Ningbing Han appeared flushed and languid in Yihan's embrace, her usual icy demeanor entirely absent, her gaze vacant and foolishly smiling. It seemed as though Yihan had intentionally altered her state. This photograph, naturally, had been captured by students passing by earlier in the day. Yihan had also stumbled upon it while browsing the social network that afternoon, realizing it was the source of the disturbing rumors, branding him as a psychological deviant who had rendered the cool school belle into a foolish girl. Yihan felt despondent. This is truly not my fault, Su teacher. I have been framed. Hearing his claim of being framed, Su Yumo's expression softened slightly, although her disappointment remained. If Yihan had indeed been wronged rather than straying from the right path, she would stand by him. Yet, she did not fully trust his words. To ascertain that he was not lying out of fear of punishment, she continued her inquiry. You claim you were framed. What evidence do you have? Jiang Wankyu, who was present as an observer, leaned in, offering reassurance. Don't be nervous, Yihan. If you truly were wronged, both Su teacher and I will support you. Yihan felt a warmth from Jiang Wankyu's kindness. With her presence, he felt less burdened facing the usually stern Su Yuemo. He then recounted the events following his awakening of the ability enhancement, detailing everything that had transpired between Xia Yanran, Ningbing Han, and himself. Moreover, he revealed everything he learned from Ningbing Han about Xia Yanran's attempts to seduce her. Upon grasping the full context of the situation, Su Yuemiao realized that she had misunderstood Yihan. This child had not strayed onto a misguided path. Rather, it was the mischievous antics of the young lady from the Xia family. Although this was solely Yihan's account, lacking further witnesses or evidence, Su Yuemiao chose to place her trust in him. The reason for her conviction stemmed from her keen observation of Xia Yanran's anxious demeanor while secretly tailing Yihan near the office door. Jiang Wanshou also sensed Xia Yanran's unease lurking outside. She too decided to believe in Yihan. I had a feeling there must be a misunderstanding, right? Yuemiao, did you see how your intense gaze frightened Yihan? Did my stare truly appear so terrifying? Su Yuemiao, feeling normal despite Jiang Wanshou's comment likening her gaze to a death stare, skeptically inquired about Yihan. Yihan wished to affirm this, but was acutely aware that admitting it would lead to dire consequences today. For the sake of his future happiness over the next 4 years, he reluctantly denied it. Of course not. Su Laosher's gaze is as bright and beautiful as the moon. I adore your eyes the most, Su Laosher. Jiang Wanshou stifled a laugh, unable to contain herself. She could sense Yihan's intense desire to survive. As Su Yuemiao listened to Yihan's flattery and Jiang Wanshou's suppressed laughter, she understood that her earlier expression, which she deemed inconsequential, was indeed frightening to others. Particularly Yihan. It became evident that her lack of experience in teaching students had hindered her ability to relate to them. Not wanting her dear friend to continue witnessing her shortcomings in connecting with students, Su Yuemiao dismissed Yihan. Yihan, regarding the rumors about you and Ningbing Han, both your Jiang Laosher and I will handle them. You should return and rest well, and don't let this matter affect you. Finally, having clarified matters, Yihan felt a sense of relief. All right, I shall take my leave. Shortly after Yihan departed, Xia Yanran, caught by Su Yuemiao, emerged from the office, sulking and nursing her sore forehead from the heavy blow. That hurt. Su Laosher was even more ruthless today than yesterday, though she grumbled. Xia Yanran was aware that Yihan's reputation had indeed suffered because of her actions. Whenever she attempted to tease Yihan, she ended up being caught in her own trap, and when she intended to avoid trouble, she inadvertently dragged him along. With a resigned sigh, Xia Yanran strolled along the college pathway, hesitant to return to her dormitory. She feared that upon returning, she would face Yihan's reprimand following Su Yuemiao's chastisement. She recognized her wrongdoing and felt guilty. Moreover, she had seen Yihan's poor reputation on the Tianlong Academy social network, realizing that her actions had gone too far. Surpassing mediast. It seems tonight I shall have to sleep on the streets. As the night deepened, Xia Yinran felt distressed about not returning to her dormitory. She initially thought she could endure the night until Yihan had calmed down. However, as the night wore on, curled up near the dormitory building, she could not resist yawning. Glancing at her phone, she saw it was already 2 a.m. Feeling drowsy, Xia Yinran murmured to herself, Yihan should be asleep by now, right? If I just make a little noise when I return to the dorm, I shouldn't wake him. As for tomorrow's matters, I will address them then. Driven by fatigue and a sense of hope, Xia Yinran decided to return to her dormitory for a proper sleep. The world is vast, but nothing compares to a good night's rest. Quietly, she opened the dormitory door, tiptoeing in with a guilty conscience, and gently closed the door, fearful that any noise might rouse Yihan. The dormitory was eerily quiet, so silent that Xia Yinran could hear her own erratic breathing and heartbeat. Please be asleep. Please be asleep. Repeating her silent prayer for good fortune, she cautiously moved deeper inside, glancing around in the dim light. Confirming with the faint moonlight that Yihan's door was firmly shut, she felt a measure of relief. It seems he really is asleep. Didn't he expect me to return in the middle of the night? Opening her own door, Xia Yinran continued to tread lightly. Only after locking her door and, in the dark, reaching for the light switch to illuminate her room, did she finally feel at ease. Ah, I can finally enjoy a peaceful sleep. Speaking softly to herself, Xia Yinran turned her gaze toward her comfortable bed, only to be startled by the familiar figure that appeared in her line of sight, her anxiety surging once more. This person was none other than Yihan, whom Xia Yinran least wanted to face after her misdeeds. No way. Yihan has been waiting here for me? This is unfair. Xia Yinran felt the urge to cry, yet she managed to force a smile that was more pitiful than tears, attempting to play it off. You're still awake, Yihan? Hearing the guilty tone in Xia Yinran's voice, Yihan, who had been waiting all night, let out a cold smile. Xia Yinran, do you wish to surrender willingly, or shall I assist you in your surrender? Faced with Yihan's ultimatum, Xia Yinran, though aware of her fault, was reluctant to face punishment. However, in an effort to lower Yihan's guard, she endeavored to adopt a pitiful expression, conveying her remorse. I am sorry, Yihan. I truly did not intend to prank you today, so I choose to. Smash WARUDO. Time froze. Thinking she had devised an impeccable plan, Xia Yinran even made a face at Yihan. But just as she had finished celebrating her victory, she suddenly realized that her sensory abilities had become exceptionally acute without her awareness. So acute that the moment she slightly activated her powers, she felt an overwhelming sense of pleasure. Clearly, she had fallen victim to the enhancement of Yihan's abilities, and it had been for quite some time, hence the overwhelming side effects. When exactly did this happen? The only interaction they had besides greeting each other that morning was this very moment. It was impossible for her to have entered such a vulnerable state so rapidly. Thud! Before she could ponder this further, she collapsed to the ground. The time freeze had not succeeded. This is the end. As she gazed up at Yihan's towering figure, gradually obscuring the light above her, Xia Yinran truly began to cry. Could you please make the punishment lighter? No. With Yihan's merciless refusal, Xia Yinran faced the price of her mischievous deeds that had ensnared two individuals, plunging into darkness. 23. Surrender, Xia Yinran. When Xia Yinran awoke once more, she found herself still in her bedroom. However, her hands and feet were firmly bound to the corners of the bed with various lace items from her wardrobe. Yihan sat at the foot of her bed, wearing a bemused expression, observing her. As a radiant girl with an angelic face, Xia Yinran possessed a natural charm. In her current immobile state, she did not struggle nor curse. Instead, she seized the moment, casting a pitiful gaze toward Yihan at the foot of her bed. Yihan, please spare me. I am quite irritable right now, Xia Yinran. Yihan revealed a benevolent smile, seated comfortably as he observed the theatrics of Xia Yinran, who had been captured after her misdeeds. This woman relished in games, and he was more than willing to indulge her. Upon sensing Yihan's considerable ire, Xia Yinran feigned vulnerability, her charming visage blushing like a beautiful sunset. Just a few days had passed since he had stolen her first kiss, and had they already progressed to this juncture? Surely, there ought to be a delightful and sweet courtship preceding such developments. This was rather abrupt. She felt unprepared for the suddenness of it all. The fluttering of her heart caused Xia Yinran to bite her lip. Wasn't this a tad too sudden? No, not at all. Yihan did not perceive it as sudden. After all, Xia Yinran had caused him considerable distress during the day. Thus, a measure of retribution seemed entirely justified. In his view, he was being quite lenient, merely administering a slight reprimand. Anyone else would never have treated Xia Yinran with such leniency. She should be grateful. With this thought in mind, Yihan retrieved a soft white feather from his spatial abilities, prepared for just this occasion. As he was about to use the feather to tease the tender soles of Xia Yinran's feet, her unexpected words halted him. "Then please be gentle. I fear pain." What nonsense was this? Xia Yinran had already been captured by him. If she continued to spout such absurdities, he was merely going to tickle her feet, a minor punishment. How could that possibly hurt? Was this sunny girl concocting another scheme? Unable to grasp Xia Yinran's line of thought, Yihan decided to proceed with his intended punishment. To his surprise, Xia Yinran began to speak nonsensically again. "You better be prepared. After tonight, many obstacles will arise between us." Yihan sensed something was amiss. Fearing he might inadvertently fall victim to another one of Xia Yinran's tricks as he had during the day. To avoid a setback, he resolved to inquire further. "What obstacles?" A mischievous rogue. Upon hearing Yihan's inquiry, Xia Yinran's cheeks blushed even deeper. Bound to the bed, her delicate feet occasionally tensed and then relaxed, reflecting her inner turmoil. She bit down on her alluring, crimson lips. "You know, I do not know. I implore you, Miss Xia, to be explicit, deliberately so, absolutely intentional." She hoped for her to express it with an enticing shyness. At this moment, her blushing had spread beyond her face, painting her alluring ears a deep crimson. "It is the obstacles from my family. After tonight, my father and other family members will undoubtedly cause you endless trouble. In short, brace yourself. Our future may be quite challenging. However, as long as you remain steadfast and true, I will do my utmost to assist you. If you endure until I take command of the Xia family, all our hardships will eventually bear sweet fruit." If Yihan had not discerned Xia Yinran's thoughts by this point, he would be exceptionally foolish. It seemed this young lady had misinterpreted him, believing he was overly angered by the events of the day and intended to retaliate in a certain manner. They had been conversing about entirely different matters. Yihan found himself both amused and exasperated. This young lady from the Xia family possessed quite the imagination. Having grasped the situation, Yihan ceased to worry about any hidden tricks from Xia Yinran and proceeded with his planned retribution. In mere moments, Xia Yinran's imagined drama of the privileged young lady's romantic woes was shattered by the ticklish sensation on her feet. "Haha, that tickles so much. Yihan, why are you suddenly tickling me? You're making me laugh to death." She was utterly bewildered. Why was Yihan using a feather to tickle her feet? Hadn't he promised to connect with her on a deeper level? Could it be that she had misunderstood? Could it be that Yihan's so-called punishment was simply this? Xia Yinran's mind was racing. Within mere seconds, her laughter erupted, and she realized she had completely misconstrued Yihan's intentions. He had not sought to engage in a domineering romance, making her experience the realities of marriage before enjoying the pleasures of courtship. Instead, he merely aimed to punish her. However, she had not anticipated that Yihan's form of punishment would evoke laughter rather than pain. "No, Yihan, what kind of punishment is this? Are you trying to make me die from laughter? Ha ha ha. Wait, even though tickling my feet is indeed very ticklish, why are my soles so much more sensitive than usual?" Tears of laughter nearly streamed down her face. She swore this was no ordinary tickling punishment. Yihan had undoubtedly employed other methods to enhance her sensitivity to tickling. Xia Yinran's instincts had proven correct. Yihan had indeed amplified her sensitivity using his abilities. Realizing that she was not completely oblivious, Yihan shared his thoughts on testing his new power while simultaneously punishing Xia Yinran. "Your perceptions are accurate, Xia Yinran. First, I commend your insight." As he twirled the white feather in his hand, he leisurely revealed the truth. "Do you recall my ability to amplify perception? Today, you utilized this ability to entrap both me and Ningbing Han. Now that I have captured you, I intend to administer a fitting punishment. However, to prevent you from becoming overly sensitive and fainting from my powers, I have made a slight modification. I will only enhance the sensitivity of your feet, so they will be acutely aware of the energies around you. The side effect will make you more sensitive to all sensations over time. This is the unique punishment I have crafted for you tonight. Do you like it, Xia Yinran?" As Yihan slowly divulged the truth, Xia Yinran understood why she felt more ticklish than ever. She longed to cry, yet the overwhelming ticklishness made it impossible. "Iliku, Yan, ah, quickly put down the feather. Stop tickling me. I concede I was wrong. Having feigned defiance for a moment, Xia Yanran soon relented, unable to withstand the unbearable ticklishness. However, Yihan's punishment would not cease merely because she pleaded for mercy. To deal with this cunning and mischievous sunny girl, he needed to see the punishment through to the end, ensuring she understood that no matter how clever she thought she was, he would always prevail. Though only Xia Yanran Sauls had experienced the heightened sensitivity, she could hardly endure the prolonged, tickling punishment. Before long, as her delicate feet, now damp with sweat from accepting punishment, relaxed from their earlier tension, Xia Yanran succumbed to laughter and fainted. It tickles so much, please stop. Yihan appropriately retracted the feather, standing above the defeated Xia Yanran, and unbound one of her hands. He then playfully posed with a peace sign, capturing the moment beautifully on his phone. Finally, Yihan opened the chat box with Ningbing Han and sent over the good news with the accompanying image of the culprit being apprehended. Having completed this task, Yihan yawned, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. At last, he could enjoy a restful slumber. Jiang Weiqiu, go out and experience the world, little Yihan. Yihan, why did you send my punishment photo from last night to Ningbing Han? She is my sworn enemy. Why would you assist her instead of me? This is infuriating. Early in the morning, Yihan was awakened by the thunderous roars of Xia Yanran, brimming with resentment. With a lazy yawn, Yihan stretched and finally climbed out of bed. As he rubbed his sleepy eyes, Xia Yanran was already thrusting her phone screen into his face. The screen displayed the scissor hand photo he had taken for Xia Yanran last night, accompanied by Ning Binghan's brief declaration of victory. I won. 3 simple words, devoid of emotion. The animosity between Ning Binghan and Xia Yanran rendered the former a formidable adversary. You're still laughing at me. Xia Yanran Sudkid besida Yihan, her small lips pouting towards the heavens. You brought this upon yourself, Yihan retorted, disregarding Xia Yanran's spoiled demeanor as he headed to wash up. Dressed in a pink home t-shirt adorned with strawberry patterns, Xia Yanran followed him, still filled with indignation. As Yihan brushed his teeth, he caught sight of her glaring at him in the mirror, filled with resentment. The initiative had been hers, yet she could not bear the consequences. Yihan relished the joy derived from Xia Yanran's plight, harboring no sense of guilt. After finishing their morning routines, Yihan proceeded to seek out Suyu Miao and Jiang Weiqiu for today's guidance and training in extraordinary abilities. By midday, Yihan successfully advanced from the early stage of a first-tier practitioner to the mid-tier level during his training session. He could distinctly sense the enhancement of his extraordinary aura compared to the early stage. Upon witnessing Yihan's successful progression, Suyu Miao, who typically maintained a serious demeanor, allowed a rare, faint smile to grace her lips. That will be all for today, Yihan. Remember to solidify the foundation of your newly attained mid-tier abilities upon returning. Thank you, esteemed teachers. I will not neglect my training. Yihan plead, feeling elated. Just as he prepared to depart, Jiang Weiqiu called out to him. Little Yihan, wait a moment. I have a favor to ask you. Yihan turned to Jiang Weiqiu, intrigued. What is it, Teacher Jiang? In response to Yihan's inquiry, Jiang Weiqiu retrieved a silver invitation card with a mechanical texture from her extraordinary space. Upon seeing the card, Suyu Miao understood Jiang Weiqiu's intentions for Yihan, yet refrained from revealing them, silently observing. This is an invitation to a mechanical engineer exchange meeting organized by the Mo family of Tianlong. Although I am not an engineer, one of my former students is from the Mo family, and she sent me an invitation hoping I could attend. I had no intention of declining, but I have an urgent matter to attend to today, so I must ask you to represent me. Little Yihan, you have an urgent matter and cannot go. So you want me to attend? Yihan gazed at the invitation card being presented to him with surprise. To be honest, he would have been quite willing to accompany Jiang Weiqiu to broaden his horizons. However, being sent alone, especially as an uninvited guest, seemed rather daunting. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to run this errand for your teacher? Jiang Bakius, Jalla Inki Interrupta Republica del Yemang, Hanstuds. Of course not. Then take this invitation, have lunch, and go for me afterward. I will send you the address. With that, Jiang Weiqiu insisted on placing the invitation in Yihan's hands as if it were a golden opportunity for him to experience the world. Yihan sighed, realizing he had little choice in the matter. Nevertheless, before leaving, he posed a question. Teacher Jiang, will someone be there to meet me and guide me since I'm unfamiliar with the area? Jiang Weiqiu smiled in response to Yi Han's inquiry. Oh, how could I forget to mention? I have already arranged for your senior, who just graduated this year, to meet you there. Senior? What is her personality like? What is her name? Rest assured, your senior has promised to warmly welcome you. Her name is Mo Kursin, and she was quite the prominent figure at Tianlong Academy before graduation. Montak Keksin. I shall remember that name. Yi Han acknowledged, feeling reassured. Understood, Teacher Jiang. I will go have lunch now and attend the mechanical engineer exchange meeting afterward. Yes, go ahead, little Yi Han. Make sure to broaden your horizons. Once Yi Han left the training room, Suyu Miao, who had remained silent, turned her gaze towards Jiang Weiqiu, who still wore a gentle smile. I didn't hear you mention any urgent matters today. That invitation was not meant for you, but rather something you procured from that girl in the Mo family for Yi Han, wasn't it? Caught off guard, Jiang Weiqiu sighed in resignation. Indeed, you know me well. That invitation was specifically arranged for little Yi Han, as I wanted him to experience something new. I have heard that this mechanical engineer exchange meeting will also feature extraordinary practitioners of similar age from the Licca domain, and given Licca's reputation, I have a feeling he might be able to assist his senior significantly. If he can really help, it could forge a connection with the Mo family, which would be advantageous for his future career after graduation. Suyu Miao fell into silence upon hearing Jiang Weiqiu's words. Had Jiang Weiqiu already begun paving the way for Yi Han's plans and development well beyond their 4 years together? This thought instilled a deep sense of crisis within her. Although she had agreed to Yi Han's desire for dual mentorship and was willing to guide him alongside her dear friend, she still hoped that after 4 years, Yi Han would remain closer to her. After all, he was her only student and she cherished their teacher-student bond. However, it appeared that her first experience teaching Yi Han had not been as impactful as Jiang Weiqiu's long-standing rapport with her students. Feeling a sense of defeat, Suyu Miao pondered whether she should adopt her friend's teaching strategies and be a bit more gentle and considerate towards Yi Han in the future. At the entrance of the mechanical engineer exchange meeting, Yi Han arrived at the designated time, but found no sign of his senior, Mo Kursin, as promised by Jiang Weiqiu. Where is senior Mo Kursin? I have been waiting for a few minutes at the entrance, he murmured to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. As a stranger in an unfamiliar place, he relied on his senior to guide him. Teacher, I have been waiting at the entrance of the mechanical engineer exchange meeting for several minutes and have not seen anyone come to meet me. Should I enter directly with the invitation or continue to wait? In a moment of urgency, Yi Han promptly reached out to Jiang Wanqiu, intending to await her response before making any decisions. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice, belonging to a foreign maiden, echoed behind him. Yi Han, are you here to attend the mechanic exchange conference as well? Upon turning around, Yi Han beheld Aisha, clad in a simple yet elegant red dress, hastening toward him with a plump flame dragon cub cradled in her arms. Following closely behind her was her petite aunt, Tian Huang, adorned in a pristine white suit. With each step she took, the curves of her mature figure, honed over 3 decades, swayed enticingly. The sight of Aisha rushing toward Yi Han filled Tian Huang's heart with a tinge of concern, pondering when her spirited niece would truly mature. Yet Aisha, with her vivacious and extroverted demeanor, squinted her alluring eyes and greeted Yi Han warmly, reminiscent of a young red fox not yet fully grown. She exuded a captivating charm combined with the vibrant energy typical of youth. The juxtaposition of these two beautiful women was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Yi Han offered a slight smile, affirming, "Indeed, I am here to explore the mechanic exchange conference as well." Upon hearing that Yi Han was genuinely attending the conference, Aisha's gem-like blue eyes sparkled with excitement. "I was just lamenting the absence of peers to converse with at this gathering. Let's accompany one another, Yi Han." Her intentions were noble, yet Yi Han cast a glance at Aisha's aunt, Tian Huang, as one of the most formidable psychics ranked 3rd on the Tianlong list. He dared not proceed without her approval. Fortunately, Tian Huang seemed unconcerned, her anxious expression dissipating into a friendly smile. Having witnessed Yi Han's impressive performance during the new student assessment day, she held high hopes for his future. With Tian Huang's consent, Yi Han felt relieved and joined Aisha as they swiftly entered the conference venue, while Tian Huang leisurely trailed behind. As she approached the entrance, she encountered Mo Kursin, the young lady from the Mo family, who had come to greet attendees. Having recently visited the Mo family, Tian Huang recognized the striking figure of Mo Kursin. Dressed in a sleek black outfit paired with a white shirt, black tulle skirt, and stylish ankle boots, accentuated by a hint of dark eyeliner. Monta Keksin, are you waiting for someone? Tian Huang called out, garnering the younger woman's attention. Mo Kursin, exuding a certain charisma, bowed slightly as a gesture of respect towards her elder. I have met you before, Senior Tian Huang. After the formal exchange, the polite Mo Kursin sought assistance. Senior Tian Huang, might I inquire if you have seen this handsome young man from the photograph? She produced an impressive image of Yi Han in battle, sent by Jiang Wanxiu from her phone's album. Tian Huang recognized Yi Han immediately. Realizing he had entered the venue with Aisha, she understood the situation. That child was pulled in by my Aisha. You came specifically to escort him? Learning that Yi Han had already gone inside, Mo Kursin's earlier confidence flickered with a hint of chagrin. I was delayed by some matters and could only attend a few minutes late. No worries. He is currently with my Aisha. They are classmates and a similar age. They are not mechanics, so let them enjoy themselves. Yi Han is the newest student of my mentor, Jiang Wanxiu, and I promise to keep an eye on him at this conference. Senior Tian Huang, may I trouble you to help me find him and Aisha? Mo Kursin wished to avoid disappointing her mentor, Jiang Wanxiu, and was curious about this promising junior. Seeing Mo Kursin's earnest request, Tian Huang retrieved her phone. Very well, I will contact Aisha. Meanwhile, Yi Han and Aisha were exploring the exhibition area, marveling at the latest mechanical technologies and creations. Upon receiving a message from her aunt, Aisha winked playfully at Yi Han. Aunt just informed me that she bumped into your senior, Mo Kursin. We should wait here for them. Yi Han, equally eager to meet Mo Kursin, agreed to remain in place. Please send them our location. Let us wait. As Yi Han patiently awaited their arrival, he soon spotted Tian Huang approaching, accompanied by a young lady he had never seen before. Though an adult, she appeared to be no more than 4 years his senior, with flowing black hair and striking dark eyeliner that accentuated her features beautifully. Her cherry-red lips contrasted with the sleek black attire, a simple white shirt, and a tulle skirt, elegantly paired with sheer black stockings and boots. This ensemble resonated with the Mo family's aesthetic, suggesting a proactive and capable nature. Her poised demeanor bore similarities to that of Su Yu, Yi Han's teacher, yet she lacked the latter's sternness. Upon noticing Yi Han, the confident young lady offered him a warm, inviting smile, showcasing the refined social etiquette that comes from being raised in a prominent family. Compared to other young ladies from wealthy families, such as Xia Yanran and Ningbing Han, Mo Kursin's poise was unmatched. Furthermore, she possessed an inexplicable elegance reminiscent of ancient aristocracy, as if she were a bearer of classical culture deeply rooted in the Tianlong domain. Such qualities were nearly extinct in this technologically advanced society of psychics. Yi Han's instincts proved accurate. This was indeed Mo Kursin, the senior responsible for his reception as designated by Jiang Wanxiu, hailing from the illustrious Mo family, known for its millennia-old legacy of mechanical arts. As she approached, Mo Kursin introduced herself with grace. Yi Han, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am your senior, Mo Kursin, arranged by teacher Jiang Wanxiu to provide special attention to you today. Aisha chimed in, I am the chosen one of the Tianlong. This is our latest invention, the psychic detection device, enabling the detection of even the most concealed psychic abilities, rendering them impossible to hide, even for 9th-tier psychics. This is our cutting-edge psychic energy concentrator, which significantly enhances energy absorption efficiency, allowing for the creation of artificial psychic veins suitable for practitioners while also elevating the quality of natural psychic veins. This latest psychic cannon, designed by our Mo family's mechanics, has been crafted collaboratively by the finest mechanics in the Tianlong domain, capable of overwhelming even 7th-tier psychics. The exhibition area of the Mechanic Exchange Conference became a showcase of the pinnacle of mechanical creation, with Mo Kursin as the heir of the Mo family, articulating the intricacies of the exhibits with commendable expertise. The introduction process, whether through her words or actions, reveals a profound pride and confidence stemming from the continuous legacy of the Ma family's millennia-long expertise in mechanized arts. Yi Han, who listened attentively, discerned that this senior possessed an extraordinary sense of collective honor that far surpassed his own. She was a young lady from a prominent family endowed with a grand vision. Ma Jijia, what is this? Exclaimed Aisha, her excitement palpable as she pointed at an enormous mechanical beast. It looks so majestic. I have never seen such a mechanical creature before. Her enthusiasm sparked Jahan's curiosity as he followed her gaze to behold a colossal and imposing mechanical beast. Its design was distinctly reminiscent of the ancient and rare mythical creatures represented in the Tianlong region, clearly crafted by someone who understood the ancient culture of Tianlong. Upon witnessing Aisha's fascination with the mechanical exhibit, Ma Kersin's striking visage illuminated with a blend of confidence and pride. This colossal mechanical beast, known as the Tunling Yinsho, is a unique creation that I conceptualized. It was crafted by numerous engineers from the Ma family, including myself, based on the ancient legends of Tianlong regarding a rare creature that could consume flames. It is a growing mechanical beast, and only I possess the ability to command it. I brought it here as a showcase to honor the Tianlong region ahead of this mechanical engineer exchange conference. Upon learning that Ma Kersin herself had participated in the design of the formidable Tunling Yinsho, Aisha unabashedly expressed her admiration for this mechanical engineer whom she had only met for less than a day. This is incredible. Ma Jejia has just graduated from Tianlong Academy and has already created such an impressive mechanical beast. Aisha smacked her lips in delight, much to Ma Kersin's pleasure. Jahan, too, marveled. This senior is undoubtedly the most astonishing mechanical genius I have ever encountered. Even Tian Huang, the only elder present, shared this sentiment. Given Ma Kersin time to grow, this young engineer, merging the Ma family's ancient mechanized arts with cutting-edge modern technology, would undoubtedly become the most formidable engineer in Ma family history. However, the assertion that Ma Kersin was the most astonishing mechanical genius was open to debate. Just as Jahan and his companions enjoyed the mechanical exhibition, an inappropriate voice shattered the harmonious atmosphere. Jahan promptly turned toward the source of the sound, spotting a man in his 30s accompanied by a youth of similar age. Both exhibited distinct features characteristic of Westerners. The older man was the one who had questioned Ma Kersin's status as a genius mechanic. Ma Kersin's brow furrowed slightly. She recognized the pair. Their unexpected arrival had caused her to be late in meeting Jahan. Out of courtesy, she had greeted them, but now they had returned to utter nonsensical provocations. Initially intending to ignore them, Ma Kersin planned to lead Jahan and the others to other areas of the exchange conference. However, the man in his 30s pressed on. This young man beside me is a prodigious mechanic from the Lika region, capable of independently crafting intricate combat machinery at such a young age. Island, showcase your masterpiece. At this proclamation, Island produced a meticulously crafted purple slime mechanical creature resembling a mischievous little demon, devoid of any apparent elemental attributes. The older man's intentionally raised voice quickly attracted a crowd, comprising invited mechanics from various regions globally. Jahan began to understand the situation. This was a premeditated attempt to disrupt the event. Aisha, straightforward and unable to tolerate such behavior, leaned toward Jahan and whispered, "What a bunch of troublemakers." Surprised that Aisha, being from the Lika region, would unite against them with the Tianlong people, Jahan remarked, "Isn't it inappropriate for you to say such things?" Being from the Lika region? However, Aisha disagreed, puffing her cheeks in displeasure, her expression revealing her dissatisfaction with Jahan. "Why is that inappropriate? I am of mixed heritage. Remember, though my father is from the Lika region, my mother is from Tianlong. I possess half of the Tianlong bloodline, and the ability I awakened is the unique beast-controlling power from my mother's family, an ancient ability exclusive to the Tianlong people. Do you understand what it means to be a chosen Tianlong person? That is who I am." Aisha enumerated her points, declaring herself a chosen Tianlong individual. Jahan, halfway through her speech, almost laughed, even considering asking her whether a chosen Tianlong person was genuinely a Tianlong person or merely a spiritually inclined one. He wondered if Aisha was considered a Lika person in Lika and a Tianlong person in Tianlong, showcasing a flexible stance. However, recalling Aisha's formidable aunt, Tian Huang, who ranked third on the Tianlong leaderboard, he refrained from delving further into the topic for fear of facing her iron fist. During the exchange between Jahan and Aisha, the man in his 30s continued to orchestrate the situation. This purple slime crafted by Island, like the mechanical beast Tunling Yinsho created by Miss Ma Kersin with the aid of her family, is also a growing mechanical beast that accompanies its creator. Island has managed to create such a beast at a mere teenager's age, while Ma Kersin, now an adult, still relies on her family's resources for her creations. I believe the assembled mechanics here can discern who the true genius is. Ma Kursin initially wished to disregard the provocations, but the man's audacity compelled her to break her silence. You claim that this purple slime was crafted solely by the boy beside you, without any external assistance. Yet I see crucial mechanical components on this purple slime that display distinctly different stitching. Moreover, the precision and various details, when compared to my tumbling Yinsho, show a staggering discrepancy. The Lika region is not known for its mechanical beasts. Showcasing poorly stitched creations is hardly impressive. As Ma Kursin spoke, the Tianlong mechanics quickly responded in agreement. Exactly. You Lika people are lying and cheating. Anyone can see that this purple slime is shoddily made. If you intend to disrupt our mechanical engineer exchange conference in the Tianlong region, at least bring forth something of quality. The other mechanics from various regions soon recognized the inconsistencies in the mechanical components of the purple slime. It was evident that such a creation could not have been designed by a single individual. Even if it had been, it would not exhibit the apparent signs of patchwork. Furthermore, the design of mechanical beasts was not a strong suit of Lika mechanics. It was a craft that had been perfected in the Tianlong region over generations. None of the other mechanics from various regions were willing to incite further conflict, as they valued their reputations. If the Lika region sought to disrupt the event, they should have at least put in some effort. Otherwise, they would find themselves in a difficult position, unable to offer support. The man from Likiyu, in his 30s, was visibly agitated by Moke Xian's sharp retort, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. However, he quickly regained his composure, refraining from mentioning the existence of multiple designs for the purple mechanical slime, and proceeded to execute his next disruptive plan. Alan, the first exceptional mechanical engineer awakened this year in Likiyu, attended the Mechanical Engineer Exchange Conference to engage in technical discussions with the younger generation from Tianlong Yu, focusing on applying mechanical abilities in practical combat. Upon hearing this, Moke Xn, as a descendant of the Mo family, naturally stepped forward first, ready for battle. Surprisingly, the man from Lika, Yu, shook his head at Moke Xn, stating that although she belonged to the younger generation, she had trained for several more years than Alan. He argued that it would be unfair for her to challenge someone who had recently awakened their abilities. Upon hearing this, Moke Xion's spirited eyes darkened with evident anger. This man from Lika, Yu, was deliberately provoking the situation, knowing that no suitable candidates from the Mo family had awakened their powers this year. I shall confront him. Battles among the younger generation need not be restricted to mechanical engineers. At that moment, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Aisha decided to take matters into her own hands. The man from Lika, Yu, had already noted Aisha's presence. He would not allow his plan to suppress Tianlong Yu to be thwarted by her intervention. Miss Aisha, as a member of the Shenghui family from Lika Yu, you cannot represent Tianlong Yu in battle at this event. Aisha, undeterred, replied, I don't care about that. My mother is from Tianlong Yu, and I'm a Tianlong person. So, will you fight or not? Aisha was known for her forthrightness. When faced with something displeasing, she did not shy away from confrontation, her only desire being to deliver a sound beating. Yihan hoped Aisha would resolve the issue directly, though he found it somewhat unrealistic. As anticipated, Tianwang, Aisha's aunt, quickly intervened, leading Aisha away from the arena. Aisha, do not act recklessly. Your identity is too sensitive for this occasion. But I am a chosen one of Tianlong. Ouch. Auntie, don't hit my head. It will make me silly. Watching Aisha being escorted away, the man from Lika Yu smiled even more broadly. If no one from Tianlong Yu stepped into the fray, then Lika Yu would claim victory. As he envisioned returning to Lika Yu with triumphant reports that would overshadow Tianlong Yu's mechanical engineering sector, Moke Xin felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. Yet, being 4 years Alan Sr., retaliating against him could provide Lika Yu with an opportunity to manipulate public opinion against Tianlong Yu on a global scale. Just as she contemplated her options, a youthful voice broke through the tension. Since this is an exchange among the younger generation, allow me to participate. Yihan, a freshman from Tianlong Academy, and I seek your guidance, Alan of Lika Yu. His courageous declaration of challenge garnered Moke Xion's appreciative gaze. Previously, her favorable impression of Yihan was based on her teacher, Jiang Wanqiu's words. Now, her admiration was deepened by her own experiences with him. As someone with a strong sense of responsibility and collective honor, she genuinely appreciated Yi Han. However, as a senior, a bearer of the ancient Mo family's mechanical arts, and a representative at the exchange conference, she could not allow her junior, who was merely a visitor, to bear the risks of this conflict. If Yi Han were to lose, he would undoubtedly face significant pressure due to her oversight. She had promised her teacher to take good care of him, not to let him shoulder the consequences of her misjudgment. With this in mind, the resolute Moke Exen brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, her beautifully accentuated eyes reflecting her determination to take responsibility. Junior, you are here merely to observe the mechanical engineer exchange. You need not engage in this unwarranted chaos. I will handle it myself. Moke Xian's willingness to accept accountability for her miscalculation endeared her further to Yi Han. Given her stance, he felt it inappropriate to press further, recognizing that Moke Xian was the one truly in charge. Even Tian Wang, the formidable figure ranked third on the Tianlong list, had remained silent, leaving the matter in Moke Xian's capable hands. This indicated that the unfolding situation was still within an acceptable range for Tianlong Yu. After all, this was not the first time Lika Yu had attempted to defame them with false news. As long as the issue did not escalate to a level necessitating direct confrontation, maintaining a low profile was the preferable strategy. Yet, the man from Lika Yu, now in his 30s, had his gaze fixed on Yi Han since he had stepped forward. Upon witnessing Moke Xian stepping in to redirect Yi Han, he concluded that she was apprehensive about Yi Han potentially losing to Alan, prompting her timely intervention. In terms of ability and prowess, Lika Yu had long been recognized as the premier incubator for exceptional talents, having maintained an undefeated record in the global arena for superhuman abilities. Regardless of the generation, Lika Yu had consistently established dominance over other realms, especially in the current era, where Tianlong Yu had only recently begun to recover from a century of decline in the era of superhumans. They feared that Tianlong Yu's superhumans might one day surpass them comprehensively. This fear was the true motivation behind Lika Yu's increasing pressure on Tianlong Yu's talents in recent years. They feared being outdone, yet they had no lack of confidence in their own capabilities. The thought that Tianlong Yu's recent surge in talented superhumans, despite consistently finishing second in various competitions, only intensified the Lika Yu man's desire to witness Yi Han being thoroughly defeated by Alan. He believed that such a battle would undoubtedly ignite a global discourse within the superhuman community, creating a trending topic that would dominate discussions for a month. Since the discussions for the exchange of skills have not borne fruit, I must regrettably decline your abrupt proposal for a contest, Moke Xian firmly stated. The man from Lika Yu beckoned to Alan. I have long heard that Tianlong Academy is the strongest institution for superhumans in Tianlong Yu. Today, fate has brought us together. And since you and this young friend Yi Han are both freshmen, it would be a shame not to engage in a friendly exchange. Indeed, we need not conduct this battle under the auspices of the mechanical engineer exchange. However, it could be framed as a private encounter between two promising youths, one that would not jeopardize the relationship between Tianlong Yu and Lika Yu. The man continued, Alan, you must also be eager to learn about the abilities of your peers from Tianlong Academy. At this moment, Alan turned his gaze toward Yi Han, his eyes filled with provocation and disdain. Yes, I am quite curious about the capability of my counterparts from Tianlong Yu. With Alan's affirmation, the man from Lika Yu declared, then go ahead, but remember to hold back. Do not injure him. Understood. In the next moment, the mechanic AI Luan controlled his violet mechanical slime to launch an assault on Yi Han. A dark purple beam of extraordinary energy erupted instantaneously. Malkesin, witnessing the audacity of the individuals from Lika Yu attacking without prior agreement, was immediately filled with righteous fury. This is Tianlong Yu. How dare you act with such impunity? At this moment, Yi Han's expression was chillingly cold. He had come to a deeper understanding of the shameless aggression displayed by Lika Yu, who relied on the might of the world's foremost extraordinary power. However, upon seeing Mo Kuxian attempt to thwart AI Luan's assault, Yi Han firmly called out to her. Kuxian, I appreciate your protection, but in this moment, if I show any sign of retreat, it would bring shame to Tianlong Yu. Since they seek battle, let us engage in combat. Wasn't this the very sentiment she had expressed moments prior? It was somewhat unexpected that Yi Han had ignited a fighting spirit, Yet Mo Kuxin chose to suppress her urge to intervene directly. She decided to observe for now, thinking that if her junior truly could not prevail, she could still step in later. With this thought in mind, she swiftly sealed off the area to ensure that the spar between Yihan and AI Lun would not cause any collateral damage. As Yihan faced AI Lun's attack, a slight smile graced his lips. The amplification of his extraordinary perception was applied to himself, and the favorable wind domain was activated in an instant. The next moment, AI Lun found himself enveloped in an intensely detrimental headwind. Not only did he feel its effects, but even the dark purple beam emitted by his mechanical slime began to slow. Meanwhile, Yihan, benefiting from an increase in speed, appeared to move even faster in comparison to his opponent's decelerated assault. With a nimble sidestep, he executed a seamless combat maneuver, dodging and simultaneously summoning a blade of wind for his counterattack. Swish! Zing! As a mechanic, AI Lun's combat capabilities were inherently weak. Yihan deftly maneuvered past his mechanical beast, aiming directly at AI Lun himself, and inflicted a gash across his face with the wind blade. Drip! A drop of blood fell, and at that moment, the gathered mechanics from various domains fell into a profound silence. Yihan, a peer, had actually wounded AI Lun. The prodigious mechanic from Likayu, Mo Kuxin, who understood Yihan's extraordinary ability, was momentarily taken aback. Did not teacher Jiang Wanxiu say that her junior's ability was merely to induce abnormal states? How could he manifest a wind blade for an attack? The sight of the wind blade left AI Sha questioning her own vision. Instinctively, she tugged at her Aunt Tian Huang's skirt beside her. Aunt, how is Yihan able to summon a wind blade for an attack? This inquiry also left her Aunt Tian Huang perplexed. Despite being the third-ranked extraordinary power in Tianlong Yu, even she had never witnessed an individual with an abnormal state ability capable of executing tangible elemental attacks. Furthermore, Tian Huang was beset by further doubts. If Yihan could indeed summon a wind blade for an attack, why had he not done so during the freshman test against Ningbing Han? Did he possess such unwavering confidence that he could defeat an opponent with the bug-like ability of spatial stasis without relying on the wind blade? Perhaps this demonstration was merely to retaliate against the brazen actions of Li Kaiyu. It was conceivable that this young man's mutated ability contained even greater hidden strengths yet to be revealed to the public. With this realization, Tian Huang drew a sharp breath, contemplating the profound cunning and extraordinary talent of her junior. If Yihan were truly as formidable as she envisioned, it would be quite terrifying. The so-called genius mechanic of Li Kaiyu was nothing in comparison. Feeling the sting of the wound on his face, AI Lun was consumed by rage and trembled violently. At that moment, Yihan further provoked him with his words. Are you trembling after just one blow? Are the extraordinary beings from Li Kaiyu so fragile in battle? Fear? He was not afraid. Rather, he was enraged that Yihan dared to injure him. Puffed. After a brief moment of shock, AI Sha burst into laughter upon hearing Yihan's taunting remarks directed at AI Lun. Yihan was delightfully wicked. Nevertheless, she found it rather appealing. Mo Kuxin could not help but smile as well, deeply impressed by her junior's performance that day. The mechanics present, whether from Tianlong Yu or other domains, could not contain their laughter at Yihan's words, as they were not the targets of his mockery, and found the spectacle even more amusing. The surrounding laughter, alongside the admonitions from his teacher, drove AI Lun's fury to its peak. What are you waiting for? Defeat him. The jeering laughter of the crowd, coupled with the reprimand from his mentor, incited AI Lun into a frenzy. Congratulations, foolish Tianlong Yu individual. You have successfully awakened a slumbering lion. With that, AI Lun commanded his violet mechanical slime to charge at Yihan. The slime, mimicking the high malleability of a real extraordinary beast, rapidly restructured itself during its charge. In an instant, the once impish violet mechanical slime transformed into a lion-like form adorned with demonic horns. Roar! Accompanied by a savage roar, the lion-shaped violet mechanical slime swung its sharp mechanical claws and opened its gaping maw, lunging at Yihan. However, within the newly comprehended favorable wind domain, Yihan exuded absolute confidence in his speed. The lion-shaped slime, suppressed by the headwind anomaly, was utterly incapable of even grazing Yihan. This familiar combat style evoked memories for Tian Huang, who had previously witnessed Yi Han's triumph over Ningbing Han. Initially, she had harbored concerns that Yi Han's abnormal state might be countered by mechanical constructs, but it became clear that she had overthought the situation. Yi Han's abnormal state could not only be applied to biological entities, but also to mechanical creations. Was this the unique ability that arose from the mutation of abnormal states? This young man truly had a knack for surprising those around him. It made her contemplate the idea of taking Yi Han as a student. Yet, she dismissed the thought, realizing that as a member of the Tian family, it was already a challenge to assist her sister in caring for AI Sha. Adding Yi Han to the mix would be overwhelming. From what Tian Huang understood of Yi Han, it seemed likely that her junior was merely stalling for time, waiting for the abnormal state afflicting AI Luin to fully restrict his movements, allowing for a decisive strike. It was a methodical strategy of torment, whereby the opponent would suffer whether they won or lost. Such guile was indeed cunning for one so young. However, the subsequent turn of events unfolded in a manner that surprised Tian Huang. The electric domain activated, and the elemental energy of lightning within this area became as lively as that of the wind. Both AI Luin and his mechanical beast, now within Yi Han's domain, were subjected to an additional paralyzing anomaly. Compared to the previous headwind and paralysis states imposed by Yi Han, the effects within this domain were considerably more potent. This situation has rendered Alan and the purple mechanical slime into a state of severe obstruction, surpassing even the past adversaries faced by Yi Han. Moreover, during their brief encounter, Yi Han could confidently assert that either Xia Yanran or Ningbing Han could effortlessly overpower the mechanical engineer Alan before him. Was it truly necessary for him to employ the tormenting techniques of the Torture King against an opponent who could not even best Xia Yanran or Ningbing Han? The azure lightning flickered as Yi Han, amidst Alan's bewildered gaze, swiftly concentrated the electricity at his fingertips. What have you done to me? Why is my movement so hindered? In response to Alan's perplexing inquiries, Yi Han offered only a charming and handsome smile, reminiscent of a youthful hero from the Tianlong domain. With a swift motion, a bolt of blue lightning surged from Yi Han's fingertips, striking directly at Alan's brow. In the next moment, Alan's entire being erupted with crackling azure lightning, contrasting sharply with Yi Han, who remained unscathed. The cacophony of electric screams resonated from his throat, and within mere seconds, Alan succumbed to the overwhelming electric shock, collapsing to the ground. As his master fainted, the purple mechanical slime rapidly reverted to its diminutive imp form, its mechanical eyes dimming as it entered a state of paralysis. After successfully defeating Alan, Yi Han delivered a decisive kick, sending the incapacitated imp slime flying and inadvertently causing a noticeable bump on Alan's head. A so-called genius mechanic from the Li Ka domain? Merely a facade. Yi Han's declaration of victory was met with raucous cheers from the gathered denizens of the Tianlong domain. Witnessing Alan's effortless defeat, a man in his 30s from the Li Ka domain rushed forward to assess Alan's injuries. Moments later, he glared at Yi Han with malice. How ruthless of the Tianlong domain's younger generation. We traveled countless miles to engage in scholarly exchange with you, and this is how you demonstrate your hospitality? To publicly injure my genius mechanic from the Li Ka domain, I shall discipline you on behalf of your negligent mentors. The enraged man had completely lost his composure. Just as he intended to attack Yi Han with his high-level mechanic abilities, Mo Kursin, who had been observing the proceedings, finally intervened. A weapon, as dark as ink and imbued with an ancient style, materialized before Yi Han, as it blocked the man's first attack. This enigmatic weapon not only shielded Yi Han, but also sent the assailant hurtling backward. Blood splattered through the air, painting a vivid scene. As the man from the Li Ka domain was severely injured by Mo Kursin, who was merely 4 years Yi Han senior, it was evident that the Li Ka domain had intentionally sent this individual to instigate trouble at the mechanic exchange event held in the Tianlong domain. A fact that all attending mechanics from various regions could see clearly. While they sought to engage in friendly competition, it was they who could not bear to lose and attempted to bully the weaker. Such malicious provocation has gravely tarnished the relationship between the Tianlong domain and the Li Ka domain. I shall hand this individual and his student over to the Tianlong domain's Tianlong battle group for investigation into their true motives for causing unrest in our territory. Upon hearing that Mo Curson intended to turn him and Alan over to the official Tian Long domain organization, the fallen man from the Li Ka domain exclaimed, "Where do we cause trouble? It was you from the Tian Long domain who injured my student. The fault lies with you. You cannot hold us accountable. Any grievances can be discussed with the Tian Long battle group." At this moment, Mo Curson was genuinely enraged. The enigmatic weapon, dark as ink, swiftly rendered the man unconscious. Subsequently, this ancient weapon, resonating with the same fierce aura as Mo Curson herself, returned to her hand in a rapid spinning motion, grasping the weapon with a commanding presence. She surveyed the crowd with a calm and indifferent gaze. To all the mechanics present from various domains, should there be any disagreement with my actions, you may discuss my faults with the representatives of the Tian Long battle group when they arrive. Upon hearing her words, the mechanics from the Tian Long domain felt a surge of vindication. The other mechanics from various domains, however, shook their heads, indicating their unawareness of the Li Ka domain's disruptive behavior. This turn of events shifted the focus from Yihan's victory over Alan to the young and talented mechanic Mo Curson, who had successfully subdued the Li Ka domain's accompanying instructor. Yihan, curious about the mysterious ancient weapon in Mo Curson's possession, inquired, "Sister, what manner of weapon is this?" At the mention of this question, Mo Curson, who had previously been stern with the foreign guests, now wore a friendly smile. "Have you ever heard of Jian AI Fei Gong? This weapon is crafted based on the Mo family's 1,000-year philosophy of Jian AI Fei Gong, combined with the ancient Mo family's mechanized techniques, resulting in the legendary weapon known as Fei Gong." Yihan was taken aback by the revelation of Jian AI Fei Gong. Is there truly such a philosophy in this world, akin to the one from my previous life? Staring admiringly at the pitch-black weapon, which exuded a cold elegance and showcased the distinctive design of Tian Long domain's ancient weaponry, he curiously inquired further, "Sister, was this divine weapon Fei Gong forged long ago? Or was it crafted by contemporary mechanics of the Mo family?" Since Yihan's question did not pertain to any secrets of the Mo family's techniques, Mo Curson generously continued to elucidate. The Mo family's legendary weapon Fei Gong was actually forged a millennium ago by our ancestors, utilizing materials sourced from a fortuitous encounter with celestial iron. Each generation of Mo family mechanics innovates upon the original design to ensure it remains at the forefront of contemporary mechanized techniques, preventing it from becoming obsolete over time. As she recounted the rich history of the legendary weapon Fei Gong, Mo Curson's slender, dark-eyed gaze brimmed with pride for her heritage as a descendant of the Mo family's ancient techniques. Learning about the illustrious history of Fei Gong, Yihan couldn't help but express his admiration. "I had no idea this legendary weapon possessed such a profound lineage. The Mo family is indeed a perpetually enduring clan of extraordinary abilities in the Tian Long domain. My attendance at this mechanic exchange event has truly broadened my horizons." "Thanks to you, sister." Flattered by Yihan's praise, Mo Curson felt an increasing fondness for her junior, who shared the same in her. "Not at all, junior. You have rendered me a tremendous service today, not just for myself, but also for the Mo family, the Tian Long domain's mechanics, and the official domain. It won't be long before your remarkable performance at this mechanic exchange will echo throughout the entire Tian Long domain." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mo Curson continued to guide Yihan through the various sections of the mechanic exchange event. Due to Yihan's impressive display earlier, many mechanics in the exchange held him in high regard. As the night drew to a close, Mo Curson, wishing to express her gratitude for Yihan's assistance that afternoon, personally invited him to her residence near the Tian Long City Mechanic Association. "Junior, I am engaged in cutting-edge technological work as a mechanic at the nearby Tian Long Do Mechanic Association Center, which is why I reside in this vicinity. When the next opportunity arises, I shall certainly take you to visit my family, the Mo family. My father has always held a deep appreciation for young talents, and I believe he will warmly welcome you upon learning of the significant favor you have done for us today." Although Mo Curson expressed her eagerness for him to visit the Mo family, Yihan was not convinced that the Mo family would genuinely welcome him at any time. He remained self-aware. The Mo family is an ancient lineage of mechanics, steeped in thousands of years of tradition, and not everyone is deemed worthy to step through their doors as a guest. Yihan dismissed Mo Curson's invitation as mere polite conversation among peers, not attributing much significance to it. However, unbeknownst to him, M.O. Curson's invitation stemmed from genuine admiration, wishing to invite him to the M.O. family as a guest. It was merely the pressing matters requiring her personal attention that prevented her from taking Yi-Han to see her family today. We have arrived, Junior. This temporary residence is a rather ordinary two-bedroom apartment. Please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch you something to eat. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Senior. I will just sit for a while before returning to Tianlong Academy. Yi-Han's polite refusal, however, did not register with M.O. Curson, who had already made her way to the kitchen. As Yi-Han surveyed the living room, he was dazzled by the peculiar mechanical contraptions scattered about. Yet, what captured his attention most was a pink and white rabbit plush toy resting on the sofa. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple fabric toy, but upon gentle contact, he discovered its unmistakable mechanical texture. The moment he touched it, the toy's adorable eyes transformed into a mischievous expression, emitting a sweet, mechanical voice. Detecting an unfamiliar presence invading the owner's residence, activating defense mode. Defense mode? What on earth? It seemed he had inadvertently triggered something extraordinary. Just as Yi-Han braced himself, fearing the rabbit plush would attack, it suddenly made a playful face. Just kidding. Hee hee. I am the mischievous rabbit, a mechanical creation crafted by my master, equipped with a degree of artificial intelligence. My programmed personality is to play pranks on anyone besides my master, and I can discern whether a visitor is a guest or an intruder. Welcome to your visit, esteemed guest. Before Yi-Han could fully comprehend the intelligence displayed by the rabbit plush, a mechanical vending machine with mechanical limbs emerged from a closed room. Under Yi-Han's astonished gaze, this walking vending machine split open in the middle, forming a gaping maw akin to an abyss. I am the 24th generation abyssal maw vending machine, crafted by my master. Esteemed guest, what would you like to drink? Why does Senior Mo's home have so many peculiar things? Moreover, each one appears remarkably intelligent, capable of conversing with humans. Yi-Han rubbed his forehead, finding the unfolding events somewhat overwhelming. Meanwhile, M.O. Curson returned from the kitchen, carrying fruits and snacks. Noticing Yi-Han's contemplative pose on the sofa, she promptly placed the fruits and snacks on the coffee table and sat beside him. Junior, do not be anxious. These are all mechanical creations I personally designed and will not harm you without cause. If you wish for something to drink, simply place your order with the abyssal maw vending machine. Yi-Han was not anxious, but rather astonished that the daily life of a mechanic with extraordinary abilities could encompass such an array of bizarre objects. He gazed at the diverse selection of beverages displayed on the vending machine for a moment before making his choice. I'd like a bottle of orange soda, please. Esteemed guest, here is your orange soda. As soon as Yi-Han made his choice, the abyssal maw briefly closed its gaping mouth, and soon a bottle of orange soda was dispensed by its mechanical arm, presenting it to Yi-Han. This is truly marvelous, Senior M.O. After visiting you today, I feel inclined to become a mechanic and learn how to create such extraordinary mechanical creations. It is a pity that I lack the talent for it. After taking a sip of the orange soda, Yi-Han could not help but express his amazement at M.O. Curson's ability to produce such fascinating mechanical creations. Monta Kekson, exuding elegance and confidence, casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and revealed a little secret about the two mechanical creations to Yi-Han. Junior, the mischievous rabbit and the abyssal maw vending machine not only possess high intelligence and can engage in normal conversations with humans, but they are also combat-type mechanical creations, their power rivaling that of peak 6th-tier extraordinary beings. These two are that formidable? Yi-Han was taken aback. He had assumed they were merely companionship-oriented mechanical creations with no combat capabilities. To his astonishment, they were indeed quite powerful. A nostalgic glimmer flickered in M.O. Curson's eyes. I would not deceive you, Junior. When I participated in the Global Extraordinary Being competition years ago, I brought the abyssal maw vending machine and a mischievous rabbit to represent the Tianlong domain. The adorable, mischievous rabbit nimbly hopped into Yi-Han's embrace. Hand me your phone. What do you need my phone for? Although puzzled by the mischievous rabbit's request, Yi-Han still unlocked his phone and handed it over to the small creature. To Yi-Han's astonishment, the mischievous rabbit skillfully navigated his phone, opening a video platform app, and quickly searched for videos tagged with M.O. Curson and the Global Extraordinary Being competition. In the next moment, A series of videos showcasing M.O. Kursen's stunning performances at the competition, which garnered acclaim across various domains, appeared before Yihan. Furthermore, the view counts were astonishing, reaching millions. Clicking on a video featuring the mischievous rabbit in combat, it began to boast about its and M.O. Kursen's past achievements. This is a video of my master and me decisively defeating the genius extraordinary student from the Lika domain. I was quite impressive. It is often said that mechanics specialize in various mechanical and extraordinary research, but are not adept at combat. Sometimes, people regard mechanics as combat-focused extraordinary beings, while at other times, they categorize them as support-focused extraordinary beings. Yet, M.O. Kursen's combat prowess on the stage of the Global Extraordinary Being competition is equal to that of true combat specialists. At that moment, Yihan also realized that his senior, for years his elder, was once a celebrated figure at Tianlong Academy. He had no idea his senior had such a glorious past. It seemed he had been quite ignorant. Watching M.O. Kursen outshine the extraordinary talents of the Lika domain on stage, Yihan gained a deeper understanding of her. Listening to Yihan's praise, M.O. Kursen reminisced, but did not dwell on it. She picked up the snacks and fruits from the table and began to feed Yihan. That is all in the past. Come, Junior, have some fruits and snacks. Thank you, Senior. In light of M.O. Kursen's hospitality, Yihan graciously accepted her offerings without hesitation. The two continued to engage in lively conversation until M.O. Kursen excused herself to take a shower. Yihan initially intended to take his leave, yet M.O. Kursen insisted that he stay to finish dinner before departing. With no other option, he continued to be a guest at M.O. Kursen's residence. Accompanied by two mechanical beings whose intelligence rivaled that of ordinary humans, and whose logical capabilities surpassed those of many, he found himself far from bored, even in her absence while she bathed. In particular, the mischievous hare entertained him with an array of jokes, delivering a dozen without repetition. As he patiently awaited her return, M.O. Kursen emerged from the bathing area, her damp hair hastily arranged and wrapped in a white towel. At that moment, the towel accentuated her alluring and statuesque figure. Though she had washed away the cold, composed makeup of the day, her face, still slightly flushed from the warmth of the bath, radiated a captivating charm. Her elongated eyes, devoid of the dark eyeliner that usually adorned them, retained the elegance and poise cultivated through her upbringing as a scion of a prominent family. Her fair, shapely thighs, peeking from beneath the towel as she walked, were undeniably eye-catching. The contrast between her and the petite and adorable Xia Yinjian was striking. As Yihan found himself entranced by the presence of this alluring senior, M.O. Kursen had intended to sit down with him to continue their conversation over dinner. But she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to prepare the meal. Wait a moment, my dear Junior. I will prepare apple pie and lobster to treat you, she exclaimed, dashing back to the kitchen. Clad only in the thin towel, the graceful movement of her figure as she hurried was undeniably tempting, momentarily leaving Yihan somewhat dazed by her curves. She truly did not regard him as a mere outsider, displaying an unexpected generosity. After a brief wait, the enthusiastic M.O. Kursen returned with the freshly baked apple pie and lobster. The apple pie and lobster are ready, Junior. Let's dine together, she announced. The Abyssal Maw vending machine also provided them with 2 bottles of orange soda at her request. Junior, do taste this apple pie and let me know your thoughts, she urged, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Upon tasting a bite, Yihan immediately gave a thumbs up. It's absolutely delightful, Senior. Your apple pie is the best I have ever tasted, he declared sincerely. Now, let us see if the lobster suits your palate, she continued, her warmth and hospitality evident as she prepared to serve him. After peeling the first piece of lobster meat, she held it up to his mouth. However, her eagerness, combined with the way she held the towel, inadvertently created a rather distracting scene for Yihan. The lobster meat looks wonderful, he blurted out, a sudden panic rising in his chest. Oh no, did I say something wrong? He quickly corrected himself. While my lobster may not compare to that of teacher Jiang Wanxiu, its presentation is still quite appealing. Fortunately, M.O. Kursen misinterpreted his words, believing he was complimenting her culinary skills. As he exhaled in relief, he gleaned new information regarding Jiang Wanxiu from her response. Is it true that you learned to cook from teacher Jiang? Your dishes are exquisite. Indeed, I was never adept at cooking before. I spent 4 years training under teacher Jiang Wanxiu, where I learned a bit of simple cooking as well. Junior Yihan. You must experience Teacher John's culinary skills someday. They are truly unparalleled. Time flew during their enjoyable dinner. After they had eaten their fill, M.O. Curson retrieved 5 shimmering first-tier ability crystals from her spatial powers. These crystals radiated pure, singular energy, but did not belong to any elemental attribute. As a token of gratitude for your assistance this afternoon, I present you with these 5 mechanical ability crystals. Yihan felt ecstatic to receive such a generous gift from this remarkable and warm-hearted senior. "You are far too generous, senior," he exclaimed as he graciously accepted the crystals, curious about the enhancements they might bestow upon him. However, he knew that the time to absorb them was not now. M.O. Curson had devoted much of her day to him, a newcomer, and he did not wish to intrude further on her personal time. "Senior M.O., I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I will return to the academy," he announced, rising to leave. "I will see you off, Junior." M.O. Curson also stood to accompany him, but as she did, an unexpected incident occurred. The single towel she wore slipped from her shoulders and fell to the floor. Revealing haar exquisite mature form to Yihan. Caught off guard, Yihan was momentarily stunned. Had M.O. Curson truly been so generous? Was this something he was permitted to behold? Though astonished, he could not help but acknowledge a singular truth. M.O. Curson was undeniably beautiful. After a brief moment of shock, her face flushed with embarrassment, revealing a lovely blush. "Junior, do not look." 30 sudden catastrophe, anomaly event. Ghost Flame Youth Group. "Yihan, you must forget this embarrassing moment. I shall not see you off further. Please return carefully," she implored, her flustered demeanor evident. "By the way, Junior, please extend my regards to Teacher Jiang Wanqiu. Once my duties as a mechanic are less demanding, I shall visit her." As Yihan strolled along the sidewalk opposite the Mechanical Association Center, he reflected on M.O. Curson's flustered state, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Her dignified, yet shy demeanor was rather endearing. Due to the unexpected incident before his departure, M.O. Curson, who had intended to see him off, felt flustered and retreated into her home, hesitant to venture outside. What lingered in Yihan's mind was the image of her towel slipping and her bashful, modest stance. M.O. Curson was truly a striking figure. A tall and graceful mature woman, she handled herself with remarkable poise during the Mechanical Exchange Conference, embodying the reliability of an adult. Her spirited aura contrasted with the rigidity of Teacher Suyu, and her warmth was distinct from Xia Yinzhan's superficial cheerfulness. Her demeanor, attire, and eloquence combined traditional elegance with modern beauty, leaving an indelible impression on Yihan. Yet, in the face of the towel mishap, she remained a shy girl, freshly graduated from the academy. As Yihan reminisced about the moment shared with his senior, M.O. Curson, he unconsciously found himself at one of the entrances of the Mechanic Association's central subway station. The night was tranquil, and being in a non-commercial area rendered the surroundings particularly silent. Just as Yihan stepped onto the station's entrance stairs, an exceptionally unusual surge of psychic energy enveloped him. This bizarre energy wave heightened his vigilance, and simultaneously, a warning announcement echoed through the subway station. Anomalous fluctuations detected. All individuals within the Mechanic Association's central subway station are advised to promptly seek refuge in the designated shelter area. The system has notified the Tianlong Battle Group, which specializes in handling such anomalies, and members are expected to arrive for rescue within 10 minutes. We urge those in the shelter to remain inside during this time to avoid unnecessary casualties. Thank you for your cooperation. Upon hearing this alarm, Yihan inwardly lamented his misfortune. How could he be so unlucky as to encounter an unexpected disaster event? Given his current position at the entrance, there was no way he could reach the shelter in time. Moreover, the area affected by the anomalous fluctuations was precisely blocking his path into the station. As Yihan's expression darkened, a blood-red mist began to coalesce, swirling like plasma in the air, without granting him any time to escape. Both the path he had arrived on and the route to the shelter were now suffused with the ominous mist, accompanied by the tearing of the spatial rift. A ghostly blue flame slowly forced its way into this area from the disaster zone beyond the rift. Although its power was but a fraction of its true form in the disaster area, it still caused the temperature of the tainted zone to plummet drastically. The chilling flames felt akin to the infernal fires of the underworld. Yihan took a deep breath, realizing that the situation was about to intensify. The roar of engines reverberated through the blood-red zone surrounding the subway station, as twisted young men and women, their faces contorted by the disaster's influence, shrieked like banshees from hell, charging towards him on their infernal motorcycles. He was certain he would not last until the Tianlong battle group's rescue arrived. Initially, the pressure on Yi Han skyrocketed, but as he observed that these distorted riders were all at the initial stage of their powers, a glimmer of hope reignited within him. If this was merely the lowest level of a disaster event, perhaps he could manage on his own even if the Tianlong battle group arrived late. With his fighting spirit surging, Yi Han immediately entered a combat state, unleashing his domain. The lightning domain and gale domain erupted simultaneously around him, crackling with azure lightning and howling winds. As the riders entered his domain, they were instantly afflicted by the debilitating effects of his enhancements, severely hampering their speed. Nevertheless, they still barreled towards him at an alarming pace, intent on killing him or transforming him into a disaster creature. Amplifying his psychic perception, Yi Han refrained from making an immediate move, instead opting to stack buffs on himself. As an anomalous state psychic, neglecting to enhance his combat abilities would be tantamount to courting disaster. With his heightened perception, Yi Han became acutely aware of the surrounding lightning and wind elements. In this state, his speed increased, and his physical attacks became more potent. Furthermore, the effects of his anomalous state on the rider's speed were amplified. The disparity in their velocities became increasingly apparent. In that moment, Yi Han's speed finally surpassed that of the motorcycle riders. With a graceful sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the initial charge of the ghostly motorcycle gang. This brief skirmish revealed his superiority, bolstering his confidence as it marked his first real combat experience during a disaster event. Consider this a stepping stone to hone my powers. The azure lightning struck like a bolt, piercing the skull of one rider and dispatching them in a single blow. A swift gust of wind followed, severing the head of another. In the blink of an eye, Yi Han had vanquished two of these distorted beings. Glancing swiftly at the remaining members of the ghostly motorcycle gang, he noted 5 were still standing and resolved to conclude this swiftly by further enhancing himself. In a fit of frenzy, his lips curled into a sinister smile as the chaotic thoughts of his deranged state consumed him, granting him an even more substantial increase in combat prowess than his previous buffs. However, unlike the perception enhancement, the deranged state bore the risk of diminishing his rationality over time, lacking the restorative benefits of the former. Thus, he needed to end the battle quickly. The aura of lightning around him surged, his eyes gleaming with the intensified light of layered buffs. In an instant, 5 bolts of blue lightning shot forth with blinding speed towards the 5 remaining riders. Boom! As the ghostly motorcycle gang was engulfed in flames and smoke. Dissipating into the area, Yi Han successfully annihilated all disaster creatures involved in this unexpected event. With the demise of the creatures, the blood-red mist shrouding the area began to disperse rapidly. The spatial rift connecting to the disaster zone gradually closed, and the chilling flames extinguished. All that remained was a first-tier fire element psychic crystal, floating where the eerie blue flames had once been. Yi Han, having studied the phenomena associated with disaster events, recalled that such events typically left behind unique psychic loot in the central area after resolution. The discovery of psychic crystals by humanity had originally occurred during a disaster event. Thus, this unusual blue fire element psychic crystal was his reward for resolving the crisis. Just as Yi Han prepared to claim the loot from the disaster event, a terrifying surge of psychic energy swept toward him like a tidal wave. That boy over there, do not touch that psychic crystal. Yi Han furrowed his brow and looked in the direction of the voice. Several members of the Tianlong battle group, clad in their uniforms, were hastening towards him at full speed. Each exuded an unfathomable psychic energy, far beyond that of the first stage Yi Han. Leading the group was a man in his late 20s, the captain of his Tianlong battle group squad. Upon reaching Yi Han, he introduced himself immediately. Do not be alarmed. Young man, we are members of the Tianlong battle group, specifically tasked with managing disaster events and maintaining order in Tianlong City. I am Su Ming, the captain of the 9th Division under the Tianlong battle group headquarters. Could you elaborate on the nature of the sudden disaster event here? After his introduction, Su Ming produced an identification badge to verify his identity, hoping for Yi Han's cooperation. Once assured of their authenticity, Yi Han recounted the truth of how he had resolved the disaster event. Upon attentively listening to Yi Han's account, Su Ming fell into deep contemplation. Was this merely a first-tier catastrophic event with the lowest threat level? He immediately ordered the retrieval of surveillance footage from the vicinity. Following his command, one of the accompanying members promptly accessed the nearby surveillance video and began streaming it on his phone. Yi Han was not surprised by this. Rather, he was more concerned about whether his fire element ability crystal would be confiscated by the Tianlong battle group. This crystal was a rare find, born from his personal efforts to resolve the crisis of the catastrophic event, and he certainly did not wish for his precious spoils to be taken away. After carefully reviewing the footage and confirming that Yi Han was not lying, the leader of the Tianlong battle group S9th Division, Su Ming, once again displayed a smile. Truly, he was a genius student of Tianlong Academy, having only recently enrolled, yet already capable of handling low-level catastrophic incidents. The future looks bright for this young man. Upon hearing Su Ming's praise, Yi Han was struck by a strong premonition. This fellow seemed intent on seizing the first-tier fire element ability crystal that he had worked so hard to obtain. Su Ming's subsequent roundabout and ambiguous statements only confirmed Yi Han's suspicions. Regarding your merit in resolving the catastrophic event, our Tianlong battle group will notify your academy for a commendation. From here on, we will handle the aftermath of this situation, and you may take the subway back to Tianlong Academy, young man. After hastily dismissing Yi Han, Captain Su Ming reached out for the first-tier fire element ability crystal. However, Yi Han's voice halted his action. That ability crystal was a result of my arduous efforts to eliminate the catastrophic creatures. As a high-level ability user, Su Ming looked down upon a first-tier ability crystal. Nevertheless, he had come out on this mission and surely intended to bring back something to demonstrate that he had not returned empty-handed. Retrieving this ability crystal for submission to headquarters could also bolster his achievements. While it was evident that Yi Han was eager to keep the first-tier fire element ability crystal, Su Ming did not brusquely order him to leave and cease obstructing the normal operations of the Tianlong battle group. Instead, he donned a congenial smile and appealed to Yi Han's emotions, reasoning with him. Classmate Yi Han, it is not that I do not wish to give it to you, but the ability crystals from catastrophic events contain chaotic forces. If you absorb them without purification, you could easily be affected by the erratic energy fluctuations, potentially harming both your body and mind, or even distorting you into a catastrophic creature. For your safety, it is best that this first-tier fire element ability crystal is reclaimed by our Tianlong battle group. If it were anyone else, they might indeed fall for this ruse. Yi Han was well aware that the special ability spoils left in the center of most resolved catastrophic events would not carry the corrosive and aberrant powers characteristic of the disaster zones. Only in extremely rare circumstances would they contain the terrifying forces of catastrophic creatures. Moreover, these spoils unfailingly emanated a blood-red mist. Su Ming was quite cunning, attempting to deceive him out of the ability crystal he had painstakingly acquired. This was not a disaster zone. The spoils after the resolution of a catastrophic event would undoubtedly be enveloped in blood-red mist. Captain Su Ming, this is my ability crystal. As a high-level ability user and a prominent leader of the Tianlong battle group S9th Division, you would not stoop to snatching a first-tier ability crystal from a student, would you? With Yi Han's direct confrontation of Su Ming's deceit, the latter's demeanor shifted from congenial to irate, his face alternating between shades of anger and embarrassment. Clearly, he was livid. The members behind him, however, were not angry. They found Yi Han's argument quite reasonable. Although they typically reclaimed the special ability spoils from catastrophic events as part of their achievements, this particular incident had been resolved solely by Yi Han. Moreover, this was merely a low-tier, first-tier catastrophic event. As high-level ability users, it was indeed an exceedingly disgraceful act to deceive a newly awakened student for spoils that held no value for them. Young man, reclaiming all spoils from catastrophic events is the duty of our Tianlong battle group, and you have no choice in the matter. With an irrefutable tone, Su Ming admonished Yi Han before reaching out to grasp the first-tier fire element ability crystal. If gentle persuasion would not suffice, then force would have to be employed. Did this insolent student truly believe that a mere display of kindness would allow him to defy the captain of the Tianlong battle group S9th Division? Yi Han's gaze turned icy at this moment. Su Ming was abusing his seniority and longer training time to seize the ability crystal that rightfully belonged to him. A disgraceful act for a member of the Tianlong battle group. Just then, a familiar female voice resonated from behind him. Return the crystal to him. The simple words carried an undeniable tone, infused with the indignation of one who would not tolerate their own being bullied. Yihan turned to see Mo Kursin, who should have been at home, unexpectedly appearing before him. After a brief moment of surprise, Yihan felt a swell of gratitude. Mo Kursin truly lived up to her reputation as a senior. She stood up for him against the unjust might of others. Su Ming, who had already torn his mask of pretense with Yihan, no longer wore a benevolent smile. Instead, he cast a disdainful glance at Mo Kursin. Dare to interfere with the daily operations of the Tianlong battle group? Do you believe I will take you back with me? Montauk Kexin, donned in a dress as dark as ink, with her hair and skirt billowing in the night breeze, had observed Su Ming's attempt to seize Yihan's crystal clearly. This was the true reason she stepped in to defend Yihan. Upon hearing Su Ming's audacious words, which suggested he would continue to exploit his position within the Tianlong battle group, she scoffed coldly. I had given you a chance. Su Ming, who failed to recognize Mo Kursin's esteemed status as the eldest daughter of the Mo family, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He even thought Mo Kursin was jesting with him. You gave me a chance? I'm the captain of the Tianlong battle group's 9th division, a high-level ability user at the early 6th tier. Do you really think a seemingly young girl could surpass me? It was evident she was merely a recent graduate from Tianlong Academy, and thus not to be feared. As he contemplated these thoughts, Su Ming laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. What followed was even more ludicrous. A small, adorable rabbit doll appeared before him, making a cheeky face. Was this the little creature summoned by Mo Kursin to defend Yihan? Surely Shi Wun-Ti intended to challenge him with something so evidently lacking in combat prowess. Just as Su Ming prepared to double over in laughter, the once adorable rabbit suddenly displayed sharp fangs, grinning wickedly. In the next moment, several dark as ink energy sources were summoned by the mischievous rabbit, each rapidly swelling and exhibiting the grins of little devils. The terrifying surge of energy soon reached a level that even a high-level ability user like Su Ming could not ignore. This is bad. Su Ming's laughter abruptly ceased as he realized he had underestimated Mo Kursin. He attempted to evade, but was caught in the explosion generated by the rapidly expanding dark orbs. Emitting a piercing scream, boom! Su Ming was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, wounded, while the unfortunate members of the Tianlong battle group who were caught in the blast stared in horror at Mo Kursin. You dare to assault a member of the Tianlong Zhantuan, which is specifically responsible for maintaining the order of Tianlongdu. You are doomed. Once the headquarters arrives, both you and your entire family will be apprehended. Even in such dire circumstances, Su Ming still does not hesitate to threaten others. Relying on his affiliation with the Tianlong Zhantuan, Yihan could not help but smile at this scene. While others might fear the Tianlong Zhantuan, Mo Kursin had committed no wrongdoing and was the daughter of the esteemed Mo family, a powerful clan in Tianlongdu. She had no reason to fear Su Ming's slander or distortion of the truth. Under Yihan's almusid gaze, the abyssal maw vending machine he had seen at Mo Kursin's home appeared behind Su Ming. The abyssal maw vending machine tore open, revealing its unfathomable depths, and promptly swallowed the screaming Su Ming whole. Moments later, in the pallid face gaze of the surrounding members of the Tianlong Zhantuan, Su Ming was regurgitated by the abyssal maw vending machine, bloodied and bearing an expression of extreme terror and twisted agony. Though he lay on the ground, Mo Kursin had deliberately preserved a sliver of his consciousness, allowing him to tremble and plead for mercy with a quivering voice. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I want to bully others again. Mo Kursin felt no sympathy for such a person. Meanwhile, the mischievous rabbit hopped back into Mo Kursin's embrace, clutching a cerulean ability crystal, which it promptly handed over to her. Mo Kursin, having retrieved what rightfully belonged to Yihan, shifted from her cold demeanor towards their adversary to a warm smile as she turned to Yihan, embodying the nurturing spirit of a senior caring for a junior. Junior, if you encounter such a situation again, just contact me directly. I will certainly advocate for you. In the subway carriage, concerned about Yihan potentially facing even more perilous incidents on his return journey, Mo Kursin accompanied him onto the train. Grateful for her assistance in protecting the ability crystal he had painstakingly obtained, Yihan initiated a conversation to express his gratitude. Senior Mo, I truly owe you for what happened earlier. Otherwise, I certainly would have lost my ability crystal. While thanking her, Yihan also admired Mo Kursin, who had changed into a black outfit after a shower. She wore a sleek, jet-black short dress that harmonized beautifully with her family name, demeanor, and style. Her long, slender legs were elegantly crossed, with black ankle boots adorning her feet. Yihan noticed that in addition to her personality, Mo Kursin's choice of attire and makeup consistently reflected the Mo family's aesthetics, particularly her preference for chic ankle boots. Perhaps due to the hurried nature of her departure amidst the chaos, she wore no makeup, presenting a fresh, unadorned visage. Despite this, her exquisite features radiated the beauty befitting a captivating woman, adding a vibrant touch to Yihan's journey back to school. Before the incident with the towel, Mo Kursin had been less sensitive to Yihan's gaze. However, recalling the recent moment when her towel had slipped, leaving Yihan to behold her in all her glory, she could not shake the feeling of embarrassment, as if she were clad in nothing at all. Her once confident demeanor now bore a hint of self-consciousness. Yet she maintained the facade of nonchalance, engaging with Yihan as if nothing were amiss. You need not thank me. If teacher Zhang Wanxiu were to learn of any mishaps you encountered while accompanying me to the mechanic exchange, regardless of the circumstances, she would certainly hold me accountable. Moreover, that Su Ming was indeed insufferable, a mid-level 6th-stage ability user attempting to snatch a 1st-stage ability crystal from you. Had I seen it, I would have had to teach him a lesson, even if you were not my junior. Mo Kursin's response warmed Yihan's heart. It was evident that she embodied the gentleness of her mentor, teacher Zhang Wanxiu, in many aspects of her character. However, Yihan still had questions that he wished Mo Kursin would clarify. Senior, how did you discover that I was involved in an incident of calamity? Upon addressing this inquiry, Mo Kursin retrieved her phone and opened an application exclusive to staff members of the Mechanic Association. The top notification revealed that a sudden calamity had occurred at the subway station near the Mechanic Association. Detailed information regarding the time and location was also provided. The Mechanic Association housed numerous confidential and cutting-edge technological laboratories, and any sudden incidents within the vicinity would be detected by their monitoring systems to ensure safety. I noticed the calamity a while ago, but as I thought of you having left not long before, I was worried you might be in danger. I didn't have time to apply even light makeup and simply changed my clothes and rushed out. Learning more from Mo Kursin, Yihan developed a deep admiration for the wondrous abilities of the mechanic ability users. However, what struck him most was her subsequent statement. The moment she detected the calamity, she rushed over, concerned for his safety. Senior, if you ever find yourself in danger, please reach out to me. I will certainly come to your aid. Yihan placed a reassuring hand on his chest and made a promise to Mo Kursin. Though this gesture was small, the intention behind Mo Kursin's desire to save him, which ultimately bore fruit, left a lasting impression on Yihan. He vowed that should Mo Kursin ever require his assistance, he would not hesitate to rise to the occasion. In a world where true confidants are few and far between, Yihan resolved to cherish this rare connection. Upon hearing Yihan's solemn vow, Mo Kursin momentarily froze. After a brief pause, a warm current flowed through her heart, as she recognized that Yihan was not merely posturing but speaking sincerely. This afternoon, he had indeed aided her significantly. Without Yihan's courageous intervention, she would have lacked a valid reason to reprimand the provocateur from the liquor region. However, she believed it somewhat unrealistic for Yihan to protect her in times of peril. She acknowledged that he was a brilliant ability user, favored by her mentor, Zhang Wanxiu, destined for greatness. Yet, she was also a genius who had once brought honor to Tianlong Academy and teacher Zhang Wanxiu. Confident in her abilities, she believed her talent was not inferior to Yihan's, perhaps even superior, being 4 years his senior and a diligent prodigy. Her 4 years of training put her ahead in strength and insight, a gap that Yihan would find challenging to bridge. Unless unforeseen circumstances occurred, it seemed unlikely that Yihan would ever catch up to her. Even if they both ascended to the pinnacle of ability users, he would still lag behind her in experience and understanding. Thus, while she appreciated Yihan's desire to protect her, she believed it more fitting for her to safeguard this charming and dashing junior. With a playful smile, Mo Kursin quipped, "I accept your good intentions, junior, but truth be told, I'm also a genius. Being 4 years older than you is no easy feat to overcome. If you wish to protect me, you have your work cut out for you." Or perhaps, let me protect you from now on? M.O. Kurson's just ignited Yihan's competitive spirit. Although he firmly believed that Mokekson was an unequivocal mechanical genius, he also recognized that his own exceptional abilities as a variant ability user were not to be underestimated. Despite being 4 years younger than Mokekson, he was confident that he would eventually catch up to and surpass her. It was merely a matter of time. Senior. Even though you are 4 years my senior, I will diligently cultivate my skills, striving to reach your level as soon as possible. There will surely come a time when you need me to protect you. The competitive spirit ignited between Mokekson and Yihan as they exchanged glances, and she was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she smiled with understanding. Now she comprehended why teacher Jiang Wanxiu always praised Yihan's strengths upon accepting him as a new student. This junior not only possessed remarkable talent, but also had an endearing personality. However, she would never concede that he could surpass her in the future. With determination gleaming in her eyes, Mokekson and Yihan made a pact. While it was commendable to have ambition, she was resolute in her intent not to yield. Little junior, be prepared for the possibility that you may spend your entire life striving to surpass me, yet still find yourself firmly beneath my shadow. After a pause, as Mokekson's mind conjured an embarrassing image of Yihan seeing her without a towel, a hint of bashfulness crept into her gaze as she discreetly glanced at him. However, if you truly manage to surpass me in the future, I wouldn't mind you protecting me. In another scene, Xia Yinran, dressed adorably in her strawberry-patterned loungewear, lay on the edge of her bed, humming a cheerful tune and swinging her fair legs. Her phone buzzed with various news and updates on social media, her angelic face radiating a sunlit smile without any makeup. Meanwhile, Yihan slept soundly beside her, in his own room, not hers. Having awakened earlier, she had ventured into his room to synchronize their morning routines, scrolling through her phone as she awaited his rise. This was a familiar routine for her from their days in Jiangbeiqing, and Yihan had grown accustomed to it, remaining undisturbed in his slumber until his biological clock naturally called him to wakefulness. As her mood brightened, Yinran's expression shifted when she stumbled upon a headline featuring Yihan. Genius ability user Yihan triumphs over peers in the Lika domain. The illustrious Mokekson and Yihan, prodigious siblings from the same enter. The first headline seemed innocuous enough. Yet the subsequent ones, laden with insinuations, ignited a flicker of irritation within her. How infuriating, just a few days into the new semester, and he has already attracted the attention of a prominent young lady, none other than the graduated Mokekson. Though Yinran had not encountered Mokekson during her time at the academy, their families, both esteemed in the Tianlong domain, had crossed paths at various family events. Curiosity piqued, she delved into the trending topics surrounding Yihan and Mokekson, seeking the truth. A mechanic exchange conference hosted by the Ma family had occurred yesterday. How had Yihan, an extraordinary ability user, secured an invitation? Were they both students of teacher Jiang Wanxiu, suggesting she had orchestrated their meeting? The clever play on their names, Xin and Han, was reminiscent of marketing tactics to boost their popularity. As she continued to dig deeper into their connection, Yinran's initial annoyance transformed into a full-blown pout. Casting a resentful glance at the still sleeping Yihan, she couldn't help but feel vexed. That scoundrel, he has already stolen my first kiss, and yet he flirts around with others. Even if teacher Jiang Wanxiu introduced him to Mokekson, he should maintain some decorum. After a while of scrolling through social media topics, trending across the Tianlong domain, her frustration led her to switch to the internal social network of the Tianlong Academy, hoping for a quieter experience. To her dismay, she found more news about Yihan and Mokekson. She instinctively wanted to close the app, but her curiosity compelled her to click on a topic that seemed different from the previous ones. There, she discovered a report on Yihan receiving commendation for resolving a crisis during a minor disaster at the Mechanic Association subway station, complete with footage of his entire battle. Has he grown even stronger? Is this still within the realm of extraordinary abilities? He exhibits 2 different elemental domains. A glance at the still dreaming Yihan diminished her jealousy, replaced by a rising sense of urgency to enhance her own training. If she did not intensify her efforts, she feared she might be left far behind, unable to compete with him in the future. Continuing her search, she soon encountered a video depicting Yihan being robbed of his ability crystal core by Shuming, only for Mokekson to step in heroically. This was clearly not a leak from the Tianlong War Corps, as such footage would tarnish their reputation. Intrigued, Yinran glanced at the video's uploader and upon seeing Mokexin's name, her irritation flared anew. The golden verification badge and Mokexin's striking avatar confirmed the video's authenticity. Comments from numerous students at Tianlong Academy speculated on Yihan and Mokexin's relationship, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a romantic narrative. "How infuriating!" Yinran exclaimed, frustration boiling over as she put away her phone. At that moment, Yihan stirred awake, yawning. "What is all the commotion about this early, Xia Yinran? You know very well." She pouted. Though Yihan was familiar with her, he had no way of guessing her thoughts without context. "I have no idea," he replied, stretching lazily before heading to wash up. Yinran followed him, still bubbling with annoyance. "Did you spend the whole day with Mokexin yesterday?" Yihan began to piece together the situation. As he brushed his teeth and made eye contact with Yinran in the mirror, he chuckled. "Makshuji was introduced to me by teacher Jiang. She took me to the mechanic exchange conference to broaden my horizons. You and T be jealous over something like that, would you? Jealous of you? Don't be ridiculous. I just want to win you once. I don't want you distracted by unnecessary matters, causing you to fall behind in your training and lose to me. That kind of victory wouldn't feel right." Yinran vehemently denied, her mouth filled with toothpaste foam. Yihan merely engaged in playful banter with Xia Yinran, never genuinely believing that the clever and resourceful Xia Yinran harbored feelings for him. In his perspective, they were akin in temperament, progressing and evolving together in their cultivation. Such a relationship was unlikely to blossom into romance. At best, they would remain close friends united by shared interests. It was better this way. Otherwise, he might have thought that the proud and ambitious Tian Jishao Nu was genuinely interested in him, which was an impossibility. Dream on. The notion that I could ever harbor feelings for you is utterly unthinkable. Engaging in witty exchanges with Xia Yanran was endlessly enjoyable. After freshening up, Yihan changed his attire and waved goodbye as he exited the dormitory. "I'll take my leave first." Upon witnessing Yihan's departure without waiting for her, Xia Yanran, whose heart was already in turmoil due to the morning's rumors involving Yihan and Mo Kursin, couldn't help but stomp her feet in frustration. Who would ever be enamored by that flirtatious scoundrel? I merely wish for him not to be distracted from his cultivation and lose to me. Yes, that's precisely it. In the realm of the Yu Yin domain, characterized by its bone-chilling, rare flames, Yihan was greeted by Jiang Wanqiu's gentle inquiry regarding his meeting with Mo Kursin the previous afternoon as he entered the ability training chamber. Yihan, of course, responded truthfully. "The senior was very kind to me, and we exchanged contact information. I heard you made quite an impression at the Mechanic Exchange Conference, successfully applying the insights you gained during these days into practical combat. Well done." Jiang Wanqiu had also inquired about the events of the previous afternoon from Mo Kursin. Her initial suspicions about sending Yihan to the conference were confirmed. The Li Ka domain indeed had ulterior motives. The objectives of sending Yihan to the Mechanic Exchange Conference were satisfactorily achieved, whether it was to broaden his horizons, mitigate the hostility from the Li Ka domain, or provide an opportunity for Yihan and Mo Kursin to strengthen their friendship. This was precisely what Jiang Wanqiu had hoped to facilitate from the outset. As long as the relationship between Yihan and Mo Kursin continued to develop positively, Yihan would undoubtedly receive support from the forces represented by the Mo family upon graduation, paving a smoother path for his future. As Yihan's teacher, Jiang Wanqiu felt it was her duty not only to encourage him in his cultivation, but also to plan a promising future for him. This was the responsibility of teacher. Beside her, the stoic Suyu Miao also inquired about Yihan. "You weren't harmed during last night's incident near the Mechanic Association Center, were you?" "Thank you for your concern, Teacher Su. I was unharmed, and I even obtained this." Yihan felt a genuine warmth from Suyu Miao's concern. Despite her often serious demeanor, she was deeply caring toward her students. Producing the Azure First-Tier Fire Element Ability Crystal Core he had acquired the night before, Yihan felt a sense of pride. This was his first encounter with a cataclysmic event involving disaster creatures, and he had managed to secure a trophy through his own efforts. He believed that in the future, he would undoubtedly go even further. Seeing the Azure Fire Element Ability Crystal Core in Yihan's hand, Jiang Wanqiu genuinely rejoiced for him. This type of flame is quite rare. Acquiring it at the first tier will greatly aid your understanding of even rarer anomalous states. However, she continued, "I heard from your senior, Mo Kursin, that during the recovery process, some members of the Tianlong battle group attempted to seize the ability crystal core you worked hard to obtain. Those unruly individuals did not harm you, did they? With her inquiry, Jiang Wanqiu's concern for Yi Han was evident. Yi Han began to understand why Jiang Wanqiu had always been the most beloved teacher since joining Tianlong Academy. She was exceptionally gentle and considerate, embodying the role of a second mother to her students. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. Yi Han regarded the young Jiang Wanqiu as a confidant. With senior Mo secretly protecting me, I suffered no injuries. By the way, she also gifted me these wonderful items. As he spoke, Yi Han revealed the 5 first-tier mechanical ability crystal cores that Mo Kursin had given him. Observing the 5 mechanical ability crystal cores alongside the rare fire element crystal core, Jiang Wanqiu smiled gently. Yu Miao, it seems we need to temporarily adjust our training plan for young Yi Han today. As Jiang Wanqiu's close friend, Su Yu Miao understood her implication and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi Han, your task today is to absorb and refine all these ability crystal cores. In truth, Yi Han had the same intention. By directly producing the 6 ability crystal cores before Su Yu Miao and Jiang Wanqiu, he sought to steer their guidance, allowing him to pursue his own training agenda. The guidance proved successful, as Yi Han immediately sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the ability crystal cores he had acquired. In a focused state of cultivation, he began with the solitary first-tier fire element ability crystal core. Su Yu Miao and Jiang Wanqiu stood by, ensuring no untoward incidents occurred. Yu Miao, do you sense it? The fire element ability aura surrounding young Yi Han is not at all intense. Rather, it feels quite cold. Jiang Wanqiu promptly shared her observation regarding the unique characteristics of the fire element aura emanating from Yi Han as he absorbed the crystal core. Su Yu Miao's expression remained stoic, betraying no emotion as she replied, it should be related to the azure hue of the flame. The Yu Yin, also known as the cold flame from the underworld, is not something that can be easily collected. Jiang Wanqiu's gentle eyes sparkled with anticipation as she mused. What do you think this child will comprehend from this anomalous state? In response to this question, Su Yu Miao, with her moonlight gaze, fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment, she remarked, though the Yu Yin emits a chilling aura and is classified as a rare fire, it remains a fire element ability. Being only first tier, he should comprehend an anomalous state akin to heat. I share your sentiment, Jiang Wanqiu concurred, nodding in agreement. Even Yi Han, who was in the midst of absorption and refinement, held a similar belief. However, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. As the chilling aura from the Yu Yin element intensified around him, Yi Han realized that his cold-related anomalous state was undergoing a transformation. More precisely, it was merging with the power of the Yu Yin element crystal core, evolving towards a higher echelon beyond the cold anomaly state. Once Yi Han refined all the Yu Yin power within the crystal core, the icy aura of the dark flame element spread outward from him. Having experienced something similar before, Yi Han was reminded of how he had comprehended the Feng Feng domain and the Lei Dian domain. This indicated that his cold anomaly state was transcending into a more advanced ability domain, empowered by the Yu Yin ability crystal core. Ecstatic, Yi Han focused on completing the final stages of this transformative ascent. Enveloped in the Yu Yin-infused domain, he felt waves of bone-chilling cold. Yet, upon closer examination, he discerned a distinction from the enhanced cold anomaly state. Furthermore, as time passed, the icy aura began to imbue him with a sense of warmth. In a moment of fleeting confusion, Yi Han soon gained clarity. This is the essence of the seemingly cold and piercing fire of Yu Yin. Cold on the outside, yet warm within, it is ultimately a manifestation of the elemental fire's extraordinary power, and such an effect is entirely reasonable. Fully comprehending the origin of the current state of this unique domain, Yi Han promptly named it in accordance with its essence, Yu Yin Changyu. It is neither a domain evolved from a singular state of intense heat, nor one derived from a solitary state of chill. Rather, it is a realm distinctly belonging to the ghostly flames from the Yoming Diyu. Upon completing the absorption and refinement, Yi Han opened his eyes to find both Su Yu Mo and Jiang Wanqiu, his esteemed mentors, gazing intently at him. The typically serious and expressionless Su Yu Mo bore an unusual glimmer of incredulity in her eyes, while Jiang Wanqiu appeared even more exhilarated. As Yi Han met their gaze, she could hardly contain her eagerness, playfully winking at him. Have you comprehended a new domain? How peculiar! It exudes both warmth and coldness, an ice and fire duality. What kind of domain is this? Jiang Wanqiu's inquiry echoed the thoughts of Su Yu Mo. Under the watchful eyes of his mentors, Yahan articulated his newfound understanding. Yoyin Changyu. He still needed to summon Ma Shuejia, as she was the expert in mechanical matters. In truth, Suyuemo and Jiang Wanxiu had already speculated on the name Yoyin Changyu in their minds before Yahan uttered it. Yet, even as high-level extraordinary ability users, they could not help but take a deep breath upon hearing it from him. Throughout history, there have been many extraordinary ability users who have absorbed and refined Yoyin abilities. But only Yahan has comprehended the existence of the Yoyin Changyu, which was previously confined to theory. Moreover, Yahan is not even an extraordinary ability user of the fire element, which makes this realization all the more astonishing. Exchanging glances, Jiang Wanxiu and Suyue Mo reluctantly acknowledged that this seemingly youthful boy had continually redefined their understanding. It was one matter for the mutated states of extraordinary abilities to have a 100% activation rate. It was another entirely to challenge the established notion that extraordinary ability users in abnormal states could not perform physical attacks. Yahan had grasped a domain of combat-specialized elemental extraordinary abilities that exhibited even more pronounced negative effects than those of typical elemental users. Is this the advantage of extraordinary ability users comprehending domains despite their abnormal states? Among the historical extraordinary ability users, there have been instances of ability mutations. Yet none have achieved what Yahan has. After processing the miracle Yahan had created, Suyue Mo promptly cautioned him. While new advancements are commendable, do not allow yourself to become complacent. Continue absorbing the remaining 5 mechanical extraordinary ability crystals. Understood? Yahan replied as he began to absorb the remaining 5 first-tier mechanical extraordinary ability crystals. Observing him re-entering a state of cultivation, Jiang Wanxiu gently nudged Suyue Mo with her elbow. Mo, you hail from that place and undoubtedly have access to more ancient secrets and texts than I do. Has there ever been a record of an abnormal state related to machinery in history? At Jiang Wanxiu's question, Suyue Mo's expression grew grave. Never. I know you are suggesting that Yahan may have comprehended an abnormal state related to machinery, but regrettably, that is impossible. Suyue Mo's conviction was as steadfast and unyielding as her character. Unless Yahan could shatter her established beliefs and create new history, she would not entertain such bold conjectures as Jiang Wanxiu's. An abnormal state related to machinery? Preposterous. However, after witnessing the Yoyin Changyu, Jiang Wanxiu's imagination soared beyond Suyue Mo's wildest expectations. She gazed at Yahan, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. What if there's a possibility that after absorbing the 5 mechanical extraordinary ability crystals, little Yahan could comprehend a mechanical domain that is even more formidable than an abnormal state? This is no laughing matter, Wanxiu, Suyue Mo replied calmly, dismissing Jiang Wanxiu's whimsical notion. Yet Jiang Wanxiu was not angered by Suyue Mo's dismissal. Instead, she observed Yahan with increasingly tender affection, as though he were her most beloved student. She believed that Yahan's innate talent allowed for such fantasies to take flight. I'm not jesting, I speak earnestly. The millennia of human extraordinary ability history has been one of continual progress through the breaking of old paradigms. Why can we not unleash our imaginations and speculate boldly? Mo, do you not think that this child, Yahan, has the potential to create new history? Suyue Mo considered Jiang Wanxiu's assertions to be mere flights of fancy. I acknowledge that many long-held beliefs will inevitably be challenged as the era of extraordinary ability users evolves, but that will occur within predictable and rational boundaries. The Yoyin Changyu that Yahan has grasped was theoretically attainable, but had never been comprehended by a fire element extraordinary ability user until now. Thus, it is completely normal for him to have broken through in this era. However, your conjecture lacks evidence and strikes me as unrealistic. Without continuing this debate with the steadfast Suyue Mo, Jiang Wanxiu continued to gaze at Yahan with gentle hope, wishing for another surprise from him. Unbeknownst to Yahan, who was deeply engrossed in absorbing and refining the mechanical extraordinary ability crystals, a spirited debate had just unfolded between Suyue Mo and Jiang Wanxiu regarding his cultivation. As he absorbed and refined, Yahan felt the tangible changes brought about by the process. His mid-tier extraordinary ability level was steadily increasing, growing ever stronger. Yet, unlike his previous experiences of comprehending abnormal states or achieving higher transformations of existing states, Johann felt nothing of the sort this time. However, recalling that there were no historical records of abnormal states related to machinery, he found solace in this realization. It was entirely reasonable that such purely mechanical phenomena would not possess abnormal states. Just as he was beginning to accept that he could not comprehend a mechanical abnormal state that should not exist, he instinctively rejected that thought. Something is amiss. There seems to be a change. Johann delved deeper into the sensations accompanying the absorption of the mechanical extraordinary ability crystals and discovered that, in addition to his extraordinary ability energy steadily increasing, a peculiar force was also augmenting. This sensation resembled the comprehension of an entirely new abnormal state. Yet it differed from conventional abnormal states. In the case of other abnormal states, even those as unusual as a peculiar stomach pain, Johann could utilize them on himself during the comprehension process to ascertain their specific negative effects. However, this time, he felt nothing when attempting to apply it to himself, neither positive nor negative effects. It was precisely this lack of sensation that had led him to initially deduce that it was perfectly normal not to awaken an abnormal state related to machinery, as no such records existed in history. Yet, the undeniable sensation of having gained genuine insight convinced Johann that this was no mere illusion. Thus, a question arose. Why did he comprehend an abnormal state related to machinery without any reaction when applied to himself? After a moment of deep thought, Johann considered a possibility. This abnormal state might only be beneficial to a mechanical engineer. If that were the case, to verify whether he had awakened a certain mechanical-related abnormal state, he would need to find a mechanical engineer to conduct an experiment with him, testing the effects of this abnormal state. Upon reflecting on this, Johann's mind inevitably conjured the image of the strikingly impressive Ingchi Yujia, Mo Kursin, whom he had only met for the first time yesterday. When it comes to matters of expertise, one must seek out those who are truly knowledgeable. In the realm of mechanics, Mo Kursin is undoubtedly the most proficient. With this thought in mind, Johann, having absorbed merely 2 mechanical anomaly energy cores, promptly ceased the refining process of the remaining 3. Noticing Johann's sudden halt, Jiang Wanxiu hurried over, her gentle gaze filled with concern. "Why have you stopped? Little Johann, have you encountered a problem? If so, you can confide in your teacher." Although Su Yuwu maintained a composed expression devoid of any visible emotion, she too perked up her ears, anxious that Johann might have faced some unforeseen complication during the absorption process. In response to the worry of his 2 mentors, Johann offered them a reassuring smile. "I am perfectly fine. I merely wish to consult a specific individual about a certain matter." This statement elicited a rare, serious expression from the gentle Jiang Wanxiu, mirroring that of Su Yuwu. "Whom do you seek?" "Surely, both of us can provide you with an answer," Su Yuwu remarked, her countenance revealing annoyance. Johann realized that his actions had inadvertently hurt the feelings of his teachers and swiftly sought to clarify. "You both have misunderstood. I believe I have grasped a peculiar state during the absorption of the mechanical anomaly energy cores, yet I lack any understanding of it. As experts, do you think I should invite Mo Kursin to accompany me in examining what this unusual state entails?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuwu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Johann has truly comprehended an anomaly related to mechanics? Is this child on the brink of making history? She brushed a strand of her silver hair back, feeling the need to compose herself. After a brief moment of surprise, Jiang Wanxiu revealed a tender smile, expressing her joy and support for Johann's decision. "Indeed, it is essential for you to have Mo Kursin come over. She excels in this field." Ning Binghan, still dawdling, would soon find that her companion might be at risk of being overshadowed by the senior. "Look, isn't that Xia Yanran? Just as radiant as the rumors suggest. Her smile is like that of a beautiful angel gracing the mortal realm. Even I, a girl myself, am captivated by her enchanting smile. There likely isn't a more flawless girl than Xia Xiume in this world. I typically harbor disdain for those more beautiful than I, yet gazing upon her endlessly optimistic smile, I find not a trace of jealousy. She is simply too uplifting." Under the bright sun of Tianlong Academy, Xia Yanran, adorned in a soft yellow dress, traversed the campus streets, her charming smile perpetually drawing the attention of fellow students. From 4th-year students to 1st-year newcomers, regardless of gender, all were captivated by her infectious vitality and radiant smile. After merely a few days at the academy, the first-year student had already become a well-known figure, the foremost sunshine angel of Tianlong Academy. Among her peers, only Ning Binghan and Aisha could rival her in both grace and beauty. However, in terms of popularity, neither could compare to her seemingly genuine and sunny disposition. To find a woman in Tianlong Academy who could rival her popularity, one would likely have to look to the highly regarded teacher, Jiang Wanqiu, whose gentle smile exuded warmth and approachability. As Xia Yinran recognized the familiar faces around her, she naturally returned their smiles, which inadvertently elevated her status within the academy. She relished the perception that everyone saw her as a beacon of sunshine, oblivious to her true self. What a cool and sophisticated senior. When did our academy acquire such an elegant figure with an ancient charm? I don't recall her at all. You must be a new first-year student, right? You don't even know M.O. Curson. Wow, is that really M.O. Curson? I thought she had already graduated. Is she visiting the alma mater today? One of the students remarked. I feel like she is here for Yihan. Didn't you see today as trending topic? She has a particularly close relationship with her junior, who is 4 years her junior. And they even collaborated at the mechanic exchange to educate the mechanic master disciple of Lika Domain as Xia Yinran strolled through the academy. She overheard students nearby discussing a name she found particularly displeasing, M.O. Curson, the main character of today's gossip, Bounty Han. The discussions had not only permeated the social networks of Tianlong Academy, but had also reached the trending topics across the entire Tianlong domain. Just as she had managed to adjust her mood, hearing the name that had irked her earlier brought her good spirits crashing down. Xia Yinran maintained her radiant smile outwardly, concealing the turmoil within. Following the gazes of the gossiping students, she soon spotted M.O. Curson, perhaps to suit the occasion of her visit to the academy. M.O. Curson donned a black uniform with a white-collared shirt and a pure black pleated skirt, presenting herself as a poised senior still engaged in her studies. Her long legs clad in sleek black boots added an air of coolness to the already elegant M.O. family heiress. The subtle eyeliner accentuated the determination in her gaze, exuding an aura of reliability and competence. Yet, unlike Su Yuwu, who often emanated a formidable aura, M.O. Curson wore a warm and enthusiastic smile, greeting her younger peers with kindness. While she might not possess Xia Yinran's intense radiance, she exuded a unique charm that was both spirited and courteous. What was her purpose here? As she watched M.O. Curson walk in another direction without noticing her, Xia Yinran felt a surge of unease. Surely, she wasn't here to discuss matters with those gossip-loving students, was she? That direction seemed to lead to the anomaly training facility. This was not good. Driven by her apprehension, Xia Yinran decisively pursued her. Along the way, she sent a message to Yihan. Where are you now? At the anomaly training facility. Today, Teacher Jiang and Teacher Su are adding extra lessons for me. So if you wish to find me, it seems you'll have to wait until evening. At that moment, Yihan was in the training room of the anomaly facility, holding his phone and awaiting M.O. Curson as response. Upon seeing Xia Yinran's reply, he swiftly responded, and in the next instant, he received good news from M.O. Curson. Junior, I should arrive in about 5 minutes. Finally, he awaited the arrival of someone who could assist him in testing the mechanical anomaly state, and he promptly shared the news with Jiang Wanqiu and Su Yuwu. Meanwhile, upon receiving Yi Han's reply, Xia Yinran became even more convinced that M.O. Curson was indeed seeking Yi Han. That wretched Yi Han, spending an entire day with M.O. Curson yesterday was already too much. Now he was at it again, unable to maintain her sunny disposition any longer. Xia Yinran continued to discreetly follow M.O. Curson at a distance. During the course of her pursuit, the melancholic Xia Yinran soon encountered her solitary rival, Ning Binghan. Upon spotting Ning Binghan, Xia Yinran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Perhaps she could devise a clever scheme. Having previously been outwitted by Xia Yinran, Ning Binghan immediately sensed that this seemingly innocent woman was plotting mischief as she approached with a smile. Having never gotten along with Xia Yinran, Ning Binghan had no desire to engage with her. However, Xia Yinran leaned in closer and whispered a provocative remark that caused Ning Binghan to shiver. I saw you give your first kiss to Yi Han that day, you know. The unsheathed sword in her hand rang ominously, and Ning Binghan felt an urge to retaliate against Xia Yinran. Yet, Xia Yinran's unconventional tactics caught her off guard. This is not the time for infighting, Ning Binghan. The man who stole your first kiss is about to be snatched away by this wicked woman. As she spoke, Xia Yinran brandished her phone, displaying an image that had gone viral, showing Yi Han and Mo Curson positioned closely together. Unaware of the trending topic that morning, Ning Binghan's brow furrowed at the sight of their intimate proximity. Xia Yinran noted Ning Binghan's reaction, realizing her plan was taking shape. Let us momentarily set aside our differences and unite against our greatest adversary, Ning Binghan. Hesitantly, Ning Binghan extended her hand for a temporary truce, successfully recruiting Ning Binghan. Xia Yinran, eager to catch up with Mo Curson before she disappeared from view, urged her to follow. Come on, I know where they're going on a date. Soon, they trailed behind Mo Curson as she entered the supernatural training facility. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Aisha, who had just emerged from her own class. The inquisitive blonde with cascading waves hastened to follow Xia Yinran and Ning Binghan. Hey, what are you two up to? Startled by Aisha's sudden appearance, Xia Yinran quickly covered her mouth. Keep it down, otherwise we'll be discovered. She gestured towards Mo Curson in the distance, signaling Aisha to not disrupt their covert operation. A tracking game? I love those. Count me in. Aisha's interest peaked, and she winked at Xia Yinran and Ning Binghan. Ning Binghan frowned, sensing the impropriety of the situation. Nevertheless, she exchanged glances with Xia Yinran. Are you the one initiating this? Should we include her? With no alternative, Xia Yinran decided to bring along the exuberant Aisha. To maintain the overarching objective, their duo became a trio. Before proceeding, Xia Yinran gave Aisha a stern look. No antics that might compromise our plan. Aisha responded with a light pat on her chest, assuring her, you can count on me. I'm a professional at tracking games. Upon entering the training room, Mo Curson greeted Yi Han and Jiang Wanxiu with a smile. However, when her gaze landed on Su Yueqiao, her typically poised demeanor faltered. Unpleasant memories surged forth, and she instinctively touched her head, feeling as though she bore the brunt of Su Yueqiao's formidable presence. This impression stemmed from her 4 years at Tianlong Academy, especially her first year when she had been frequently reprimanded by Su Yueqiao. Although Su Yueqiao was not her assigned teacher, she wielded an authoritative presence that could discipline students without reservation. The shadows of the past compelled Mo Curson to muster an awkward yet polite smile. You're here too, Teacher Su. She quickly acknowledged Su Yueqiao before casting a distressed glance at Jiang Wanxiu. Teacher Jiang, why didn't you warn me that Teacher Su would be here? I nearly jumped out of my skin. Jiang Wanxiu understood Mo Curson's apprehension towards Su Yueqiao. For years prior, Mo Curson, despite her talents, had exhibited arrogance due to her prestigious family background, often looking down upon those without familial legacies, leading to numerous missteps. Fortunately, under Jiang Wanxiu's guidance, and after facing Su Yueqiao's stern corrections, Mo Curson had gradually transformed into a more likable individual, albeit still a bit haughty. Jiang Wanxiu wisely redirected Mo Curson's focus towards Yi Han. Don't be nervous, Curson. Just cooperate with your junior today and see if he has awakened any peculiar mechanical anomalies. At Jiang Wanxiu's suggestion, Mo Curson took a deep breath, redirecting her attention away from the commanding Su Yueqiao. Junior, just tell me what to do. Yi Han, having noticed Mo Curson's evident unease around Su Yueqiao, chose not to dwell on matters that did not concern him. Senior, the reason I called you here is that after absorbing the mechanical crystal core you provided, I awakened a peculiar abnormal state that seems ineffective against me. To ascertain the nature of this anomaly, I specifically requested a skilled mechanic like you to assist me. You need only stand still and accept my abnormal state, then relay your sensations. Understanding Yi Han's intentions, Mo Curson smiled faintly, her assumptions aligning with reality. However, she believed there was room for improvement in Yi Han's experimental approach. As a high-tier ability user, if you impose a first-tier abnormal state on me, I fear it may not yield a significant effect. To better perceive the outcome, I shall temporarily suppress my ability tier to mid-level first tier. As she spoke, the aura of a high-tier ability user around her began to rapidly diminish. In mere moments, she had aligned her ability tier with Yi Han's. We could begin now. Junior. Confirming that Mo Curson was ready, Yi Han took a deep breath and applied the abnormal state with unknown effects upon her. In that moment, Su Yueqiao and Jiang Wanxiu focused intently on Mo Curson, eager to discern any revelations. Meanwhile, Mo cursing concentrated on the sensations brought about by Yi Han's imposed abnormal state. Initially, the effects were subtle, but as time progressed, her brow furrowed with growing intensity. To validate her suspicions, she swiftly summoned the mischievous rabbit from her ability space. As her tier had been suppressed to first tier, the mischievous rabbit was also temporarily constrained to the same level. Attuning herself to the connection between her and the mischievous rabbit, she discerned that something was interfering with their bond. As time progressed, her mischievous mechanical rabbit began to emit inexplicable sparks as its mechanical components flickered. Yihan observed this scene keenly and gradually comprehended the specific effects of his newly awakened anomalous state. It disrupted the connection between mechanical constructs and their creators, thereby impairing the combat capabilities of the mechanists. What a remarkable ability! Suyu Miao also witnessed the unfolding events, her calm eyes betraying a hint of tumult. At that moment, Jiang Wanqiu smiled and remarked, "Yu Miao, it seems my imagination was not in vain. This child has indeed awakened a groundbreaking mechanical-related anomalous state. Do you still believe that Xiao Yihan cannot comprehend a higher tier of mechanical domain after absorbing the next 3 mechanical crystal cores? Given the existence of this mechanical-related anomaly, it is only natural that a corresponding domain would arise. I misjudged the situation." Suyu Miao had no choice but to concede. It appeared that many of her judgments regarding Yihan were inaccurate, and she would need to contemplate matters related to him more thoroughly in the future. This child could truly create seemingly absurd miracles that, against all odds, manifested into reality. After a thorough assessment, Mo-ku Xin severed Yihan's anomalous state with her formidable advanced mechanist powers and provided her professional conclusion. "This is my first encounter with an anomalous ability user who has awakened an electromagnetic interference state. Utilizing such an anomalous condition, which should not exist, to influence the connection between a mechanist and their mechanical creations is unprecedented. Your electromagnetic interference state not only disrupts the mechanist's combat, but also affects communication devices and other mechanical constructs lacking protective power. Xiao Xuidi, your anomalous ability is quite fascinating." Listening to Mo-ku Xin's professional evaluation and praise, Yihan decided to bestow a name upon this novel, anomalous state. After a brief moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Mo Shuejia, what do you think of naming this anomalous state position interference?" Surprised by the opportunity to name a brand new anomalous state that shared a connection with Yihan, Mo-ku Xin displayed an expression of deep honor. "Wouldn't electromagnetic interference be more precise? Xiao Xuidi? After all, your interference stems from an electromagnetic field generated by electromagnetic waves." Upon hearing this, Yihan agreed, recognizing the need for accuracy. "Then let us call it electromagnetic interference anomalous state. By the way, Shuejia, please do not leave just yet. I still have 3 mechanical anomalous crystal cores you gifted me that I have yet to absorb. Wait until I finish absorbing them to see if I can elevate my electromagnetic interference anomalous state into a higher tier domain. You can depart afterward." Mo-ku Xin had taken leave this afternoon specifically to assist Yihan with his issues, so she readily accepted his request to stay a while longer. "Of course, Xiao Xuidi, I am eager to see what further surprises this genius, praised by Teacher Jiang, can unveil." Meanwhile, the door to the training room stood ajar, and 3 pairs of beautiful eyes peered through the gap to observe the happenings within. The owners of these eyes were Xia Yan Ran and her 2 companions, who had followed Mo-ku Xin here. They believed they were stealthy in their tracking, unaware that Suyu Miao and Jiang Wanqiu had already discerned their presence. The 2 instructors deemed them harmless and chose not to expose their clandestine observation of Yihan's training. Fortunately, it was lunchtime and the ability training facility was almost vacant. Otherwise, the sight of 3 stunning school flowers spying on the training room would undoubtedly leave onlookers astounded, assuming they had some peculiar fascination. Squatting at the bottom, Xia Yan Ran's face flushed with annoyance as she glared at Ning Binghan and Ai Sha, who were peering over her shoulder to catch a glimpse of the proceedings inside. "I told you to let me observe the enemy situation, Ning Binghan. Get off my back. And you too, Ai Sha, stop crowding around," she exclaimed. "Are you trying to squash me? How foolish of me to bring you 2 along." Continuing to evolve and transform, the mechanical chaos domain. Had Yihan and Mo Shuejia as romantic relationship advanced to this stage? Outside the training room, Xia Yin ran. Unable to move, Ning Binghan and AI Sha resigned herself to diligently observing Yi Han's training from her position. As she witnessed the lively interaction between Yi Han and Mo Xian, although she couldn't hear their conversation from such a distance. She instinctively believed that their relationship had progressed to the point where Mo Xian was willing to teach Yi Han in the same manner as a teacher. Her usual charming smile was replaced with gravity. Unfazed, AI Sha shared her observations with Xia Yin Ran and Ning Binghan. Both Su Yu Miao and Jiang Wanxiu are present, and they have allowed Mo Shuejie and Yi Han to converse for such an extended period. It seems they also have high hopes for this pair's union, perhaps even intending to facilitate their relationship. I knew it. Yesterday, at the Mechanist Exchange meeting, when I saw Mo Shuejie meet Yi Han for the first time, she was exceptionally kind to him. It appears she has taken him as her child groom. While she articulated the situation with apparent seriousness, AI Sha's alluring eyes revealed no distress over the possibility of another woman stealing her beloved. After all, she held no romantic feelings for Yi Han, regarding him merely as a friend for the time being. Ning Binghan, perched on Xia Yin Ran's back, remained vigilant, closely monitoring the activities within the training room. Upon hearing AI Sha's thoughts, she cast a few more glances at Su Yu Miao and Jiang Wanxiu, who were allowing Yi Han and Mo Xian to interact freely. In the next moment, a flicker of contemplative brilliance sparkled in her cool gaze. It was as if both families had tacitly approved of this relationship. If they genuinely loved each other, outsiders would be powerless to prevent their union. Xia Yin Ran, squatting at the bottom and observing the situation through the door, was infuriated by Ning Binghan and AI Sha's remarks. I was here first. I refuse to believe that Yi Han and Mo Xian, having just met yesterday, could have developed mutual feelings. In her eyes, Mo Xian was the outsider between her and Yi Han. Cease your baseless speculation and continue observing the enemy situation. Within the training room, Yi Han remained blissfully unaware that his normal training and inquiry about mechanical-related anomalous states with Mo Xian had sparked a cascade of unfounded gossip in Xia Yin Ran and her companions' minds. As he urged Mo Xian to stay a little longer, he felt at ease entering the state of absorbing the remaining 3 anomalous crystal cores. Ma Gesin, seeing this, settled beside Yi Han, patiently watching over her younger companion, whose potential she greatly admired. Jiang Wanxiu, observing the harmonious interaction between Mo Xian and Yi Han, felt genuine happiness for the two of them. As fellow students, their close bond as senior and junior could only foster mutual support in their future endeavors. Su Yu Miao's attention shifted more towards the 3 girls outside. Should she confront these sneaky girls who had been lurking for so long? After some contemplation, she decided against it. If Yi Han finished his training and they were still outside peering in, she could always apprehend them later. Xia Yin Ran, Ning Binghan, look. Yi Han and Mo Shuejie are sitting face to face, resembling a pair of like-minded ability users, safeguarding one another during their training. AI Sha resumed her audacious flights of fancy. Ning Binghan, caught between AI Sha and Xia Yin Ran, could not help but blink her indifferent gaze, devoid of emotional fluctuation. Are all individuals from Li Kaiyu this imaginative? Nevertheless, this version of Yi Han and Mo Xian indeed resembled a couple of extraordinary beings, destined to remain together despite any tribulations. Logically speaking, having known Yi Han for only a few days, she ought to be indifferent to such matters. Yet, under Xia Yin Ran's invitation, curiosity led her join the united front against the external threat posed by Mo Xian. The current scene unexpectedly evoked memories of when she had bestowed her first kiss upon Yi Han, leaving her heart inexplicably hollow. What is happening to me? It was merely a kiss. It cannot be that I genuinely harbor feelings for Yi Han, can it? The one who is enamored with Yi Han should be Xia Yin Ran. While I merely share in AI Sha's curiosity, Xia Yin Ran exhibited the most intense emotional response, not due to Mo Xian's protective stance for Yi Han, but rather towards AI Sha, who was observing the enemy through the crack of the door from the highest vantage point. AI Sha, the ever-familiar vixen of Li Kaiyu, could you refrain from moving so restlessly while speaking? You and Ning Binghan are pressing down on me. A slight movement from either of you would leave me utterly exhausted. AI Sha, perched on Ning Binghan's back, seemed oblivious to the complaint and instead wiggled her body. Really? I maintain my figure quite well. A little movement should not be a problem, right? Calm down. If it weren't for the necessity to uphold the status of the eldest daughter of the Xia family, Xia Yinran would have unleashed her inner expletives upon AI Sha. Breathe, Xia Yinran. We are amidst a time of internal strife and external threats. We must unite with fellow first-year students AI Sha and Ning Binghan to confront the already graduated senior, Mo Kursin. Reminding herself of this, Xia Yinran suppressed her dissatisfaction towards AI Sha and continued to observe the enemy. Meanwhile, Yihan was fervently absorbing the last 3 mechanical crystal cores. Upon completing this absorption, he could distinctly sense his recently comprehended electromagnetic interference anomaly evolving into a higher realm. Soon, an extraordinarily peculiar field began to emerge around him. All mechanical and electronic communication devices within his domain entered a state of unstable signals. As a mechanic, Mo Kursin immediately sensed this strange change. She promptly addressed her colleagues. Suyu Miao and Jiang Wanxiu, nearby, teachers, do you notice that your mobile phones are experiencing unstable signals? With this prompt from Mo Kursin, Jiang Wanxiu and Suyu Miao took out their phones for inspection and confirmed, to their surprise, that the signals were indeed erratically fluctuating, nodding in agreement with Mo Kursin's observation. Receiving validation from Suyu Miao and Jiang Wanxiu, Mo Kursin, as the mechanic, quickly concluded that the newly awakened field of the junior could enhance his electromagnetic disorder anomaly, enabling indiscriminate electromagnetic interference with all mechanical entities, mechanics, and electronic communication devices within a certain range, plunging them into chaos. After reaching this conclusion, a smile of anticipation crept onto Mo Kursin's lips. Eager to deeply explore Yihan's newly awakened domain, once the field capable of indiscriminate electromagnetic interference stabilized, Yihan gradually opened his eyes after absorbing the last 3 mechanical crystal cores. Have you thought a name for your new field, Junior Yihan? He heard Mo Kursin's question upon waking. In response, having just experienced the amplification of the electromagnetic interference anomaly, Yihan promptly declared the name of his new domain. Senior, I shall call this new domain the mechanical disorder field. The mechanical disorder field? Mo Kursin murmured, her desire to test ignited. She rose again, suppressing her ability to the mid-level of the first tier. Subsequently, a magnificent mechanical beast, entirely crafted from machinery and exuding an aura of flames, emerged from her ability space. Roar! Seeing this imposing mechanical beast, Yihan's pupils narrowed as he instantly recognized its identity. The legendary mechanical creation of the Mo family showcased at the Mechanics Exchange Conference. The swallowing spirit flame beast. Come on, Junior, to test the effectiveness of your new field. Unleash your mechanical disorder field to disrupt the connection between me and the swallowing spirit flame beast, exclaimed Mo Kursin, the fiery senior. Observing Mo Kursin's intention to continue assisting Yihan in the field test, Jiang Wanxiu's eyes sparkled with satisfaction for her students' camaraderie. It seems Kursin has quite the admiration for young Yihan. Suyu Miao silently observed everything, lost in her thoughts. Outside, AI Sha, peering in, was filled with envy upon witnessing the majestic swallowing spirit flame beast. It's the swallowing spirit flame beast. I saw it at the Mechanics Exchange yesterday. They say only Senior Mo can control this powerful mechanical beast. I wish I could have one too. Ning Binghan's icy gaze turned contemplative. Is this a challenge? Xia Yinran, exasperated, pouted. How would I know? Since earlier, she, usually so cheerful, had not smiled. Why didn't he ask you? At this moment, Ning Binghan retorted, leaving Xia Yinran gritting her teeth in frustration. However, for the sake of the greater good, she bore it. We'll settle our scores later, Ning Binghan. For now, let us unite. Inside the training room, Yihan was also contemplating testing the effectiveness of the mechanical disorder field. Without further ado, he activated the field, locking onto Mo Kursin and the swallowing spirit flame beast for primary electromagnetic interference. Roar! The mid-level swallowing spirit flame beast immediately sensed the peculiar influence of Yihan's mechanical disorder field. With a fierce roar, it aimed to attack Yihan. But Mo Kursin, focused on testing, restrained it. Swallowing spirit flame beast, this is not the time for a fight. Cooperate for the experiment. With Mo Kursin's command, the swallowing spirit flame beast relinquished its desire to attack Yihan. Yet, as time passed, the growing electromagnetic interference increasingly agitated its mechanical intelligence. As the master of the swallowing spirit flame beast, Mo Kurson genuinely felt the connection between them becoming increasingly chaotic and unstable. It felt as though, if this environment persisted, the swallowing spirit flame beast would eventually slip from her control due to the amplified electromagnetic interference of the mechanical disorder field. Intriguing. She was keen to see whether Yihan could indeed wrest the swallowing spirit flame beast from her grasp. If he could, it would signify boundless potential for her junior. However, she found it improbable, suppressing her ability to the mid-level of the first tier, equal to Yihan's level. She was confident in her control over the swallowing spirit flame beast. Even if there were disruptions, it would merely weaken her command. But it could never render her creation defiant. This is the absolute confidence and prowess of a genius mechanic from the Mo family. Yihan is indeed a prodigy. But I, Mo Kurson, am also a prodigy. How could I believe I would lose? While waiting, Mo Kurson contemplated making this test more entertaining. Junior, how about we make a bet? The mere suggestion from Ma Kurson piqued Yihan's curiosity. What kind of bet? Noticing Yihan's interest, Ma Kurson decided to elaborate. It's quite simple. We wager whether your mechanical disarray field can free my Tuanling Yin-Shou from my control. I bet it cannot. Upon hearing this, Yihan's competitive spirit was ignited. Ma Kurson seemed to believe that, despite being at the same mid-stage level, she surpassed him in prowess. How could he tolerate such a notion? He was determined to go all out. Yihan held great admiration and respect for this esteemed senior in his heart. However, if it came down to a contest of abilities, he would not allow his respect to lead him into excessive humility. To express his utmost respect for his senior, he would surely aim to defeat Ma Kurson decisively. All right, I accept the challenge. However, senior, it would be rather dull if the losing party faced no consequence. After considering Yihan's suggestion, Ma Kurson thoughtfully placed her index finger on her lower lip, arriving at an idea. The loser will treat the winner to a meal. How does that sound? Clap, clap, clap. This is splendid. It strikes a balance and fosters camaraderie between you two. As your teacher, I wholeheartedly agree. Teacher Jiang Wanxiu's cheerful voice chimed in, seamlessly entering the conversation without causing any awkwardness for Yihan and Ma Kurson. With Teacher Jiang as our witness. It is settled then, Ma Xuejia. The loser shall treat the winner to a meal. Junior, be prepared for an extravagant meal if you lose, for I have quite the discerning palate. I think it will be you, Ma Xuejia, who will face the extravagant costs. Su Yuemo remained silent on the surface, but mentally noted how Teacher Jiang adeptly joined the conversation as an elder, ensuring the juniors felt comfortable discussing the topic. She resolved to reflect on this later to improve her interactions with her sole student, Yihan. Outside, Xia Yinran was on the verge of panic, unable to decipher the conversation within. What strange topic had they been discussing that made them laugh so heartily? Even Teacher Jiang was smiling. Prepare for heartbreak, Xia Yinran. They were likely discussing marriage. They hit it off splendidly, and Teacher Jiang, as their mutual elder, supports it. You don't stand a chance. Aisha's sudden declaration of heartbreak infuriated Xia Yinran, akin to a kitten whose fur stood on end. The Haji Xiaji unleashed its dragon form, radiating an intimidating aura without uttering a word. Heartbreak? What heartbreak? Do you think I followed you to spy out a jealousy? Nonsense. I merely possess a curious mind. In an instant, Ning Binghen's cold and composed voice interjected, You had better not. Though she maintained her calm demeanor, she retorted against Xia Yinran. However, she transformed into the Ha-Ji Mise ice element, causing snowflakes to swirl around, leaving Aisha above her feeling both cold and tingly all over. What madness is this? Are you trying to electrocute me and freeze me simultaneously? With no other recourse, Aisha reluctantly joined the fray, summoning the fire element from her Lian Shenlong cub to form a blazing shield for warmth. Meanwhile, the outcome of the training session quickly became apparent. As Yihan began to celebrate with champagne, Ma Kurson looked on in disbelief as her Tuanling Yin-Shou, crafted with her family's intricate mechanisms, roared in rebellion, breaking free from her control under the influence of the mechanical disarray field. A torrent of fiery flames erupted from the out-of-control Tuanling Yin-Shou, launching an indiscriminate assault on its closest master, Ma Kurson. This is bad. Realizing the creature had indeed escaped her grasp, Ma Kurson quickly regained her high-level abilities to defend herself. However, her initial disbelief delayed her reaction. By the time she restored her powers, the fiery vortex had already ignited her clothing. Though she managed to recover her powers and extinguish the flames surrounding her, her garments were completely consumed. With her high-level powers shattering the mechanical disarray's influence, she turned to Jahan, displaying a smile that indicated her acceptance of defeat. I underestimated you. Junior, you have won. Wait, why do I suddenly feel so cold? Is there a draft in the training room? In response to Ma Kursen's inquiry, Jahan glanced at her, then at Su Yum Ma and teacher Jiang Wanxiu, momentarily at a loss for words. His silence did not prevent Ma Kursen from realizing the truth. As she slowly lowered her head, the warmth radiating from her striking eyes and delicate face visibly intensified. At that very moment, outside the training room, Xia Yinran and the others, witnessing the absurdity of the scene, burst through the partially closed door in a tumble. Ouch! You two fools, get off me! And Jahan, do not look at her! Temporarily unable to rise, Xia Yinran seethed with frustration. Ma Kursen's calculated move had turned the tables in her favor, employing such underhanded tactics to win Jahan's heart. Teacher Jiang is too gentle, and Teacher Su is too strict. Such cunning women see schemes everywhere. Clearly, Xia Yinran was caught in this mindset. Yet, Ma Kursen had no ulterior motives. She had genuinely burned her clothing by accident. She found herself once again in a vulnerable state before Jahan, feeling embarrassed and flustered. Her thoughts were swirling, unsure of how to proceed. As she caught a glimpse of Jahan, she noticed he was still quite captivated, causing her heart to race even more chaotically. He is still looking. It seems he is quite taken by the sight. Indeed, Jahan was appreciating the rare and enchanting view, for Ma Xuejia was undeniably beautiful. Aesthetic appreciation is a universal inclination. He could not help but admire her beauty, a stark contrast to her usual attire. The two female teachers exchanged glances, assessing the chaotic scene, and it was Su Yue Ma who swiftly closed the training room door. The intruding Xia Yinran, Ning Binghan, and Aisha were forcibly drawn to the front by her powers. Bang, bang, bang. Each received a gentle reprimand on the head, leaving the three illustrious beauties ruefully clutching their sore spots. Meanwhile, Teacher Jiang quickly retrieved a spare set of clothing from her power space and presented it to Ma Kursen. Silly girl, stop dawdling and put this on. Prompted by Teacher Jiang's words, Ma Kursen quickly came to her senses, disregarding whether the clothes would fit, and hurriedly donned them to cover her exposed form. The delicate and petite toes swiftly glided into the flesh-toned stockings, followed by a gentle upward tug that delineated the graceful and elongated curves of her calves and thighs. The soft, sunset-hued dress enveloped her figure, accentuating her décolletage and curvaceous rear, all complemented by a pair of striking red-high heels that added an unexpected touch of gentleness to the usually poised attire of Ma Kursen. Although this was a style reminiscent of Jiang Wanxiu, the rare change in Ma Kursen's wardrobe bestowed upon her unique beauty. Jahan observed Ma Kursen's transformation with keen interest, only to be playfully teased by Jiang Wanxiu, whose gentle voice caused him to momentarily temper his admiring gaze upon the bashful senior. Jiang Laosher, you know me well. This is merely an accident. I was a bit dazed just now. Dazed. Your eyes were wide open, you foolish boy, unable to resist the temptation. Before Jiang Wanxiu could respond, Xia Yinran, recently chastised by Su Yuemo, sulked and pouted. Ouch, why are you still hitting me? So Laosher, you should be reprimanding Jahan instead. You are biased. Another tap on her head from Su Yuemo left Xia Yinran indignant. Jahan had been thoroughly entertained, yet he faced no repercussions. It was clear that Su Yuemo had deliberately shielded Jahan from any punishment. Moreover, Ma Kursen feigned innocence, having lured Jahan with such tactics in public while escaping any form of reprimand. Ultimately, only her trio faced the consequences. Although surprised by Ning Binghan and Aisha's companionship with Xia Yinran, Jahan felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Xia Yinran receiving her due from Su Yuemo. The mischievous eldest daughter of the Xia family had surely harbored ulterior motives. Being reprimanded by the teacher would likely temper her antics. Su Yuemo maintained a stern expression, her authoritative gaze fixed on the trio of Xia Yinran, Aisha, and Ning Binghan. Did you really think you could escape my notice by lurking outside after Ma Kursen entered? Speak, what was your intention? Observing Su Yuemo interrogating them, Jahan relished the unfolding drama. The mastermind was undoubtedly Xia Yinran. His instincts proved correct, as before Xia Yinran could concoct an excuse, Aisha, sporting a swollen head, surrendered first. I confess, Su Laoshe, it was Xia Yinran who orchestrated it. She insisted on following Ma Xuejia. What nonsense are you spouting, Aisha? It was your insatiable curiosity that led you to join in, and now you cast the blame on me. Next time, I want to take you along. Xia Yinran glared at Aisha, who had hastily thrown her under the bus. Cursely Ku person, too cunning. Yahan chuckled at the spectacle. The once unbreakable alliance of the three seemed rather fragile. Initially shy and uncertain of how to face Yahan, Ma Kursin now cast a curious glance toward the trio. What prompted their pursuit? She had not wronged them, after all. In fact, she had crossed paths with Xia Yinran and Ning Binghan several times at the gatherings of their respective families in Tianlong, suggesting a certain rapport. Jiang Wanxiu, perceptive as ever, glanced from Xia Yinran to Ma Kursin, then to Yahan, and began to piece together the situation. Her youngest apprentice seemed to be experiencing an unexpected surge of romantic interest. Su Yuemo, however, was not one to indulge in trivial matters. Her piercing glare had Xia Yinran trembling. Now tell me, did you not spy from outside? Faced with Su Yuemo's unwavering scrutiny, even the typically cunning Xia Yinran dared not deceive her. With fingers nervously poking each other, she relented. Yes. And your motive? Well, this morning we stumbled upon a gossip about Ma Xuejia and Yahan. Out of curiosity, we decided to follow Ma Xuejia, and when we encountered Ning Binghan, we invited her along. As for Aisha, she is simply a meddlesome fool who insisted on tagging along. We wouldn't have crashed the door if she hadn't. While Xia Yinran spoke the truth, she still played a clever game, omitting her real fear of Yahan growing closer to Ma Kursin. Fortunately for her, Su Yuemo did not probe further, instead shifting her questioning gaze to the quiet Ning Binghan. Do you have anything to add, Ning Binghan? I confess. Ning Binghan chose the straightforward path, unlike Aisha and Xia Yinran, and spoke with calm composure. However, she too felt an immense pressure facing the formidable Su Yuemo, a teacher known for her decisiveness. All right, they are merely children. They cannot harbor any ill intentions, Yuemo. Nevertheless, you three must refrain from engaging in such clandestine activities. Young ladies should be mindful of their public image. With Jiang Wanxiu's timely intervention, the atmosphere lightened, prompting immediate gratitude from the trio. Thank you, Jiang Laoshe. We will not repeat our mistakes. See, Yuemo, they're good kids, so polite. Su Yuemo shot a look of exasperation at Jiang Wanxiu. The latter was far too gentle. The trio undoubtedly still concealed something. Yet, given Jiang Wanxiu's stance, Su Yuemo hesitated to press further. Yahan felt that Jiang Wanxiu should not have halted Su Yuemo's inquiries. He had yet to witness the spectacle of Xia Yinran weeping after a reprimand. As the drama surrounding Xia Yinran dissipated, Yahan's attention shifted back to Ma Kursin. Senior, regarding your earlier statement about treating me to a meal if you lost the bet, when shall that wager be fulfilled? Confronted with Yahan's question, Ma Kursin, her mind in a state of disarray, instinctively sought to evade him, needing time to process having been seen by him twice in such vulnerable moments. However, after a moment's contemplation, she resolved to honor her word today. How about now, Yahan? You haven't had lunch yet, and after such a taxing day of training, let me treat you to something nice. Such a rare opportunity to seize this moment. Yahan would not let it slip away. Then it is settled, Ma Xuejia. At that moment, Xia Yinran raised her hand. I want to join too. Ma Kursin clearly intended to capitalize on the earlier momentum to make a swift advance towards Yahan. If she did not accompany them, Yahan might very well return to his dormitory that night without her presence. The idea of Yahan and Ma Kursin growing closer was unbearable, and I wished to join as well. We are all your juniors, and we have met before at gatherings of our families. Ma Xuejia, you must treat us. Ning Binghan's cool gaze flickered with surprise. After observing Xia Yinran raising her hand, she found no reason to oppose joining them for a meal. Seeing a collective outing forming, Aisha, who had been the first to betray Xia Yinran, eagerly raised her hand. Ma Xuejia, we met yesterday, and I want to join you for a meal. Naturally, Xia Yinran would not allow Aisha to accompany them after having just sold her out. You cannot go, you meddlesome traitor. Yihan observed the peculiar demeanor of the three young ladies and found their unusual combination oddly harmonious. He had no objections to Mo Kursin bringing along Xia Yinran and Ning Binghan. However, he refrained from offering any suggestions to Mo Kursin, as the invitation was not extended by him. Let Mo Xuejia make her own decision. Mo Curson regarded her three beautiful junior sisters, each possessing their own unique charms. And after a moment of contemplation, she consented. Then let us all dine together. Teacher Sue, Teacher Jiang, will you join us? No, we might constrain your enjoyment. You youngsters should feel free to indulge yourselves. Jiang Wanshu's polite decline prompted her close friend Su Yumo to depart alongside her. Little Yihan, do not blame your teacher Jiang for not creating opportunities for you. In a private dining room of a restaurant near Tianlong Academy, Yihan gazed at the array of delectable dishes before him. His appetite awakened. Mo Shuijia was indeed the daughter of a prominent family, displaying such generosity right from the start. Please, fellow juniors, let us feast together. I would be remiss as your senior not to order enough for everyone. Feel free to enjoy. Mo Curson's spirited gaze brightened with a smile. With her invitation, Yihan and the others began to enjoy the meal. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Mo Curson felt a sense of hostility emanating from Xia Yanran, as if she were wary of her intentions. When she pondered the reason behind Xia Yanran's apparent animosity, she found herself at a loss. However, she continued to observe the dynamics of the conversation throughout the meal. Through her scrutiny, she gradually discerned that Xia Yanran's hostility seemed to stem from Yihan. It appeared that Xia Yanran's feelings were influenced by her relationship with her senior brother Yihan. Reflecting on her earlier memories while assisting Yihan in testing abnormal states and realms, a knowing smile graced Mo Curson's lips. It dawned on her that the younger sister of the Xia family harbored feelings for her junior, Yihan. Having unraveled this mystery, Mo Curson felt compelled to convey to Xia Yanran that her relationship with Yihan was purely that of a senior and junior. Yet, just as she was about to subtly communicate this through friendly exchanges, she hesitated at the thought of Yihan having seen her in a vulnerable state twice. Was their relationship truly as innocent as it seemed? After all, having been seen by Yihan and holding a favorable impression of him while being single, would she genuinely wish to see Yihan with Xia Yanran? If they were to become a couple, would she not feel exposed for having been seen by her junior? As casual conversation flowed during the meal, Xia Yanran remained acutely aware of Mo Curson's changing demeanor. It seemed Mo Shuijia had caught on to her hostility. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Xia Yanran sensed a pressing urgency to confront the situation head-on. Particularly when she noticed Mo Curson's sudden act of serving Yihan a dish, her suspicions were further confirmed. Junior, try this. It's braised ice spirit frog meat made from the extraordinary ice spirit frog, which is highly beneficial for enhancing the abilities of practitioners. Why is Mo Shuijia suddenly serving me food? There's no need for such formality with the revolving table, is there? And if she wanted to show concern, why not start by serving a few pieces as a courtesy? Despite his confusion, Yihan smiled gratefully at Mo Curson. Thank you, Mo Shuijia. How does it taste, Junior? Upon meeting Mo Curson's seemingly overly enthusiastic gaze, Yihan savored the dish and gave a thumbs up. The texture is exquisite and smooth. The braised ice spirit frog meat is perfectly cooked. Just when he thought no one else would serve him, Xia Yanran unexpectedly placed another dish in his bowl. Yihan, try this garlic chili crab meat. It's absolutely satisfying. Is the sun rising in the west? Xia Yanran is serving me food too? Yihan felt a twinge of suspicion. Yet, considering the presence of so many people, he thought Xia Yanran would not play tricks, so he accepted her gesture with ease. Is it delicious? The garlic flavor of the chili crab was indeed explosive and refreshing. Unbeknownst to him, his acceptance of both Mo Curson's and Xia Yanran's offerings ignited a fierce rivalry between the two ladies. Mo Curson maintained her warm demeanor as she entertained her juniors, while Xia Yanran wore a bright smile of respect towards her senior sister. However, having exchanged glances, they commenced a new round of competition beneath the table. Montauk Kekson, having discreetly removed her high heels, engaged in a silent duel with Xia Yanran, who had also liberated her feet from her shoes. The tension beneath the table escalated as they vied for superiority in their subtle footwork. Although neither employed their extraordinary abilities, Mo Curson, being 4 years older, exhibited greater strength. Before long, Mo Curson gained a temporary advantage, her smile and glimmering eyes radiating confidence, as if to say, "You cannot surpass me, little sister of the Xia family." Xia Yanran, unwilling to concede, sought assistance from Ning Binghan, who had remained uninvolved in the skirmish. Ning Binghan glanced at Yihan to ensure he was oblivious to their covert actions. Confirming that he was preoccupied, She observed the ongoing situation beneath the table. Seeing Xia Yinran being pressed by Mo Kursin, she hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to join the fray. However, upon receiving a text message from Xia Yinran urging her to take action, she resolved to lend her support. If we do not act now, that man who may take your first kiss could be swayed by the Mo family's matriarch, maintaining an expression devoid of emotion. She stealthily extended 1 foot clad in snowflake-patterned socks from her knee-high boots. Mo Kursin immediately sensed a new opponent had entered the fray, and one who had allied with Xia Yinran against her. Upon confirming it was Ning Binghan, a realization struck her. No wonder Xia Yinran was so insistent on recruiting Ning Binghan. They had evidently conspired to confront her together. Understanding the situation, Mo Kursin remained undaunted, her resolute gaze fixed upon her adversaries. With Ning Binghan's entry into the fray, the previously disadvantaged Xia Yinran managed to stabilize their position. Together, they stood against Mo Kursin with newfound confidence. Even if you are 4 years older than us, we will not yield, Mo family's matriarch, Xia Yinran declared with a renewed smile. Despite the fierce competition, the outcome of their initial clash left her quite satisfied. As long as she could thwart Mo Kursin from winning over Yi Han, and considering Mo Kursin would not be at Tianlong Academy every day after graduation, her primary concern would be Ning Binghan. Moreover, she held a distinct advantage over Ning Binghan, as she and Yi Han resided together. By leveraging Ning Binghan to drive away the formidable Mo Kursin, she could subsequently use her advantage to suppress Ning Binghan. The one who laughs last will undoubtedly be Xia Yinran. While Xia Yinran, Ning Binghan, and Mo Kursin are preoccupied with their fierce rivalry. In a corner where their attention is diverted, someone is stealthily making their move. This individual is none other than the seemingly harmless beauty from Lika Domain, Aisha, who is underestimated by the trio. With her golden hair cascading in voluminous waves, Aisha is thoroughly engaged in delightful conversation with Yi Han while the others are caught up in their disputes. The culinary delights of Tianlong Domain are truly abundant. The various cooking methods leave one dazzled. This steamed Fenghai blue phosphor shrimp, which possesses dual elemental attributes, is simply delectable. You must try it, Yi Han. Although Aisha encourages Yi Han to partake in the delicacies, she refrains from serving him directly, allowing him to choose for himself. Yi Han relishes this natural rapport with Aisha, contrasting sharply with the peculiar behavior of Xia Yinran and Mo Kursin, who had inexplicably served him moments earlier. Aisha's demeanor feels much more genuine. You must also taste this honey-glazed wolf king meat. Aisha, this is absolutely exquisite. How is it made? The sauce is so flavorful. I could almost imagine living in Tianlong Domain forever instead of returning to Lika Domain. Aisha's authentic expression of satisfaction brings a smile to Yi Han's face. Staying in Tianlong Domain is indeed a possibility. After all, your mother is from Tianlong Domain, and you have perfectly inherited the beast master abilities of the Tian family. You could undoubtedly develop here as a member of the Tian clan. I observe that your aunt seems quite fond of you and values your talent's cultivation. My return this time is primarily because I have only awakened the beast master abilities, which is a traditional talent unique to Tianlong Domain. Therefore, for long-term considerations, my mother sent me here for training. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I will have to return to Lika Domain after graduation, perhaps having touched upon a particularly sensitive subject. A complex expression flickers across Aisha's typically lively fox-like eyes. This is the first time Yi Han has witnessed such an emotion from her. Have I broached a topic that should remain unspoken? If so, I apologize, Aisha. Aisha shakes her head. No, it merely reminds me of my past experiences within the Shenghui family of Lika Domain, where I have never been embraced. Aside from my father and mother, the rest of my relatives look down upon me, believing I have awakened the beast master talent of Tianlong Domain rather than the Shenghui family's abilities, which they consider a tarnishing of our bloodline. When they see me being sent back to Tianlong Domain by my mother under my aunt's care, they regard it with disdain, as though relieved to see someone who sullies our family's sacred lineage finally depart. Yi Han, do you think that if I had awakened the Shenghui family abilities instead of the Tian family's beast master talent, I would not be scorned by them? Aisha's mood darkens as she speaks, her enchanting eyes now reflecting a vulnerability and helplessness she rarely reveals in front of others. She genuinely longs for the recognition of the family she has grown up with, yet it seems an unattainable dream. Even if she excels as a beastmaster, she will still be viewed as an aberration, a monster in the eyes of the Shenghui family. Listening to Aisha's heartfelt words, Yihan feels a genuine empathy for her desire to be accepted by the Shenghui family. This seemingly straightforward and vivacious little fox from another realm also bears her own youthful troubles. He reaches out, gently stroking Aisha's head, which currently craves comfort. Aisha, inheriting the complete beast master abilities of the Tian family, you are undoubtedly exceptional. If, in the future, you stand at the pinnacle of the ability pyramid under our training system in Tianlong domain and the Shenghui family still refuses to accept you, it would be their own arrogant and ignorant loss. Do not forget that you are also a member of the Tian family, with half of our blood running through your veins. This is your home as well, so treat it as such and cultivate diligently. Your aunt cares for you, doesn't she? And you have me as your friend. Additionally, there are Sister Mo, Xia Yanran, and Ningbing Han. After this meal, they will also become your good friends. Under Yihan's soothing words, Aisha, whose enchanting eyes had brimmed with tears from her worries, gradually breaks into a smile. Thank you for comforting me, Yihan. I won't dwell on those troubles anymore. I will focus on growing and training happily alongside you. Meanwhile, Xia Yanran, Mo Kursin, and Ningbing Han, who were previously entangled in their own skirmishes, have now unified in a truce due to the commotion from Yihan's side. Noticing the apparent shift in the relationship between Yihan and Aisha, they exchange bewildered glances. It seems Aisha has stealthily seized an opportunity during their distraction. The Water-Moon Forest Trial at 42. Suyu's straightforward and unadorned teaching. Time flies, and unconsciously, Yihan has been training at Tianlong Academy for a month. During this period, he has been receiving joint guidance from Suyu and Jiang Wanxiu every day. However, today, Suyu has brought Yihan to the Water-Moon Forest alone. The Water-Moon Forest is the largest training ground for low-tier ability users in Tianlong City, populated with first- and second-tier ability beasts as per the Management Bureau's design. The outer regions mainly consist of early-stage, mid-stage, late-stage, and peak first-tier ability beasts. The inner areas typically feature peak first-tier and second-tier ability beasts. Suyu's purpose in bringing Yihan here today is to allow the mid-stage first-tier Yihan to engage in practical combat training in the outer regions of the Water-Moon Forest, aiming to help him advance to a late-stage first-tier ability user before the monthly examination for first-year students in 3 days. Accompanying Suyu, Yihan does not see Jiang Wanxiu and curiously inquires, "Teacher Su, why didn't Teacher Jiang come along? Are you doubting my ability to teach alone?" Suyu usually contemplates how to emulate Jiang Wanxiu's teaching style to build rapport with students. However, when left to her own devices with Yihan, her typically stern demeanor can be rather intimidating. Her severe tone and meticulous expression exude an air of strictness. Even Yihan, who is usually quick-witted, finds himself slightly unnerved. "That's not it, Teacher Su. I'm just accustomed to both you and Teacher Jiang guiding me together. Today, with only you, I was worried about Teacher Jiang's health, which prompted my question." Fortunately, Yihan's quick thinking helps him navigate Suyu's intimidating inquiry. Confirming that Yihan does not doubt her teaching capabilities, Suyu's tone softens somewhat. "Teacher Jiang is not ill. It's just that the first-year student's monthly examination is in 3 days. I brought you here specifically to help you break through to late-stage first-tier before the exam." Yihan ponders for a moment and inquires, "Does Teacher Jiang already know about your plans?" "Not yet. This is a course plan I devised for you on short notice." Yihan can't help but chuckle. He can already foresee the disarray that Jiang Wanxiu will face in the training room due to Suyu's lack of prior communication. As he anticipated, at this moment, Jiang Wanxiu, who is alone in the designated training room during Yihan's usual class time, feels somewhat bewildered. "Where is my student, little Yihan? And why hasn't my dear friend, Yu Mu, arrived either? They wouldn't have encountered any mishaps, would they?" Noticing among Kanslauta. Suyu furrows her brows in a serious expression. "What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with my arrangement?" "There is nothing much, Teacher Su. Your arrangements are commendable, but I still suggest that you notify Teacher Jiang later. Otherwise, given her temperament, she might worry about us if we do not inform her." In the face of such a perilous situation, Yihan certainly knows how to respond. Upon hearing his words, Suyu Mo also found them reasonable. You may now enter the Shuei Forest for your training, Yihan. Once you advance to the late stage of the first tier, I will bring you back. As for Wanxiu, I will speak to her separately. Su Yuemo has already begun to urge him to enter the Shuei Forest, and Yihan promptly stepped into it. Before long, as he ventured deeper, he could no longer see Su Yuemo trailing behind. Understanding that Su Yuemo aimed to cultivate his ability to face dangers alone in the wilderness through this trial, Yihan did not dwell on it, but instead entered a highly alert state. Should any wild supernatural beast launch an attack nearby, he would retaliate immediately. The ferocious roars of wild supernatural beasts echoed continuously from the vicinity, leaving Yihan no moment of respite. Slowing his pace, he took each step with utmost caution, prepared for any imminent confrontation. Unbeknownst to him, perched upon a nearby tree, Su Yuemo, with her long silver hair, concealed her aura and quietly observed him. Her ability to sense the surroundings spread out, providing her with a clear understanding of any supernatural beast near Yihan. Today, she donned a pure white short-sleeved top, while the fierce beast design on her chest appeared as if it could break free at any moment. The fitted gray trousers accentuated her long and shapely legs, creating a stunning silhouette. As Yihan delved deeper into the Shuei Forest, she skillfully followed him, ensuring his safety from the shadows. Initially, this was her intention. However, after 5 minutes of trailing Yihan without encountering any supernatural beasts, she grew impatient with the slow progress and devised a rather straightforward plan. She decided to drive supernatural beasts towards Yihan's location, thereby forcing him into a more intensive practical training session. Acting swiftly, Su Yuemo identified the nearest supernatural beast to Yihan, selecting several mid-tier, first-tier beasts to initiate her driving plan. At that moment, Yihan remained immersed in the treacherous atmosphere of the Shuei Forest, completely unaware that his teacher was helping him draw monsters due to his slow pace. Had he known of Su Yuemo's covert actions, he would undoubtedly have been incensed. What kind of teacher trains their student in such a manner? It was clear that she aimed to push him to his limits. Before long, Yihan began to sense something amiss due to Su Yuemo's hidden actions. The anguished cries of supernatural beasts echoed from various directions, as if they were being attacked by even mightier creatures, creating a chilling atmosphere. What is happening? Why are the nearby supernatural beasts emitting such mournful cries? Could there be a powerful beast nearby that frightens them? While there were no formidable beasts around, there certainly was the formidable teacher, Su Yuemo. Shimmering fragments of reflective glass emitted an aura of terrifying supernatural energy, driving the beasts towards Yihan. Soon, as Yihan's eyes widened, several mid-tier, first-tier beasts came charging towards him from multiple directions. Upon realizing Yihan's presence, and with Su Yuemo's fearsome aura dissipating, they displayed fierce intent towards Yihan, who was only at the mid-tier of the first rank. Roar! A total of 8 mid-tier, first-tier supernatural beasts. As he quickly counted the number of beasts surrounding him, Yihan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was this the density of supernatural beasts in the outer region of the Shuei Forest? To face 8 mid-tier, first-tier beasts right from the start was indeed overwhelming. Despite the pressure, Yihan swiftly adjusted his mindset and entered a combat-ready state. The domain unfolds. Favorable wind domain. Amplified supernatural perception. He activated the favorable wind domain to delay the first wave of attacks from the surrounding beasts while enhancing his own abilities through perception amplification. With remarkable speed, Yihan successfully evaded the encirclement of the supernatural beasts. After dodging the most challenging initial assault, Yihan's fighting spirits surged as he seized the opportunity to counterattack. Thunderstorm domain. The crackling azure lightning surged around him, with chaotic wind blades rapidly forming. With wind blades in his left hand and lightning in his right, Yihan's lips curled into a slight smile. Now it's my turn. The combination of lightning and wind elements swiftly brought down all 8 mid-tier, first-tier beasts that were besieging him. Is that all? You are no match for me. After effortlessly defeating the 8 mid-tier, first-tier supernatural beasts, Yihan began collecting their supernatural crystal cores. Soon, he had gathered 8 mixed-element, first-tier supernatural crystal cores. Although they were not as effective as pure elemental cores, having them was certainly better than having none. In the shadows, Su Yuemo observed the entire battle between Yihan and the 8 mid-tier, first-tier beasts. A rare look of satisfaction flickered across her usually serious eyes. Facing the assault of supernatural beasts for the first time with composure and executing a quick counterattack was indeed impressive. However, just as a hint of satisfaction appeared in her gaze, Yihan's decision to sit down and absorb the supernatural crystal cores made her frown once more. This was the Shueihua forest, a wilderness teeming with supernatural beasts. To simply sit down and absorb crystal cores here was a grave mistake. Su Yuemo's delicate hands clenched into fists, yearning to tap Yihan's head and teach him a lesson for his carefree behavior. However, just as she was about to intervene, she noticed that Yihan was not wholly absorbed in the absorption of the crystal cores, prompting her to hold back. Yihan was not foolish. He understood that immersing himself entirely in the absorption and cultivation of the crystal cores in such a perilous environment was exceedingly dangerous. Nevertheless, with Su Yuemo setting a goal for him to advance to the late stage of the first tier before the monthly examination, the meager growth from defeating supernatural beasts was insufficient. Thus, aware of the risks, he still needed to absorb the supernatural crystal cores obtained from the beasts to expedite his progress towards Su Yuemo's objective. However, unlike when he was under the protection of Su Yuemo and Jiang Wanxiu, where he could afford to be oblivious to the surroundings, he maintained a heightened awareness of his environment while absorbing the crystal cores. This approach might reduce his absorption efficiency, but it significantly minimized the possibility of falling victim to a surprise attack in the wilderness, should he encounter other supernatural beasts. He resolved to continue this method of battling while cultivating. Perhaps I underestimated this child. His thoughts are indeed more meticulous than most of his peers. Su Yuemo dismissed her impulse to remind Yihan and continued to silently guard him from the shadows. Once Yihan completed the absorption of the crystal cores with a clear mind, he genuinely felt his supernatural energy progressing towards the late stage of the first tier. This filled him with anticipation that he could achieve teacher Su Yuemo's target today and advance to the late stage of the first tier. With unwavering determination, Yihan resolved to meet Su Laoshir's expectations today. After giving himself a motivational boost, he continued his training in the Shueihua forest with a spirited demeanor. However, Su Yumiao, who initially assisted Yihan by attracting monsters, decided to step back and observe quietly from the shadows, trusting in Yihan's impressive abilities in the wilderness. Yet, her intention to let him operate freely was short-lived. As Yihan was about to brush past a formidable mid-tier first-grade ability beast lurking in the depths of a lake. This foolish lad. Doesn't he think to observe the lake's edge? The mid-tier ability beast within possesses exceptional talent, far surpassing those he had previously defeated. Missing this creature would necessitate vanquishing several lesser beasts to make up for the loss. As Yihan ventured farther from the powerful lake, Su Yumiao instinctively placed a hand on her troubled forehead. As his teacher, she could not permit him to overlook such a formidable opponent. Engaging in battles with beasts of equal strength was vital for his growth. Otherwise, he risked becoming a hollow, high-tier ability user incapable of facing real challenges. Muttering to herself, Su Yumiao slowly raised her delicate hand and pointed toward the lake. In an instant, the surface erupted in a cascade of splashes. This commotion halted Yihan in his tracks and startled the solitary mid-tier ability beast beneath the lake. Under Yihan's intense gaze, the water rippled, and moments later, a water element ability beast leaped from beneath the surface. Although this beast was also a mid-tier first grade, its aura radiated a power far beyond the others Yihan had encountered in the forest. Drawing upon his knowledge of abilities, Yihan immediately recognized the formidable identity of this mid-tier beast, the Bai Shui Qilin. Historical records of ability beasts had noted the Bai Shui Qilin's unparalleled prowess, having once faced 10 foes alone with resounding success. Just as human ability users possess varying talents, so too do ability beasts. And the Bai Shui Qilin epitomizes exceptional aptitude among its kin. Yet, rather than shrink back, Yihan felt a surge of excitement for the impending battle. At last, he faced a worthy adversary of equal standing, though he was confident that even this creature would only be able to exchange a few blows with him. The startled Bai Shui Qilin quickly fixated on Yihan. As a mid-tier first-grade beast, it not only boasted superior strength compared to most of its peers, but also possessed remarkable intelligence. Reading the challenge and confidence in Yihan's eyes, the Bai Shui Qilin unleashed a furious roar that echoed across the lake's surface. In the next moment, it unleashed a torrent of water spiraling toward Yihan. Realizing the overwhelming force and speed of the water vortex, Yihan acknowledged the Bai Shui Qilin's dominance among its kind. Without hesitation, he activated his lightning domain to apply a paralyzing effect while deftly dodging the oncoming attack. Just as he thought he had evaded the water vortex, it unexpectedly veered in midair, executing a rapid U-turn to pursue him relentlessly. Such mastery of the water element indicated the Bai Shui Qilin's profound control over its abilities, a skill that far exceeded that of a typical mid-tier water element beast. Intrigued yet unfazed, Yihan grew more exhilarated in battle. This was a rare opportunity to engage with a peer of comparable strength, and he was determined to enjoy the encounter. Activating his favorable wind domain, he enhanced his speed to its utmost limits, narrowly escaping the Bai Shui Qilin's onslaught. He anticipated that this would lead him into an offensive position. However, he was caught off guard as the Bai Shui Qilin appeared above him. With a mighty roar, the Bai Shui Qilin's claws, infused with chaotic water element energy, descended toward Yihan. The physical manifestation of its claws posed a grave threat, threatening to tear Yihan asunder. This was the first time since entering the Shuiwei forest that Yihan found himself in such peril. Even when surrounded by 8 beasts earlier, he had not felt this level of pressure. Entering a state of madness, Yihan's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Fueled by the temporary surge in power that accompanied this state, he intensified the effects of both his wind and lightning domains while rapidly conjuring several bolts of lightning and blades of wind to confront the Bai Shui Qilin's assault head-on. The Bai Shui Qilin, realizing that Yihan dared to engage it directly, sensed the amplification of the effects he had imposed upon it. Yet, it remained confident that any attempt by Yihan to clash would result in his immediate destruction, especially as its manifested claw marks effortlessly shattered Yihan's feeble defenses. The Bai Shui Qilin was convinced of its inevitable victory. How dare this mere human challenge it? Just as the Bai Shui Qilin reveled in its apparent triumph, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Although its claw marks had obliterated Yihan's defenses, the impact had diminished significantly due to the interference of the wind blades and lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Yihan evaded the attack, having never intended to confront it head-on. Did you truly believe I would confront you directly, Bai Shui Qilin? I am human, and humans excel at using their minds in battle. How delightfully naive you are. Aware of the Bai Shui Qilin's intelligence, Yihan initiated his most adept psychological offensive. Intelligence implies susceptibility to manipulation. Sometimes, possessing intelligence can be detrimental, especially when facing a crafty opponent like Yihan. As the Bai Shui Qilin's lethal strike was evaded through cunning, it became increasingly enraged by Yihan's taunts. In a frenzy, it launched a vigorous pursuit. However, as time passed, its speed waned, while Yihan's agile form became increasingly elusive in its sight. The Bai Shui Qilin, recognizing that a prolonged engagement was not in its favor, yearned for a swift conclusion. Yet, Yihan's relentless evasion deprived it of any opportunity. If only it could land a single blow, its superior physicality as an ability beast would allow it to shred Yihan into mere fragments. However, this seemingly effortless attack that should have swiftly concluded the battle could not land a hit on Yihan. The Bai Shui Qilin grew increasingly agitated, its impotent rage reverberating throughout the lake region. Yihan resembled a terrifying entity from the catastrophe zone, adept at tormenting both humans and extraordinary beasts. Mocking the Bai Shui Qilin, the creature's blustering roars began to intertwine with the fear of meeting its demise at Yihan's hands. With a resounding thud, as its last ounce of strength was depleted by Yihan, its emerald form collapsed heavily upon the lakeshore. A devil. This human is more demonic than the legendary beings of the catastrophe zone. To force me into employing the torturous flow of combat, you deserve to take pride. Bai Shui Qilin. Yihan's voice, imbued with the tone of a victor, echoed from in front of it. The Bai Shui Qilin struggled to rise but found itself utterly incapacitated. Yihan did not mock the creature. Rather, he acknowledged its formidable prowess among its peers. Previously, only Xia Yanran and Ning Binghan had pushed him to such extremes. Now, there was another, the Bai Shui Qilin. Yet, this creature would soon become his Tier 1 water element ability core, aiding him in his ascension to a late-stage ability user. Rest in peace, Bai Shui Qilin. I shall carry your power with me as I strive to become a high-tier ability user. The highly intelligent Bai Shui Qi-Lin, upon hearing Yi Han's words, trembled with rage, its exhausted form shaking violently, especially when it beheld Yi Han approaching with a benevolent expression. As if it were natural to regard its ability core as a mere resource for cultivation, it was overwhelmed with indignation. Is this true? This human ability user intends to slay me for my ability core, and even taunts me with such words before my demise. Truly inhumane, compared to its kind-hearted beast master. The young mistress, this was worlds apart. It longed to catch one last glimpse of its youthful mistress, her enchanting eyes more beguiling than a fox, watching from the shadows. So you could not help but hold her forehead in exasperation. This child remains as unrelentingly mischievous as ever. The Bai Shui Qi-Lin cannot find peace even at the brink of death. Just as Yi Han was about to deliver the final blow to the barely alive Bai Shui Qi-Lin, a familiar voice rang out from the nearby woods, pleading for mercy. Please do not kill it, dear stranger. It is the extraordinary beast I painstakingly raised myself. That voice was strikingly familiar, although it sounded somewhat recognizable. Yi Han pondered that there were too many voices in the world that resembled it and had no intention of responding. However, as the familiar voice echoed once more, Yi Han, moved by a sense of compassion, halted the lightning strike that was poised to land on the Bai Shui Qi-Lin's face. What was once a deadly strike transformed into a tender caress filled with affection for the extraordinary beast. As long as you spare it, I shall offer you an equivalent reward. The Bai Shui Qi-Lin fainted from the sheer absurdity of it all, while Yi Han remained delightfully kind-hearted. Despite the ease with which he could have claimed the Bai Shui Qi-Lin's ability core with a mere strike, he chose to spare the creature that had harmed him. The Bai Shui Qi-Lin was gravely suspicious that it was hallucinating as it heard Yi Han praise it for being well-behaved, and felt the gentle touch upon its emerald head as if it were a cherished pet, and it thought it could hear its mistress's voice. Is this what humans refer to as a moment of clarity before death? While the Bai Shui Qi-Lin questioned its own perceptions, Yi Han, having finished his gentle strokes, turned to face the source of the voice. In that moment, Yi Han was taken aback. The young beast master, rushing to rescue him, was equally astonished, for they recognized one another. Yi Han, Aisha? Was it true that this Bai Shui Qi-Lin belonged to Aisha, his classmate from Tianlong Academy? But how could Aisha leave her extraordinary beast alone in the vast Shuiwe forest? Aisha was equally surprised to encounter Yi Han in this location. After a brief moment of astonishment, her lively nature led her to wink playfully at Yi Han, her enchanting yet youthful eyes reflecting the charm of a young fox. Still in her formative years, she embodied both the allure of a fox and the vivacity of youth. What a coincidence, Yi Han. You are here in Shuiwe Forest for training too. As she greeted him, she approached with light, joyful steps under the sun-dappled canopy of the forest. Her naturally golden wave shimmered with a sacred glow in the sunlight. The layers of her white, sheer top exuded both beauty and summer coolness, while her light beige skirt, reaching a third of the way up her thigh, allowed her fair legs to glisten in the forest light. Aisha's fashionable pale yellow flats added an air of elegance to her lively, charming appearance. Yi Han admired Aisha's beauty while asking, "What a coincidence indeed. How did you come to leave your extraordinary beast in this lake?" Upon discussing this, Aisha was candid. "Well, it is nearly time for the first monthly assessment for first-year students at Tianlong Academy. My aunt recently encouraged me to train in Shuiwe Forest, hoping to cultivate my extraordinary beast to the late stage of Tier 1, so that I would not be outperformed by other students in the assessment." As she spoke, Aisha revealed her palm, where the imprint of her beast appeared, glowing with the fiery red markings of a young fire dragon. In the next moment, the adorable little fire dragon emerged from the imprint and was cradled in Aisha's arms. "Look, Yi Han, my little fire dragon is already at the late stage of Tier 1. Since the last dinner party with Mo Kursin, Aisha had regarded Yi Han as a close friend with whom she could share her joys. Having encountered Yi Han today, she could not resist sharing her good spirits. Compared to the more scheming Xia Yanran, Aisha's straightforward, lively demeanor made interactions with her far more comfortable. At least, with the familiar Aisha, he did not need to expend excessive mental energy guarding against this and that. Yi Han smiled as he reached out to stroke the round little fire dragon. finding it quite endearing. Though the fire dragon was at the late stage of Tier 1, Aisha's aura still emanated a mid-Tier 1 presence to Yihan. Consequently, he inquired, "It seems your aura is still at the mid-Tier 1. Aisha, what is the reason for that?" That is because my newly trained Bai Shui Qi Lin is still at the mid-Tier 1. Once it breaks through to the late stage, I should also be able to stabilize my advancement to the late stage of Tier 1. As Aisha chatted with Yihan, she checked the Bai Shui Qi Lin for injuries. Fortunately, the creature had only been exhausted from Yihan's torturous tactics and bore no life-threatening wounds. With adequate rest, the Bai Shui Qi Lin would fully recover. Confirming that the Bai Shui Qi Lin was unharmed, Aisha felt considerably relieved. She turned back, her face aglow with a smile beneath the sunlight filtering through the trees. "Thank you for showing mercy just now, Yihan." Rather than verbal gratitude, Yihan desired something more tangible. "Aisha, regarding your earlier statement that if you spared it, you would provide me with an equivalent reward, is that still valid?" Did we not resolve our misunderstanding and discover that we are friends? Must there still be a reward involved? Aisha found herself utterly bewildered by Yihan's cunning. She initially assumed that Yihan was aware of their mutual connection and the fact that the Bai Shui Qi Lin was not a free-roaming spirit beast, which is why he would not demand compensation from her. Naturally, she had thought it was a wild creature, and after exerting considerable effort to defeat it, she envisioned utilizing its crystal core to expedite her ascension to the late stage of the first tier. Such a loss deserved to be accounted for. With a smile on his face, Yihan engaged Aisha in a financial discussion, unwilling to let his hard work go unrewarded. Aisha exchanged a thoughtful gaze with Yihan and mused that if he had known from the outset that the Bai Shui Qi Lin belonged to her, he would have sought other spirit beasts to hunt instead. Indeed, it was her failure to communicate effectively that had wasted his time. Could the blame truly extend to her? The owner? The weakened Bai Shui Qi Lin was filled with questions. It was Yihan who had awakened her from the depths of the lake, appearing to provoke her for her crystal core, leading her to attack him. The one who initiated the conflict was Yihan, yet it was her owner, Aisha, who was now expected to compensate him. Was this truly just? Had all sense of fairness vanished? Were it not for her current weakness, Bai Shui Qi Lin would have certainly expressed her displeasure towards Yihan. This individual was too unscrupulous, treating her owner, Aisha, like a fool. "Master, you cannot trust him." Bai Shui Qi Lin was in a state of panic. However, in her current condition, she could do little more than watch as Aisha fell into Yihan's verbal trap. Yet, it was hardly fair to blame Yihan. He had not anticipated the presence of a Bai Shui Qi Lin at the lake's bottom. It was only when his mentor, Suyu Miao, had awakened the creature that they had engaged in battle. If anyone were to be at fault, it would be Suyu Miao. In her secluded position, Suyu Miao adhered to her own coherent logic. She held high standards for her students, desiring to provide Yihan with a formidable opponent for training. Little did she know that a spirit beast at the lake's bottom, designated for trials in the Shueyu forest, had an owner. She would certainly not take the blame for that. While Yihan suppressed his laughter, maintaining a facade of normalcy, Aisha retrieved the compensation from her spatial abilities. This is a first-tier water element spirit crystal core. It should suffice as compensation, right, Yihan? Not quite. "Master, are you truly giving this?" Bai Shui Qi Lin could not bear the thought of her owner falling for Yihan's deceitful charm. "You cannot trust this greedy friend of yours." The highly intelligent Bai Shui Qi Lin could no longer contain her frustration. With a fierce snort, she confronted Yihan, chastising him for being so unscrupulous as to take advantage of friend. "Deceiver. Master, do not befriend such a person." However, her protests went unheard, as Aisha misinterpreted her actions as residual anger from their prior skirmish. "Calm down, little Bai. This is a good friend I have known for a long time. The reason you fought him was that I failed to inform Yihan that I had acquired a new spirit beast. So in the future, you must behave well around him." Yihan understood the source of Bai Shui Qi Lin's ire. After all, she was a creature of remarkable intelligence. Fortunately, she was not yet capable of articulating human speech, and her fury was ultimately futile. He continued with his scheme to extract more rewards. "This single core hardly covers my losses, Aisha. You must understand that the crystal cores produced by Bai Shui Qi Lin of the same tier, upon death, are undeniably purer than those from other water element spirit beasts. I require three 3 first-tier water element spirit crystal cores. Yihan's insatiable greed incited both anger and exasperation in Bai Shui Qilin, who was deeply concerned for her somewhat naive owner. In her eyes filled with helplessness, AI Sha still managed to produce 3 first-tier water element spirit crystal cores. Moreover, she appeared to be blissfully unaware of the implications. You are correct, Yihan. The Bai Shui Qilin is indeed incomparable to other spirit beasts of the same tier. You may have all 3. As Yihan gleefully accepted the 3 crystal cores, Bai Shui Qilin, already on the verge of collapse from the earlier confrontation, felt utterly drained and promptly fell into a peaceful slumber to recuperate her strength. Meanwhile, an altercation erupted between the elders of Yihan and AI Sha. Tian Huang faced off against Su Miao. Little Bai, little Bai, little Bai. The nearly unconscious Bai Shui Qilin had collapsed from frustration, sending AI Sha into a panic, fearing something grave had transpired. Yihan, reflecting on Bai Shui Qilin's human-like expression of exasperation, quickly deduced that she had fainted from anger. She merely exhausted herself from our earlier battle and has now fallen asleep. Do not disturb her. Let her rest a while longer to recover. As the adage goes, concern can lead to chaos. Yihan's reminder prompted AI Sha, a professional beast tamer, to recognize the truth in his words, manifesting a vibrant green glow in her palm. Akin to the hue of Bai Shui Qilin, she summoned her into the beast tamer seal for rest, allowing her to recover more swiftly. Curiously clutching her round, fiery companion, AI Sha turned her gaze to Yihan. By the way, what brings you here? Like you, I was sent by teacher Su to cultivate in order to reach the late stage of the first tier before the monthly examination. This was not a secret worth concealing, and Yihan spoke candidly. Upon discovering that their goals aligned, AI Sha, adorned in a flowing white sheer garment, could not help but leap joyfully. That's wonderful. We can train together, allowing us to ascend to the late stage of the first tier even faster. Upon hearing AI Sha's proposal, Su Miao, hidden in the shadows, felt a tinge of displeasure. Under normal circumstances, if the focus was not on breaking through the final bottleneck, she would have no objections to Yihan and AI Sha teaming up to support one another. She might even endorse their joint efforts for practical combat training. However, given that this was a particularly crucial trial for Yihan's ascension to the late stage of the first tier, such collaboration might render the process overly simplistic, risking a superficial increase in his combat prowess without a solid foundation. She was reluctant to see them team up at this juncture. Surely, AI Sha's esteemed relative, Tian Huang, who ranked 3rd on the Tianlong list, would also disapprove of training with others during this critical phase, as it would dilute the challenge of their breakthroughs. Yihan, you must not agree to her. Yet, Yihan, alongside AI Sha, did not perceive this partnership as undermining his potential for future strength. He believed his foundation was already sufficiently solid. He was not the type to struggle with ascending to the late stage of the first tier. It would come to him naturally. Thus, teaming up with AI Sha to expedite their advancement would allow him to concentrate more on enhancing his own unique states and realms. In truth, Yihan's reasoning was sound. The mature Tian Huang, also observing from the shadows, believed that Yihan and AI Sha's collaboration would be beneficial and would not adversely affect them. Combat power could ultimately be refined through ongoing training following their ascension. Su Miao's differing perspective stemmed from her own upbringing in an environment that demanded high standards and strict adherence to traditional methods, leaving no room for complacency in spirit beast cultivation. Under her watchful gaze, Yihan ultimately acquiesced to AI Sha's suggestion. Certainly, let us embark on our cultivation journey together. However, prior to that, I would like you to assist me as my guardian while I absorb the 3 water elemental ability crystals you bestowed upon me. This is no trouble at all. Rest assured, I shall protect you while you refine and absorb them, came the prompt response from Aisha, who regarded Yihan as a close friend. With Aisha safeguarding him, Yihan was finally free from distractions, allowing him to immerse himself wholly in the cultivation of abilities, oblivious to his surroundings, thereby maximizing the efficiency of assimilating the water elemental crystals. As time passed, and he fully absorbed the 3 water elemental crystals, he found himself awakening to an entirely new anomalous state. Within this peculiar state, Yihan felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Each breath drew forth the sensation of being submerged and choking in a torrent of water. Moreover, even without inhaling, the passage of time rendered breathing increasingly arduous. Recognizing the impact of this novel state on himself, Yihan swiftly sought out the theoretical knowledge he had previously learned regarding anomalous states. Soon enough, he comprehended that this was the drowning anomaly associated with the water elemental attribute, capable of ensnaring adversaries in a state of suffocation. It is worth mentioning that these 3 water elemental crystals were not the first he had absorbed. Over the past month, he had previously assimilated 6 such crystals. Regrettably, fortune had not favored him, as he had only managed to elevate his ability tier without awakening any anomalous state. Today, however, he finally grasped a new water elemental anomaly. Upon awakening from his meditative state, Yihan opened his eyes to find Aisha cradling 2 adorable elemental beast cubs, winking at him. "Are you awake?" Yihan nodded, his curious gaze landing on one of the diminutive beasts, which glimmered with a brilliant emerald hue. "What kind of elemental beast is this, Aisha?" Noting Yihan's lack of recognition, Aisha couldn't help but smile in amusement. "This charming little creature is a Bai Shui Qilin cub. The same Bai Shui Qilin that clashed with you earlier. While you were absorbing the ability crystals, it fully recovered within my beast contract." The small Bai Shui Qilin, now in its adorable cub form, emitted a soft yet fierce chirp, evidently still holding a grudge against Yihan for having teased its master. Yet, its diminutive size rendered its cries utterly adorable, lacking any true ferocity. Yihan playfully ruffled its defiant green horns, treating it as one would a purring kitten. "What a good little one. It turns out this creature is as cute in its smaller form as the fiery dragon." The Bai Shui Qilin, attempting to appear fierce, merely came off as endearing, eliciting laughter from both Yihan and its owner, Aisha. "It seems little Bai has decided to forgive you for your earlier conflict. That's the nature of elemental beast cubs. They forget overnight. I have no inclination to reconcile with this mischievous human," protested the fiery creature nestled in Aisha's arms. Its large, slime-like eyes reflecting innocence as it too recognized that the Bai Shui Qilin had softened towards Yihan. After a playful interlude with the spirited Bai Shui Qilin, Yihan and Aisha commenced their agreed-upon joint cultivation. As the sun descended, Yihan and Aisha had unknowingly spent the entire day training in the Shueyu forest. Sweating with the vigor of youth, they honed their combat synergy, engaging in battles with the elemental beasts of the forest. Finally, during the twilight hours, adorned with the hues of sunset, they both ascended to the late stage of the first tier of abilities. Joyful smiles illuminated their faces at the success of their breakthrough. "At last, we have reached the late stage of the first tier. Our teamwork was commendable, Aisha," Yihan exclaimed. "It was a delightful collaboration, Yihan." Their day of fighting side by side evoked fond memories of Yihan's past experiences alongside Xia Yanyan in Jiangbei City. However, this time, he need not worry about Aisha betraying him as Xia Yanyan had done. Standing beside the last slain late-stage first-tier elemental beast, the two breathed heavily from their exhaustive training, yet contentedly relished the tranquility following their efforts. In the shadows, Tian Huang, clad in a white suit that exuded a mature charm, watched over Aisha, her expression one of admiration for both Yihan and Aisha. This pair indeed seems well-matched. Conversely, Suyu Miao, also hidden in the shadows, wore a displeased expression tinged with annoyance. She remained steadfast in her belief that Yihan and Aisha's joint advancement to the late stage of the first tier in the Shueyu forest would lead to an inflated perception of Yihan's combat prowess. She viewed this as a shortcut, one that could not sustain itself over time. Given Yihan's exceptional talent, he should be held to a higher standard. The more she pondered, the less she could tolerate the notion of her student having inflated combat abilities, leading her to a decision to increase the difficulty. "We must elevate the challenge." She resolved to implement an impromptu training session to ensure Yihan solidified his post-upgrade strength, aligning with her expectations. With this thought, Suyu Miao's eyes ignited with the formidable power of a high-tier ability user. Disregarding the obstructing trees to target a moderately strong initial stage second-tier elemental beast within the inner region. "You shall be my target." The initial stage second-tier elemental beast, engaged in hunting for sustenance, soon collided with an invisible barrier. In the next moment, Its large and imposing form appeared near Yihan and Aisha, having been intentionally wounded by Su Yumiao. Enraged, it issued a furious roar, entering a frenzied state as it charged towards the only two figures within its sight, Yihan and Aisha. Witnessing this, Su Yumiao felt a sense of satisfaction in her high standards. Yihan and Aisha had expressed a desire to team up, and now they would have to work together to hunt a second-tier beast that was significantly stronger than their current tier. Only by combining their efforts could they avoid the perception of inflated combat abilities. As Su Yumiao initiated this rigorous training session, Tian Huang, having sensed her presence, appeared beside her. Tian Huang initially assumed someone intended to harm her gifted students, but upon recognizing Su Yumiao, she hesitated from taking action. "What brings you here?" she inquired, acknowledging Su Yumiao as the instructor who had brought Yihan into Tianlong Academy. Yet, her understanding of Su Yumiao was limited to this surface-level recognition. Su Yumiao, equally surprised to see Tian Huang nearby, soon recalled the connection between Aisha and Tian Huang, allowing her to resume her passive observation of her precious student, Yihan. Noting that Su Yumiao was unresponsive, Tian Huang contemplated for a moment before directing her gaze to Yihan and Aisha, who were being assaulted by the initial stage second-tier beast. "Why are you doing this? They have already advanced to the late stage of the first tier. Is this really necessary?" In response to Tian Huang's inquiry, Su Yumiao's tone remained grave. "Their joint cultivation during the advancement to the late stage of the first tier is a form of opportunism. I fear their combat prowess may be inflated. Hence I have arranged this additional training." Tian Huang clearly disagreed with Su Yumiao's excessively rigorous training approach. "This is unnecessary. Their foundational skills are solid, and their innate talents are exceptional. Achieving the late stage of the first tier poses no difficulty, and cultivating together enhances efficiency. It is essential. Their exceptional talents demand high standards and strict requirements to ensure they progress further." In a brief exchange, Tian Huang and Su Yumiao found themselves at odds due to their differing perspectives on training. "Do you not realize that excessive strictness can sometimes yield counterproductive effects? The training method you advocate is only suitable for mediocrity. They are geniuses, and I am fully aware of the appropriate balance." Suddenly, the ice-blue crystalline wings of a phoenix were summoned forth by Tian Huang, enveloping Su Yumiao in a formidable aura of a high-level ability user. Tian Huang was incensed. She disapproved of Su Yumiao's self-righteous teaching style. As the third-ranked expert on the Tianlong list, how could she be less knowledgeable about nurturing ability users than a mere teacher from the Tianlong Academy? She had hoped to compel Su Yumiao to relent, but to her astonishment, Su Yumiao exuded an equally powerful aura of a high-level ability user. The area once dominated by Tian Huang's presence began to wane under the pressure of Su Yumiao's formidable force. Countless sleek silver shards of mirror-like fragments circled around Su Yumiao as her silvery hair danced wildly in the turbulent energy. "I will teach my own students. It is not your place to interfere." Su Yumiao was equally incensed. What was wrong with reinforcing Yi Han's combat prowess for the benefit of her student? Did she require an outsider to instruct her on how to teach? Tian Huang was taken aback by the terrifying power that Su Yumiao displayed. How could this teacher from the Tianlong Academy, whom she had never heard of before, possess an aura that seemed to rival her own? If Su Yumiao were to challenge the experts on the Tianlong list, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 5. Yet, even with this revelation, Tian Huang, confident in her own strength, felt no fear. "I do not care if you wish to subject your students to rigorous training, but do not involve my Aisha." It was Aisha who approached uninvited, disrupting my specialized training with Yihan, forcing me to intensify the training session. "You should instruct your Aisha to keep her distance from my Yihan." The two high-level ability users, standing atop the pinnacle of the Tianlong domain, were unwilling to yield to one another. As it seemed they were about to clash, a gentle aura of energy descended between them, manifesting as a waterfall of water element abilities, temporarily separating them. At that moment, a voice imbued with warmth yet tinged with concern rang out. "Tian Huang, Yumiao, let us all calm down. Listen to my words and retract your abilities. Thankfully, Teacher Jiang Wanxiu has arrived. Otherwise, the Tianlong would surely suffer." While Tian Huang and Su Yumiao confronted each other with overwhelming energy, they had deliberately sealed off the area. Despite their tension, Yihan and Aisha remained unaware of the discord brewing among their elders. However, this seal was only effective against low-level ability users. As high-level ability users, Jiang Wanxiu, who had come to observe how Su Yu Miao trained Yihan, effortlessly located them despite their efforts to conceal themselves. With the water element waterfall obstructing the imminent confrontation, she appeared, dressed in a pink silk summer top, a pure white skirt, and a pearl anklet, her nude stockings leading to white high-heeled shoes. Tian Wang, Yu Miao. Let us all calm down. Heed my words and retract your abilities. While the reasons for the discord between Tian Wang and Su Yu Miao remained unclear, Jiang Wanxiu was determined to prevent this conflict. Otherwise, with their terrifying powers, they could easily devastate the Shueiyue forest, and the entire Tianlong could ultimately become a wasteland. With Jiang Wanxiu's intervention, the fierce energy emanating from Tian Wang and Su Yu Miao subsided, and they reluctantly complied with her request to retract their abilities. Nevertheless, their displeasure towards each other persisted. Had Jiang Wanxiu not intervened, they might have truly clashed. Observing their tense expressions, Jiang Wanxiu made an effort to conjure a gentle smile. Greetings, Sister Tian Wang. I am Jiang Wanxiu, a teacher at the Tianlong Academy. I have long admired your achievement of ranking third on the Tianlong list at such a young age. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between you and my friend Su Yu Miao. Would you be willing to share what transpired? Upon hearing Jiang Wanxiu's polite inquiry, Tian Wang's ire diminished somewhat. However, her expression remained stern, particularly towards Su Yu Miao. It was your colleague who summoned a second-tier early-stage ability beast far surpassing its peers, forcing Yihan and Aisha to confront it. I informed her that both Yihan and Aisha had reached the late stage of the first tier and were already exhausted from training. There was no need for such grueling practices, yet she remained obstinate, insisting on pushing them beyond their limits, and her tone was exceedingly unkind, leading to our standoff. After listening to Tian Wang's explanation, Jiang Wanxiu glanced at Yihan and Aisha, who were currently engaged in a struggle against the second-tier early-stage ability beast. Confirming that the two children were handling the situation for now, she redirected her attention to Su Yu Miao. Yu Miao, do you have anything to add? Su Yu Miao, too, bore displeased countenance. Had it not been for Aisha's interference with my plan to allow Yihan to train alone and advance to the late stage of the first tier, I would not have had to add an additional training session to stabilize his combat prowess. I train my own students. I do not require guidance from outsiders. Both individuals were exceptional young ability users in the Tianlong domain, yet their tempers resembled those of petulant teenagers. Jiang Wanxiu felt a sense of helplessness. While she had a general understanding of the situation, she hesitated to reprimand them for fear of exacerbating the conflict. After all, both were prodigies nurtured by their respective factions, and such pride was to be expected. Most importantly, they were no longer children. Had they been of a younger generation, she could have admonished them with the authority of an elder. One was her close friend of similar age, while the other was a prodigious sister 6 years her senior. She found it difficult to criticize either of them. I initially thought this was a trivial matter. Both of your perspectives are valid. Perhaps, in light of my presence, you could each take a step back and observe whether Yihan and Aisha can defeat the second-tier early-stage ability beast together. With Jiang Wanxiu's suggestion, both Tian Wang and Su Yu Miao understood that they could not continue to act like children and chose to ease their stances. Teacher Jiang, I have heard much about your esteemed teaching style at the Tianlong Academy. Since you have spoken, I shall concede. As you said, let's let this matter pass, Wanxiu. Successfully prompting Tian Wang and Su Yu Miao to set aside their grievances, Jiang Wanxiu felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Yihan and Aisha were struggling against the assault of the second-tier early-stage ability beast, the Qi Mian Liao Ye. This was clearly no ordinary opponent. Be cautious, Yihan. It is likely at the peak of the first tier and possesses strength far exceeding many of its peers. As Aisha dodged swiftly, a wave of golden hair was sheared by the beast's claws, a testament to its incredible speed. Even though the Qi Mian Liao Ye was renowned for its speed and destructive power, it should not possess such swiftness at the peak of the first tier, unless, as Aisha pondered this, Yihan voiced his bold hypothesis. Unless it is a second-tier early-stage beast. If that is the case, then its speed and explosive power can indeed be explained within the realm of possibility. While fighting alongside Aisha, Yihan exchanged intelligence, attempting to devise a strategy to counter the Qi Mian Lian Yasho through their collaboration. With a crackle, the cerulean lightning struck, successfully hitting the Qi Mian Liang Yasho and diverting its attention from Aisha to himself. With a roar, the Qi Mian Liang Yasho, lured by Yahan, charged towards him once more. However, midway through its pursuit, it was struck by a water vortex summoned by the Bishui Qilin, controlled by Aisha. Yahan and Aisha maintained a safe distance, maneuvering the Qi Mian Liang Yasho between them, which only fueled the creature's rage as it struggled to land a decisive blow. In this battle, where the two were at a significant disadvantage, Yahan unleashed his newly awakened domain for the first time. The domain of Yo Yin fully activated. The ghostly blue flames spread like will-o'-the-wisps, enveloping the area around Yahan. A chilling aura permeated the surroundings, and the ethereal flames continuously eroded the Qi Mian Liang Yasho, slowing its movements. Meanwhile, Aisha's flame dragon transformed from a cute fireball into a young flame dragon. With a dragon's roar, it unleashed a fiery breath that struck the Qi Mian Liang Yasho. Normally, the flame dragon's breath would not possess a chill, but the attack, deemed as friendly by the domain, bore the effects of Yahan's unique state. The scorching flames combined with the chilling effect caused the Qi Mian Liang Yasho to enter a state of injury, caught between ice and fire. After so long of inflicting damage on the higher-tiered beast, Aisha could not suppress her joy. Our attacks finally had an effect, Yahan. Perfect synergy. Let's test our combined abilities. Despite finally breaching the beast's defenses, Yahan remained on high alert. Aisha, continue your full assault. Do not underestimate it. While reminding her, Yahan activated the frenzied state for both of them. In the next moment, their combat prowess surged significantly. Feeling the enhancement, Aisha exclaimed, "My power has increased?" Yahan, you can bestow positive effects? There are side effects. The longer it lasts, the more chaotic one's thoughts become. So we must conclude this swiftly. With his warning, Aisha's expression sharpened. Then let us defeat this Qi Mian Liang Yasho before the side effects manifest. I refuse to believe that we cannot overcome it together. Little fire, little bee go, Aisha commanded. The flame dragon and Bishui Qilin roared in unison and attacked the Qi Mian Liang Yasho. The flame breath and the water vortex, now amplified by Aisha's enhanced frenzied state, unleashed their full might. The violent impact of the water vortex and the scorching flames triggered a chilling effect, tearing a gruesome wound into the Qi Mian Liang Yasho. In agony from the successive injuries, the beast opened its maw wide and unleashed a terrifying sonic attack, causing Yahan and Aisha to quickly cover their ears. Having been toyed with for so long without a decisive hit, the enraged beast now focused solely on Yahan. Even when Aisha's attacks landed, it relentlessly pursued Yahan. Are you frustrated, beast? Noticing the Qi Mian Liang Yasho's desperation, Yahan sensed their chances of victory increasing. Amplifying his psychic abilities, Yahan enhanced his combat recovery capabilities, crucial as he had become the beast's primary target. This enhancement, while less potent than the frenzied state, was better than nothing. Moreover, it allowed Yahan to utilize the ethereal flames within the Yo-Yin domain for tangible attacks. With a flash of ghostly fire from his palm, Yahan evaded the Qi Mian Liang Yasho strike and pressed his hand against the wound previously inflicted by Aisha. Was there another minor wound on the beast? Perhaps it had been injured during its battles with other psychic beasts and had not fully recovered before encountering them. Despite his confusion over this unexpected discovery, Yahan seized the opportunity to unleash the frigid ethereal flames into the minor wound, exacerbating the injury. This minor wound had actually been inflicted by Su Yuanma to provoke the Qi Mian Liang Yasho into attacking Yahan and Aisha. Surprised by Yahan's keen observation, Su Yuanma felt a flicker of satisfaction at his ability to exploit the beast's vulnerability. The Tian Huang, who had nearly clashed with Su Yuanma moments before, now regarded Yahan and Aisha's synergistic combat with admiration. It seemed that if they could maintain their coordination a bit longer, they might indeed conquer the Qi Mian Liang Yasho despite the two-tier difference. Jiang Wanxiu remained silent, but her gentle demeanor reflected her approval of Yahan and Aisha's performance. Under the watchful eyes of the three elders, as Yahan's assault concluded, Aisha's attack swiftly followed. The flame dragon's breath and the water vortex targeted the two wounds on the Qi Mian Liang Yasho. After burning the wound, the water vortex penetrated it, hastening its deterioration. The beast's already suppressed speed diminished significantly. The accelerated damage caused it to emit a pained howl, unable to concentrate on hunting Yahan. Moreover, as it had been drawn out for such an extended period by Yihan and Aisha. The true horror of Yo Yin domain became apparent. The Qi Yin Liang Yasho, eroded by the chilling state, began to feel an intense heat from within. The fiery essence of the ghostly flames emerged, revealing their true, terrifying nature as they tore through the outer chill. This marked the battle's climax. The simultaneous effects of the scorching and chilling states relentlessly tormented the beast's bones and flesh, no longer needing to invoke the paralyzing or reverse wind states. The Qi Yin Liang Yasho writhed in agony, overwhelmed by the dual assault of ice and fire. Now, Aisha, let's finish it together. At this moment, Yihan sensed that the side effects of his frenzied state were about to manifest. He bellowed a reminder for Aisha to execute their final strike together. Understanding the cue, Aisha was eager to showcase their combined technique to the Crimson Fang beast. With fervor coursing through her veins, she relished the thrill of fighting alongside Yihan. The final conflagration of flames and the swirling waters, complemented by the scorching and chilling effects of Yihan's phantom flame domain, surged towards the already downed Crimson Fang beast for both sides. Boom! The ethereal blue flames and the fiery crimson blaze intertwined, incinerating the defenseless Crimson Fang beast. As the water vortex struck, the beast was sent hurtling a considerable distance away. Once the flames extinguished, the drenched and charred Crimson Fang beast lay lifeless, devoid of breath. We succeeded. We truly succeeded, Yihan. We have slain a beast that is 2 ranks above us. It is known that it possesses greater combat prowess than many beasts of the same rank, yet we have taken it down together. Aisha's excitement was palpable. In her pale yellow flats, she rushed toward Yihan, eager to share the joy of their victory. Her attire, a layer of white, gauzy fabric and a cream-colored skirt, danced gracefully like a beautiful butterfly under the forest's dusky glow. Her skin, radiant as jade, was adorned with a natural hue of twilight, enhancing her allure. Aisha embodied youthful vitality, her enchanting eyes glimmering mischievously, reminiscent of a lively and captivating red fox. Watching Aisha approach, Yihan was momentarily taken aback by her enchanting silhouette against the fading light. As she nimbly leaped into his embrace to celebrate their triumph over the early-stage Crimson Fang beast, Yihan instinctively tightened his hold. The fragrance of the young girl was intoxicating. He gently stroked Aisha's back and hair, both basking in the atmosphere of their hard-won victory. After this battle together, the bond between Aisha and Yihan would undoubtedly deepen. They would not mind it at all. However, if Xia Yanran were to discover this, she would likely transform into a jealous figure, casting resentful glances at Yihan. The initial joy radiated from Su Yu Miao as the multifaceted energy crystal core, born from the demise of the early-stage Crimson Fang beast, was absorbed equally by Yihan and Aisha. Upon refining the energy, both experienced a notable enhancement in their abilities as late-stage first-tier awakened ones. The refining is complete. Yihan, I feel that had we been in this condition earlier, the Crimson Fang beast would have perished even faster. Aisha winked at Yihan, embodying the essence of a playful, adorable nine-tailed fox in its youth. Yihan found himself anticipating how captivating Aisha would become in 4 years, maturing like senior sister Imo Kursin into a mesmerizing and enchanting figure. At that moment, 3 graceful silhouettes approached through the now darkened Shuiwei forest. One exuded a gentle elegance, radiating warmth under the moonlight. Another was decisive and unyielding, her silver hair showcasing a frost-like grace. The last projected poise, dressed in an extravagant white suit that accentuated her curves beneath the moon's glow. These 3 distinct yet equally beautiful figures were Jiang Wanxiu, Su Yu Miao, and Tian Huang, who had been observing from a distance. As they drew near, Aisha immediately recognized them and rushed forward. Annie, why are you with Teacher Su and Teacher Jiang? Yihan chuckled. Aisha was indeed affable and warm with everyone she met. Although he had just embraced Aisha, he did not believe it was because of any affection toward him. It was merely a reflection of the more vivacious and enthusiastic nature of the Lika domain people compared to those from the Tianlong domain. He too walked towards the 3 elders. Hello, Teacher Su, Teacher Jiang, and Andy. Yihan greeted politely, prompting nods of acknowledgement from the 3 young elders. Jiang Wanxiu affectionately pinched Yihan's cheek with her delicate hand. Little Yihan, did you not expect me to come? Yihan did not deny it, replying, "I truly did not expect it. Did Teacher Jiang come specifically to see me?" "Of course. It was quite a coincidence to run into Aisha's aunt. So we decided to accompany each other while watching over you. We witnessed your joint defeat of the early-stage Crimson Fang Beast." Jiang Wanxiu spoke in her ever-gentle manner, making the listener feel as if embraced by a spring breeze. Tian Huang also commended Yi Han and Aisha. "Your teamwork was commendable, demonstrating a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Yi Han, be sure to get along well with Aisha." Despite previously bickering with Su Yumiao, Tian Huang did not hesitate to express her admiration for Yi Han. A support specialized awakened one possessing such formidable combat prowess was rare in her experience. She had a strong premonition that Yi Han possessed immense potential for the future. Fostering a good impression of this child before his growth would benefit her Tian family in the long run. Observing the harmonious interaction and combat synergy between Aisha and Yi Han, she increasingly felt that they would make a fitting pair. If Aisha and Yi Han were to unite, it was highly probable that she would not need to return to the Lika domain. Through Yi Han, she could retain the extraordinarily talented Beastmaster Aisha within the Tian family of the Tianlong domain. The more she considered this, the more Tian Huang regarded Yi Han with the perspective of a mother-in-law sizing up her future son-in-law. Su Yumiao, typically stern, also congratulated Yi Han. To achieve late-stage first-tier status today and hunt down an early-stage Crimson Fang Beast, even with Aisha's assistance, is quite an accomplishment. Her tone was serious, mirroring her demeanor and expression. Yi Han had grown accustomed to this, still feeling her genuine concern for him, though her manner of speaking was reflective of her personality. "This is all thanks to Teacher Su for bringing me to the Shueyue Forest trial today. Otherwise, I would not have advanced so rapidly. I must also thank my aunt for bringing me to the Shueyue Forest trial." Aisha chimed in, nuzzling against her aunt. As Aisha's aunt, Tian Huang did not push her away, instead embracing the sweet and lively girl even tighter. The sight of the petite, charming girl buried against the mature figure of her 30-year-old aunt was quite the envy for Yi Han. How he wished he could nestle against teacher Su Yumiao without receiving a reprimand. Of course, such thoughts were mere fantasies. If he acted on them, he feared he might receive a blow from Su Yumiao's iron fist. Cuddling up to teacher Jiang Wanxiu was a far more realistic option. "Little Yi Han, when you thank teacher Su, are you implying that you find my teaching methods to be hindering your training progress?" Jiang Wanxiu crossed her arms, her tone tinged with discontent, causing Yi Han to momentarily freeze. After a brief pause, he hurriedly waved his hands. How could that be? Without the gentle guidance and enlightening words of teacher Jiang, I would not have progressed so swiftly. Just as he had calmed Jiang Wanxiu, Su Yu cast a slightly displeased glance in his direction. Was it that she found me too stern? Surely not. Yi Han felt an increasing pressure. What was going on with these two teachers? They shouldn't be making things difficult for him. A soft chuckle escaped Jiang Wanxiu, whose previously pouting face blossomed into a smile once more. "Enough teasing, little Yi Han. I was merely joking with you. Yuowu, why should you feel pressured by my jest?" As she concluded her words, she couldn't resist teasing Su Yu one more time. Su Yu, however, remained composed. "I was merely jesting as well. Teachers, this humor is rather unamusing." Yi Han protested vehemently. Jiang Wanxiu playfully blinked at Yi Han. "It's rather enjoyable to do this occasionally. You and Xia Yanran often engage in such playfulness, do you not? All right now, let us cease our banter. Since we have achieved the goal of our trial, let us return to the academy together." Su Yuwu was the first to regain her serious demeanor. She waved her hand and turned towards the exit of Shueyue Forest. Yi Han and Jiang Wanxiu exchanged glances and promptly followed her. "Teacher Su, please slow down. Wait for me and Teacher Jiang." Aisha and her Aunt Tian Huang noticed and hurried to catch up. "Yi Han, we are on the same path. Let's return together." "Certainly, Aisha." Yi Han was quite agreeable to continuing his journey back to Tianlong Academy with Aisha. Being of the same age, they would have more topics to discuss along the way. Su Yu maintained her position at the front, her pace the swiftest. Jiang Wanxiu observed the silver-haired silhouette of Su Yu under the moonlit sky, pondering. Could it be that Su Yu felt her arrival had interrupted her plans to mentor Yi Han alone, leaving her in a sulk? Tian Huang also noted that Su Yu seemed reluctant to walk too closely with them. Unlike Jiang Wanxiu, she believed that the earlier unpleasantness between herself and Su Yu was the cause. However, This time, they were both mistaken. Su Yuwu was not ahead due to a foul mood, but rather because she was in high spirits. The reason lay in her successful solo leadership today, as her special training plan and impromptu lessons had been flawlessly executed. This demonstrated that despite her lack of prior teaching experience, she could guide Yihan to flourish in his abilities with her own directives. Today marked the first time she truly experienced the joy of nurturing growth in a student. At this moment, as she walked under the forest moonlight, a rare sense of pride and joy graced her features. Her eyes, akin to the luminous moon, sparkled with delight beneath the cascading moonlight, gently brushing aside the silver strands of hair tousled by the wind. Su Yuwu's steps away from Shueiyue Forest grew increasingly confident and graceful. In the realm of teaching students to hone their abilities, she was no less capable than her well-experienced best friend. At the entrance of Tianlong Academy, Aisha waved goodbye to her aunt. Once Tianhuang was out of sight, she turned to Yihan with a smile. "Let us return to the dormitory and rest, Yihan." Although Aisha did not reside in the same dormitory room as Yihan, they were in the same building, allowing them to walk together for a while longer. Accepting Aisha's invitation, Yihan walked alongside her. Before returning, they shared a dinner near Shueiyue Forest. Now, the night was deep and quiet, with hardly anyone visible on the academy streets. Along the way, Aisha tossed her golden waves and curiously inquired, "Yihan, do you share a dormitory with boys or girls?" "Girls, with Xia Yanran, the one you know." Yihan did not conceal the fact that he lived under the same roof as Xia Yanran. Aisha's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. "The same Xia Yanran who caused me to be reprimanded by teacher Su Yuewu?" Her words amused Yihan. It had been nearly a month since that incident, yet Aisha still remembered. Clearly, that day, Aisha was left with a psychological shadow by Su Yuwu's stern demeanor, reminiscent of a strict matriarch. Among the students, Yihan had spent the most time with Su Yuewu. He did not perceive her as particularly fearsome. In fact, he found aspects of her character quite endearing at times, as long as one did not make mistakes or engage in inexplicable mischief that caught Su Yuewu's attention. There was no risk of her disciplinary measures. In truth, Yihan had practiced with Su Yuewu daily for a month without once facing her wrath. Conversely, those who had hardly interacted with Su Yuewu, such as Xia Yanran, Ning Binghan, and Aisha, had all been reprimanded by her. In this month, numerous first-year students, and even some upperclassmen, had faced Su Yuewu's discipline for violating academy rules. How did he know this? Because while browsing the internal social network of Tianlong Academy, he frequently stumbled upon discussions related to teacher Su Yuewu. He could still recall the titles of trending topics on why teacher Su Yuewu is the least popular teacher in the academy. The strict matriarch has disciplined students again. I somewhat understand why teacher Su Yuewu has only taken Yihan as a student for so many years. Sympathizing with Yihan. Surely being teacher Su Yuewu's student means constant reprimands. Let me tell you an academy ghost story. No laughter allowed at the Midnight Spectre. In any case, her reputation was not particularly favorable. Gently gathering his wandering thoughts, Yihan replied, "Yes, that is indeed the Xia Yanran you are thinking of." Upon realizing it was the same Xia Yanran who had caused her troubles with Su Yuewu, Aisha remarked, "It truly is her. Speaking of which, I added her as a friend, yet we have yet to have a proper conversation." Yihan offered Aisha a word of caution. "You might want to chat with her sometime, but be wary of getting too close. You won't outsmart her." Aisha appeared unconvinced. Is she really that formidable? Does she have a myriad of tricks? She felt quite clever herself, believing she wouldn't be outmaneuvered by Xia Yanran. Yihan nodded affirmatively. "Trust me, you will not go wrong. Whatever she asks you to do, think carefully about whether she is trying to set you up. I have a premonition that if the upcoming exam consists of a collective outdoor test, she will devise something extravagant." "I understand now. Thank you for your advice. I live on the first floor, so let's part ways here, Yihan." Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the dormitory, and Aisha bid farewell to Yihan. "All right, see you later." After parting ways with Aisha, Yihan ascended the stairs towards his room. Soon, he found himself back in his cozy sanctuary. Upon entering his dormitory and shutting the door, the exhausted Yihan longed for a restful sleep. He decided to postpone showering until the morning. Navigating through the dim light of the moon filtering through the window, Yihan turned on the light and was suddenly met with the bright face of a cheerful girl, startling him. "What are you doing in my room at this hour?" "Xia Yanran?" Pushing Xia Yinran away from his face, the weary Yihan collapsed onto his soft and fragrant bed. This evening, Xia Yinran wore an adorable pajama set adorned with great patterns, her hair adorned with a cartoon bear hairpin. She casually flopped onto the bed alongside Yihan, as if she were at her own home. Yihan had long grown accustomed to Xia Yinran's informal manner of interacting with him, merely casting a fleeting glance her way before stifling a yawn. He felt quite fatigued this evening and had little time to indulge in banter. He urged her to return to her own room. Xia Yinran, however, paid no heed to his words and once again leaned her cherubic face toward him. Her delicate nose wrinkled as she caught a whiff of his scent, and she promptly waved her hand in disdain. What is that awful smell of sweat? Hurry up and take a shower, you stinky Yihan. Not happening. I'll wash up in the morning, he replied. Yihan had barely rested from morning till now, with his only meal being dinner. At that moment, he had no desire to bathe. All he wanted was to fall into a deep slumber. You messy creature. Xia Yinran observed his evident fatigue, but chose not to press him further about showering, despite her previous complaints about the odor from his day-long training in Shueihua Forest. She remained close to him, reminiscent of a pair of young lovers whispering sweet nothings. Where did you go today? I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. Xia Yinran asked. Had she indeed messaged him? A fleeting surprise crossed Yihan's face as he checked his phone. To his astonishment, several messages from her inquiring about his whereabouts appeared. He had been dragged by teacher Su Yu to undergo a grueling training session in Shueihua Forest, leaving him no time to check his phone. Is that so? Xia Yinran's expression turned skeptical, but upon sensing the evident increase in Yihan's energy level, she believed him. Yet, she felt a pang of urgency. You secretly trained and broke through to the late stage of the first tier without telling me? How sneaky. Observing her small, ansiusayis, ianhuklid. Well, that's what happens when you spend all your time scheming instead of training properly. My progress was a natural outcome. It seems I must also achieve a breakthrough to the late stage of the first tier before the monthly exam. Xia Yinran refused to allow herself to be left behind by Yihan. Yes, this monthly exam is the perfect opportunity for me to reclaim my standing from him. The thought of competing with Yihan in the first year monthly exam filled her with anticipation. I'm done chatting with you, you filthy creature. I'm going to bed. Though she spoke this way, her eyes brimmed with scheming intentions. Not only did she aim to surpass Yihan in the exam, but she also intended to deal with Ningbing Han. All those who dared to contest her for the top position in the grade would have to prepare for a grand gift, she mused with a smirk. However, as she reached the door, her ominous smile faltered. Something feels off. What feels off? Miss, spare me, I just want to sleep, Yihan replied, yawning. Under normal circumstances, he enjoyed their playful exchanges, but his overwhelming fatigue made him yearn only for restful sleep. Just as he finished speaking, Xia Yinran returned, her small face puffed in indignation. She sniffed at his scent once more, confirming her suspicions. There's the smell of another girl on you. Liar, what exactly did you do today? The notion of another girl's scent on him puzzled Yihan at first. However, as visions of Aisha leaping into his arms at sunset danced in his mind, he comprehended what Xia Yinran meant. Simultaneously, he was astonished by her remarkably acute sense of smell. What keen nose you have. Now tell me, who is that vixen? Xia Yinran's face was filled with resentment, akin to a jilted woman. The golden light of her energy surged ominously around her. Regardless of the sweat-soaked odor emanating from Yihan, she straddled him, her small hands gripping the fabric of his shirt, her eyes ablaze with inquiry. Although Yihan had indeed reached the late stage of the first tier today, his exhaustion from a full day of training meant he would hardly stand a chance against a fully energized Xia Yinran. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yihan urged her to calm down. Xia Yinran, I truly have nothing going on with Aisha. I was merely training in Shueihua Forest with teacher Su when I happened to run into Aisha, and we ended up hunting magical beasts together. I must have picked up a bit of her scent. Aisha? The image of Aisha's captivating, enchanting eyes flooded Xia Yinran's mind, causing her golden energy to swell exponentially. Aisha's alluring gaze was indeed that of a seductive fox. How infuriating. She's trying to steal you away. The more Xia Yinran mulled it over, the more agitated she became. Is she truly a vixen? Calm down. How can you expect me to stay calm? Xia Yinran exclaimed, her emotions spiraling out of control. Even if he hadn't done anything untoward with Aisha, did he really need to react so nonchalantly? After all, Xia Yanran wasn't even his girlfriend, so why should it matter? Yihan internally scoffed at the situation. Yet he recognized that reasoning with Xia Yanran in this state was futile. As the golden energy surged around her, he felt a tingle of electricity coursing through him. To avoid further escalation, he quickly sought to clarify. Wait, Xia Yanran, I assure you, there is absolutely nothing between Aisha and me. Regrettably, his attempts at clarification bore no fruit. Xia Yanran's golden energy continued to rise, her bright eyes ignited by the fiery glow. I want to listen. I'm done with you. Ugh, he sighed. Senior MO, distributing benefits to the junior students. Yihan, I have to return to the Xia family for a few days. I'll see you on the day of the monthly exam. Don't miss me too much. After enduring Xia Yanran's electric therapy last night, Yihan had hoped for a chance to unwind this morning, only to discover that she had already left. A voice message from her awaited him on his phone. She certainly left in a hurry. Yihan surmised her intentions. She was likely eager to train and advance to the late stage of the first tier before the exam. After being revitalized by Xia Yanran as golden energy the previous night, Yihan had intended to take a shower this morning, but he had already bathed before sleeping. Stretching lazily, he leaped out of bed. He had assumed the absence of Xia Yanran's morning chatter would afford him a tranquil start. Yet as he stood before the mirror, he felt an undeniable void. It was clear that he had grown accustomed to her banter accompanying his morning routine, and her sudden absence left him slightly disoriented. Nonetheless, Yihan dismissed his thoughts and proceeded to class as usual. Upon entering the training room, he discovered only teacher Jiang Wanqiu present. What's going on here? He wondered. Yesterday, teacher Su had trained him alone, and today it was teacher Jiang. Somewhat confused, he inquired, Teacher Jiang, where is teacher Su? Today, Jiang Wanqiu donned her favorite hues of pink, her attire, a delicate, dusty pink dress, exuding her gentle and nurturing teacher persona. Upon seeing Yihan, she smiled warmly, ready to convey important news. Little Yihan, Teacher Su originally intended to have you train in Shueiyue Forest to achieve the late stage of the first tier before the monthly exam. However, since you completed her objectives with Aisha yesterday, she has nothing left to teach you before the exam. So, does that mean you'll be my sole instructor for the next few days? With the situation clarified, and confirming that teacher Su wasn't unwell, Yihan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He still greatly admires the seemingly stern, yet genuinely caring teacher, Su Yumo. Just as he prepared himself for the upcoming days of training under Jiang Wanqiu's guidance, she smiled and shook her head. No, since you enrolled, you have attended the ability class daily without any respite. With only 2 days left until the monthly exam, you should take the time to rest and adjust your condition. I specifically waited here for you, Xiao Yihan, to inform you that you have 2 days off. How do you feel about that? After announcing the break, Jiang Wanqiu kindly leaned closer to Yihan, her gentle smile causing her eyes to curve with warmth. She playfully poked his youthful face with her delicate fingers, signifying her affection for her student. 2 days off? After a brief moment of surprise, Yihan quickly broke into a smile. I'm so happy, Teacher Jiang. You are the best teacher in the world. Yihan's joy was genuine. Who wouldn't cherish a break from studies? Jiang Wanqiu was also delighted by Yihan's praise. All right, little one, go enjoy yourself. By the way, your senior sister, Mo Kursin, is also taking a break today and is at the academy. I heard she is distributing benefits to the students. If you're interested, you can go see her. Hearing that Mo Kursin was at the academy today took Yihan by surprise, but he nodded in acknowledgement. Okay, I'll go play now, Teacher Jiang. Yes, enjoy yourself for these 2 days, but don't indulge too much and delay the exam the day after tomorrow, Xiao Yihan. I want tea. As he watched Yihan swiftly leave the classroom without a hint of nostalgia, Jiang Wanqiu's gentle smile widened. Indeed, boys of his age revel in their free time. Once Yihan left the training room, the translucent mirror on Jiang Wanqiu's body began to emanate a potent aura of ability. In the next moment, the stoic figure of Su Yumo, who had been present all along, gradually materialized. Seeing her friend finally willing to show herself, Jiang Wanqiu smiled at her close companion. You were the one who suggested giving this child a 2-day break, yet you didn't say a word to him before he left? Yes. It was indeed my suggestion to grant him 2 days off, Su Yumo acknowledged. Jiang Wanqiu, having observed Yihan's advancement to the late stage of his current level, agreed to the proposal. However, Su Yumo chose not to inform Yihan directly, leaving it to Jiang Wanqiu. As Su Yumo gazed at the now empty training room, memories of the month Yihan spent under her and Jiang Wanqiu's tutelage flashed through her mind. After a moment, her serious lips parted slightly. This matter should be conveyed by you. It aligns with your image in his heart and mine as well. Jiang Wanqiu shook her head in response. My dear friend, to maintain your strict teacher image, you are indeed quite stubborn about giving Xiao Yihan a break. On the Academy S Street, Yihan checked the social network of Tianlong Academy on his phone. Through the news related to Mo Kursin, he quickly confirmed her general location. She really is distributing benefits? In one video, Mo Kursin, accompanied by her abyssal gulp vending machine, was handing out beverages to every passing student near the academy's main gate. Her generous actions sparked considerable discussion within the academy's social network. Moreover, Yihan discovered that Mo Kursin had sent him a message asking when he finished classes today so she could come visit him. Since their last encounter, it had been almost a month since Yihan had seen his busy senior sister. Understanding how busy Mo Kursin was at the Mechanics Association, he could appreciate her coming to see him after such a long time. I'll go join the excitement. He tucked away his phone and hurried towards the main gate. Before long, filled with anticipation, he caught sight of the senior sister he had been longing to see. Near the academy's entrance stood a striking young woman clad in an elegant black ancient-style outfit, gracefully handing out drinks with a warm smile to every first-year to fourth-year student she encountered. Greetings, fellow students. I am your senior sister, Mo Kursin, who graduated just a month ago. Today, I have come to distribute benefits to all of you preparing for the monthly exam. Each student was entitled to one drink. First come, first served, until supplies lasted. This kind-hearted and spirited senior sister was none other than Yihan's own mentor, Mo Kursin. Her eyes, accentuated with ink-black eyeshadow, radiated the elegance expected of a lady from a prestigious family steeped in the classical culture of the Tianlong region. Even while distributing drinks, her every gesture exuded the grace of classical etiquette, pleasing to behold. Clad in a modified black qipao and a matching black skirt adorned with ancient patterns, she struck a perfect balance between classical elegance and the modern aesthetic expected of an ability user. Her long, fair legs graced the stylish high heels inscribed with traditional designs, each step captivating onlookers. Only Mo Kursin could pull this off. After admiring her beauty from a distance for a while, Yihan's mind drifted back to the two occasions he had encountered her in a rather revealing manner. Shaking off those thoughts, he quickly approached Mo Kursin. Senior sister, may I have a bottle too? Of course, my dear junior. Wait a moment, that name sounds familiar. Ah, it's you, Yihan. Upon recognizing him, Mo Kursin's striking face lit up with surprise. Without waiting for Yihan to specify his choice, she swiftly retrieved a bottle of orange soda for him. She recalled that during his visit to her temporary residence, he had enjoyed this very drink. Here's your orange soda, junior. Thank you, senior sister. You even remembered I like orange soda. Yihan accepted the drink without hesitation and opened it, taking a hearty gulp. It tastes just like I remember, he praised, before curiously asking, Senior sister, what brings you to the academy today? I sent it just to visit you? Mo Kursin replied with a slight smile in her captivating eyes, playfully countering his inquiry. I didn't realize I had such an influence. I'm quite flattered. Seeing Yihan smile so joyfully, Mo Kursin relished their interaction. However, her visit to the academy today was not solely for Yihan. She had 3 matters to attend to. Firstly, to randomly distribute benefits to her juniors. Secondly, to personally see her junior, whom she had been thinking about for nearly a month. She would not easily let Yihan off after having seen him in such revealing circumstances twice. The third matter remained unspoken, as Mo Kursin was interrupted by the sound of a car outside the main gate. Following the sound, her expression gradually turned serious. She's really here. In the disdain evident on Mo Kursin's face, a young woman, whose style somewhat mirrored hers, stepped out of the car. Dressed in a white qipao adorned with blue ancient patterns, complemented by a matching skirt and pure white high heels, her overall appearance evoked the elegance of ancient blue and white porcelain. The beautiful elder sister exuded an aura of elegance and ancient charm, her eyes shimmering with a hint of a cool hue. Yihan was equally captivated by the graceful figure adorned in blue and white porcelain attire who had just appeared at the main entrance. Judging by her age, she seemed to be of similar vintage to senior sister Mo Kursin. Could she be yet another senior who had come to visit her juniors today? Just as he was about to exchange opinions about this unfamiliar elder sister with Mo Curson, he noticed her gaze was filled with disdain. This unabashed expression resembled that of a nemesis or a traitor. It was evident that Mo Curson recognized her, and it was possible that her visit was specifically for this person. With this thought, Yihan's curiosity about the identity of the elegantly dressed elder sister deepened. "Senior, do you know her?" he inquired. To his surprise, Mo Curson did not deny it. "Yes. Who is she?" "A traitor who betrayed the Tianlong domain." "A traitor who betrayed the Tianlong domain?" Mo Curson's response left Yihan even more bewildered. However, the subsequent revelation about her identity caused Yihan's eyes to widen slowly. "She, like you and me, was once a student of teacher Jiang Wanqiu, and she is the student that teacher Jiang is most reluctant to mention. In terms of seniority, she is your eldest senior sister." "Eldest senior sister Yi Lingxi? She shares my surname?" The combination of keywords, such as eldest senior sister, traitor, and unwilling to mention, gave Yihan a sense of a profound story behind it all. The eldest senior sister, dressed in blue and white porcelain, had her hair elegantly styled, embodying the quintessential beauty of the ancient Tianlong domain. Although she possessed the grace typical of ancient women, it lacked the profound aura of a noble lady steeped in classical culture that Mo Curson exuded. Nonetheless, her attire, a blue and white themed qipao skirt paired with high heels, bestowed upon her a refined elegance. Seemingly aware of Mo Curson's gaze, the traitorous eldest senior sister directed a courteous smile towards Yihan and approached with a composed stride. Nearby students of Tianlong Academy were equally captivated by the graceful figure of the eldest senior sister entering through the main door. "Which senior is she? Such a stunning blue and white outfit. She resembles a beauty stepping out from a painting of the ancient Tianlong domain. I feel like I have a vague impression of her. Why does she seem so familiar? I remember now. She is senior sister Yi Lingxi, who graduated over a year ago and brought our Tianlong domain its first championship in the global ability competition. Now that you mention it, I recall that senior sister Yi Lingxi was a prominent figure during her time in our academy. Her overwhelming victory over the talents of the Lika domain in the global ability competition is still fresh in our memories. It was she who helped restore the confidence of Tianlong domain's ability practitioners, believing that we could surpass Lika domain and reclaim our place at the pinnacle of the world." Yihan was somewhat surprised to discover that he shared a surname with the esteemed Yi Lingxi. Moreover, from the discussions of the nearby students, it became evident that this Yi Lingxi had once been a celebrated figure at Tianlong Academy, bringing home the first championship from the global ability competition. How could such a legendary individual be labeled a traitor to the Tianlong domain by Mo Curson? Shouldn't Yi Lingxi be an object of pride for every ability practitioner of Tianlong domain? As Yihan pondered this perplexity, the ongoing discussions among the students gradually illuminated why Mo Curson harbored such animosity towards this once-honored eldest senior sister. True, senior sister Yi Lingxi brought us our first championship in the global ability competition. However, she is now a controversial figure. Ignoring teacher Jiang Wanqiu's opposition, she chose to remain in the Lika domain under the pretense of furthering her studies at the Lika Ability Research Institute, and she has not returned for over a year. I almost forgot about that. I remember she publicly acknowledged that Lika domain's research on ability tiers is the pinnacle of global standards, stating that all who aspire to maximize their abilities should go to Lika domain for further study. Her remarks incited tremendous outrage among Tianlong domain's ability practitioners, who denounced her as an ungrateful traitor. I believe senior sister Yi Lingxi's pursuit of strength at Lika domain is justified. After all, which ability practitioner does not aspire to reach the summit of their potential? Moreover, it's undeniable that our overall strength in Tianlong domain still lags behind that of Lika domain. Yihan silently absorbed the unfolding drama. Mo Curson's strong sense of collective honor made it understandable for her to resent Yi Lingxi for disregarding teacher Jiang Wanqiu's counsel and leaving Tianlong domain. Indeed, this Yi Lingxi was undoubtedly a figure of controversy. As she approached Mo Curson and Yihan with a calm demeanor, Yi Lingxi paid little attention to the unfamiliar Yihan, instead allowing her nostalgic gaze to rest on Mo Curson. "Curson, it has been a long time. Seeing you brings back memories of our training days with teacher Jiang Wanqiu. I don't want to be associated with you, traitorous senior sister." Mo Curson, who was usually courteous, showed no desire to maintain her usual decorum in front of the senior sister she once admired greatly. Yi Lingxi, however, was not offended, having anticipated Mo Kursen's disdain. Junior, it seems you have not progressed much in this past year. Would you like me to introduce you to the Lika Ability Research Institute? With my recommendation, coupled with your talent, they would surely welcome you. Hearing Yi Lingxi's words, Yi Han, knowing Mo Kursen well, realized she would undoubtedly refuse and be furious. This traitorous eldest senior sister was not here with good intentions. What appeared to be a polite and caring demeanor masked her intention to provoke Mo Kursen. Leave. I will never be a traitor like you. We ability practitioners of Tianlong domain rely on ourselves and will eventually surpass Lika domain in every aspect. Do not forget, your admission to Tianlong Academy and your championship in the global ability competition were thanks to teacher Zhang's guidance. Is this how you repay her? Yi Han silently observed the unfolding confrontation between the two powerful senior sisters, feeling powerless to intervene. Even if he could, he would choose not to. Mo Kursen's words seemed to strike a nerve with Yi Lingxi, as her previously calm demeanor began to falter. Teacher Jiang indeed showed me great kindness, but my championship was earned through my own efforts and hard work. I achieved that victory on my own merit and received an invitation from the prestigious Lika Ability Research Institute to pursue a better training environment. What is wrong with that? Realizing she had lost control of her emotions, Yi Lingxi quickly took a deep breath to regain her composure. I'm not in the wrong. Everything I have done is justified. After a brief moment of self-reassurance, Yi Lingxi restored her elegant smile. This young junior appears to be a first-year student, correct? May I know your name? Surprised that Yi Lingxi had turned her attention towards him, Yi Han, who had only wished to observe quietly, reluctantly joined the conversation. Hello, senior sister. My name is Yi Han, and I'm a first-year student who just started nearly a month ago. Yi Han, you share the same surname? As my fellow clansman, I am back at Tianlong Academy at the invitation of the school to give a lecture. Be sure to come to the auditorium to support me. Unquestionably, she is a senior sister from the same sect. Her manner of speaking bears the essence of teacher Jiang Wanqiu. As Yi Han contemplated this, he was about to speak when Mo Kursen preemptively declined for him. He is the newly accepted junior disciple of teacher Jiang, and he would certainly not heed the lecture of a traitor like you. Mo Kursen understood that Yi Lingxi's return was at the invitation of Tianlong Academy. She found it incomprehensible that they would invite such a traitor back for the sake of the so-called honor of the first global ability competition, intended to inspire the younger generation of the academy. Furthermore, not long ago, the Lika domain had caused a stir at the mechanical engineer exchange hosted by her Mo family, and she suspected that this traitorous senior sister would seize this opportunity to create chaos as well. This was the primary reason she took special leave to return to Tianlong Academy today. Although she insisted that Yi Han should not attend Yi Lingxi's lecture, Mo Kursen herself was undoubtedly going to attend. While Mo Kursen's constant opposition did not infuriate Yi Lingxi, her declaration that Yi Han was her junior brother piqued her interest. So, he is a junior from the same sect. That explains why Kursen would bring you along. Due to the suddenness of her arrival, I, your senior sister, did not prepare any special gifts, so I present you with this front-row seat ticket for today's lecture at Tianlong Academy. As she spoke, Yi Lingxi directly handed Yi Han the front-row ticket for her lecture in the presence of Mo Kursen. Yi Han accepted the gesture without refusal, regarding it as a welcoming gift from his senior sister. Whether to attend or not could be decided later. However, as he examined the ticket in his hand, he discovered another front-row ticket. Yi Lingxi noticed the extra ticket but did not demand it back from Yi Han. He immediately grasped the underlying meaning. Yi Lingxi had intentionally given him an additional ticket. The two tickets were presumably meant, one for Mo Kursen and one for Jiang Wanqiu. His presence prompted Yi Lingxi to change her mind and bestow upon him the front-row ticket that was originally designated for Jiang Wanqiu, intending for both him and Mo Kursen to attend her lecture. With a hint of significance, Yi Lingxi patted Yi Han's shoulder and urged him to come. I sincerely hope my dear junior brother will attend with that. Yi Lingxi flashed a faint smile at the disdainful Mo Kursen and gracefully departed, her porcelain-white figure moving with elegance. To provoke such a gentle teacher Jiang is utterly unforgivable. Montak Suye, we have 2 front-row tickets for the lecture at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Shall we attend? As Yi Han watched the graceful figure of senior sister Yi Lingxi disappear, He raised the 2 tickets for the lecture at Tianlong Academy. Mo Curson instinctively wanted to decline, but as she opened her mouth, the words failed to escape. She bit her lips to moisten them, which had dried from the earlier argument, and cast an apologetic glance at Yihan. I apologize, junior brother. I regret revealing such an uncomposed side of myself to you earlier. It's nothing. After all, I have previously witnessed an even more uncomposed side of my senior sister. Yihan waved his hand with a smile. Little did he know that his casual words of comfort caused Mo Curson's cheeks to flush slightly. You have become quite familiar with your senior sister, and you seem to enjoy teasing me more and more. Evidently, Montag Kexin bluesit. Flustered by Yihan's mention of a more uncomposed side. Yihan, realizing the ambiguity in his words, chuckled and shifted the topic. So, shall we attend senior sister's lecture? We must go. She surely has ulterior motives, and we must be present to discern her intentions. Returning to the main point, Mo Curson temporarily set aside her flustered thoughts. She patted her still warm cheeks, her spirited gaze deep in thought. It is still morning. We should seek out Teacher Wanchio first and see what she has to say. Yihan agreed, acknowledging the validity of her suggestion. The news of senior sister's return must be conveyed to Teacher Jiang Wanchio, for she is undoubtedly the one most concerned about senior sister's affairs at Tianlong Academy. While Yihan and Mo Curson made their way to Teacher Jiang Wanchio's office. The returning senior sister Yi Lingxi was reminiscing about the familiar streets of the academy while searching her phone for topics related to Yihan. Her knowledge of this junior disciple was rather scant. Teacher Jiang Wanchio, how could you take in such a charming and handsome junior disciple without even informing me? Just because I went to Licca Domain for further studies, do you no longer consider me your student or disciple? Murmuring to herself. Yi Lingxi's tone was laced with playful sarcasm. She had triumphed over Xia Yinjin from a Xia family at Jiangbei Academy, defeated Ning Binghan from a Ning family during the entrance examination, outperformed a genius mechanic from the Licca Domain at the Mechanical Engineer Exchange, and, alongside Mo Curson, they were celebrated as the golden couple of their sect. Having only been at the academy for a few days, she had also personally resolved a first-tier disaster incident. Truly, she is a remarkable student chosen by Teacher Jiang. This junior disciple with the same family name must be an exceptional mutant ability user, right? As Yi Lingxi learned of Yi Han's past accomplishments, her interest in him deepened. Coincidentally, this year, Licca Academy planned to break its traditional admission rules and accept gifted first-year students, as the Tianlong domain is too small and the Licca domain too vast. Junior brother, I sincerely hope you will attend this afternoon's lecture. During Yi Lingxi's contemplation of Yihan, he and Mo Curson swiftly arrived at Teacher Jiang Wanchio's office. Although she had given Yihan a day off, she was still in the office, handling various academy affairs alongside her close friend Su Yuechio. Jiang Wanchio turned her chair, her gentle figure adorned in a soft pink dress, and looked at Yihan and Mo Curson. Little Yihan, I barely gave you an hour off, and you already brought your senior sister Curson to find me. Do you miss your teacher that much? Su Yuechio man composed. Her attention focused on the numerous documents requiring her attention, seemingly unaffected by the arrival of Yihan and Mo Curson. Yet, beneath her calm demeanor, she was all ears, ready to absorb every word of their dialogue. Yihan and Mo Curson exchanged glances, and they promptly conveyed the news of senior sister Yi Lingxi's return to Jiang Wanchio. To Yihan's surprise, the usually gentle Jiang Wanchio displayed an exceptionally serious and angry expression for the first time in his presence. Such an important matter, and the academy did not inform me immediately. Are they afraid I would oppose it? Her gentle demeanor transformed into one of anger, her pink attire visibly tense. Beside her, Su Yuechio feigned nonchalance as she twirled her pen, completely captivated by the conversation unfolding before her. Yi Lingxi was certainly aware of the situation. She was Jiang Wanchio's first student, once deemed unworthy of admission to Tianlong Academy. Yet it was Jiang Wanchio who advocated for Yi Lingxi's acceptance, enduring considerable external pressure while nurturing her. Thankfully, during the global ability competition at the end of the first academic year, Yi Lingxi, under Jiang Wanchio's guidance, achieved first place, rewarding her teacher's efforts. This should have been a delightful tale, but it was marred by Yi Lingxi's decision to pursue further studies at the Licca Academy before her graduation in her 4th year. While attending the Licca Academy for advanced studies is not inherently problematic, Her series of public statements favoring the Lika domain while disparaging the Tianlong domain incited public outrage and thrust her teacher, Jiang Wanxiu, back into the eye of the storm. Years ago, Jiang Wanxiu valiantly defended Yi Lingxi's admission to the Tianlong Academy, and after much effort, the incident was finally cleared of its blemish. However, it soon became tainted once more due to Yi Lingxi's treacherous antics. During her first year, when she claimed victory in the ability competition, a video surfaced of her accepting an invitation from the Lika domain, expressing her eagerness to further her studies there after graduation. In the video, Yi Lingxi's tone and demeanor unmistakably conveyed her yearning for the Lika domain and her disdain for the Tianlong domain that hindered her progress. She even asserted that had she commenced her ability training in the Lika domain, her growth would have been swifter and more formidable, attributing her achievements solely to her innate talent, diligence, and perseverance. Jiang Wanxiu was deeply affected by this revelation and struggled to regain her composure for a considerable time. Reflecting on these events, Su Yuemiao also sensed that Yi Lingxi's return was not without complexity. After several deep breaths, Jiang Wanxiu gradually steadied her emotions. "I am aware of this matter, and I shall attend the event as a representative of the Academy. Since you both have received her tickets, it is permissible for you to attend." República del Yemanjan, observing Jiang Banqiu Suden Bearinas, believed that her fatigue stemmed not from her busy schedule, but from the emotional toll of hearing about Yi Lingxi. It appeared that the betrayal from this senior sister still weighed heavily on Jiang Wanxiu's heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanxiu's thoughts drifted back to several years prior. The champion of this year's global ability competition is none other than Yi Lingxi from the Tianlong domain. This marked the first time the Tianlong domain had claimed victory since the inception of the global ability competition, shattering the Lika domain's recent monopoly on the title. Let us all cheer for this talented young lady from the Tianlong domain. Witnessing the young Yi Lingxi, who is the same age as Yihan, triumph over the strongest first-year student from the Lika domain, she rushed from her seat through the exclusive passage to the final competition venue. Standing amidst the golden rain, basking in the fervent applause of the audience, she felt an overwhelming joy for her proudest student, cherishing a moment that would be etched in the history of Tianlong domain's abilities. Even years later, the vivid recollections of that day remained indelible for Jiang Wanxiu. As she reminisced, tears began to well in her eyes, having not cried in many years. Why did I treat Yi Lingxi so well, only for her to hurt me? Was her overly gentle teaching approach detrimental to Yi Lingxi? Should she adopt a stricter demeanor like her dear friend Su Yuemiao to avoid fostering dependency? Immersed in sorrow and self-reproach, Jiang Wanxiu's emotions did not escape Yihan's notice. Is teacher Jiang actually crying? Momentarily taken aback, Yihan's expression darkened. It was somewhat unforgivable that this senior sister had brought tears to the eyes of the gentle Jiang Wanxiu. The Tianlong Academy auditorium buzzed with excitement as students gathered in large numbers, a red banner proclaiming, warmly welcoming senior sister Yi Lingxi back to her alma mater. Although Yi Lingxi's past actions were controversial, she ultimately brought the first global ability competition championship to Tianlong Academy, restoring a sense of pride to its abilitists. She graciously accepted the Academy's invitation to return and address the younger students, honoring her roots. Inside the auditorium, screens played a loop of highlights from Yi Lingxi's participation in the global ability competition during her youth. The venue was packed, with many students eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary senior sister, even if they couldn't secure a seat. With the speech set to commence in 10 minutes, anticipation filled the air. Mom, senior sister Yi Lingxi, Mom. Which year are you in? Someone take this kid away. What's wrong with calling out for my mom? Who hit me? Ouch, it's you, the ruthless Su Yuemiao? Ah, no, Teacher Su. What a coincidence to see you here. Are you here to uphold the Academy's decorum again? Ouch, stop hitting me. That's corporal punishment. Among the crowd, a student calling for their mother drew disdainful glances from others. Yi Han, seated in the front row thanks to a ticket from Yi Lingxi, was accompanied by Mo Kersin, who couldn't help but chuckle at the lively atmosphere outside the auditorium. Do the younger students really like calling people mom now? I seem to be out of touch with the trends. Not really. Such individuals are few and far between. Most students are quite normal, Yihan replied resignedly, attempting to protect the reputation of his generation at Tianlong Academy. As he spoke, he noticed that the main speaker, Yi Lingxi, had finally arrived. Dressed in the same elegant blue and white porcelain qipao and skirt as earlier, she gracefully made her way to the center of the stage, her long legs accentuating her poised stature. The Academy promptly ceased the highlight reel, displaying a single iconic image of Yi Lingxi basking in golden rain as the backdrop. Dear juniors of Tianlong Academy, I am your senior sister, Yi Lingxi. It is an honor to accept the invitation from my alma mater and return to the Academy, where I once devoted 4 years of my life to share my insights with you. Upon her introduction, the auditorium erupted in enthusiastic applause, welcoming her return. Yi Han clapped calmly, silently admiring Yi Lingxi under the spotlight. Despite her past, this senior sister still possessed remarkable charisma. He glanced at Mo Kursin, and as expected, she was the lone figure in the audience with a cold expression, clapping out a mere formality. It was evident that Mo Kursin held a strong aversion toward Yi Lingxi. On stage, Yi Lingxi scanned the audience and acknowledged the front row, where Mo Kursin and Yi Han sat with a subtle smile, lingering her gaze on them for a few moments before continuing her speech. The content of her address primarily revolved around her memories, insights, and experiences during her time at Tianlong Academy, as well as her journey to defeating top competitors from various domains in the global ability competition, ultimately reaching the pinnacle among her peers. The standard oratory style invigorated the students, inspiring them to aspire for glory as Yi Lingxi had for the honor of the Tianlong domain. However, as Yi Lingxi began recounting anecdotes from her more than a year in the Licca domain and the Licca Abilities Research Institute, Yi Han sensed something amiss. He glanced at Mo Kursin, noticing her previously impassive expression gradually darkening. The speech delivered by this traitor completely disregarded teacher Jiang Wanqiu's assistance to her, embellishing her days of study at the Licca Ability Research Institute with ulterior motives. Junior Yi Han, do not be deceived by her. Echoing his own thoughts, he nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, Mo Shuejia, I am not so easily swayed. Today, as Xia Yinran returned to the Xia family, Yi Han was concerned about having no one to play with. If this senior sister sought to deceive him, he would certainly engage her to the end. As Yi Lingxi continued her speech, she began to introduce various cutting-edge technological devices designed specifically for the training of high-level abilities at the Licca Ability Research Institute. Below, the students' discourse subtly shifted under Yi Lingxi's deliberate guidance. No wonder the practitioners from our Tianlong domain have gradually secured the second position in the global ability community over the years, yet consistently lag behind Licca domain in comprehensive strength among high-level practitioners. It turns out they possess a wealth of advanced training experiences and mechanical equipment. This highlights the significance of mechanist practitioners in today's era. Although our Tianlong domain has the time-honored MO family mechanist and is striving to catch up, we still fall short compared to Licca domain's top mechanist practitioners. Can our mechanists in Tianlong domain design such devices that facilitate efficient training for high-level practitioners? Montauk Kursin, S. delicate fist tightened. Yi Lingxi was undoubtedly aware of her presence and had orchestrated this display intentionally, both to showcase the Licca Ability Research Institute as a sanctuary for high-level practitioners and to undermine the confidence of Mo Kursin and all Tianlong domain mechanists. As a practitioner from Tianlong domain, how could she engage in such treachery for Licca domain? Suddenly, her clenched fist was enveloped by a warm hand. Mo Kursin instinctively sought to withdraw, only to find the grip tightening further. Turning her head, she discovered it was Yi Han holding her fist. Montauk Suyi, do not let her influence you. Once you grow stronger, you will undoubtedly lead our mechanists in Tianlong domain to surpass those antiquated mechanists of Licca domain. With Yi Han's reassurance, warmth spread through Mo Kursin's heart, and her tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. Sensing her relaxation, Yi Han also withdrew his hand at the appropriate moment. Meanwhile, he pondered Yi Lingxi's ulterior motives beyond showcasing the superiority of the Licca Ability Research Institute and undermining Mo Kursin's self-esteem. After overhearing the increasingly enthusiastic whispers from nearby Tianlong Academy students about Licca domain and the Licca Ability Research Institute, his pupils narrowed as he comprehended Yi Lingxi's true intentions. As Yi Lingxi approached the conclusion of her speech, it confirmed Yi Han's suspicions. Dear juniors of Tianlong Academy, I am truly delighted to return here as a senior and share my experiences of success with you. I'm also grateful for the invitation from Tianlong Academy's officials. In gratitude for the cultivation I received from Tianlong Academy, and in response to your expectations, I am here to announce a significant piece of news. To ensure that you may have a better training environment, I have worked tirelessly over the past year to secure benefits for you. I hope that more young practitioners from our Tianlong domain will have the opportunity to study at Lika domain, allowing them to rise and grow more swiftly, contributing to the revitalization of our Tianlong domain's practitioners. Upon witnessing my efforts, the Lika Ability Research Institute has decided that starting from this cohort, they will no longer impose the rigid requirement of graduating from the 4th year for practitioners intending to study there. All practitioners from Tianlong Academy, from 1st to 4th year, with sufficient talent, are eligible for exceptional admission to the superior training environment of the Lika Ability Research Institute. The Institute will also devise a new high-level practitioner training plan for students who have not yet graduated, ensuring that each student admitted under this new regulation can rapidly develop into a high-level practitioner. As Yi Lingxi articulated this, the students of Tianlong Academy became increasingly animated, fueled by her prior groundwork. They too aspire to study at the Lika Ability Research Institute. The officials at the back of the grand auditorium exchanged glances, astonished by Yi Lingxi's unexpected turn of events in her speech. Citing the aim of rapidly aiding the rise of practitioners from Tianlong domain, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Wanxiu, positioned by the exit, observed everything, her expression grim. The front row Yi Han inhaled deeply, gently calming Mo Kursin, who was becoming agitated. As Yi Lingxi continued her momentum, she added, coincidentally, I have received a designated quota that allows direct admission to the Lika Ability Research Institute without undergoing the rigorous selection process. After a day of careful consideration, I have identified an outstanding candidate for this quota. At this point, the students of Tianlong Academy began to speculate eagerly about who would be fortunate enough to gain direct access to the Lika Ability Research Institute for further study. Yi Han fell into contemplation when he recalled Yi Lingxi's earlier offer to write a recommendation letter for Mo Kursin to facilitate her admission to the Lika Ability Research Institute. He couldn't help but glance at Mo Kursin beside him. Could it be that Mo Shuejia was the one chosen by the senior sister Yi Lingxi? However, when Yi Lingxi announced the recipient of her designated quota, all eyes in the room turned to Yi Han. The fortunate individual I have selected is a first-year student. Before even enrolling, he defeated the esteemed young Lady Xia Yanran, nurtured by the Xia family, and decisively triumphed over Ning Binghan from the Ning family during the entrance examination. He also shone at the Mechanist Exchange Conference, outshining a genius mechanist from Lika domain, bringing glory to our Tianlong domain. Within just a few days of enrollment, he managed to avert a crisis before the Tianlong battle group arrived during an unexpected disaster. Such an extraordinary talent deserves the designated quota for further study at the Lika Ability Research Institute, and it can only be awarded to my junior brother Yi Han. Yi Han was momentarily taken aback that Yi Lingxi would bestow this designated quota upon him. Mo Kursin, whose hand he held, widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, completely unprepared for Yi Lingxi's choice of Yi Han. Nearby, Jiang Wanxiu, positioned by the exit, was equally astonished that Yi Lingxi would grant the quota to Yi Han. After a brief moment of shock, she could not help but feel anxious. Would Yi Han withstand the temptation of going to the Lika Ability Research Institute? She did not wish for him to attend, but if he truly desired to go, she would not obstruct him, only feeling a quiet sorrow. After all, Yi Lingxi had a point. Lika Ability Research Institute is indeed a sanctuary for high-level practitioners globally. If Yi Han were to go there, as long as he could gain access to the corresponding resources for ability cultivation, he would likely grow at a pace far surpassing that in Tianlong domain. One must not obstruct a student's aspiration for a superior cultivation environment, as long as Yi Han does not, like Yi Lingxi, disdain the cultivation conditions of Tianlong domain upon discovering better options, which would incite the ire of all the extraordinary beings in Tianlong domain. Su Yu's usually stoic expression sharpened with a glint of intensity upon hearing Yi Lingxi's words about granting the opportunity to Yi Han. She was not as gentle as Jiang Wanxiu. Yi Lingxi's attempt to entice her cherished student had successfully provoked her. Even if Yi Han genuinely wished to go, she would never permit him to attend the Lika Extraordinary Research Institute. No one was more suited to guide Yihan than her, not even the renowned Licca Institute, revered by high-level extraordinary beings globally. This was not blind arrogance, but absolute confidence. She acknowledged that the top-tier engineers of Licca domain possessed considerable skill. Yet if they could truly disseminate their methods for nurturing high-level extraordinary beings to those of lower tiers, how could Yi Lingxi from Tianlong domain have clinched the championship in the global extraordinary beings competition years ago? Moreover, the Licca Institute would not perpetually serve as a base for cultivating high-level extraordinary beings. They had not even established a comprehensive academy for their own lower-tier extraordinary beings. So it was implausible that they would set a precedent for those from Tianlong domain. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive at play. It seemed they were apprehensive that the extraordinary beings of Tianlong domain might surpass those of Licca domain in comprehensive strength, seeking to suppress the limitless potential of the young extraordinary beings of Tianlong domain. Resources for extraordinary beings were scarce and could not cater to all. Even if Licca domain were willing to nurture talents, they would prioritize resources for individuals like Yi Lingxi, who were likely to abandon Tianlong domain once they ventured to Licca. Should one return to Tianlong domain after further studies, the Licca Institute would probably not invest core resources in their development. This implied that many extraordinary beings might find their training at the Licca Institute less efficient than that at their local academies. Of course, this was merely Su Yu's conjecture based on Yi Lingxi's situation, lacking concrete evidence. She could not concern herself with others. But Yihan must undoubtedly remain in Tianlong domain to grow. At this moment, Mo Kursin had also regained her composure but was not as contemplative as Su Yu. She directly chastised Yi Lingxi from the audience, declaring that her junior would never become a traitor to Tianlong domain like her. Yi Lingxi on stage remained unperturbed and continued with patience. She stated that her recommendation for her junior to attend the Licca Institute was solely for his swift growth, allowing him to return to Tianlong domain and contribute to the revival of their extraordinary beings, not to abandon them. Furthermore, she asserted that the will of individuals is free. No one could deprive another of the right to seek a better cultivation environment. Ultimately, whether her junior attended or not depended on his own desires, not on her thoughts. As Yi Lingxi spoke, Mo Kursin turned to Yihan, still holding his small hand, with a pleading tone. She urged him not to act in a way that would disappoint Teacher Jiang. The other students began to murmur among themselves, questioning whether Yihan would follow in Yi Lingxi's footsteps and betray Tianlong domain. What do they mean by following in her footsteps? Yi Lingxi had returned to her alma mater and had provided them with such a wonderful opportunity to train at the Licca Institute. Even if not everyone could go, they should not vilify her. Indeed, every word from Yi Lingxi was imbued with love and concern for Tianlong domain. They ought to be grateful for the chance she fought hard to secure for them. The rigid stance of Tianlong domain from years prior had ensnared Yi Lingxi in a whirlpool of negative public opinion. I support Yi Lingxi in pursuing a better cultivation environment to develop her talents and return to serve Tianlong domain. Yi Lingxi, sister, mother, I also support you. Thank you for enduring such immense pressure while still remembering Tianlong domain and doing so much for us. Although some peculiar individuals like to call others mother. The prevailing sentiment in the audience was precisely what Yi Lingxi wished to witness. In this scenario, even the officials inviting her back to Tianlong Academy had no grounds to criticize her for the manner in which she concluded her speech. Ultimately, her primary interest lay in her junior, Yihan. If she managed to take him to the Licca Institute, teacher Jiang Wanxiu would surely be heartbroken. The thought of this filled Yi Lingxi with a sense of vindication against Jiang Wanxiu, who had once failed to support her, causing her to leave Tianlong domain amidst scorn and negative public sentiment. Now that she had returned, she intended to lead Zhang's newly cherished student down the same path. Infuriating her further, Yi Shuejia, if I go to the Licca Institute, will I truly receive better cultivation resources than at Tianlong Academy? Yihan's voice, tinged with evident temptation, brought a smile to Yi Lingxi's face. Naturally, as my designated candidate, you will bypass the rigorous selection process of the Licca Institute for cultivation resources and be recognized as a prodigious, extraordinary being with potential akin to mine. Upon entering the institute, you will gain access to the highest level of extraordinary cultivation resources, whether it be the extraordinary teachers assigned to you, the advanced technology that accelerates your cultivation efficiency, or the vital extraordinary energy cores, all will surpass what Tianlong Academy can offer. At the back of the Grand Hall, Su Yu's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. If Yihan dared to agree, she would take action. Jiang Wanqiu wore a complex expression, unable to see Yihan's face from her position, yet she could discern his evident allure towards Yi Lingxi's proposition. Seated beside Yihan, Mo Kursin trembled with anger, appearing as if she no longer recognized him. This was not the Yihan she had known, who would be so easily tempted by Yi Lingxi. She refused to believe what she was witnessing. Yet, the longing in Yihan's expression was undeniable. She had envisioned a future filled with possibilities with the junior who had seen her at her most vulnerable. But now, her heart brimmed with disbelief and the pain of betrayal. Yihan's subsequent words only deepened Mo Kursin's emotional turmoil, igniting her fury over his perceived betrayal and the sorrow of finally seeing his true, hypocritical nature. Today, after listening to your speech, Master Sister, I realized the disparity between extraordinary beings in Tianlong domain and those in Lika domain. The Lika Institute is indeed a revered sanctuary for high-level extraordinary beings globally, and I genuinely wish to visit and learn from such a place. How could this ungrateful, traitorous junior, resembling Yi Lingxi, dare to hold her hand? Realizing that Yihan was as unscrupulous as Yi Lingxi, Mo Kursin, with reddened eyes, attempted to shake off Yihan's firm grip. Yet, he only tightened his hold, leaving her feeling both embarrassed and furious. Yi Lingxi, on stage, felt no anger whatsoever. In fact, witnessing Mo Kursin's desire to sever ties with Yihan brought her immense satisfaction. However, she maintained a graceful smile, embodying the elegance of a refined lady. Little brother, since you have agreed, I shall personally take you to Lika domain after I observe your participation in this year's monthly examination for first-year students at Tianlong Academy. I believe you will have a brighter future there. Teacher Su Yumo's expression darkened completely. Just as she was about to disregard the rules of Tianlong Academy and unleash her fury, Yihan's bewildering words unexpectedly halted her in her tracks. Senior sister, have you misunderstood something? Did I ever say that I wanted to accompany you to the Lika Ability Research Institute? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingxi's smile gradually froze, a beautiful frown forming between her brows. Junior brother Yihan, did you not just express your yearning to visit the Lika Ability Research Institute and wish to learn there in person? Even Mo Kursin, who sought to shake off Yihan's hand, was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Was Yihan not going to the Lika Ability Research Institute? As everyone present was bewildered by Yihan's unexpected turn of events, Yihan himself wore a sly smile, reveling in his cunning success. Indeed, I did express a desire to visit and learn, but wishing to observe does not imply that I intend to pursue my studies at the Lika Ability Research Institute. ISNT, the latter part of the first year of our first grade students coincident with the Global Ability Competition. At that time, I will participate in the Global Ability Competition held in the Lika region and conveniently take the opportunity to visit the Lika Ability Research Institute. As for betraying Tianlong domain like you and causing teacher Jiang Wanqiu distress, leading her into a maelstrom of negative public opinion, I cannot do that. With Yihan's declaration, a displeasing expression surfaced on Yi Lingxi's otherwise lovely face. In that moment, she comprehended the truth. Yihan's previous display of eagerness to join her was merely a facade, intended to give her the false sense of having successfully avenged herself against Jiang Wanqiu, indulging in a twisted satisfaction of having a significant grudge to settle. Then, at the last moment, he would pull her down from her lofty heights, ruthlessly trampling on her dignity. This little brother, several years her junior, was exceedingly insufferable. Mo Kursin, bad junior, don't drag me into this next time. Just as Yi Lingxi surmised, Yihan had feigned his initial interest in the Lika Ability Research Institute to provoke her further, knowing that her anger would more effectively undermine her composure. His true motivation, of course, was to avenge Jiang Wanqiu. As a first-year student, he was presently unable to overpower the already graduated advanced ability user, Yi Lingxi, and thus could not physically retaliate against her. Initially, he had been troubled about how to defend teacher Jiang Wanqiu's honor. However, when Yi Lingxi selected him during her speech's conclusion, he saw it as an opportunity to playfully toy with her at Jiang Wanqiu's expense. From the moment he witnessed teacher Jiang Wanqiu in tears, He had fully committed himself to her side. Yi Lingxi, the ungrateful senior sister, had caused his gentle teacher, Jiang Wanqiu, to weep, questioning her own teaching methods. Such behavior was utterly unforgivable. The crowd gradually realized that Yi Han had intentionally toyed with Yi Lingxi. Most were merely spectators, relishing the unfolding drama, and laughed heartily. Even though they too were drawn to the prospects offered by the Lika Ability Research Institute that Yi Lingxi had mentioned, it did not deter them from enjoying the spectacle. This mischievous boy had schemed against Yi Lingxi and dragged them into it. How wicked! Su Yuemo took a deep breath. Logically, hearing that Yi Han didn't want to attend the Lika Ability Research Institute should have been a cause for joy. Yet, she found herself unable to feel elated. The mere thought of Yi Han having bewildered her to the point of near fury made her fists itch with the desire to strike him. Clearly, she had not been strict enough with him. His thoughtless antics had disrupted her emotions. She glanced at Jiang Wanqiu beside her, seeking some shared understanding. However, Jiang Wanqiu exhibited not a hint of the anger that Yi Han had incited, instead appearing moved, tears glistening in her eyes like a beautiful pear blossom. Little Yi Han is a good child. He surely acted thus for my sake. Yuemo, please be gentle with him in the future. This child respects his teachers and is filial. Even without strict guidance, he understands what is right and wrong, deserving our greater care. Due to her temperament, Su Yuemo found it difficult to resonate with Jiang Wanqiu. Yet, considering Jiang Wanqiu's naturally sentimental nature, she felt a sense of relief. Nevertheless, her fist still tingled. Among those present who were close to Yi Han, there was one who could empathize with her, Emo Kursin, who had been angered by Yi Han to the point of reddening eyes, only to hear him declare he would not attend the Lika Ability Research Institute. Although she understood his motives were to defend their shared teacher, Jiang Wanqiu, she still felt slighted for being dragged into the misunderstanding, leaving her somewhat vexed. However, she did not attempt to shake off Yi Han's large hand holding hers. Instead, she hung her head, her face a mixture of joy and irritation. Caught in her own turmoil, Yi Han remained blissfully unaware that his scheme had not only irritated Yi Lingxi, but also vexed Su Yuemo and Emo Kursin. He was currently savoring Yi Lingxi's flustered expression. That adorable scowl she cast upon him from the stage was truly charming. Indeed, even when angered, such a beautiful senior retains an exquisite allure. So, let her be angered a little longer. Yi Han had not enjoyed this spectacle for long before Yi Lingxi swiftly regained her composure. Junior brother need not be so hasty in rejecting me. I shall wait until your monthly exam concludes, and you may contemplate it thoroughly in the meantime. While she spoke thus, she recognized that even on the day of the first grade monthly exam, Yi Han would likely still decline her invitation. She merely sought a graceful exit for herself. Regaining her poise in her elegant blue and white porcelain attire, she donned a polite smile, commencing her final remarks. Dear junior students of Tianlong Academy, esteemed faculty and leaders, I am honored to share my journey with you on this stage today. For inquiries regarding the exceptional enrollment at the Lika Ability Research Institute, please feel free to consult the accompanying personnel after the conclusion of my speech. This concludes my address. I sincerely appreciate your support and warm welcome, and I hope to have the opportunity to share more of my experiences with you in the future. As the speech ended, despite her profound gloom, Yi Lingxi maintained a facade of grace and elegance, bowing deeply. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. Although Yi Han's antics had caused her some embarrassment during the conclusion, she had ultimately achieved her objective, creating a narrative that captivated the majority of Tianlong Academy students with the allure of the Lika Ability Research Institute. Her desire for Yi Han to accompany her to the Lika region was merely a spur-of-the-moment thought upon seeing him. Even if Yi Han declined, it would not affect her overarching mission. After bowing, Yi Lingxi glided gracefully away from the auditorium. Outside, numerous students who had failed to secure seats eagerly greeted her as she exited. Senior sister Yi Lingxi. Senior sister Yi Lingxi has come out. Hello, Senior Yi. Upon seeing her underclassmen, Yi Lingxi responded with a composed smile and a wave. Once she was entirely out of the throng of students and went unnoticed, her smiling visage slowly morphed into one of discontent. Yi Han, my dear junior disciple, this matter is far from over. Meanwhile, Yi Han departed the grand hall together with Emo Kursin, Jiang Wanqiu, and Su Yuemiao. With no one around, Jiang Wanqiu, moved by Yi Han's recent act of defending her, embraced him tightly, pressing his head against her bosom. Little Yihan, you truly are a remarkable student. The sweet fragrance enveloped him, as Jiang Wanqiu's unique scent rendered him somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, he found solace in the thought that he had fulfilled his earlier wish of watching AI Sha nuzzle into Tian Huang's embrace with envy. After the affectionate embrace concluded, Jiang Wanqiu wiped away the tears of gratitude that had welled up. Thank you so much for standing up for me just now. I promise to treat you even better in the future. Finally liberated from Jiang Wanqiu's ample embrace, Yihan adjusted his breath and smiled. It's only right. Teacher Jiang. Anyone who dares to make our esteemed teacher Jiang cry must be taught a stern lesson. Hearing Yihan's protective words, Jiang Wanqiu's eyes sparkled with warmth and gratitude. That's quite enough now. Do not truly seek out your senior sister Yi Lingxi for a confrontation. You're not her match at this stage. Amidst her feelings of affection, Jiang Wanqiu reminded Yihan not to engage in a fight with Yi Lingxi. Rest assured, I wouldn't be foolish enough to confront her now. I'll wait until I've grown stronger before avenging you. Teacher. Yihan's assurance brought considerable relief to Jiang Wanqiu. She wished to say more, but Su Yuemiao interjected. Yihan, have I perhaps been too kind to you? When you plotted in front of others, did you consider how your schemes might entangle those around you? With Su Yuemiao's words, Mo Kursen's pent-up emotions were also set free. Her spirited eyes now bore a hint of resentment. Su teacher is right. Your pretense of truly planning to go to the Licca Ability Research Institute had me worried sick. You mischievous junior. Observing Su Yuemiao's tightly clenched fists and Mo Kursen's reddening eyes, Yihan began to understand the situation. The more he pulled at Yi Lingxi's emotions, the happier she became, while Mo Kursen and Su Yuemiao grew increasingly irate. No wonder he had felt inexplicably vexed by Mo Kursen's behavior during his plan. Her small hand had persistently sought to free itself from his grasp. He had thought that Mo Kursen was merely angered by Yi Lingxi's charm, prompting him to hold her tighter in an attempt to soothe her. Yet, unexpectedly, it had been his actions that had upset her. After all, they were not as gentle as teacher Jiang Wanqiu, and he had unwittingly drawn them into a tumult of emotions. Even when the truth eventually surfaced, and Mo Kursen, with her reddened eyes, and Su Yuemiao, nearly on the verge of exploding, comprehended his good intentions, there would still be a lingering sense of discontent. Tell me, mischievous junior, were you deliberately orchestrating our emotional turmoil as part of your scheme against Yi Lingxi, hoping to make her rejoice at our despair, thereby causing her even greater sorrow when the truth is revealed? That was certainly not his intention. He truly had not thought that far. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Yihan hastily waved his hands in defense. It was purely an unforeseen oversight on my part. Upon hearing Yihan's words, Mo Kursen pouted, her expression softening and losing its usual fierceness. I'll trust you this once, but don't let it happen again, mischievous junior. Next time, do not involve me. Admittedly, Mo Kursen, with her elegant and spirited visage pouting cutely, was quite charming. However, Yihan would never voice such sentiments. After calming Mo Kursen, he turned to the still frowning Su Yuemiao. Su teacher, after hearing my explanation, are you feeling any less aggrieved? Or would you prefer to punch me like you did Xia Yanran to relieve your frustration? To his surprise, this comment had an unexpectedly positive effect. Su Yuemiao tightly clenched. Delicate hand relaxed. Her cold demeanor softened as she turned away with her usual serious countenance, albeit with a hint of impatience. You're quite the troublemaker. This time, I'll overlook it, considering you acted out of filial piety to protect teacher Jiang. But remember, those with abilities should focus more on cultivating their powers rather than indulging in these frivolous antics. I have unfinished business to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Su Yuemiao strode away at an increasingly brisk pace, leaving Yihan in a state of shock. Jiang Wanqiu, her gentle eyes still glistening with tears, observed Su Yuemiao's seemingly calm retreat, but could discern a flicker of panic in her demeanor. She knew her dear friend all too well. A simple "I understand. I do not hold it against you" was a phrase that never seemed to escape her lips. What a truly inept person when it came to expressing emotions. Yet, reflecting on Su Yuemiao's upbringing in an environment where expressing feelings was stifled by rigorous training, Jiang Wanqiu felt a twinge of sympathy for her dear friend. Considering that Yihan was now Su Yuemiao's student, Jiang Wanqiu's gentle gaze brightened with a hint of amusement. If the relationship between a student and teacher is harmonious, they can profoundly influence one another. With Yihan's character, it remains uncertain whether Su Yuemiao will shape him into a mature and steadfast individual, or if he will lead her astray. Contemplating this, Jiang Wanxiu began to envision her dear friend, Su Yuemiao, with tears in her eyes, sincerely clasping her hands over her heart in joy at Yihan's achievements. If only that could come to fruition, it would certainly be delightful. Yihan, do not venture to the Lickability Research Institute. It is not as idyllic as you might imagine. Do not be deceived by that villainess named Yi Lingxi. From what I know, there are numerous cases of missing abilities within the Licca domain each year, likely linked to the Lickability Research Institute. Those researchers there have a penchant for using ability users as test subjects. Recently, there was even a trust crisis involving ability users and ordinary people against the Institute, but was suppressed by the Licca domain's authorities. In short, heed my advice, do not truly pursue studies there. The day before the midterm examination for first-year students at Tianlong Academy, Aisha sought out Yihan without delay. As a resident of the Licca domain and a member of the Shenghui family, she shared some of the secrets she knew about the Licca Ability Research Institute with him. The lively, golden-haired girl, with her captivating eyes, spoke to Yihan with a seriousness that surpassed even that of Su Yuemiao. Although Yihan had no intention of attending the Licca Ability Research Institute, he could not help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing Aisha's warning. Such incidents had occurred in the Licca domain. Indeed, as a member of the Shenghui family, I can confirm that while the Licca domain is the foremost power of abilities, its internal situation is exceedingly complex, far from the idyllic facade it presents, harboring many dark secrets. Ayasaka nodded gravely. Upon learning of Yi Han's invitation from Yi Lingxi to the Licca Ability Research Institute, she felt compelled, out of concern for her friend, to warn him immediately. She had not uttered a single falsehood. Dark and heavy secrets within the Licca domain. Yihan's curiosity was piqued by Aisha's mysterious revelations. Upon realizing that the individual before him belonged to the esteemed Shenghui family, one of the core families within the Licca domain, he could not restrain his curiosity and inquired further. Are there any dark and weighty secrets you might share? Let's not dwell on it too much, Yihan. Just be cautious. Even though you will be attending the Global Abilities Competition in the Licca domain at the end of your first academic year, try not to wander aimlessly. Focusing on the competition at the venue will ensure your safety. Venturing into shadowy corners could easily lead to unforeseen mishaps. Aisha indeed regarded Yihan as a friend. However, as a member of the Shenghui family, she could not divulge all secrets. The fact that she considered him a friend and took the time to offer a warning was commendable. Yihan attempted to pry into sensitive topics regarding the internal affairs of the Licca domain, but regardless of her knowledge or ignorance, she would not disclose anything. I was merely asking out of curiosity. Haha. Rest assured, I won't let you be branded a traitor by your family. Yihan reassured Aisha with a light pat on her shoulder, encouraging her to relax. Aisha, in turn, refrained from further discussion on the sensitive topic of abilities and playfully winked at him. Did you not mention that you live with Xia Yinji? Yet I have not seen her around. Ah, she returned to the Xia family. She will only be back on the day of the monthly exam. As Yihan mentioned Xia Yinji, he too felt a twinge of curiosity about what she might be doing at that moment. Was she in the training environment prepared for her at the Xia household, breaking through to the latter stages of the first tier, or was she engaged in other activities? Having never visited the Xia family, Yihan quickly dismissed his thoughts. Aisha, with a finger pressed against her lips, remarked, "It seems Ning Binghan has also returned to the Ning family. I have not encountered her in the past few days. These young ladies residing in Tianlong City have such privileges. Not only can they leverage the resources for ability cultivation from Tianlong Academy, but they can also utilize their family resources." Yihan was not surprised by this. It was likely that both young ladies would advance to the latter stages of the first-tier abilities before tomorrow's monthly exam. By the way, Yihan, besides reminding you not to venture into the Licca Ability Research Institute, I have another favor to ask of you. Aisha suddenly clasped her hands in a pleading gesture. Speaking República del Yemang, Khan's curiosity. What is it? Aisha candidly explained her request. This morning, while taking a stroll around the academy with my newly trained Bayushui Qilin, it accidentally went missing. I would like to ask for your help in searching for it. As Aisha spoke, the image of the adorable yet fierce Bayushui Qilin cub appeared in Yihan's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed. Sure, no problem. I will help you search. The vastness of Tianlong Academy makes it unlikely that just the two of us will suffice. Have you enlisted anyone else to assist? Yes. I have posted a missing person notice on the internal social network of Tianlong Academy, along with a photo of the Bayushui Qilin and my contact information. Seeing that Aisha had taken the necessary precautions, Yihan stood up and stretched. Let's go, Aisha. Our mission today is to find the Bayushui Qilin. Meanwhile, the Bayushui Qilin was trembling near the Tianlong Academy library. Master, where are you? Why haven't you come to find me? I'm so scared all alone. The highly intelligent Bayushui Qilin wore an expression of human-like distress. It was hiding beneath a bench beside a scenic tree, feeling weak and helpless. Oh, what an adorable stray kitten. Meow, 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 little cutie. Come here, let me feed you something. Amidst the bustling crowd, most students and teachers passing by were oblivious to the presence of the Bayushui Qilin. However, a keen-eyed first-year girl soon spotted it. Upon seeing the Bayushui Qilin, the girl, lacking adequate knowledge of the beast classification, mistakenly identified the rare creature as a mere kitten. She crouched down, holding her unfinished bear-shaped cookies, inching closer to the Bayushui Qilin. Oh no, I have been discovered. If this person is a nefarious human who captures ability beasts, I will definitely be separated from my master. The Bayushui Qilin instinctively reacted, entering a defensive state akin to a frightened kitten. Huh, don't come any closer. What a cute little kitten. Even your ruffled fur is adorable. Come, don't be afraid. I'm a good person. I have bear-shaped cookies for you. The first-year girl remained undeterred, continuing her approach toward the Bayushui Qilin. Kitten? This time, upon hearing herself being called a kitten, the Bayushui Qilin felt a mix of emotions. While it was indeed a relief that she was not recognized as a rare ability beast destined for capture, the thought of being mistaken for an ordinary kitten was intolerable. Huh, you are the kitten. Your whole family is a bunch of kittens. I am the esteemed Bayushui Qilin. With a fierce roar, the Bayushui Qilin entered a combat-ready state. Its petite form rapidly swelling in size as it unleashed a fearsome roar typically reserved for battles with Yihan. The sound, coupled with the presence of an ability beast at the latter stages of the first tier, sent the kind-hearted girl fleeing in terror. What a fearsome ability beast. I have encountered one that disguises itself as a kitten to lure in unsuspecting ability users. Is there an upperclassman around? There is a wild ability beast wreaking havoc near the library, endangering the safety of the academy students. With her shout, several upperclassmen immediately rushed over. This commotion caused the Bayushui Qilin to revert to its adorable cub form and swiftly escape the scene. I cannot be caught. I must not be captured. Master, please save me. These unfamiliar humans are too frightening. As Yihan and Aisha split up to search for the Bayushui Qilin, Yihan scrolled through the internal social network of Tianlong Academy. Upon seeing a sighting of the Bayushui Qilin, he quickly shared the information with Aisha. I'll head over to the library area to check. You should also keep an eye out along the way. Perhaps you will coincidentally encounter that little one. And remember to clarify that it is your ability beast, so no one mistakenly harms it. After sending the message, Yihan left a comment beneath the video. Dear fellow students of Tianlong Academy, I am Yihan, a first-year student. The ability beast in the video is not a wild beast. It is the Bayushui Qilin of first-year student Aisha, who is at the latter stages of the first tier. If anyone encounters it, please search for Aisha's contact information on the internal social network or contact me directly. Thank you so much. Having made all necessary preparations, Yihan hurried towards the Tianlong Academy library. Upon arrival, he found a crowd of students gathered, eager to witness the legendary rare ability beast, the Bayushui Qilin. With such a commotion, the Bayushui Qilin had long since vanished from sight. Hey, isn't that Yihan? I just saw your message. So I came here to check out the Bayushui Qilin you mentioned. Indeed, the Bayushui Qilin is a rare ability beast, but alas, it seems to have already made its escape. Although he felt that the bystanders, likely unhelpful, would not provide him with any truly useful information, he still decided to inquire. Dear first-year students and esteemed seniors, might any of you know in which direction the Bayushui Qilin has fled? As expected, the nearby students shook their heads one by one. Just as Yihan was about to continue his futile search, a senior from the fourth year stepped forward. Junior, I was nearby when a frightened first-year girl cried out for help upon encountering the Bayushui Qilin. By the time I arrived, I saw it fleeing in that direction. Grateful for the senior's information, Yihan hurried toward the direction the Bayushui Qilin had taken. At the same moment, the panicked Bayushui Qilin found itself lost amidst the complex terrain of the academy. It was uncertain of its location, unable even to find a way back to the library. Not far away, a female student from Tianlong Academy was feeding several stray cats with cat food. Feeding strays is prohibited within the academy. Young lady. Just then, a silver-haired female instructor appeared in the area, casting a stern and serious gaze upon the girl violating the institution's regulations. The student initially contemplated evasion, but upon recognizing the imposing figure of the instructor, whose presence rivaled that of the academy's most popular teacher, Jiang Wanxiu, she lost all hope of escape. The enforcer of discipline, Su Yuemiao. "Oh no, Teacher Su is here. I realize my mistake. I won't do it again. Ouch, my head hurts. Please don't punish me. Teacher Su." After receiving a punch from Su Yuemiao, the girl with a bump on her forehead abandoned the scattered cat food and fled in tears. Su Yuemiao displayed no remorse, only a strict demeanor that signified the necessity of reprimanding those who break the academy's rules. She glanced at the unafraid strays still feasting on the cat food and was about to capture them to send to a shelter for sterilization when another unafraid yellow cat dashed out. The large yellow cat, with its aggressive demeanor, caused the nearby strays, which had previously been bullied by it, to scatter in fear. Upon recognizing the yellow cat, Su Yuemiao immediately identified it as the infamous roundhead cat, known among the doting young girls for its particularly round head and violent nature. It was notorious for attacking other strays and harming the girls who fed it. Su Yuemiao had long sought to capture the roundhead cat for sterilization, but the vastness of Tianlong Academy had made it elusive. Now that it dared to appear before her, there would be no escape. This was the perfect opportunity to educate the young girls who frequently ignored the rules by feeding stray cats. While Su Yuemiao did not despise cat lovers, she abhorred those hypocritical individuals who fed strays without taking them home, endangering the ecosystem. Naturally, none of the strays frightened away by the roundhead cat would escape. They would all be captured for sterilization. With a firm gaze, Su Yuemiao used her advanced abilities to forcibly summon all the previously frightened strays back and imprison them in a mirrored cage. This scene terrified the Bishui Qilin, who remembered that this was the instructor of the wicked human Yahan, the one who had deceived its owner, Aisha, regarding its inability to speak. Knowing this was a villain connected to Yahan, the Bishui Qilin feared that the woman might reveal her true nature and harm her now that her master was absent. Just then, Su Yuemiao's gaze fell upon the spot where the Bishui Qilin hid, prompting it to instinctively want to flee. However, under the influence of Su Yuemiao's formidable powers, the Bishui Qilin was drawn towards her and firmly grasped. "Help! Help!" the Bishui Qilin cried, ultimately falling into the hands of Su Yuemiao. So you are the ability beast of Aisha?" Su Yuemiao, unaware of the Bishui Qilin's disappearance due to her lack of engagement with the Academy's social network, deduced the situation upon not seeing Aisha nearby. She decided to deliver it to Aisha when she had time. "Behave and don't run off, little bee." After a brief admonition, Su Yuemiao set the Bishui Qilin down at her feet. Trembling, the Bishui Qilin dared not flee. However, the ordinary roundhead cat, upon spotting the Bishui Qilin, lost interest in the cat food and approached her as though she were the feline of its dreams. Despite being a rather dim-witted cat, it still possessed the instinct to court. "Huh, dare you hiss at me? Do you think I am just another kitten?" The Bishui Qilin quickly understood the roundhead cat's intentions and felt a surge of anger. How dare this foolish cat, which was not even an ability beast, seek to court her, the noble Bishui Qilin? "Scram! Do not come near me, you filthy, foolish wildcat," the Bishui Qilin retorted, vehemently rejecting the advances of the roundhead cat. The next moment, enraged by the rejection, the roundhead cat arched its back, first standing on end, transforming into a fearsome creature. The Bishui Qilin, as a proud ability beast, felt her dignity insulted. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful claw strike infused with water elemental abilities. With a pained yowl, the roundhead cat was swiftly rendered incapable of reproduction. Su Yuemiao, witnessing this, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The foolish yellow cat deserved it. Lacking abilities, it had dared to provoke the formidable Bishui Qilin. Its forced sterilization was simply a fitting consequence. "Teacher Su, you are here? Were you specifically helping us find a lost Bishui Qilin? I cannot thank you enough." Just as Su Yuemiao was about to tidy up the aftermath, Yahan rushed towards her. After a moment of surprise, Su Yuemiao understood that Yahan was assisting Aisha in locating the lost Bishui Qilin, although she had not come for the Bishui Qilin. but rather to deter the overly compassionate girls from feeding the strays, she nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, please take the Bishui Qilin to Aisha. No, I refuse to go with this wicked human. The Bishui Qilin protested vehemently, truly disliking Yahan, but it dared not flee as he scooped her into his arms, ruffling her adorable little head. Be good, little bee. I will take you to find your master. Teacher Su, I must be off now, until we meet again. As Su Yuemiao watched Yahan depart as swiftly as he arrived, her gaze returned to the round-head cat, which had been forcibly sterilized due to its provocation of the Bishui Qilin. At that moment, the round-head cat lay against a large tree, appearing as despondent as a human without hope, staring blankly at the sky, reflecting on its current predicament. As it regained its senses, it found itself alongside other stray cats, dispatched by Su Yuema to the nearest relevant institution, to Tianlong Academy. What awaited it next was an endless abyss of darkness. Meanwhile, Yahan had returned the adorable Bishui Qilin cub to Aisha. Thank you, Yahan. Without your help, I could never have found my Bishui Qilin so swiftly. Aisha gazed sincerely at Yahan, her eyes brimming with gratitude. The Bishui Qilin cradled in Aisha's arms also developed a new perspective of Yahan. This mischievous rascal actually returned me to my master. Perhaps he isn't so bad after all. However, just as it began to harbor a favorable impression of Yahan, the latter's playful ruffling of its head obliterated that sentiment entirely. Jiujio, do not touch my Qilin head. I am not a mere kitty you can pet at will. I am a Qilin. The only response to the Bishui Qilin's protest was Yahan's affectionate caresses. Even Aisha, in an effort to express her gratitude for Yahan's assistance in locating her lost cub, placed the Bishui Qilin into Yahan's embrace, allowing him to indulge in petting her like a little cat. Exhausted, the Qilin lamented the loss of its dignity. Cursed human rascal, once I learn to speak, I will ensure Aisha stays far away from you. The next day, the first monthly examination for the first-year students finally arrived. With her beautiful hair cascading down, Xia Yinran wore a radiant smile reminiscent of the summer sun. Today, she donned a refreshing blue blouse with fluffy sleeves adorned with white polka dots, complemented by a pure white pleated skirt and translucent white stockings that formed an alluring visual harmony. Her feet were clad in youthful, sporty white shoes, exuding the boundless energy befitting a girl of her age. The thought that today marked the first monthly examination for the first-year students, particularly the collective outdoor ranking battle, made it impossible for her to suppress her smile. Yahan, I, Xia Yinran, shall secure the top rank in this monthly examination. 58 monthly examination. The first challenge is the Void Mirror. Aisha dazzles the crowd. All first-year students, please enter the Trial Valley through the portal to participate in this academic year's first monthly examination ranking battle. Students who fail to enter the Trial Valley within 5 minutes will be deemed unqualified, resulting in a reduction of their allocated resources for the cultivation of their extraordinary abilities as a form of punishment. In the plaza where the portal to the Trial Valley was located, Yahan listened to the announcement resonating throughout the area, filled with anticipation for the upcoming ranking trial. What kind of spectacle awaited him within the Trial Valley was truly exciting. Murmuring to himself, Yahan followed the throng of first-year students towards the massive portal leading to the Trial Valley. The moment he stepped through the portal, everything around him underwent a dramatic transformation. A blinding white light enveloped his vision, and, as it dissipated, he found himself randomly teleported to one of the many floating islands at the outer fringes of the Trial Valley. Accompanying him on this floating island were 9 other students, one of whom he recognized well. The girl, adorned in a stylish white military uniform with golden epaulets, boasted a blue and white color scheme that danced in the wind. Her pure white pleated skirt and knee-high boots with blue ribbon accents added to her striking presence. Grasping a sheathed sword, she exuded an aura of valor. With her jet black hair pulled into a high ponytail and 2 slender strands framing her face, she embodied the essence of an aloof ice lotus. This cool girl could only be the renowned school beauty, Ning Binghan. Ning Binghan, long time no see. Yahan immediately waved at his old acquaintance. After a prolonged absence, she still wore that exclusive military uniform that was impossible to find in stores. With this attire, Ning Binghan emanated an air of elegance, and Yahan mused that it would surely suit the naturally charismatic Ma Kursin as well. He also thought of Su Yuema, who would undoubtedly look splendid in such a style. Upon hearing Yahan call her name, Ning Binghin cast a cool, emotionless gaze in his direction. Long time no see. Her voice, though chilly, was melodious. After a brief, polite exchange, she swiftly scanned the surroundings. Yehan was not surprised by Ning Binghin's taciturn and serene demeanor. After greeting her, he continued to observe his surroundings. The entire Trial Valley was a vast, circular expanse, with floating islands of various sizes suspended in midair. Yehan and Ning Binghin found themselves randomly positioned on one of the floating islands. Nearby, some islands were empty, while others had clusters of students. Soon, he spotted another familiar face waving enthusiastically at him from a distant floating island. The radiant smile of the sunny angel, Xia Yinran, who had recently returned to the Xia family for seclusion, was unmistakable. After a few days apart, Yehan noted that Xia Yinran's aura as an extraordinary being had progressed from mid-stage to late stage of the first year. Her attire today was equally delightful. The refreshing blue blouse with fluffy sleeves was dotted with tiny white polka dots, accentuating her youthful curves. Her fair thighs were perfectly framed by the pure, white pleated skirt and translucent stockings, creating a captivating visual appeal. As she stood on her tiptoes to wave, her sporty white shoes radiated youthful vitality under the sun. Xia Yinran's appearance and outfit were as charming and memorable as ever. It was evident that her spirits were high. If she were to lose to him in the monthly examination and cry, it would surely be amusing. With such thoughts, Yehan's anticipation for the day's examination grew. As the 5-minute entry period concluded, the portal to the Trial Valley was temporarily closed. At that moment, the voice of the teacher from Tianlong Academy, who had previously hosted the examination in the plaza, resonated once more throughout the Trial Valley. The core content of this monthly examination is the ranking battle. All first-year candidates will be randomly teleported to the floating islands at the periphery of the Trial Valley, aiming to advance towards the center of the valley while facing 3 different stages of challenges. During the challenges, candidates are permitted to compete against each other for better rankings, but they must also be prepared for the possibility of elimination upon defeat. To prevent negative examination behavior, if a candidate successfully advances to a later stage but is quickly eliminated due to conflicts with other candidates, those who fail to reach the area of the eliminated candidate will rank lower than the eliminated candidate, even if they survive in the outer regions until the examination concludes. Every 3 hours, a round of area contraction will occur, forcibly eliminating candidates unable to progress deeper into the Trial Valley. Eliminated candidates will also be ranked based on their distance from the central area of the Trial Valley. The first challenge is called the Void Realm, where candidates must find the seemingly non-existent pathways among the void mirrors and gradually advance to the floating island of the second challenge. Candidates who reach the floating island of the second challenge will be teleported to the flat ground within the Trial Valley directly below, continuing their progress towards the central area and eliminating any other candidates that hinder their rankings. With the basic rules of this monthly examination fully explained, I hereby announce the official commencement of the first monthly examination ranking battle for the first-year students. As the teacher presiding over the monthly examination concluded the announcement of the general rules, all first-year candidates floating on the outer islands of the Trial Valley were invigorated and eager to begin. Nearby, Xia Yinran cast a glance at Yehan and Ning Binghan, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. It was a pity that if Yehan and Ning Binghan had been placed in the same group as her for the first challenge, she would have relished the opportunity to let them experience the bitter taste of being the first to be eliminated. She had yet to spot Aisha, that little vixen from the Rika domain. Perhaps she was assigned to the floating island directly opposite her. Straining her vision towards the furthest edge of her floating island, where the Trial Valley's perimeter lay, Xia Yinran could only discern the vague silhouette of another floating island, unable to identify any individuals. Yet, her assumptions were not misguided. Aisha, adorned in a luminous emerald green dress, had indeed been allocated to the farthest floating island. With the teacher's declaration marking the official commencement of the monthly examination, Yehan, Ning Binghan, and Xia Yinran, out of caution, opted to observe how the other candidates navigated the void mirror. In stark contrast, Aisha, known for her straightforward approach, charged ahead without a moment's hesitation. Charge, charge, Bi Shui eating. Under the spirited command of the lively exotic girl, Bai Shui, Qilin leaped from her embrace, transforming from a diminutive creature into a magnificent beast. It unleashed a torrent of water spirals directed at the floating island beneath it. The recoil from the water vortex propelled the now mighty Qilin into the sky. With her skirt fluttering like emerald waves, Aisha leaped, catching hold of Bai Shui Qilin's horn, and mounted the creature. Gripping tightly, she soared above the first challenge of the void mirror, rapidly advancing towards the second challenge. Such a breathtaking method of progression left the nearby candidates in awe. Rather than laboriously searching for the elusive void mirror, Aisha reveled in the ease of her approach. In this moment, she was filled with the joy of soaring through the skies, her eyes sparkling with the delight of a self-proclaimed genius. Senior students and faculty members observing from within the academy were equally captivated by Aisha's innovative strategy. Aisha's aunt had come to witness her performance in this monthly examination, and seeing her niece's stellar execution in the first challenge brought her immense joy. Truly the daughter of my sister. Initially focused on Yihan, Jiang Wanxiu and Su Yuemo were also struck by Aisha's impressive display. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Wanxiu turned her gentle gaze towards Su Yuemo. This girl, endowed with the bloodline of the Tian family beastmaster, has entirely disregarded the intricate mechanisms of your meticulously designed void mirror challenge, Yuemo. Listening to Jiang Wanxiu's teasing, Su Yuemo remained composed, her expression serious. This girl indeed possesses some talent. If the monthly examination consisted solely of this first challenge, and success were measured by speed to the finish line, she would undoubtedly be in first place. Alas, it is not so. In the area of the Trial Valley, where Yihan was situated, an astonishing scene of Aisha soaring through the air, holding Bai Shui Qilin and propelled by the water vortex, unfolded before him. The spectacle left Yihan, Xia Yanran, and Ning Binghan spellbound. Is it possible to approach it this way, not triggering a single void mirror along the way? Doesn't that seem like a loophole? With the extraordinary display of Aisha's journey, the Academy intentionally broadcasted her real-time progress to inspire all first-year candidates present. Utilizing the recoil from the water vortex, Aisha soon reached the floating island capable of transporting her to the ground of the Trial Valley, her lead undeniable. How simple indeed. Bai Shui Qilin. With a chirp, Bai Shui Qilin reverted to its tiny form, leaping into Aisha's arms and making adorable sounds. After affectionately petting the creature that had assisted her in swiftly clearing the first challenge, Aisha was teleported to the ground of the Trial Valley through the floating island above the second challenge area. At the same time, the monitoring projections related to her challenge dissipated, and the voice of the teacher presiding over the monthly examination resonated. To all first-year candidates currently navigating the challenges, as one candidate has already advanced to the second challenge, the Academy would like to provide an introduction to the second challenge, the Cataclysmic Cave. The Cataclysmic Cave is an artificial disaster zone within the Trial Valley, filled with various second-tier catastrophe creatures. This is a practical exercise designed by the Academy to help you confront these creatures, aiming to alleviate your fears so that you may one day contribute to the defense of the Tianlong domain against higher-tier disaster creatures. All candidates are under the protection of the Academy. Should you encounter life-threatening situations, you will be forcibly teleported out of the Trial Valley, just as if you were eliminated by other candidates, although someone has already advanced to the second challenge. We urge all candidates to focus on the examination and not to be discouraged by temporary setbacks. Remember, only those who endure until the end can claim the top rank in this monthly examination of the Trial Valley. The second challenge was indeed the artificial Cataclysmic Cave. Taking a deep breath and silently noting the potential challenges of the second stage, Yihan was in no rush that Aisha had already entered the second challenge area. As the teacher had stated, only those who remained standing at the end could secure the top spot in the rankings. A fleeting setback would not dishearten him. With patient observation, Yihan noted that candidates on his floating island and those within his line of sight had begun attempting to locate the invisible void mirrors. How on earth can one see these void mirrors? If not for the Academy's protective measures, one could easily fall to their demise. I was right. I found the nearest void mirror to the floating island. Now to find the next one and move forward. Oh no, I stepped into nothingness. It's over. I'm going to be eliminated. Damn it. I clearly stepped on that first void mirror discovered by the eliminated candidate. So why didn't it manifest as a purple reflective mirror this time? I refuse to be eliminated. Something's not right. The void mirror beneath me is vanishing rapidly. I haven't even found the second one yet, and I'm about to be eliminated. Not everyone possessed Aisha's ability to soar through the air, disregarding the various mechanisms of the void mirror to swiftly navigate the first challenge. Those reliant on stepping on the void mirrors found themselves challenged at the onset of the trial. This frustrating challenge was undoubtedly designed by Suyuemo, as past students had mentioned that ever since her arrival at the academy, due to a lack of students, she frequently participated in the design of various examination challenges and maintained the academy's discipline. A nearby candidate's remark surprised Ihan. This first challenge of the void mirror was designed by teacher Suyuemo. After a moment of contemplation, Ihan found this quite plausible. After all, the design of a void mirror that disappears without giving sufficient reaction time could only come from someone as exacting and high standard as teacher Suyuemo. After observing for a while, Ihan noticed that none of the other students seemed to have made any progress. Just as he contemplated how to navigate the challenges ahead, a thunderous voice echoed nearby. "Look at Ningbinghan. She seems to have discovered the secret." With each step, she left behind a trail of icy lotus footprints, triggering the void mirrors with precision and managing to locate the next correct mirror before the one beneath her feet vanished. Yihan's gaze instinctively shifted towards Ningbinghan. At that moment, she walked with an air of calm confidence, having already taken several steps without any visible prompts from the void mirrors. Each step was a delicate ice lotus, accurately activating every void mirror in her path. She radiated a chilling aura, resembling a goddess of ice and snow, gracefully traversing the air with a beauty that was both ethereal and pure. Meanwhile, astonished voices arose from other nearby, floating islands, as Xia Yinran also seemed to have found her breakthrough. Had she stumbled upon something significant? With a burst of golden lightning, she dashed forward, seemingly unafraid of risking everything if she misstepped. Yihan then turned his attention to Xia Yinran, whom he had not observed for some time. Just as the astonished students had remarked, Xia Yinran was indeed slower than Ningbinghan in stepping onto the void mirrors. Yet she moved with the speed of lightning enhanced by the golden light. Although she lacked Ningbinghan's leisurely grace, she possessed a unique charm characterized by her swift movements. Noticing Yihan's gaze, Xia Yinran turned back while continuing her rapid advance, offering him a radiant smile. "I've taken the lead, Yihan. Don't let yourself be eliminated for failing to pass such a simple first stage." This girl was as infuriating as ever. Rather than feeling anger, Yihan continued to observe Ningbinghan and Xia Yinran, attempting to glean insights from their actions. If AI Sha's earlier approach to the challenge was reliant on exploiting a unique mechanism as a beastmaster, then the methodical steps of Ningbinghan and Xia Yinran, which triggered the void mirrors with precision, were undoubtedly replicable and worthy of study. The golden lightning and icy winds swirled around these two extraordinary women. The first stage emphasized finding the void mirrors rather than engaging in combat. So why unleash such potent abilities and expend energy in this manner? Was it truly necessary to do so in order to activate the void mirrors? Contemplating this, Yihan swiftly entered a heightened state of perception, channeling his own abilities. He had hoped this would allow him to perceive the elusive void mirrors as Ningbinghan and Xia Yinran did, but to his dismay, he still saw nothing. Could his analysis have been flawed? No, he must have overlooked something crucial. His gaze continued to flit between the retreating figures of Xia Yinran and Ningbinghan, and after a moment of reflection, his eyes widened in realization. "I got it. While it may seem unnecessary to unleash one's abilities meant for combat, it is, in fact, essential. They are sensing. They're using their powers to perceive." At this moment, Xia Yinran and Ningbinghan were not merely relying on their eyes to locate the void mirrors, but rather employing their unique abilities to sense them. To verify his analysis, Yihan immediately augmented his perception abilities. In the next instant, faint traces of the void mirrors began to materialize in the previously obscured space before him. Although he could now detect the presence of the void mirrors, accurately pinpointing them remained a formidable challenge. Not enough, not nearly enough. He poured all his energy into enhancing his combat abilities, utilizing the heightened perception to sense the mirrors. This time, a series of rapidly shifting purple void mirrors appeared before him. By now, Xia Yinran had disappeared from sight, and Ningbinghan was nearing the other side. Nearby, other candidates either remained puzzled about how to navigate the challenge or had taken a few steps only to become stuck in place, at risk of elimination as the void mirrors vanished. Having grasped the method to progress, Yihan stepped forward into the void. In the next moment, a purple void mirror materialized beneath his feet, providing a path for him to walk upon. With each step, Yihan precisely locked onto the mirrors that would not disappear immediately, giving him ample time to advance to the second stage. Soon, he drew the attention of other candidates who had also discovered the method. It seems Yihan has uncovered the trick as well. He hasn't stepped into emptiness yet, and each step appears effortless, as though he walks normally without worrying about misstepping. So how did Yihan, Xia Yanran, and Ning Binghan manage to navigate each step without a second thought? It dawned on him that while he had initially stumbled through a few steps relying on his perception abilities, he could only vaguely sense the faint presence of the void mirrors ahead. Despite exerting all his energy to enhance his perception, he struggled to clearly visualize the exact path and could merely gamble on whether he would misstep. Perhaps others could try this approach too. Yihan was not surprised that other students were beginning to comprehend the situation. Similarly, he was not surprised that their efforts yielded only a vague sense of the environment. Not everyone possessed the innate perception abilities of Xia Yanran and Ning Binghan, which were already at their peak. A slight enhancement to their abilities might even produce adverse effects. Aisha's perception abilities were undoubtedly formidable, but she had exploited a loophole to bypass the challenges entirely. The other candidates, including himself, lacked the innate perception talents of Xia Yanran and Ning Binghan. For them to fully comprehend the void mirrors, they would have to find alternative methods. Had he not awakened his augmented perception state, he surmised that even if he could sense the void mirrors, he would still be drenched in sweat, meticulously calculating each step before daring to move forward. Amid the envious gazes of his peers, Yihan swiftly became the fourth candidate to reach the second stage. Following Aisha, Xia Yanran, and Ning Binghan, upon being transported to the second stage of the trial valley, he found himself before a cavern resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous abyss. An eerie and terrifying aura of calamity emanated from within, accompanied by spine-chilling shrieks that could frighten any first-year student encountering such a scene for the first time. However, this was not Yihan's first experience. Having previously resolved a crisis involving a calamity event, he took a deep breath and advanced into the cavern with remarkable composure. 60 calamity bats are terrifying? No, it's Xia Yanran causing trouble again. The atmosphere within the cavern was thick with blood mist, oppressive and eerie. After taking only a few steps, Yihan found himself confronted by a massive, pitch-black bat creature with dark wings blocking his path. At that moment, the calamity bat had also locked onto Yihan. With a terrifying shriek and a flap of its wings, the initial stage of the calamity creature's aura surged toward him. Only initial stage? This would not be a challenge. Upon realizing the calamity bat was merely at the initial stage, Yihan's confidence surged. He had previously slain numerous initial stage calamity creatures during sudden crisis events when he had only just advanced to the mid-stage. Now, having progressed to the late stage several days ago, he was certain that this initial stage calamity bat could not possibly defeat him. Lightning Domain, Enhanced Perception. Skilled in the art of combat with supernatural abilities, Yihan pointed forward with his fingertips, unleashing a tangible blue lightning attack. Just as he believed he would surely deliver a fatal blow, countless disaster bats, roughly the size of ordinary bats, emerged from the blood-colored, mutated eyes of the rocky walls above the abyss, rapidly soaring towards him. As these small disaster bats revealed themselves from the shadows, the aura of the enormous disaster bat surged from the initial stage of the first tier to an astonishing peak, surpassing Yihan by a small rank. Its formidable presence far exceeded that of most first-tier peak supernatural beings, disaster creatures, and mutant beasts, suggesting that he had underestimated the bat monster. To his surprise, the disaster bats could continue to grow stronger. The earlier display was merely a feigned weakness. Yihan swiftly adjusted his mindset and plunged into battle. The drowning anomaly state activated with complete certainty, instantly plunging a multitude of small disaster bats into a state of suffocation, accompanied by chilling shrieks. They lost their ability to fly and crashed heavily to the ground. Despite being on the dry surface of the abyss, they emitted sounds akin to choking, struggling violently as if submerged in water. In a brief moment, the small disaster bats affected by the drowning anomaly fell silent. During this time, Yihan did not remain idle. The azure lightning struck down another wave of pursuing small disaster bats. utilizing the wind domain in conjunction with his enhanced perception. He summoned wind blades that cleaved through a significant number of bats. Furthermore, employing the strengthened headwind anomaly and paralysis effect within the domain, he primarily restricted the movements of the colossal disaster bat, which was larger than a tiger. This enormous creature could only emit furious shrieks, glaring at Yihan with its menacing red eyes as it witnessed the slaughter of its kin. Curiously, this seemingly impotent rage caused a brief tremor within Yihan's spirit. This momentary daze allowed the enormous disaster bat, despite its restricted mobility, to launch a sudden assault towards him, alongside the remaining small disaster bats. Waves of dark red sound attacks further battered Yihan. The combat prowess of these creatures was nearing that of an early-stage second-tier beast, the Qi Mian Liaoya. Was this the power of disaster, capable of transforming a non-supernatural bat into such a formidable entity? Taking a deep breath, Yihan attempted to create distance between himself and the disaster bats. However, he soon realized a chilling truth, after being struck by their collective sound wave attack. Even within his own domain, bolstered by the effects of wind and thunder, he could not shake off the enormous disaster bat, which was ensnared by the paralysis and headwind anomalies. Something was amiss. The sound waves must have interfered with his speed, as his mind raced to analyze the situation. Yihan exerted every effort to distance himself. The peak disaster bat's abilities felt as if they could easily overpower an early-stage second-tier beast. He seemed to have underestimated the actual combat strength of the disaster bats. If that were the case, the previous need for collaboration with Aisha to defeat an early-stage second-tier beast would render him incapable of overcoming this colossal disaster bat and its legion of smaller counterparts. Was the upper limit of disaster power truly this high? While grappling with this absurdity, Yihan dedicated himself to defense. Despite having decimated a significant number of small disaster bats, many more continued to swarm around him, aiding the enormous disaster bat in its relentless pursuit. The eerie dark red sound waves attacked from all directions, leaving Yihan with little opportunity to evade, causing him to experience disorientation time and again. This brought the colossal disaster bat ever closer to him. Should this continue, he feared triggering the protective mechanism that would forcibly transport him out of the trial valley. Just as sweat poured down his brow and exhaustion set in, he found himself on the verge of elimination due to another bout of disorientation. To his astonishment, the disaster bats assailing him with the dark red sound waves seemed oblivious to his state of confusion, failing to deliver a decisive blow. Instead, they continued their assault in the same manner as before. Given the tremendous power displayed by the colossal disaster bat earlier, it should not have refrained from delivering a lethal strike against him. This realization brought a fleeting moment of confusion, quickly followed by understanding. The disaster bats were unaware that their dark red sound waves, while stimulating his auditory senses, also induced his disorientation. Their attacks shared a peculiarity akin to his own disjointedness. Dodging the attacks of the nearby disaster bats, Yihan rapidly scanned his surroundings. In a mere moment, his gaze settled upon a suitably sized boulder that could conceal him from view. No longer focusing on the seemingly invincible disaster bats, Yihan directed his attention towards the boulder. With a thunderous crash, the stone was obliterated, and a figure bathed in golden lightning emerged to shatter Yihan's blue lightning threat. It was indeed you, Xia Yanran, who had been scheming behind the scenes. I should have anticipated this, now that we are so close. You likely came here to ambush me after arriving at the second phase first. You have been exploiting the gaps in the disaster bat sound wave attacks to cast time stop, deliberately creating the illusion that the sound waves could disorient me. Hadn't you? Your plan to eliminate me in the second phase has failed. Xia Yanran's expression shifted from regret to one of control, a smile gracing her lips. With the first plan thwarted, I shall execute the second plan to eliminate you. Yihan. As she spoke, Xia Yanran activated time stop once more. Clad in a blue polka dot top and a pure white pleated skirt, she radiated golden lightning as she moved freely within the time-stopped domain. Relishing Yihan's inability to act in her realm, a mischievous, almost sinister delight danced at the corners of her mouth. Yihan, I can hardly wait to see your expression when you are eliminated. It will surely bring me great joy. Your farce has gone on long enough. Xia Yanran, the cunning, aimed to eliminate both Yihan and Ning Binghan. Finally, I have won. Finally, I have triumphed. Yihan, Once I secure the top spot in this month's examination, I shall invite you to my victory banquet. Mocking Yihan with a beaming smile, Xiao Yinran seemed to lose control of her amusement, laughing so hard that it became difficult for her to breathe. How strange. I'm not even laughing heartily, yet I feel breathless. Adjusting her breathing, she thought of eliminating Yihan, but the difficulty increased. This was not merely due to her excessive laughter. The suffocating sensation was akin to the drowning anomaly state. Did he not just realize I was near? When did he cast the drowning anomaly state on me? Upon deep reflection, Yihan's recent words left Xiao Yinran feeling both astonished and furious, evoking a sense of déjà vu within her. The memory of her prior defeat at the summit of the Trial Mountain in Jiangbei City by Yihan resurfaced, and she suddenly understood the situation. With only 2 seconds remaining before the time freeze ended, and her breathing becoming increasingly labored due to the drowning anomaly, Xiao Yinran relinquished her attack on Yihan. You continue to play the game of feigning ignorance, but you have already seen through me. Well done, Yihan, for now. Let's leave it at that and settle the score later. Not wishing to be eliminated by Yihan so easily, Xiao Yinran, bolstered by the power of the golden lightning, fled the scene at full speed. As she made her hurried escape, Yihan regained his ability to act, transforming from a figure consumed by rage into one filled with mockery. He was not surprised by Xiao Yinran's departure. He had long suspected she would leverage her early arrival in the second phase to set a trap for him. However, he had not anticipated that her specific plan involved utilizing the dark red sound waves of the cataclysmic bat to execute a time freeze on him. Yet, with his general foresight, Yihan was certainly not caught off guard. During the struggle with the cataclysmic bat, he had subtly observed the nearby hiding spots, even if it appeared he was distracted. Regardless of whether the figure in the shadows was indeed Xiao Yinran, he unleashed the drowning anomaly the moment the fight commenced. Thus, the Xiao Yinran who had nearly eliminated him was compelled to flee to avoid mutual destruction and premature elimination. With the illusion of time freeze dissipating, Yihan swiftly dispatched the first-tier pinnacle cataclysmic bat. I maintain that no matter how formidable the cataclysmic powers may be, they cannot elevate an ordinary bat, devoid of abilities from the start, to a strength surpassing that of the Qi Mian Liao, Ye Beast. This showcases the rightful combat prowess of the cataclysmic bat in the absence of Xiao Yinran's time freeze assistance. Having successfully acquired a parting gift from Xiao Yinran after a brief separation, Yihan smiled, yet his heart raced. He had been on the verge of elimination. A slight miscalculation could have resulted in his downfall. Fortunately, Xiao Yinran chose not to perish alongside him, opting instead to postpone their confrontation for the final circle. Otherwise, even if he took Xiao Yinran with him, it would not alter his fate of being eliminated early. However, as if recalling something delightful, Abruades milagrosa Khan's lips. Xiao Yinran, had you not sought me out, I would have had no means to contend with you before the final circle. Yet, since you have chosen to approach me, even if you opted for a temporary retreat, you shall still pay the price for your earlier deceit. Murmuring to himself, Yihan did not hasten towards the core area of the Trial Valley, but instead pursued the direction in which Xiao Yinran had fled. Meanwhile, Xiao Yinran, utilizing the swiftness bestowed by the golden lightning, managed to distance herself considerably from Yihan. As she attempted to eliminate the effects of the drowning anomaly that were no longer sustained by Yihan, she concealed her presence, her enchanting eyes scanning her surroundings. Before long, she spotted Ningbing Han engaged in battle with the cataclysmic creatures. Indeed, she was still here. With the effects of the drowning anomaly nearly dissipated, Xiao Yinran's outwardly radiant smile began to cultivate a dark scheme aimed at eliminating Ningbing Han. In truth, she had discovered Ningbing Han before locating Yihan. Now, with Ningbing Han surrounded by the cataclysmic creatures, it was a masterpiece of her design. Originally, she intended to deal with Ningbing Han first before confronting Yihan. However, despite being ensnared, Ningbing Han remained exceedingly cautious, leaving Xiao Yinran unable to find a flaw in her defenses for the time being. Reluctantly, fearing the loss of an opportunity to ambush Yihan, she had to leave Ningbing Han for now. I refuse to believe that I cannot outmaneuver that scheming Sonny boy Yihan, yet I cannot handle you, Ningbing Han. The contest of wits between Xiao Yinran and Yihan was something she relished, enjoying the process. When it came to Ningbing Han, she viewed her as a long-standing competitor, someone she had always found irksome. In terms of ability, They were evenly matched. However, under conditions of absolute strength disparity, any strategy would prove futile. Yet, when their strengths were comparable, the more calculating individual would clearly hold the advantage. Quickly surveying her surroundings, Shang Yinran's gaze fell upon a sleeping, cataclysmic tiger, and an idea sparked in her mind. To avoid detection by Ning Binghan, she retrieved a golden lightning talisman and discreetly tossed it towards the distant cataclysmic tiger, suppressing the talisman's power to prevent it from unleashing its full potential. She set it off from afar. The cataclysmic tiger, deeply asleep, was abruptly awakened by the explosion on its forehead, releasing an enraged roar. How could it not be furious after being disturbed from slumber? Flee, flee, I must not be discovered, haha. Shang Yinran laughed madly, swiftly concealing her presence as she escaped to Ning Binghan's rear. Hearing the roar of the cataclysmic tiger amidst the encirclement of other cataclysmic creatures, Ning Binghan's icy blue eyes narrowed, sensing the impending threat. She sought to escape immediately, but the onslaught from the surrounding creatures hindered her escape. Soon, the imposing and terrifying cataclysmic tiger charged towards her. Ning Binghan unleashed several violet ice element sword energies from her unsheathed sword, attempting to carve a path to freedom. She did not wish to be eliminated here. Yet, the arrival of the cataclysmic tiger only compounded her difficulties. With no other choice, Ning Binghan resorted to her trump card to escape. Space freeze. Similar in effect to Shang Yinran's time freeze, Ning Binghan activated her space freeze, immobilizing all cataclysmic creatures surrounding her. Subsequently, she leaped, striving to escape the scene swiftly. Concealed in the shadows, Shang Yinran witnessed this unfolding drama, her lips curling into a smile as she contemplated eliminating Ning Binghan. With a flash of golden lightning in her eyes, she seized the opportunity to eliminate Ning Binghan. Now is the moment. Be eliminated, Ning Binghan. Time freeze. As Shang Yinran emerged to eliminate Ning Binghan, the latter, who should have been unable to react in such a high-pressure combat state, astonishingly managed to widen the distance between them. She had exceeded the range for a close-up time freeze. She had missed her opportunity. Following this, she would enter a brief period during which she could no longer activate time freeze. Upon realizing Shang Yinran's intent to ambush her, Ning Binghan immediately unleashed several violet ice element sword energies. Shang Yinran, though they had not had the chance to battle before, Ning Binghan was more than eager to strike Shang Yinran. Their mutual disdain stemmed from their incompatible personalities. Discovering Shang Yinran's attempt at a sneak attack, she would not hold back. Shang Yinran's expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively dodged. This was not the reaction speed typical of a person under duress. You must have known I was here all along. What else? Ning Binghan's voice was icy, her tone chilling as she continued to launch fierce assaults on Shang Yinran. With the backing of the Golden Lightning, known for its unparalleled speed, Shang Yinran continued to evade Ning Binghan's attacks. Upon hearing Ning Binghan's admission of having anticipated her response, Xia Yinran's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Ning Binghan could not possibly have thought this through. It was inconceivable. She could not fathom such depth of thought. Indeed, I may lack your cunning, but someone had forewarned me that you would plot against me. Hence, I've been on guard against you from the start. As Ning Binghan spoke, Xia Yinran inhaled sharply. Who could have alerted Ning Binghan in advance? Almost instantly, the image of Yi Han's charming smile surfaced in her mind. The mere thought of Yi Han filled her with a sense of foreboding. Oh no, I have fallen into a trap. She instinctively prepared to flee in the opposite direction, wishing to avoid further confrontation with Ning Binghan. However, in that fleeting moment as she turned, the familiar figure of a handsome youth, enveloped in a blue lightning aura, unexpectedly obstructed her escape. At this moment, the youth's radiant smile was even more brilliant than usual, yet to Xia Yinran, it appeared ominously cheerful. Xia Yinran, always eager to eliminate both me and Ning Binghan, surely must be psychologically prepared for her own early dismissal, correct? Xia Yinran protested. You are forming an illegal alliance. I refuse to accept this. The boy, imitating her brilliant smile, was none other than Yi Han, the very person Xia Yinran least wished to encounter at this moment. Yi Han's presence confirmed her most reluctant suspicion that he had anticipated her plan to ambush him and Ning Binghan, intending to use this to draw her out and ensure her elimination. Realizing she had been ensnared, Xia Yinran summoned her golden lightning aura, preparing herself to engage in a fierce battle against Yi Han and Ning Binghan. Just as she was about to strike, she suddenly turned her gaze in shock towards a distant point. Oh no, our commotion has attracted more disaster creatures. Upon hearing this, Yi Han and Ning Binghan immediately directed their attention to the direction Xia Yanran was looking. However, they found nothing amiss. Instead, the disaster creatures that had been immobilized by Ning Binghan's spatial stasis, along with others attacking her, broke free and surged towards them. Farvel, Yi Han, Ning Binghan. You truly believe what I said, haha. In the distance, Xia Yanran had already escaped a considerable distance, utilizing her golden lightning to evade capture, and she cheekily stuck her tongue out at the bewildered Yi Han and Ning Binghan. Pursue her. Pay no heed to those disaster creatures. We must not allow her, the instigator, to escape unscathed. Let us eliminate her first. As he spoke, Yi Han, bolstered by the favorable wind field, raced after Xia Yanran. Ning Binghan, however, chose not to follow. This did not imply that she was willing to let Xia Yanran off the hook after nearly being outmaneuvered. On the contrary, her intention to capture Xia Yanran was precisely why she refrained from pursuing alongside Yi Han. As long as Xia Yanran remained within her line of sight, Ning Binghan unleashed her ice elemental abilities, her eyes radiating with a chilling glow as she raised her sword high. In the next moment, a frigid winter wind whipped through the area, rapidly expanding outward. In mere moments, the icy gale enveloped the vicinity, establishing Ning Binghan's domain of frost. Xia Yanran, attempting to escape at breakneck speed, found herself colliding with the frozen wall due to her inability to halt. Ouch, that hurts. Kurset, Ning Binghan. You actually left a backup plan. Not only was Xia Yanran obstructed, but all the disaster creatures that had been assaulting Ning Binghan were simultaneously encased in icy blue frost, transformed into sculptures of ice. In this domain sealed by Ning Binghan, only Yi Han, Ning Binghan, and Xia Yanran retained their mobility. Theoretically, with her unparalleled speed granted by the Golden Lightning, Xia Yanran was undoubtedly the fastest among the three. If Yi Han failed to encompass her within his domain or apply an abnormal state, even with the wind field's acceleration, he could not catch up to Xia Yanran. This was precisely why Ning Binghan opted to seal off this area rather than pursue them when she realized Xia Yanran was plotting against her and Yi Han. She acknowledged her lack of cunning compared to Yi Han and Xia Yanran, but she possessed the intellect to utilize her abilities to restrain Xia Yanran. As Yi Han chased after Xia Yanran, he was taken aback yet relieved by Ning Binghan's decisive action, affirming that his choice to collaborate with her against Xia Yanran was indeed wise. Approaching the cornered Xia Yanran, who was momentarily unable to escape, Yi Han smiled and remarked, Xia Yanran, I am quite curious. Would the illustrious young lady of the Xia family shed tears if you were to be eliminated early? Xia Yanran, adept at regulating her emotions, quickly regained her radiant smile and began reasoning with Yi Han and Ning Binghan. Is this necessary? With our combined strengths, we are guaranteed to secure at least a top 3 position. There is no need to squander energy here. Even if you eliminate me now, your energy will be severely depleted, hindering your pursuit of a higher rank in this month's examination. Why not agree to a truce, each stepping back, and focus on eliminating the other candidates instead? Yi Han listened to Xia Yanran's attempts to persuade him and Ning Binghan to relent, finding her words to be the most amusing joke he had ever heard. When you were plotting against us, why didn't you consider a truce? Until the final top 3 contention, we could maintain a tacit understanding and conserve our abilities for the ultimate showdown. Now that you face imminent elimination, you attempt to lecture us on morality? Is it not a tad self-centered, Xia Yanran? Yi Han's words left no room for compromise. From the moment Xia Yanran conceived the idea of eliminating him and Ning Binghan, it was inevitable that one of them would meet an early end. Ning Binghan, too, approached with a frosty gaze. Though she said nothing, her unwavering determination to not let Xia Yanran escape spoke volumes. Seeing that both Yi Han and Ning Binghan were unwilling to yield, Xia Yanran, perhaps out of frustration, suddenly burst into laughter. Do you truly think you have me cornered? Since you are so stubborn, I shall take you both on single-handedly and show you the fruits of my cultivation and my new trump card. Upon hearing the mention of a new trump card, Yi Han and Ning Binghan braced themselves for a fierce battle. However, the lightning-imbued Xia Yanran had no intention of fighting them. Instead, she directed all her power into crashing against the ice wall. Boom! This time, the ice wall shattered, creating a gaping hole. convinced she could escape. Xia Yinran turned to flee while cheekily sticking her finger to her lower eyelid, making a playful face at Yi Han and Ning Binghan. "Ha! You fools! I have no intention of fighting you. We shall meet again in the finals." Just as she finished her jest, she was struck by Yi Han's stomachache abnormal state. Clutching her abdomen as she plummeted from the air, the wind howled and the lightning surged. Yi Han grinned as he swiftly positioned himself before the descending Xia Yinran, while Ning Binghan blocked her rear, effectively cornering her. The sensations of numbness, fatigue, chilling cold, drowning, and amplified psychic perception formed a formidable combination of abnormal states, which Yi Han had fully administered to Xia Yinran. At this moment, Xia Yinran was not only exhausted, but also electrified to the point of feeling utterly weak. With a coldness gnawing at her, the suffocating feeling of drowning, coupled with the side effects of the amplified psychic perception on such a gifted individual, rendered her face flushed and her breathing labored. If this continued, she would undoubtedly be eliminated by Yi Han and Ning Binghan, prematurely concluding this year's first-year ability assessment. Previously brimming with confidence to defeat Yi Han, Ning Binghan, and Aisha, Xia Yinran now felt as if her lungs were about to burst with indignation. This assessment was a ranking battle for the first-year students, and their collusion to eliminate her for a better position seemed like an illegal alliance, which she vehemently opposed. However, the rules of the assessment did not specify that temporary alliances were prohibited, so Xia Yinran had to come to terms with reality. By the way, if she found herself crying after being eliminated, she should remember to take a selfie for Yi Han to see later. Yi Han watched Xia Yinran with a sly smile, determined to team up with Ning Binghan to ensure her elimination, regardless of her protests. Ning Binghan summoned a furious, icy wind, preparing to deliver the final blow to Xia Yinran. Seizing the opportunity, while Yi Han's various abnormal states restricted Xia Yinran, Ning Binghan executed a magnificent swordplay, unleashing 5 unrelenting violet ice element sword strikes. The onlookers, including Tian Huang, Yi Lingxi, and the Academy's official instructors, observed the scene unfold. But this monitoring footage was exclusively available to them, separated from the views of the older students who were watching from the sidelines. Since Xia Yinran had almost eliminated both Yi Han and Ning Binghan single-handedly earlier, the related footage had been restricted to the Academy's faculty. It appeared that I had grown old. Were today's young students so full of tricks during their ability assessments? I feel that if I had encountered them in my youth, I would have been utterly bewildered. Yet, Xia Yinran was the only one exhibiting such behavior. It was an anomaly tied to her personality. I also find that the student taught by both Teacher Su and Teacher Jiang, Yi Han, possesses quite a clever mind, making him a rather intriguing young man. I concur. It seems that among this year's first-year students, only he can effectively counter Xia Yinran's strategies. Listening to the discussions of the other instructors from Tianlong Academy, Jiang Wanxiu maintained a gentle smile, choosing not to engage in their conversations. Although Su Yu had remained silent, her gesture of resting her forehead suggested that she found both Yi Han and Xia Yinran somewhat perplexing. Tian Huang kept an eye on Aisha's monitoring footage while intermittently checking on the battle among Yi Han and the other two. As an invited guest, Yi Lingxi observed Yi Han's every move. She began to understand why Yi Han had toyed with her previously. It was simply his nature to be mischievous. Even without the connection to Jiang Wanxiu, he enjoyed devising clever schemes to outsmart others. As for Xia Yinran from the Xia family, though her calculations against Yi Han and Ning Binghan had failed, she was not to be underestimated. More importantly, their extraordinary abilities paralleled their cunning intellect. Such individuals, possessing both talent and guile, were the most formidable. Just as Yi Lingxi believed that the seemingly invincible Xia Yinran, who was guaranteed a top 4 finish based on sheer strength, would be eliminated, she sensed something amiss. Under the effects of Yi Han's various abnormal states, Xia Yinran remarkably withstood Ning Binghan's lethal violet ice element sword strike. It seemed that Xia Yinran had a hidden trump card. As Yi Lingxi noted this development, the instructors who had initially turned their attention away from Yi Han and the others refocused on the exclusive monitoring footage. Meanwhile, within the disaster-ridden cave, Xia Yinran, under the incredulous gaze of Yi Han and Ning Binghan, shattered Ning Binghan's violet ice sword strike despite her abnormal states. She even activated the time stop. The moment Ning Binghan realized Xia Yinran intended to escape using the time stop, she immediately countered with a spatial freeze. In an instant, Xia Yinran, Ning Binghan, and Yihan found themselves immobilized. Once the time stop and spatial freeze dissipated, they regained their ability to move. Yihan, recalling something, swiftly cast a spell to disrupt Xia Yanran's abnormal state. He thought this would restrain her momentum, just as he had on the peaks of the ability trial in Jiangbei City. But he was taken aback by the surging golden lightning aura surrounding Xia Yanran. Did they truly believe they could eliminate her without consequence? Yihan and Ningbinghan? Since they were unwilling to negotiate, she would take them down with her. The three of us would be eliminated together, which wasn't such a bad outcome. Waves of shimmering golden lightning spells encircled Xia Yanran, far too numerous to count. Each one a higher tier spell than those she had wielded in Jiangbei City. This exceeded the capacity of Yihan's spell disruption to nullify. With so many second-tier golden lightning spells, this was outright cheating. Xia Yanran, you must put them away. Yihan could hardly believe that Xia Yanran, who was merely at the late stage of the first tier, possessed such an abundance of second-tier golden lightning spells. Hearing Yihan's noticeably anxious words, Xia Yanran smiled. Cheating? Have you ever heard of a normal first-tier ability user being able to activate second-tier golden lightning spells? Yihan? Upon hearing this, both Yihan and Ningbinghan fell silent. Indeed, they had never encountered such a phenomenon, let alone activating so many second-tier spells at once. If Xia Yanran could activate second-tier spells with her late first-tier strength, it could be considered a part of her own power. After all, only she could achieve this. It was her own skill. The academy instructors observing all of this from the sidelines were equally astonished. The fact that Xia Yanran could activate so many second-tier golden lightning spells at once with her late first-tier ability was unprecedented. The Xia family had produced another prodigy capable of breaking historical records among ability users. No wonder the Xia family had remained steadfast in the Tianlong domain every few generations. Such prodigies emerged, truly a force to be reckoned with. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Lingxi found herself reveling in the misfortune of Yihan. Oh, Yihan, you were made to look foolish by your senior sister in the Grand Hall last time. This is your retribution. With that thought in mind, she spoke up on Xia Yanran's behalf. This is not a special forbidden technique that anyone can use. It is her own skill, and she is even risking her own elimination to employ this move. It is her final trump card, not cheating at all. What do you think, esteemed instructors? Aside from Su Yu, Jiang Wanxiu, and Tian Huang, who hesitated, the other academy instructors quickly nodded in agreement. The reason Su Yu, Jiang Wanxiu, and Tian Huang remained silent was not to label Xia Yanran as a trickster, but rather because they felt it was a pity for Xia Yanran, Yihan, and Ningbinghan to be eliminated prematurely. All of them had the potential to secure a top 4 finish and obtain the substantial rewards associated with it. To fall short in the second round and miss out on such valuable resources was indeed regrettable. Ultimately, they all concurred with Yi Lingxi's perspective. But agreeing did not mean they were not frustrated, especially Su Yu. Yihan, that insufferable brat, come out. I am determined to give him a good thrashing for insisting on an early duel with Xia Yanran, which resulted in a poor performance in the monthly exam, thus depriving me of the resources reserved for the top ranks. And as for that wretched Xia Yanran, why must she always concoct schemes that harm both herself and others? She deserves a sound beating as well. It is evident that Su Yu Miao is genuinely enraged, openly criticizing Xia Yanran and Yihan. Meanwhile, Ningbinghan, who is also on the verge of being eliminated, has narrowly escaped the wrath. In Su Yu Miao's eyes, Ningbinghan was merely caught up in the schemes of Xia Yanran and Yihan, lacking the cunning of the two mischief makers. Yi Lingxi is well aware that Su Yu Miao is a woman of her word, renowned in Tianlong Academy as a formidable figure. She has begun to anticipate the scene of Yihan being thoroughly beaten. The cycle of retribution is upon us. Little junior brother Yihan. Explode, explode, explode. Let all explode. In the disaster-stricken dungeon, Xia Yanran has truly lost her mind, intent on eliminating both Yihan and Ningbinghan. Heh, Yihan, Ningbinghan. It is too late for you to escape now. So close to us, you will surely suffer grievous injuries and trigger the protective mechanism, forcing you to be transmitted out. Come, embrace the golden lightning. Ha ha ha. Due to their proximity to Xia Yanran, Yihan and Ningbinghan are directly struck by the overwhelming power of the second-tier golden lightning talismans, leaving them utterly paralyzed and unable to escape. Ningbinghan, who typically exudes a cool and emotionless demeanor, now shows a hint of reluctance. She had entered this monthly exam with aspirations of securing first place, only to find herself facing early elimination in the second round. Being eliminated here means she may not even place within the top 50 as subsequent candidates enter the second round. Just then, a sigh escapes from behind her. Ning Binghan. We are friends, aren't we? On the brink of elimination, Ning Binghan, too weary to struggle, decides to converse with Yi Han one last time. You have no means to avoid being eliminated alongside Xia Yanran, do you? Despite her confusion over Yi Han's question, she nods her head adorned with a high ponytail. Then if I possess a way to avoid my own elimination, you would assist me, right? Upon hearing this, Ning Binghan's beautiful eyes widen in surprise. Could Yi Han truly have a method to evade elimination in this dire situation? Not just her, but even Xia Yanran finds it hard to believe. However, after a fleeting moment of incredulity, she chuckles. Yi Han, being eliminated together is nothing to be ashamed of. Yet here you are, still trying to show off in front of Ning Binghan. How ridiculous. She does not believe that Yi Han has any means to escape elimination. Ning Binghan, unfazed by Xia Yanran's mockery, simply inquires, I can help you, but how should I assist you? Her question resonates with the Academy's leaders and teachers who are observing this scene, all of whom are equally curious. Is Yi Han simply exhibiting machismo, or does he truly possess a method to avoid being eliminated alongside Xia Yanran? Next, under the gaze of all those focused on Yi Han, he quietly positions Ning Binghan in front of him, shielding her from the overwhelming onslaught of golden lightning talismans. I can only put you through this hardship, Ning Binghan. Ning Binghan is left speechless. Xia Yanran is equally taken aback. The teachers outside are left gasping in disbelief. Is this truly possible? After a moment of stunned silence, Yi Lingxi is the first to recover. Her gaze filled with disdain as she utters three words that resonate with all who witness this scene. Purely ridiculous. Teacher Jiang and Teacher Su have begun to argue. Ning Binghan considers Yi Han a friend, while Yi Han uses Ning Binghan as a shield. Even though Yi Lingxi has a grudge against Yi Han and hopes for him to act disgracefully, she cannot condone his behavior of using a girl as a shield. It is the epitome of a scoundrel's conduct, a shameful act indeed. The surrounding teachers are left at a loss for words. They had expected some grand strategy, but it turns out he merely used Ning Binghan as a shield. Thankfully, only they were privy to the battle between the three of them. Otherwise, if other students had witnessed this, it would have been detrimental to their influence. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Su, you should not solely focus on teaching Yi Han about his abilities. You must also pay attention to his character education. Indeed, this child possesses extraordinary talent, and we cannot allow his personality flaws to lead him astray. Providing quality education is also our duty as teachers. Only with proper guidance can Yi Han become a true pillar of society. The surrounding teachers take turns implying that Su Yu Miao and Jiang Wanxiu have neglected Yi Han's character education, which has led him to engage in such behavior during this monthly exam ranking battle. The typically gentle Jiang Wanxiu immediately agrees with them, believing that Yi Han's actions have indeed crossed a line. However, as she recalls the scene where Yi Han and Aisha faced the threat of the second-tier red-faced fang beast in Shueiyue Forest, fighting side by side without abandoning one another, she realizes that Yi Han is not truly ungrateful. He is someone who would stand by his good friends. It is merely that this monthly exam is a ranking battle, and the protective mechanism ensures no one will die. Hence, he acted in such a manner. Yet Su Yu Miao, who has always held high expectations for Yi Han, has an entirely different view. Wanxiu, once this monthly exam concludes and that insufferable brat emerges, I will personally educate him. You spoil him too much. And that is why his character is deteriorating. Now he has even resorted to betraying a friend. I shudder to think what worse deeds he may commit in the future. Su Yu Miao's expression is extremely serious, tinged with dissatisfaction and anger. She is genuinely infuriated by Yi Han's use of Ning Binghan as a shield. The principles of decorum she has been taught since childhood are in stark conflict with Yi Han's whimsical behavior and thought processes. Hearing Su Yu Miao's words, Ye lingi valihivtarte agris. This little junior brother needs to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he will remain ignorant of what is acceptable and what is not. Previously, she supported Su Yu Miao's desire to reprimand Yi Han out of personal grievances. Now, however, her sense of justice compels her to believe that Yi Han's actions are truly reprehensible. Tian Huang had also witnessed Yihan and Aisha fighting valiantly against the formidable red-faced fanged beast in Shueihua Forest. She feels that Yihan's behavior today is simply not consistent with the courageous young man she saw then, who was filled with a sense of responsibility and loyalty to his friends. Today's Yihan seems like a faithless scoundrel. Does this child possess two personalities? Is he suffering from a split psyche? Tian Huang does not entertain Jiang Wanqiu's perspective, but she chooses to remain silent, refraining from commenting on Yihan's actions. Just then, Jiang Wanqiu speaks up in defense of Yihan. "You Miao, you are somewhat overreacting. Such a trivial matter does not warrant such anger." Although she is good friends with Jiang Wanqiu, Su Yu Miao, holding a differing opinion on this matter, will not agree simply because of their friendship. "Wanqiu, your teaching style is far too gentle, allowing Yihan to lack the pressure that comes from a mentor, enabling him to act according to his inherently mischievous nature. Were it not for the Academy's protective measures, Yihan's recent actions would have amounted to intentionally betraying his good friend in a moment of danger, sending his friend to face peril on his behalf. Do you truly consider such a morally corrupt behavior to be a trivial matter? If you continue to indulge in such a permissive and coddling approach to discipline, I believe it would be better for me to take care of him alone in the future." The usually gentle Jiang Wanqiu now expressed her displeasure at Su Yu's remarks regarding Yihan's guidance in front of so many people. "You Miao, after teaching students for so long, do you really not understand the distinction between minor and major issues? This is your first time teaching Yihan, and your lack of experience prevents you from comprehending why this child acted in such a manner. You have mistakenly judged the situation through your excessively rigid and overly serious perspective, deeming it a significant problem when it is not. I assert that Yihan's actions were merely a playful jest with friends. Thus, there is no substantial issue at all. Were Jiang Wanqiu and Su Miao, this close pair of friends, really arguing? Everyone had initially focused on Yihan shielding Ningbing Han, but now, all attention shifted to their dispute. Su Yu's serious gaze bore into Jiang Wanqiu. "Tell me, if there had been no protective measures left by the Academy during the monthly exam, and if Yihan had used his friend Ningbing Han as a shield, wouldn't she be in grave danger now? And as for your claim that I am rigid and rule-bound, where have I shown rigidity? If I truly lack the ability to teach, would Yi Lingxi have created such a controversy years ago? Even if I am somewhat inflexible, I would never produce a wayward disciple. Why has this conversation turned towards me?" Upon hearing her name mentioned, Yi Lingxi, Yihan's somewhat rebellious senior sister, felt a bit embarrassed. However, she dared not interject. Now that Jiang Wanqiu and Su Miao were both somewhat angry, she knew that speaking up could easily lead to trouble for herself. The issues surrounding Yi Lingxi were indeed my shortcomings as an educator, and I acknowledge that I have been continuously optimizing my teaching methods over the years. However, this has nothing to do with the actions of young Yihan today. They are entirely separate matters. Jiang Wanqiu did not wish to delve into the topic of Yi Lingxi, since Su Miao was so eager to understand why she believed Yihan had done nothing wrong. She would enlighten her somewhat conservative friend. Although her character is typically gentle, giving an impression of weakness, it does not imply that she is incapable of anger or that she can be bullied. This time, she was determined to defend Yihan, to prove that her dear little Yihan had committed no wrongdoing. "You Miao, you asked for the specifics. Don't blame me later if you find it embarrassing." With that, Jiang Wanqiu swiftly accessed her phone and retrieved a video from several days prior, featuring Yihan and Aisha confronting an early-stage, second-tier chimeric beast in the Shueihua Forest. This video was recorded by Su Yu herself, and Jiang Wanqiu had requested it from her. Subsequently, she connected it to the large screen present at the venue, displaying it for all the teachers to see. As the video played, she addressed Tian Huang. "Sister Tian Huang, this is the footage of young Yihan and little Aisha facing the early-stage, second-tier chimeric beast in the Shueihua Forest. You were present at that time. You should know that neither of them could have defeated the beast alone, and it was indeed a trial that posed a life-threatening risk. Yet, Yihan showed no hesitation and willingly engaged in battle alongside Aisha, both supporting each other. When one was pursued, they would draw aggro while fiercely attacking, ultimately leading to the defeat of the chimeric beast. What did you think of Yihan at that moment?" In response to Jiang Wanqiu's inquiry, Tian Huang genuinely remarked, "Yihan has a commendable character. When faced with a life-and-death crisis, he does not abandon his companions and flee. proving himself to be a loyal and righteous child. However, she also expressed her confusion. Thus, when I observed Yi Han's behavior during this month's exam, which was completely contrary to his previous actions, I found it rather peculiar, as it did not seem characteristic of him. Jiang Laoshi, do you think Yi Han might possess dual personalities? Listening to Tian Huang's humble inquiry, Jiang Wanqiu's expression softened into a warm smile. I can assure you that Yi Han possesses only one personality. His actions this time were precisely because he understood that there were protective measures in place during the monthly exam, ensuring no student could perish, which allowed him to act as he did in pursuit of a better ranking. If it were indeed a life-or-death crisis, he would undoubtedly have stepped up to draw fire for Aisha, just as he did days ago, rather than using Ning Binghan as a shield. As Jiang Wanqiu discussed the battle footage from Shuiyue Forest, a realization dawned upon all present. According to Jiang Wanqiu's interpretation, Yi Han's seemingly reckless behavior was indeed justifiable. This child clearly differentiated between genuine peril and the monthly exam's ability assessment. One could even say he acted with considerable rationality, understanding what actions were appropriate in various situations. We had misunderstood Yi Han. With Jiang Laoshi's explanation, it indeed seems there was nothing amiss. The teachers surrounding them promptly apologized to Jiang Wanqiu, no longer questioning her methods of instruction regarding Yi Han. Su Yu Miao too recognized that her perspective had been limited. While she had been serious and proper towards others, she had also applied the same to herself. Realizing her misjudgment of her good friend Jiang Wanqiu, Su Yu Miao readily admitted her error. I apologize, Wanqiu. My earlier words were excessive, and I should not have brought up Yi Lingxi in relation to Yi Han's matters. Now that both sides had cleared the air, Jiang Wanqiu was not overly concerned. It's all right, Yu Miao. Even the best of friends can have differing opinions. As long as we communicate openly, it is fine. I also said some inappropriate things. I should not have labeled you as rigid and rule-bound. Sometimes, we genuinely need to adhere to certain principles, much like the spirit of seeking common ground while reserving differences that our ancestors often spoke of, which is truly worthy of our younger generations to learn and inherit. Meanwhile, Yi Han in the disaster ruins remained oblivious to the considerable reaction his actions had incited among the teachers outside. By shielding Ning Binghan in front of him, the impact of the golden lightning talismans was significantly lessened. However, the consumption of his own extraordinary energy to withstand the residual explosive force of the golden lightning talismans was still substantial. At that moment, both Ning Binghan and Xia Yanran were in a dire state, their spirits wavering. He was now betting on Ning Binghan to hold the line for him while he clung to the edge of being eliminated. Ultimately, he succeeded in his gamble. As a relentless barrage of golden lightning talismans overwhelmed Ning Binghan and Xia Yanran, they were the first to trigger the protective measures and were forcibly teleported away. As they departed, Xia Yanran, unable to take Yi Han along with them, did not forget to chastise him. Yi Han, you scoundrel. When you get out, I will settle this with you. Ning Binghan, on the other hand, was initially shocked by Yi Han's actions but soon accepted her fate of elimination in silence. She bore no resentment towards Yi Han, for he had indeed asked for her consent before using her as a shield. She had agreed, and that was why he acted as he did. Though surprised, she remained true to her word and would not blame Yi Han. If Yi Han could remain and infuriate Xia Yanran, it would also be a form of revenge on her behalf against her nemesis. With his dwindling extraordinary energy, Yi Han withstood the final pressure and continued to stay in the second stage of the Trial Valley's disaster ruins. Finally, it was over. What a thrilling experience. Having narrowly avoided elimination, Yi Han immediately sat down to recuperate. Once his breath steadied somewhat, he exhaled deeply. If I had faced Xia Yanran alone this time, I would have undoubtedly been eliminated alongside her. Thank goodness I did not underestimate her. He felt fortunate for the decision he made alongside Ning Binghan at the outset, and he couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself. He did feel a bit guilty towards Ning Binghan and promised himself to make it up to her once they were outside. At that moment, Yi Han sensed the presence of other ability users approaching nearby. This awareness caused him to tense up, having just survived a harrowing battle that nearly led to his elimination. Given his current state, severely weakened by the self-destructing monster Xia Yanran, he knew that encountering other candidates would likely result in his immediate downfall. For his safety, he swiftly concealed his aura. Before long, a mid-level first-stage ability user arrived in close proximity. Observing the gruesome aftermath of the battle, the candidate appeared puzzled. It was strange. There had been significant fluctuations of ability energy just moments ago, yet now everything was eerily silent. Had they perished in mutual destruction? Unable to comprehend the situation, the candidate hesitated briefly before hastily fleeing the scene. Once the candidate had distanced themselves, Yihan began to ponder. It seemed that other candidates had successfully progressed from the first trial into the second. In his current condition, remaining in the disaster-ridden cave meant facing threats from both the aberrant creatures and other candidates. Even if he managed to reach the final circle, he would lack sufficient ability energy to contend for a high ranking. The safest course of action was to avoid conflict and expedite his entry into the third trial, granting him ample time to recuperate the nearly depleted ability energy caused by Xia Yanen's explosion, thereby preparing for the decisive battles in the final circle. Furthermore, entering the third trial early would afford him the opportunity to familiarize himself with the terrain, enhancing his chances of achieving a superior ranking. After weighing the pros and cons, Yihan resolutely abandoned the idea of practicing against the aberrant creatures in the disaster-ridden cave. Concealing his ability aura, he set off at full speed towards the third trial. However, he had not ventured far when he noticed an ability tech projection emerging from the rocky overhead of the disaster cave. Not just him, but all candidates in the first and second trials observed this projection in various regions. The projection depicted a stunning blonde beauty named Aisha, clad in a glowing green dress, darting through the battlefield with dazzling brilliance. She showed no inclination to hide her aura, charging boldly through the fray. Under her command, the fiery dragon hatchlings and the Azure Kirin vanquished one aberrant creature after another. When the final enormous aberrant specter was obliterated by the fiery dragon's flames, she successfully entered the third trial. Aisha's performance in today's monthly examination was extraordinarily remarkable. So much so that even Yihan had to concede the sheer brilliance of her display. This instilled within him a profound sense of urgency. In his severely weakened state, he was no match for Aisha. This realization solidified his resolve to recover as much ability energy as possible before encountering her. For only then could he hope to snatch the first place from her grasp. Simultaneously, the voice of the instructor overseeing the monthly examination echoed throughout the trial valley. To all first-year candidates currently navigating the trials, as one candidate has successfully entered the third trial, the Academy will now provide an overview of the third trial's core area. The Nightmare Witches gaze. The core area of the trial valley, known as the Witch's Domain, is home to the lingering essence of the Nightmare Witch, an aberrant being of formidable power, possessing a late first-stage ability level. Though classified as a late first-stage ability user, this essence originates from the Nightmare Witch herself, a being beyond the control of even the highest-tier ability users, endowing it with capabilities unattainable by ordinary first-stage users, aberrant creatures, or ability beasts. During the first 2 rounds of the examination, the essence of the Nightmare, which remains sealed in slumber, presenting minimal danger to candidates as its influence on their souls is limited. However, when the third round commences and darkness falls, the Nightmare Witch will break free from her seal, turning the entire trial valley into her hunting ground, with the precise locations of all candidates laid bare to her. The Academy advises all candidates to advance swiftly and complete the third trial before the third round, thereby avoiding the risk of being forcibly eliminated by the awakened Nightmare, which due to unfortunate timing. On behalf of the Academy, I wish all candidates the best of luck. As Aisha entered the third trial's domain, she absorbed the foundational information provided by the Academy. Could the essence of a Nightmare, which be the terrifying aberrant creature chronicled in the annals of global ability users, one that had existed since ancient times? It was said that the Nightmare, which stood at the pinnacle of aberrant beings, her power rivaling that of the most elite ability users. While humans age and perish, she endures through the ages, annihilating any high-tier ability user who dares to gaze upon her with a mere glance, rendering them unworthy of her attention. The fact that the Trial Valley, hosting the monthly examination of the Tianlong Academy, had sealed even a fragment of her essence, albeit a late first-stage level, indicated that it surely retained some measure of her original powers and methods, making it a significant threat. Murmuring to herself, Aisha intended to communicate with her ability beasts, only to find that both the Azure Kirin and Fiery Dragon trembled at a soul-deep level. recalling the Academy's warning about the sole influence of the slumbering nightmare witch. She quickly grasped the situation. Little by little, Hua, do not be afraid. Come back to me. Under Aisha's soothing words, the Azure Kirin and Fiery Dragon, with senses sharper than most humans, endured their profound fear and sought refuge within Aisha's seal to alleviate their anxiety. Meanwhile, Aisha ventured deeper into the witch's domain alone. She had not taken many steps when a sudden sharp pain pierced her mind, and her soul trembled involuntarily. In the next instant, darkness enveloped her, drawing her into an endless abyss. In this dim void, a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars slowly opened, exuding an air of absolute arrogance and disdain as they gazed down upon Aisha, an ordinary mortal. In that instant, Aisha felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Were those the eyes of the nightmare, witch herself? Or were they merely the gaze of her lingering essence? Perhaps it was the true nightmare, which observing her through the sealed fragment? At that moment, she comprehended why the Azure Kirin and Fiery Dragon had been so terrified. Those eyes, akin to the undying deity of the night, had witnessed countless talented human ability users rise and fall over the ages, while she remained eternal. The absolute pressure emanating from the deity of darkness instilled profound reverence in all earthly beings, highlighting their insignificance. Outside the trial valley, the instructors who had previously focused on Yi Han and his companions now shifted their attention to Aisha. Noticing the fear etched on Aisha's face, they understood that she had drawn the attention of the nightmare witch. Aisha's moment of being observed did not last long. Soon her eyes cleared, and her soul returned from the depths of the endless darkness to reality. Yilingxi, adorned in a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, smiled gracefully. Her ability to break free from the nightmare witch's gaze is quite impressive, reminiscent of my own experience. The instructors present expressed their admiration for Aisha's swift recovery. It is indeed regrettable that the two young ladies from the Xia family and the Ning family were eliminated so swiftly, leaving us unable to witness how quickly they could escape the gaze of the nightmare witch and whether they might surprise us anew. Similarly, outside the arena, Ning Binghan and Xia Yanran, who missed the test of the nightmare witch's gaze, were closely observing Aisha's performance as she faced this formidable challenge. Ning Binghan's cold eyes revealed no discernible change as she watched Aisha swiftly navigate through the trial. Losing interest, she pulled out her phone to play a video she had recently recorded. The video depicted Xia Yanran forcibly eliminated and transported away, sitting on the ground, crying and lamenting her fate. Indeed, Xia Yanran had been unable to accept her premature elimination and was now weeping. Observing this, Ning Binghan quietly recorded the moment on her phone, intending to share this historic instance with Yi Han when he emerged. Relishing in the moment of the sunny girl's breakdown, Xia Yanran, feeling frustrated for having missed the gaze test in her attempt to outsmart Yi Han, was incensed upon hearing her own pitiful cries being played loudly from Ning Binghan's phone. Ning Binghan, how dare you record my embarrassing moment and play in front of me? Delete that video at once. I will not, replied Ning Binghan defiantly. Their long-standing rivalry, having begun in childhood, fueled her delight in Xia Yanran's misfortune. I will fight you for that phone. Give it to me. Not a chance. The scene of the two of them, devoid of any extraordinary abilities yet still engaged in a battle of wills, astonished the other students nearby. The typically radiant and cheerful Xia Yanran seemed to have lost her mind over her premature elimination in the monthly exam. As Ning Binghan and Xia Yanran were embroiled in their struggle for the phone, Yi Han was diligently concealing his presence, evading all the aberrant creatures along his path. When avoidance became impossible, he would not hesitate to engage in combat. Burdened by severe injuries and depleted powers, he took great care. Yet it still took him considerable time to escape the lair of calamity. Just moments after entering the third stage, the announcement of the first 3-hour shrinking circle echoed throughout the trial valley. A cacophony of despair arose from the students still trapped in the first stage, the void mirror. No, I was just one step away from reaching the other side. Please do not send me away. Let me take one more step. Frustration boiled over as they lamented their fate. How can others clear the first stage so quickly? I, the top esper from my village, was supposed to bring hope to my people by making a name for myself at Tianlong Academy. Yet here I am, left behind by such a wide margin in the very first monthly exam. They wished they had opted for a quicker elimination rather than enduring this agonizing wait. With the first round of forced eliminations due to the shrinking circle, only over 30 of the more than 100 aspiring espers from the Tianlong region remained. Currently, the only newcomers in the third stage were Yihan and Aisha. On the Academy's official side, Jiang Wanxiu watched Yihan's progress into the third stage with a gentle yet expectant tone. Yumu, our little Yihan has entered the heart of the witch's domain. We can finally see how swiftly he can escape the nightmare witch's gaze. Su Yumu shared her anticipation, maintaining a demeanor of excessive seriousness and composure. At that moment, Tian Huang was eager to witness who would excel between Yihan and Aisha in this crucial trial. Aisha had relied on cunning in the previous stages, but this one was a true test of endurance against the nightmare witch's gaze. The one who could escape the quickest would prove their superiority. Ye Lingyi, also a student of Jiang Wanxiu, focused intently on Yihan. Despite her current tumultuous situation, she cared deeply about demonstrating her excellence in comparison to her junior. In the midst of their scuffle over the phone, Ning Binghan and Xia Yanran, now embracing each other, turned their pretty faces towards the monitoring screen, displaying Yihan facing the nightmare witch's gaze. As Yihan remained in a daze longer than Aisha, Tian Huang, being Aisha's aunt, felt a rush of glee. Although she admired Yihan and even considered matchmaking him with Aisha, she still hoped her niece would outshine him. Breath held, Yi Lingxi sighed in relief as she noted Yihan's prolonged state of unconsciousness. Indeed, I am the most outstanding among Jiang Wanxiu's students. As time continued to pass, the sight of Yihan remaining unresponsive caused many faculty members to shake their heads. It appears that an auxiliary specialized esper will always remain an auxiliary specialized esper. Even with mutations, they cannot rival the innate talent of pure combat specialists. Meanwhile, Xia Yanran, still entwined with Ning Binghan, felt a surge of anger. Yihan's prolonged struggle not only brought shame upon him, but also reflected poorly on her. Having previously been defeated by him, was it not an indictment of her status as a genius of the Xia family, suggesting she was far inferior to that cunning fox from the Liquid Domain? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, unable to restrain her outburst. Yihan, what on earth are you doing? Why are you stuck under the gaze of a witch for so long? Yihan, however, paid little attention to the announcement of the first 3-hour shrinking circle. He took a step forward, and in the next instant, he found himself, like Aisha, pulled into the endless, dark abyss by the nightmare witch. A pair of eyes, akin to the only 2 stars in the night, pierced the darkness. Gazing down upon Yihan with a divine arrogance and disdain, looking down upon him as he was enveloped by this shadowy realm. Was this the nightmare witch? The oppressive aura was suffocating. Could it truly be that this was merely a remnant of a late-stage first-tier ability? Surely, he was confronting the true essence of a nightmare witch. The overwhelming despair stemming from absolute power crushed him, making it difficult to breathe. Was this the terrifying existence that stood atop the calamity creatures? As he marveled at the situation, Yihan's mind raced to devise a means of escape. Sensing that his thoughts were under constant assault by the nightmare witch, he quickly conceived an idea: madness state. Yihan perceived a similarity between the 2 forms of erosion and, with a spirit of experimentation, decided to try it. If it failed, he would seek another method to escape the fear invading his soul. To his surprise, it proved remarkably effective. The side effects of the madness state counteracted the pressure and intrusion brought on by the nightmare witch's gaze. With both threats neutralized, he felt an immediate clarity and a significant easing of his burdens. Under normal circumstances, he would have been expelled from this dark realm like Aisha. Yet he remained. The madness and distortion had not only kept him there, but also allowed him to hear whispers from the nightmare, which that previous candidates had never encountered. Her voice, commanding yet enticing, compelled those who heard it to tremble and kneel in heartfelt submission before the mistress of night and nightmares, offering everything to this deity of darkness. However, thanks to the counteraction of his madness state against the nightmare witch's influence, Yihan did not succumb to her seductive voice. This has placed him under the complete scrutiny of the nightmare sorceress, rendering him unable to escape for the time being. In the heart of the sorceress's domain, the remnant of the nightmare sorceress, sealed by a smooth, reflective silver mirror steel, has awakened prematurely. The Trial Valley originally harbored no remnants of the nightmare sorceress. It was only after the arrival of Yi Han's mentor, Suyu Miao, that she was forcibly suppressed by the silver mirror steel, leading to the establishment of the sorceress's domain as a staple in the assessments of first-year students. As a remnant of the nightmare sorceress, a pinnacle existence of the catastrophe realm, being suppressed by a human ability user was already a source of shame. To make matters worse, Suyu Miao chose to leave her here to test the students of Tianlong Academy, which was undoubtedly infuriating. However, with only the strength of a late-stage ability user, she was incapable of killing the students of Tianlong Academy, who possessed protective measures. This prompted her to take pleasure in observing human ability users who entered her domain, relishing the fear reflected in their eyes, satisfying her lofty sense of superiority. This time, she encountered a human ability user who was unafraid of her gaze, which genuinely surprised her. Thus, she decided to keep Yi Han around, intending to observe what made this human youth different within her realm of darkness. Although she could not break the seal of the silver mirror steel imposed by Suyu Miao, she was still able to enter the realm of darkness and meet with Yi Han. During this time, the outside world, driven by the nightmare sorceress's curiosity about Yi Han, mistakenly believed he had yet to discover a way to escape. Most assumed that he fell short in innate talent compared to AI Sha. However, Jiang Wanqiu, as Yi Han's teacher, firmly believed that he was certainly not inferior to AI Sha. Furthermore, she devised a plausible explanation for Yi Han's predicament. His recent intense battle with the girl from the Xia family had left him severely depleted in ability energy, rendering him too weak to escape. Jiang Wanqiu's insight reminded the Academy's teachers of a crucial point they had overlooked. Yi Han was currently weakened due to the explosive effects of Xia Yan Ran's golden lightning talisman. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he was struggling to break free. At this moment, a kind-hearted teacher suggested that, given the circumstances, Yi Han would likely be unable to continue the examination. Perhaps they should extract him now, allowing him to rest properly? They could wait and see. Unless he could no longer endure and was forcibly teleported, it would be best not to interfere excessively. Jiang Wanqiu shook her head. Having spent a month with Yi Han, she understood his character well. If they were to proceed with such an action, it would undoubtedly provoke his displeasure. Moreover, seemingly recalling something, Jiang Wanqiu shifted her gaze to her dear friend, Suyu Miao, who sat calmly and composedly, showing no signs of urgency. Observing this, Jiang Wanqiu felt even more confident in Yi Han's ability to endure. As a young genius who personally suppressed the remnant of the nightmare sorceress, Suyu Miao undoubtedly understood what Yi Han was experiencing. Her calm demeanor indicated that Yi Han was indeed not in any grave danger. Just as Jiang Wanqiu suspected, Suyu Miao had already discerned that the nightmare sorceress had fixated on Yi Han and had intentionally retained his sole consciousness for observation. However, understanding did not equate to lack of concern. Should any unforeseen danger arise, she would be the first to rescue Yi Han. In the endless, dark night, a stunningly alluring figure, the nightmare goddess, gradually manifested before Yi Han. Draped in a form-fitting silk black gown, she approached him with a mesmerizing gait. Her skirts slit, revealing long legs that exuded an enticing allure in the darkness. Her flowing hair, as dark as the night itself, danced without wind, and her crimson pupils, reminiscent of a Death Star, fixed intently upon Yi Han. Yi Han was taken aback. The ancient nightmare sorceress, said to have lived for countless years and a ruler of the catastrophe realm, appeared as such an enchanting dark goddess. Initially, Yi Han had imagined her to be a fierce and terrifying figure, yet he was astonished by her captivating beauty. Whereas the terrifying aura one would expect from a creature of the catastrophe, she embodied purity, nobility, and allure. Although he was entranced by the nightmare sorceress's beauty, Yi Han remained on high alert, sensing a strong sense of crisis. While Yi Han scrutinized the nightmare sorceress, she too examined him, her delicate brows furrowing as she perceived the madness emanating from him. This first-level human ability user had awakened a state of madness remarkably akin to catastrophic powers. It was an unprecedented occurrence in her endless existence. After a moment of contemplation, a bewitching smile graced her enchanting features. With a ghostly swiftness, she glided to Yi Han's side, her delicate hand resting upon his shoulder, her slightly parted lips whispering a seductive breeze into his ear. "Mortal, would you care to become my disciple?" The choice was clear. Serve as the sorceress's lackey or embrace the path of a human hero. The nightmare sorceress had made the initiative to invite him as her disciple. Yihan gazed at her in surprise. This ancient enchantress sought to entice him into becoming her servant? Understanding her intentions, Yihan, steadfast in his loyalty to the human cause, resolutely refused. What benefits would I gain from being your disciple? His expression conveyed a hint of wavering resolve, prompting a subtle, enticing smile to grace the nightmare sorceress's exquisite features. I can grant you my power, enabling you to claim the top position in this month's academy examination. What say you? Though her remnant was trapped, she was not entirely oblivious. Having served as a tool to test students of Tianlong Academy for years, she understood the needs of those participating in ability examinations. She believed this offer would undoubtedly make Yihan swoon with adoration, willingly becoming her devoted servant. Just as the nightmare sorceress began to close her eyes in anticipation of Yihan kneeling to pledge his loyalty, his disheartening words gradually chilled her smile. Is that all? Upon reopening her eyes, the nightmare sorceress met Yihan's gaze, her brows knitting together in confusion. What do you mean, is that all? You do not comprehend, do you, sorceress? Realizing that the nightmare sorceress had misunderstood his intent, Yihan, feeling somewhat exasperated, elaborated, it's quite straightforward. If that's all there is, becoming your disciple would be a disadvantage for me. It's simply not worth it. How could being her disciple be a disadvantage? She stood at the pinnacle of all catastrophic beings. Her life, like the night, was eternal, having observed countless human ability prodigies rise and fall over the ages, while she remained unchanged. How could one suffer by being her disciple? Moreover, over the long years, many human ability users had sought to become her disciple, yearning to witness her true form, yet all were rejected. Even so, those who fervently claimed to be her followers maintained an unwavering faith in her. Yihan, having caught her attention, was poised to become her first true disciple, and he should feel honored. He should kneel at her feet in a humble posture, kissing her delicate toes. Then, raising her fervent gaze, she pledged her loyalty to her with a tone of unwavering devotion, overwhelmed with gratitude. This was indeed the demeanor befitting a devotee cherished by the sorceress. The more she contemplated, the more she felt that Yihan, as a mere mortal, had offended her divine presence, and the nightmare sorceress longed to make Yihan experience the wrath of the deities. However, recalling that her true form could not descend to this realm, she managed to regain her composure despite the irritation caused by Yihan's mere name. How could a mere adolescent human possibly contend with her? With this thought, the nightmare sorceress lightly tapped the dark ground of the realm, swirling around Yihan. I am the sovereign of night and nightmares, revered as the supreme entity since the dawn of your recorded history. Come, child, embrace the night and tell me your desires. As your divine mistress, I shall surely respond to you. The voice of the nightmare sorceress was both enchanting and authoritative, imbued with a terrifying power capable of influencing hearts and eroding the will of any creature. Under normal circumstances, the mere sound of her voice would render Yihan weak in the knees, compelling him to kneel and fervently beseech her for blessings. Yet, Yihan's state of delirium counteracted her sorcery, leaving him unaffected. If this sorceress could truly harm him, she would not waste time with idle threats, attempting to lower his psychological defenses and entice him to willingly become her follower. If he were to acquiesce, he would undoubtedly find himself subjugated to her will, reduced to the most despicable of minions, betraying humanity on her behalf. This old hag is truly wicked. I wouldn't trust her at all. With this thought, emboldened by the knowledge that the nightmare sorceress was merely a low-tier remnant who could not harm him, Yihan smiled slightly. I doubt you can provide what I seek. Dear sorceress, dear sorceress? This impudent human dared to address her as such. The nightmare sorceress was displeased with this appellation, yet she suppressed her fury. Patience, patience. Once she subdued Yihan, he would pay for his insolence, as long as he dared to genuinely become her devotee. Her true will could bypass the constraints of space to directly influence his mind. At that point, even if Yihan remained in a state of delirium, he would obediently become her loyal hound, proclaiming the glory of a nightmare goddess and declaring her the most beautiful deity in the world. Mortal, if you do not express your desires, how can I know I cannot fulfill them? Speak then. Seeing the nightmare sorceress genuinely eager to know, Yihan grinned. I want you. I assumed your request would be grander. Merely wanting me is such a simple demand that I could easily fulfill it. As Yihan made his request, the nightmare sorceress, who believed there was nothing she could not achieve, instinctively agreed. Yet, once the words left her lips, she realized something was amiss. Want me? What does that mean? The moment she considered what Yihan truly desired, the nightmare sorceress, who had maintained her virginity throughout the ages, was incensed. This audacious little human dared to offend a deity. How dare he? The nightmare sorceress, seething with rage, added another sin to Yihan's account. On the surface, she quickly regained her composure and continued to circle around him. Mortals often harbor such mundane thoughts. I can understand your admiration for a beautiful goddess. As her alluring silhouette danced around Yihan, the nightmare sorceress leaned in to whisper sensuously in his ear. Desire is inherent to mortals for the sake of procreation. It is unavoidable. I can understand, dear child. As long as you obediently become my follower, I shall grant you my great power and allow you to dedicate one day each month to pray and express your loyalty and affection for your goddess. Upon this realization, the nightmare sorceress felt something was amiss and altered her words. First, agree to this. If Yihan were to become her follower and dared to commit an act of sacrilege during his prayers, she would undoubtedly unleash divine retribution. With this thought, the nightmare sorceress admired her own cunning. Is he truly agreeing? Yihan intended to toy with a nightmare sorceress, deliberately provoking her. To his surprise, she genuinely acquiesced. However, reflecting on the fact that she was indeed an evil being among the cataclysmic creatures, Yihan felt relieved. It seemed he had encountered a sorceress who governed lust. With this in mind, Yihan quickly employed a tactic to delay her. Dear sorceress, may I have some time to contemplate? Once I finish my monthly examination, I shall decide whether to become your follower. The fragile-hearted sorceress was infuriated, thinking, the first to pay for this will be you. Deciding after the examination, did this little human think becoming her follower was a trivial matter? Still contemplating? Mortal, deities do not favor dishonest children. If you wish to agree, it must be now. Do not harbor ulterior motives. Surely, you do not wish to be trapped here for eternity? Having exhausted her patience, the nightmare sorceress opted for a more forceful approach. She no longer had the inclination to play games with Yihan. Whether Yihan genuinely wished to become her follower or was merely stalling for time, she did not care. All she desired was for him to become her devotee immediately, to punish him for his previous insolence. She aimed to impart one crucial lesson. Deities must not be dishonored. Believing this would compel Yihan to relent. She was taken aback when he instead displayed a mocking expression. If you could truly confine me for eternity, you would not be suppressed within the depths of this sorceress's domain. Yihan had no intention of speaking the truth. Alas, the old hag before him was truly clueless. Relying solely on intimidation to make him submit and become her lackey was exceedingly naive. He had intended to show a measure of respect for this low-tier remnant of a sorceress, but since she rejected his courtesy, he could not be blamed. Locking eyes with Yihan, who mocked her as a prisoner, the nightmare sorceress realized at that moment that Yihan had been toying with her from the very beginning. Though Yihan was young, his mischievous nature made him more insufferable than many adult humans. He was a little demon, suddenly grasping the situation. The nightmare sorceress's black silk gown and ebony hair swirled violently as her blood-red eyes radiated a terrifying, eerie light. The entire realm of darkness trembled under the fury of the nightmare sorceress. Kneel, mortal, and submit to me. The emotions of arrogance and disdain resurfaced on her stunning visage, exuding an innate superiority that would cause any mortal to tremble. This time, she was genuinely enraged. Yihan summoned all his strength to maintain his state of delirium, continuously counteracting the nightmare sorceress's mental invasion. In your impotent rage, if you release me now, you might still save face. If the instructor from Tianlong Academy who suppressed you sees my prolonged absence, they will assist you in maintaining your dignity. Who are you calling impotent? Mortal. Whoever responds is the one being referred to. You have already detained me long enough. That instructor may enter at any moment to deal with you. Dear sorceress, heed my advice. I am only looking out for your best interests. Yihan stretched lazily, maintaining his composed demeanor, seemingly provoked. The nightmare sorceress suddenly erupted into an inexplicable fit of laughter. Her wrathful mirth reverberated through the realm of darkness, yet it failed to intimidate Yihan, whose demonic aura gradually subsided. You foul-mouthed mortal, I shall remember you. When night falls, my lingering resentment will be the first to deal with you. Yihan was still contemplating the rewards for achieving first place in the upcoming monthly examination. The resurgence of the nightmare sorceress's lingering resentment would be directed at him, and he wondered how he could engage in a fair duel with AI Shah. "Hey, old hag," he began, but before he could finish his thought, the nightmare sorceress voluntarily released his spiritual consciousness. Upon returning to his body and opening his eyes, Yihan let out a sigh. How could this sorceress, having lived for so long, be so easily provoked by just a few words? And yet, she still considered herself a deity. Muttering to himself, Yihan placed his hand near his mouth, exhaling and inhaling the fresh scent of orange soda. "Glass-hearted sorceress, my breath is fragrant," he declared. With the relationship now irreparably fractured, Yihan did not care whether the nightmare sorceress could hear him as he added more taunts, words that could surely infuriate her. Adjusting his mindset and choosing not to dwell on the nightmare sorceress, he assessed his nearly depleted supernatural energy. It was imperative that he find a concealed location to restore his powers as much as possible, avoiding combat at all costs. Meanwhile, outside the realm, Jiang Wanxiu, whose heart had been in turmoil, finally felt at ease. Observing Yihan as he continued to conceal his presence while attempting to recover his abilities, she gently remarked to Suyu beside her, "It seems this child truly exhausted his supernatural energy during the battle with Xia Yanran, which is why he has taken so long." "Indeed," responded Suyu, her serious gaze fixed on Yihan's image, while she offered a perfunctory response to Jiang Wanxiu. As one who personally subdued the nightmare sorceress's lingering resentment, she held a different perspective. She understood that the nightmare sorceress's scrutiny was unrelated to the remaining supernatural energy. Yihan had been forcibly retained by the nightmare sorceress until now, before being released. Suyu worried whether Yihan had struck some form of bargain with the nightmare sorceress. With this thought in mind, she resolved to have a serious talk with Yihan once he emerged from the monthly examination. She would not permit her student to be swayed by an evil sorceress, becoming a pawn in opposition to humanity. Others present, lacking an understanding of the nightmare sorceress, shared Jiang Wanxiu's view and did not contemplate further. Time swiftly passed, and the second round of elimination finally arrived. All remaining candidates in the second-tier disaster cave were forcibly teleported out. Only a little over 10 candidates remained in the third tier of the sorceress's domain. Due to the small size of this core area, Yihan frequently noticed other candidates passing nearby, fortunately, without discovering him. It was crucial not to reveal himself. He needed at least 3 hours to recover his strength before he could hope to triumph in battle against AI Shah. However, after 3 hours, the nightmare sorceress's lingering resentment would awaken, and she had promised to strike him first. She would not go back on her word. The detestable self-destructing monster, Xia Yanran, though not eliminated early, had truly put him in a dire situation. Taking a deep breath, Yihan resolved that he would rather face the pressure of the nightmare sorceress during his confrontation with AI Shah than expose himself and risk elimination. He could only hope that during these 3 hours, AI Shah would eliminate the other candidates. While Yihan lay in hiding, recovering his supernatural energy, AI Shah was actively seeking out every candidate, eager to engage in thrilling battles. The sounds of other candidates being eliminated by AI Shah echoed around her. Before long, only 10 minutes remained until the final circle would close. The sun dipped below the horizon, and nightfall approached rapidly. AI Shah was engaged in combat with the last 3 candidates, excluding Yihan. The previous 2 hours had demonstrated how decisively she had overpowered her opponents. None stood a chance against her in one-on-one combat. If we join forces to eliminate AI Shah, the top 3 spots will be ours. Although the rules did not prohibit teaming up, the idea of 3 first-year students collaborating to achieve higher rankings was futile against such overwhelming strength. In less than 8 minutes, they were thoroughly defeated and eliminated one by one. What dull opponents! I still haven't encountered Yihan, Xia Yanran, or Ning Binghan. Are they hiding, or have they been eliminated? AI Shah was unaware that Ning Binghan and Xia Yanran had already been eliminated. She could only infer that this month's examination ranking battle was still ongoing, as she had not yet been teleported out. Outside, Xia Yanran, hearing the sounds from the surveillance footage, began to grind her teeth. Look at this little vixen, so pleased with herself. She has made it this far simply because she has yet to encounter me. Yihan, if you eliminated me, you must not lose to her otherwise, neither of us will have any face left. Ning Binghan, however, was less concerned and kept her cold gaze fixed on Yihan. When she saw Yihan, who had been concealing his presence with closed eyes to restore his supernatural energy, finally open his eyes and slowly rise, she broke her usual silence. Yihan is moving. As soon as she spoke, Xia Yinran's attention immediately shifted to Yihan. Rising to his feet, Yihan stretched his limbs, feeling that he had regained a substantial portion of his supernatural energy, brimming with confidence for a one-on-one confrontation with AI Sha. As the last rays of sunlight were swallowed by the encroaching night, a chilling gaze, seemingly belonging to a mere late-stage first-tier being, fixated upon him. Not only Yihan, but AI Sha, deep within the sorceress's territory, sensed the formidable supernatural energy of the nightmare sorceress breaking free from her seal in the mirror monument. The nightmare sorceress had awakened. In the core area of the sorceress's domain, the silver light of the mirror monument was rapidly eroded by the twisted power of darkness as a delicate, pale arm tore through space. In an instant, the nightmare sorceress, clad in a flowing black silk gown, stepped forth from the mirror monument with an enchanting grace. Beneath the endless night, her distorted, cataclysmic power reached its zenith. With no interest in AI Sha, she took a step forward, her capabilities far exceeding what a mere late-stage first-tier being should possess. As she tore through space and instantaneously appeared before Yihan, caught completely off guard by her rapid approach, the nightmare sorceress, her hair and black gown swirling wildly in the darkness, emanated an aura of deadly intent. Mortal wretch, the time for divine retribution has come. 70 points of supernatural perception enhancement. The nightmare sorceress's health bar was revealed. Here it comes. The most thrilling moment is upon us. Since the emergence of the nightmare sorceress's lingering resentment, this particular challenge has been a staple in every first-year student's inaugural monthly examination, while other examination components may change. This has remained constant. The last time Yihan beheld the nightmare sorceress was around this time last year, when she was just as stunning and captivating, her expression alone capable of ensnaring souls. What a sight! Could it be true that she partakes in the flesh of disaster beings? Perhaps her true form is that of an unsightly, mutated serpent. Enthralled by her beauty, I would willingly do anything for the nightmare sorceress. Yet, who would dare to serve the nightmare sorceress? The first-year students who had been eliminated outside, along with several upperclassmen, were conversing merrily until the stern and serious gaze of Su Yu, who maintained the academy's decorum, fell upon them, causing them all to quiver in fear. A month into the new school year, first-year students have come to understand the terrifying presence of Su Yumo. Even with the warning from Yeju Shirtai, the students present, though joking and bantering, dare not refer to the nightmare sorceress as Mama any longer. However, when the spectators observed the scene where the nightmare sorceress delivered a powerful punch to Yihan's abdomen, sending him soaring, the murmurs of discussion began to rise once more. The power of the nightmare sorceress remained as fearsome as ever. It was precisely this kind of force that had led to my own elimination 3 years ago. As night descended, whoever was chosen by the nightmare sorceress would find themselves ranked lower, regardless of their strength. The final standings were less a measure of skill than a test of luck. Indeed, a year ago, over a dozen students managed to survive until nightfall. Yet the 3 strongest among them were all eliminated early by the nightmare sorceress, while the weakest among the remaining candidates claimed the top spots. Luck is a form of strength. Without fortune, even those blessed with talent may falter on their path of evolution. The history of ability users in Tianlong Yu, as well as globally, is rife with accounts of prodigious talents who perished prematurely due to a lack of luck. The purpose of this assessment orchestrated by the Academy is to impart the lesson of humility, warning us against arrogance born of talent that might lead to our downfall. You comprehend now, have you not? The nightmare sorceress's territory, Yihan, struck in the abdomen by her formidable punch, was filled with disbelief. Could such strength truly belong to a late-stage, first-level ability user? Even as he soared through the air, struggling to regain his balance, the nightmare sorceress appeared directly above him with but a single step, her presence overwhelming. Boom! Another punch halted his ascent, crashing him heavily to the ground. Cough! In just 2 punches, Yihan felt the surge of blood rising and coughed it up. This unpredictable mode of movement could not possibly belong to a mere late-stage, first-level ability user. What you call late-stage first level is, in fact, a temporary suppression of power, still employing the combat style of a higher-tier ability user. This is nothing short of a dimensional strike. Now do you understand the consequences of angering a divine being? You foul-mouthed mortal? The nightmare sorceress spoke not a word, but her voice echoed ominously within Yihan's mind. Madness and fear eroded his will, igniting an almost irresistible urge to kneel before her. In a state of madness, Yihan activated his ability just in time to stabilize his mind against the impulse to submit to the nightmare sorceress. Submit to me, and I can alleviate your suffering. Even assist you in eliminating that girl, helping you secure the top position in this month's assessment. The sorceress's voice lingered in Yihan's mind, and he glanced at her, who had slowed her offensive tempo. In your dreams, establishing a fleeting connection with the nightmare sorceress. Yihan resolutely rejected her offer within his heart. Foolish mortal, the nightmare sorceress instantaneously reappeared beside Yihan, not employing any flashy ability, but simply lifting her skirt, which shimmered with a pale glow under the moonlight, and delivered a high kick to his face. Old hag, don't hit my face, Yihan thought, knowing he wouldn't die and not expecting any improvement in his already poor relationship with the nightmare sorceress. While mentally provoking her, he swiftly raised his arm to block the kick that struck his side. However, the delicate toes, resembling crystalline grapes under the moonlight, still grazed his cheek. Boom! The powerful kick landed on his arm, sending him flying once again. Why does the nightmare sorceress insist on close combat? I recall she seldom used kicks, preferring to eliminate with fire, electricity, or ice. Perhaps she seeks to prolong my torment? Torment? I see it as a reward. Her exquisite feet glimmering in the moonlight. Why didn't I receive such treatment 2 years ago? Yihan was in for quite a feast. Is there truly someone who finds pleasure in feet? Especially those belonging to a disaster creature. How perverse. Among the onlookers, many students were salivating. Meanwhile, Yihan adjusted his combat strategy, utilizing the nightmare sorceress's desire to capture him without outright eliminating him. He exploited the momentum of her kick to dash in another direction. You didn't see that coming, did you, nightmare sorceress? This is my escape route. Naturally, he did not forget to hurl taunts to provoke her further. This foul-mouthed mortal dares to use my attack as an escape? Momentarily taken aback, the nightmare sorceress recalled the nicknames Yihan had given her, Old Hag and Sorceress Granny. And her anger flared. She yearned to silence him. With another graceful step, she tore through space, instantly appearing before Yihan as he fled. Her crimson eyes glowed with malice, her rage evident, intertwined with an air of absolute pride and disdain befitting a deity. Just as she prepared to deliver another high kick to his face, Yihan suddenly called to a halt in their mental connection, audible only to them. Stop! My lady sorceress! My lady sorceress? The respectful title caused the previously insulted nightmare sorceress to raise an eyebrow. Has this foul-mouthed mortal finally been cowed? She mused. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she restrained the force of her kick that had just struck Yihan's arm and playfully poked his cheek with her toes. So, are you finally willing to become my follower? No, no. Upon hearing his refusal, the nightmare sorceress instinctively prepared to kick him away once more. Observing this, Yihan quickly called for a pause. Don't rush. Let me finish speaking, my lady sorceress. Speak. The nightmare sorceress glared at him with an imposing demeanor. Recognizing that Yihan had at least addressed her with respect, she granted him the opportunity to explain. Yet should he dare to mock her further, she would make him aware of the consequences. My lady sorceress, do you feel a tingling sensation all over, as if you've been electrocuted? Upon hearing this, the nightmare sorceress began to grasp Yihan's intention. She regarded him with a disdainful expression, as if she could see through his ploy. Do you think I cannot perceive your state anomaly? You're merely trying to buy time, hoping your abnormal state will strengthen to defeat me. Let me clarify. Even if your paralysis state lasted for thousands or tens of thousands of years, it would only serve as a mere tickle to me. She saw through him, momentarily stunned. Yihan remained undeterred. Then do you feel any stomach pain? The nightmare sorceress smirked mockingly. No. She realized that if she could shatter Yihan's pride in his abilities, she would utterly dismantle his resolve. With that in mind, she had no qualms about toying with him, for she feared not such weak powers as those derived from abnormal states. The only abnormal ability of Yihan that intrigued her was the mental erosion, a feat only someone of her caliber could achieve. This was the true reason she sought to recruit Yi Han as her disciple. Subsequently, Yi Han recounted the various abnormal states he had imposed since the onset of battle. However, each inquiry was met with a resolute negation. This marked his first encounter with a formidable entity utterly immune to such conditions. Even the most bizarre of the abnormal states he had comprehended, the frenzied condition, failed to affect the nightmare sorceress. Was she truly invincible? Alas, there was still one abnormal state he had yet to inquire about. Upon remembering this unasked question, Yi Han felt as though he had grasped a final lifeline. Do you currently feel that your perception of the extraordinary energies of the world beneath your feet has doubled, accompanied by a side effect that heightens sensitivity to an overwhelming degree? No, give it up, you insignificant mortal. Your clumsy attempts at abnormal states are futile against me. Before she could finish her retort, the nightmare sorceress, suspended in mid-air, involuntarily gasped as her heightened sensitivity to the extraordinary energies of the world became overwhelming. Moreover, it appeared that the cumulative effect had reached a qualitative transformation, as even the gentle evening breeze caused her to shudder due to her heightened sensitivity. What have you done to me, you wretched little brat? She struggled to comprehend. Even at her current late stage, first tier, it should be impossible for her to be affected by an abnormal state. In that moment, Yi Han's previously despondent heart reignited with hope. Indeed, the amplification of extraordinary perception proved to have remarkable effects on the talented. Xia Yanran and Ning Binghan were prodigies of extraordinary perception among humans, while the nightmare sorceress was a genius amongst calamity beings. All were exceedingly perceptive. Thus, receiving an amplification would inevitably lead to excessive side effects. In this moment, the seemingly insurmountable nightmare sorceress appeared to Yi Han as a being vulnerable to defeat. A genuine smile played upon his lips, heralding the true commencement of battle. As winds and thunder surged around him, "Old hag, I have endured you for long enough. I should go." Yi Han believed that the amplification of extraordinary perception would cause the nightmare sorceress to swiftly lose her combat effectiveness, rendering her incapable of contending with him. In reality, the amplification merely weakened her combat prowess, yet she remained capable of imposing pressure upon him. This was the inherent advantage of a nightmare sorceress, standing at the pinnacle of all calamity beings, even a remnant of her consciousness, appearing to be only at the late stage of the first tier. Wielded high-level extraordinary means that an ordinary late-stage first-tier talent could scarcely withstand, unless Yi Han were to confront a yet-to-mature nightmare sorceress, prompting her to forget her terrifying high-level extraordinary abilities. Might he have a chance to subdue her with the amplification of extraordinary perception? However, there's still good news. The nightmare sorceress, now under the influence of Yi Han's amplification, could no longer instantaneously tear through space to appear beside him. This scene, witnessed by the observing Su Yu Miao, brought an unexpected smile to her usually serious countenance. This child has not disappointed me after all. Yet, as Jiang Wanxiu's gentle voice resonated, Su Yu Miao's smile quickly faded back to seriousness. You smiled, Yu Miao. It seems little Yi Han's performance has pleased you greatly. Jiang Wanxiu, observing Su Yu Miao's fleeting smile, could not help but stifle a laugh. Was her dear friend truly so concerned about the dignified image she had cultivated? Without teasing Su Yu Miao further, Jiang Wanxiu shifted her gaze back to Yi Han, her eyes brimming with pride. Little Yi Han has indeed managed to restrict the nightmare sorceress's ability to teleport within the witch hunter domain, breaking a historical precedent for all students of Tianlong Academy. Clad in an elegant blue and white porcelain attire, Yi Lingxi was now filled with disbelief. She had been unable to achieve such a feat in her time. Did this not imply that Yi Han surpassed her as a contemporary? No, that cannot be. I am still the most outstanding student of teacher Jiang Wanxiu. Regardless of the past, present, or future, her composed features were betraying a hint of emotional turmoil. Yi Lingxi's refusal to acknowledge Yi Han's superiority mirrored a rebellious child yearning for their mother's favor over that of their siblings. Xia Yanran, observing this, remained unperturbed, a smug smile gracing her lips. As expected of Yi Han, whose talent slightly pales in comparison to mine. Had I not been eliminated by him and Ning Binghan in a 2-on-1 match, I undoubtedly would have set such a record myself. Ning Binghan, overhearing, cast a dismissive glance at Xia Yanran, unconvinced that she could achieve such feats. Yi Han, unaware that his amplification of extraordinary perception had shattered historical records, was currently utilizing the advantageous realms of wind and thunder to distance himself further from the nightmare sorceress. Throughout this process, he continued to employ various abnormal states in an attempt to further weaken her. However, thus far, only the amplification of extraordinary perception had proven effective. Moreover, as time elapsed, he noticed the murderous intent on the nightmare sorceress's countenance slightly reddening. Clearly, while his amplification of perception did not affect her as swiftly as it did Ning Binghan and Xia Yanran, its potency intensified with time. He pondered whether this effect had a limit. If it did, no matter how long he delayed, he would eventually have to confront the nightmare sorceress in a direct clash. Cease that peculiar abnormal state at once, you wretched little brat. The resonating words of the furious nightmare sorceress filled Yihan's heart with a sense of exhilaration. You need to catch me first, grandmother sorceress. Calling me grandmother. For countless eons, the nightmare sorceress had never encountered such a foul-mouthed human extraordinary being. Beautiful as she was, no matter her age, she was no grandmother, nor an old hag, but a goddess. The nightmare sorceress found herself flustered. Previously, she had always looked down upon humans, wielding their insignificance at her whim. Now, she was the one being toyed with by Yihan. And how could she not be enraged? Yet, as her feet, affected by Yihan's amplification, floated in mid-air while she pursued him, the howling winds heightened her sensitivity to a maddening degree. What sort of lowly abnormal state is this? Is it solely designed to vex me? It could neither deliver a fatal blow nor genuinely restrict her movements. It merely irritated her. She could no longer endure being mocked by a mere human. Furious, the nightmare sorceress's eyes erupted with lightning, as she instantly unleashed a ranged attack toward Yihan. With a graceful wave of her hand, a wall of blazing flames surged forth to block his escape. Simultaneously, an icy prison descended from above, aiming to ensnare Yihan in place. Fire, ice, and lightning. Did the nightmare sorceress possess three elemental extraordinary abilities? With his path obstructed, Yihan had no choice but to dodge sideways, narrowly evading the icy prison and the oncoming lightning. However, the roaring flames swiftly spread, forming a towering wall that completely sealed off his escape route. I shall see where you run now, you wretched brat. Wave after wave of dark energy orbs coalesced in the air above Yihan as the nightmare sorceress advanced toward him. A fourth type of extraordinary ability. Yihan felt the pressure mounting. Clearly, he could not rely on mere delay tactics to wait until the nightmare sorceress was rendered incapable of combat under the influence of the amplification of extraordinary perception. A formidable confrontation, seemingly unfavorable for him, has indeed arrived. At that moment, a waterspout tore a brief gap in the wall of flames behind Yihan. Almost instantly, the golden waves of the Lika domain revealed the beautiful girl Aisha, who rode upon the azure Kirin and was accompanied by the floating flame divine dragon. Appearing within Yihan's line of sight. Yihan, is that really you? Aisha exclaimed, her surprise mingled with a hint of delight. After a moment of astonishment, Yihan perceived the possibility of defeating the already revealed nightmare witch. Aisha, do you see that old hag ahead with a look as if everyone owes her money? That old woman is the nightmare witch, and she is currently unable to utilize her teleportation ability freely due to my abnormal state. Shall we join forces to vanquish her? Aisha, intrigued by his words, felt a surge of excitement. The nightmare, which was rumored to be one of the apex beings of calamity from ancient times to the present. Defeating her, even if she was merely a remnant of the later stages, would be a glorious achievement worthy of being recorded in history and celebrated by future generations. In just a moment, Aisha's fighting spirit soared. Then let us join forces and see. I refuse to believe that the nightmare, which is truly invincible. Upon Aisha's agreement, Yihan's lips curled into a slight smile. The plan is in motion. The nightmare, which was indifferent to the alliance between Yihan and Aisha. Could Aisha resist the encroachment of her witch-s mentality, as Yihan did? Initially, she intended to teach Yihan a lesson for his insolence. Aisha could be considered lucky to take the first place, since Aisha had presented herself as an easy target. The nightmare which decided to eliminate her first before thoroughly instructing Yihan, making him beg on his knees to be accepted as her follower. With just a glance, the nightmare which plunged Aisha into a state of terror, severely eroded by her thoughts. Humans remain as insignificant as ever. With this thought, the Nightmare Witch chose to disregard Aisha, who was collapsing under her mental assault. Such a state would soon lead to Aisha's elimination. However, just as signs of pain surfaced on Aisha's face, she suddenly broke free from the mental invasion. Seemingly recalling something, the Nightmare Witch shifted her gaze from Aisha to Yihan. Once Yihan confirmed that Aisha could indeed withstand the Nightmare Witch's mental encroachment due to his own chaotic state, he felt even less fear. Meeting the Nightmare Witch's murderous gaze, Yihan returned it with a mocking look and issued a command. Aisha, go. That old hag has revealed her health bar. 72. The Nightmare Witch is about to face a crushing defeat. All right, let us take down the old hag. Encouraged by Yihan's deliberate provocation, Aisha echoed his words, referring to the Nightmare Witch's old hag. With fervor, Aisha initiated her attack, commanding the Azure Kirin to unleash a torrent of water. Yihan promptly positioned himself apart from Aisha, launching a stream of azure lightning at the Nightmare Witch from another angle. The collision of water and lightning struck the Nightmare Witch almost simultaneously, unleashing an even greater force through their elemental synergy. Observing this from outside, Tian Huang was filled with admiration. Since their previous collaboration in the Shueiyue forest, the combat synergy between Yihan and Aisha had grown increasingly harmonious. Jiang Wanxiu nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, the intertwining of water and lightning elements in battle produces a significantly more powerful force. Their discovery of such a combination is commendable. The teachers on stage echoed this sentiment, expressing their appreciation for the duo's display of elemental combat coordination. Although Yi Lingxi harbored a dislike for Yihan, she could not deny that he and Aisha possessed remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Xia Yanran, who had been entangled with Ning Binghan, pouted in frustration. If I were to fight alongside Yihan, I would undoubtedly match Aisha's prowess. That insufferable vixen from Lika Domain is too preoccupied with Yihan and Ning Binghan, allowing Aisha to slip away again. Ning Binghan's cold gaze reflected the harmonious partnership between Yihan and Aisha, though she had also teamed up with Yihan today. Their synergy in elemental techniques was lacking, devoid of any notable coordination. If only their collaboration had been more in sync. Perhaps even Xia Yanran's new self-destructive move wouldn't have led to her elimination. Pondering this, Ning Binghan developed a desire to engage Yihan in deeper discussions about their elemental combat. Though Yihan and Aisha's synchronized efforts were indeed impressive, defeating the Nightmare Witch with just one strike was implausible. As the waterspout and azure lightning dissipated, the Nightmare Witch, drenched and crackling with electricity, re-entered Yihan and Aisha's view. She trembled with anger, and in the next moment, two bolts of lightning erupted from her body, launching a counterattack against them. While Yihan and Aisha evaded the Nightmare Witch's assault, they continued to unleash their powers, maximizing the potential of their respective abilities. Just as their attacks struck the Nightmare Witch once more, her lightning-fast counterattack also found its mark. You think you could defeat me with such feeble attempts? How utterly laughable. This time, the Nightmare Witch faced the combined might of Yihan and Aisha's abilities. The dark energy orbs hovering above her head scattered like petals in the wind towards both Yihan and Aisha. The ensuing explosions rocked the arena, and both Yihan and Aisha gasped in shock. Is this the Nightmare Witch? To withstand our onslaught and retaliate with such ferocity, her physical strength is beyond human comprehension. Yet, rather than instilling fear, this only fueled their determination. Now, a little fire. Just as the Nightmare Witch was about to launch another relentless assault, Aisha's shout rang out. In the next moment, she felt the temperature rising rapidly behind her. Realizing the impending danger, she turned just in time to see a fireball transforming into the formidable flame divine dragon cub, which hovered behind her, mouth agape, unleashing its fiery breath. The fury of the eastern dragon engulfed her, scorching every inch of her skin with its terrifying heat. But that was not the end. The chilling dark flames also ignited the ground around her. The blue flames surged skyward, the terrifying azure fire pillars and the crimson dragon's breath intertwining in a stunning display. The cold penetrated to the bone, while the flames seared her flesh. The Nightmare Witch once again experienced the remarkable synergy of Yihan and Aisha's combat. However, she scoffed at the notion that such flames could harm her. With her own flames igniting fiercely, she absorbed Yihan's dark flames and Aisha's as dragon fire right before their astonished eyes. Emerging from the fiery embrace, the nightmare, which no longer appeared as a target of the flames. In the depths of the endless dark night, her crimson eyes glowed with a sinister light, resembling a deity commanding the flames. As the chilling gaze of Yihan and AI Sha bore down upon her, the nightmarish sorceress aimed her left hand at AI Sha and her right at Yihan, unleashing two pillars of flame with a resounding boom. The ethereal blue-cold flames intertwined with the fiery red dragon flames, creating a fusion of power that surpassed even the combined might of Yihan and AI Sha's techniques. She had devoured their fire elemental abilities and turned them against them. With a thunderous crash, both Yihan and AI Sha were struck by the fusion fire pillar formed from flames that originally belonged to them, leaving them reeling and battered. This was undeniably a formidable opponent. AI Sha gasped for breath, casting a look of despair towards the nightmarish sorceress, who remained unmoved in her stance. It was one thing for the sorceress to absorb their attacks, but to turn them back upon them was a different level of cruelty. AI Sha gradually began to comprehend why the nightmarish sorceress was the apex of disaster beings. This sorceress truly seemed invincible. Onlookers, including eliminated first-year candidates, senior students, and even the official instructors of the academy, shifted from initial excitement to sorrowful headshakes. It was evident that, even with their late-stage abilities and the collaboration of humanity's most celebrated elemental talents, overcoming the nightmarish sorceress was an insurmountable task. The gap in power was despairingly vast. And with another strike, Yihan and AI Sha would likely face elimination. Even Su Yu Miao, usually serious and composed, now bore a hint of regret. Could it be that they still could not prevail? Yihan? Despite her disappointment, the performance of Yihan and AI Sha had far exceeded Su Yu Miao's expectations. Just as everyone resigned to the notion of their defeat, the monitor displayed Yihan, his face bearing burns, suddenly shouting with urgency. AI Sha, don't give up. Keep attacking. She is on the verge of collapse. Inspired by Yihan's encouragement, AI Sha wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her right hand, resolved to fight the nightmarish sorceress to the bitter end. To her astonishment, she observed the nightmarish sorceress, who had been gradually ascending into the night sky and conjuring dark elemental orbs around her, suddenly becoming extremely unstable. The multitude of dark energy spheres began to self-destruct like balloons pricked by a needle. The sorceress, who had once soared high above, trembled violently, as if facing a dire crisis of strength. Were it not for the dim light of the night, AI Sha would have noticed that the sorceress's face had turned crimson due to an excessive sensitivity in her feet, rendering her unable to control her own powers. While others could not perceive it, Yihan, as the instigator, understood perfectly well. The nightmarish sorceress had failed to subdue him and AI Sha, and now she was at her limit. Damn you, human brat. Your trick is truly disgusting, echoed in Yihan's mind as he retorted silently. If we can win, that's all that matters, dear sorceress. Farewell. Seizing the opportunity as the nightmarish sorceress plummeted from the sky, Yihan unleashed a fierce assault with wind blades in his left hand and thunder in his right, striking at her graceful form without a hint of mercy. AI Sha's attack followed suit, unleashing a torrent of water and a fiery breath, relentlessly assaulting the sorceress who was spiraling down. Under normal circumstances, the nightmarish sorceress would never have been vulnerable to such a combination attack from Yihan and AI Sha. However, her chaotic sensitivity had rendered her incapable of absorbing their offensive energies for a counterattack. Furthermore, the intensity of Yihan and AI Sha's assault exacerbated her sensitivity to everything around her. Even the slightest drop of water would irritate her to the point of discomfort, leaving her utterly incapable of harnessing her powers. In a desperate bid to salvage her dignity, as she struggled to suppress a laugh brought on by her overwhelming itchiness, the nightmarish sorceress engulfed herself in flames, obscuring the view of the outside world. She then dissipated into nothingness, her remnant returning to the mirror monument. Once back in mirror space, she could no longer contain her laughter, rolling on the ground in utter mirth. My feet are so itchy. Damn human brat, how absurd to be defeated in such an unprecedentedly humiliating manner. I will not let you escape, Yihan. Xia Yanran was nearly fainting from excitement, while AI Sha prepared her true ultimate move. Had the remnant of the nightmarish sorceress been defeated? Wait, hadn't she just aimed to annihilate Yihan and AI Shah? Why had she suddenly retreated her attack? What did Yihan mean by saying the nightmarish sorceress was on the brink of collapse? Could it be that the sudden disappearance of the dark energy spheres was linked to him? It was indeed peculiar, but the sorceress had appeared quite spent, her powers seemingly out of control. Thus, it was reasonable for Yihan and AI Shah to have triumphed together. Why dwell on it? What mattered was that they had won. This marked the first time the nightmarish sorceress had been defeated since her appearance, and even if it was a 2-against-1 victory, it was enough to ignite passion and excitement. Indeed, Yihan's defeat of the nightmarish sorceress was so impressive that I find myself enamored. Though I wonder if he would be interested in an older classmate like me. On the sidelines, a throng of students buzzed with excitement over the duo's victory over the nightmarish sorceress. Meanwhile, the Academy's instructors were equally astonished. They had truly accomplished it. If these two were to continue developing their bond, perhaps their combined efforts could yield extraordinary results against the nightmarish sorceress in the future. Tian Huang, Teacher Su, Teacher Jiang. You should encourage these two to train together more often, cultivating their combat synergy. If they can truly defeat the nightmarish sorceress in her true form one day, it would certainly be a momentous entry in the annals of our Tianlong domain. Not just the Tianlong domain, but the nightmarish sorceress has held dominion over all realms throughout history. Once Yihan and AI Shah reach the pinnacle of their abilities, should they manage to slay the nightmarish sorceress, they would undoubtedly become figures of immense historical significance among elementalists worldwide. Tian Huang was overjoyed to hear the praise from her fellow instructors. I see the potential, but I am not a teacher of your esteemed academy. I have family matters to attend to and cannot always accompany AI Shah. Teacher Jiang and Teacher Su will need to assist in nurturing her. Rest assured, Sister Tian Huang. After today's battle, I will incorporate more training sessions with AI Shah into Yihan's schedule, nurturing them as a golden couple, replied Jiang Wanxiu, her gentle demeanor radiating satisfaction. Su Miao remained serious, not engaging in the other instructors' discussions. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxi, standing with the Academy's faculty, noticed Jiang Wanxiu smiling so widely about Yihan, feeling a pang of jealousy. If only I had a talent like AI Shah to partner with during my year, I might have been able to conquer the nightmarish sorceress. Yes, I am just as capable as Yihan. I am Teacher Jiang Wanxiu's most outstanding student. The teachers on stage did not shy away from their conversations, which reached the ears of Xia Yanran and Ning Binghan. The aloof Ning Binghan, much like the composed Su Miao, displayed no desire to speak, her expression unchanged. Xia Yanran, however, wore a countenance even more sour than Yi Lingxi's. It was originally I, Xia Yanran, who should have joined forces with Yihan to vanquish the Nightmare Witch. We are the true golden couple. How infuriating. Last time, my preoccupation with competing against Senior Mo Kursin allowed Aisha to slip away. This time, being preoccupied with orchestrating a major news event alongside Ning Binghan led to Aisha's successful escape once more. Previously, Xia Yanran dismissed Aisha, believing that the greatest threats to my relationship with Yihan were Ning Binghan and Mo Kursin. Now, I must concede that these two oversights have allowed Aisha to grow stronger in secrecy, transforming into a formidable force that I can no longer overlook. That wretched vixen has been putting on an act all along, biding her time for this very moment. The subsequent surveillance footage only served to deepen my ire. Yihan and Aisha remain blissfully unaware that their collaboration to defeat the nightmare, which has stirred a significant uproar. With a resounding clap, they celebrated their joint victory. It's such a joy to fight alongside you, Aisha. The pleasure is mutual, Yihan. This scene rendered them even more like a pair of golden partners. Coupled with the conversations among the faculty, the student body was abuzz with discussions about their status as the golden couple, reaching a fever pitch. Yihan and Aisha now appeared as a genuine couple of extraordinary beings, their chemistry irresistible, and I found myself envious. This moment of triumph over the nightmare, which is undoubtedly a historic tableau, destined to go viral online. I'll edit the video and title it immediately. Hey, let us make some money together. Allow me to be the first to post this, for I too captured this moment. The clamor surrounding Yihan and Aisha as the golden couple was loud enough to drive me to the brink of a mental breakdown. The cunning and sly Urine is far more insidious than senior Imo Curson ever was, executing her schemes with such finesse. Perhaps in my fury, I collapsed into Ning Binghan's arms, gasping for breath, much to her surprise. "What are you doing?" Ning Binghan, devoid of the intricate thoughts that occupied my mind, failed to see any reason for jealousy over the public's admiration for Yihan and Aisha as a golden couple. Perhaps with new formidable adversaries emerging, I now find Ning Binghan far more agreeable. I must remain vigilant of Aisha. She is not to be underestimated. Truth be told, Ning Binghan did not fully comprehend my sentiments. However, seeing my evident need for comfort, she nodded her head, feigning understanding despite not grasping my words. With her nod, I felt a wave of relief. If I could once ally with Ning against Imo, then I could now ally with her against Aisha. This tug-of-war has merely begun. Do not presume victory yet, Aisha. Meanwhile, Yihan and Aisha had embarked on their final confrontation within the witch's lair. This marked their first direct clash after numerous collaborations. Having just triumphed over the nightmare witch, their extraordinary powers were severely diminished. Yet, in the quest to determine who would seize the top rank in the upcoming examination, they were prepared to engage fiercely. Yihan, although our past collaborations have been delightful, I shall not hold back when it comes to claiming the top spot. Just as I wish, bring it on, Aisha. As Aisha charged forward on her Azure Kirin, Yihan deftly evaded the onslaught of water vortices while sidestepping the Kirin's lethal horns. However, just as he narrowly escaped, he was struck by the fiery breath of the flame dragon, which had anticipated his evasive maneuver. Phantom Flame Domain, activate. Yihan enveloped himself in the protective flames while executing a swift sidestep, delivering a kick to the Azure Kirin. The surge of lightning from his palm struck the Kirin's face, evoking memories of its past fears. In the Watermoon Forest, had Aisha not intervened, the exhausted creature would have been obliterated by Yihan's lightning. This moment of terror provided Yihan with the opportunity to overwhelm Aisha. Amidst the crackling azure lightning, the bewildered Kirin faltered, and Aisha was unseated from its back. A flicker of panic crossed Aisha's beautiful eyes, but she quickly steadied herself. Yet, Yihan offered her no respite, launching another wave of attacks. A circle of icy blue flames encircled her, consuming her as the nightmarish which had been before. The Azure Kirin, now aware of its grave error, roared in a bid to rescue its master from impending defeat. The flame dragon also unleashed a mighty roar, intent on preventing Yihan from eliminating Aisha. However, before the two beasts could reach Yihan, he had already anticipated their approach, using his long-prepared Thunder Domain and Wind Domain to hinder their movements. The enhanced reverse wind and paralysis effects rendered them incapable of closing in on Yihan. Aisha, this ends now. Having endured numerous battles, Yihan was no longer the fledgling with newly awakened powers. His combat experience was profound. He understood that the greatest vulnerability of a beast master lay within their own person, and every effort in the preceding skirmishes had been a ruse to reach this moment. Devoid of the protection of her beasts, the inherently fragile beastmaster was destined to fail. Outside, all students and faculty observed this unfolding scene, convinced of Aisha's impending defeat. It's over. Without her beast protection, Aisha cannot possibly prevail. Indeed, while Aisha's talent as a beastmaster was undeniable, all knew that even the most skilled beastmaster would succumb when engaged closely. This year's freshman examination ranking battle was poised to conclude, with Yihan set to hold the top position for the foreseeable future. Despite the prevailing belief that Aisha was doomed once caught by Yihan, Tian Huang, Aisha's aunt, maintained an expression of unwavering faith in her niece. As the phantom flame enveloping Aisha was forcibly dissipated, she understood that her little Aisha was finally about to reveal her true trump card before the astonished eyes of the faculty and students at Tianlong Academy. Aisha aura surgi dramatiquement. Her golden waves of hair danced wildly alongside her emerald luminescent gown, while her sapphire blue eyes ignited with the fervor of a divine dragon's flames. Yihan was momentarily staggered by Aisha's sudden surge in power. What is happening? How has Aisha's power escalated so dramatically? Just as a cascade of questions flooded his mind, the Azure Kirin and Flame Dragon began to elementalize, merging their powers in a flowing stream of water and fire towards Aisha. She was absorbing the strength of her beasts. The greatest fear of a beastmaster is proximity to their own essence, the age-old vulnerability of their kind. Yet, Aisha had resolved this dilemma by harnessing the power of her beasts, amplifying her own combat prowess beyond that of her summoned creatures. The elemental force of the Bishui Qilin manifested as ethereal ribbons, swirling around Aisha. In this moment, her eyes glimmered with the fierce flames of a divine dragon, and surrounded by the waters of the Qilin, her extraordinary powers reached their zenith. Come now, Yahan, let me demonstrate how impeccable I am. Having overcome the weaknesses of a beastmaster, I shall eliminate you within 3 moves. What is happening? Has Aisha consumed her extraordinary beast? She actually dispersed Yahan's flames. That should be impossible. Is she absorbing the power of her extraordinary beast and temporarily wielding it herself? Has there ever been a beastmaster in history who could do such a thing? I have neither seen nor heard of one who can absorb the power of their extraordinary beasts to engage in battle personally. Have you all forgotten about Tianhuang, the illustrious daughter of the Tianjia, ranked 3rd on the Tianlong list, who upon reaching the highest tier of extraordinary powers, comprehended a new ability, absorbing the power of her extraordinary beast to fight. She even employed this ability during her battle for the 3rd rank on the Tianlong list. There are videos of her battles from years ago online. Yet, Tianhuang only grasped this ability after ascending to the ranks of the mightiest. Can Aisha truly achieve this at the late stage of the 1st tier? Does this not imply that her future accomplishments may surpass those of Tianhuang? The students watching from outside were utterly astonished by Aisha's ability to absorb the powers of 2 extraordinary beasts for direct combat. Initially convinced that the outcome was predetermined, they now found the situation shrouded in uncertainty. On the Academy's official side, Suyu's beautiful eyes widened with surprise, clearly taken aback by Aisha's hidden prowess. Jiang Wanxiu felt similarly. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, her gentle gaze turned to Tianhuang. Sister Tianhuang, your little Aisha has indeed kept her capabilities well concealed until now, revealing her ability to overcome the Beastmaster's inherent weakness in close combat. Tianhuang smiled noncommittally. This girl's talent as a Beastmaster is indeed remarkable, which is one of the reasons I prioritized her training upon learning that my sister intended to send her back. If possible, I hope this child can remain in the Tianlong domain to develop under the identity of a member of the Tianjia after graduation. Upon hearing Tianhuang's desire for Aisha to remain in the Tianlong domain post-graduation, the teachers present, who were aware of Aisha's sensitive background, exchanged glances. Tianhuang's ambition seems exceedingly challenging to realize. After all, Aisha's father is a direct descendant of the Holy Radiance family, one of the core extraordinary families in Licca domain. Furthermore, having grown up in Licca domain, even if she awakens her mother's Beastmaster abilities to cultivate in the Tianlong domain, she will most likely return to Licca domain in the end. Although they thought this way, the teachers would never voice such sentiments, as the topic is sensitive and pertains to Tianhuang's family matters, which they deemed inappropriate to discuss. Meanwhile, within the realm of the witch, Aisha, absorbing the powers of the Bishui Qilin and the Liayin Shenlong, exhibited eyes ablaze with the divine dragon's fire, surrounded by ribbons of Qilin water. Just moments ago, she had nearly been eliminated by Yahan, yet now she was overpowering him. As Yahan attempted to evade her, she pursued him with a speed previously unimaginable for her. Flames of the divine dragon erupted from her left palm, while the waters of the Qilin surged from her right. As she relentlessly chased Yahan, unleashing her extraordinary powers upon him. Observing her, Yahan noted an astonishing enhancement in her speed, strength, and defensive capabilities across all attributes. Moreover, her close combat skills, evidently honed through countless secretive practices to execute this trump card, were exquisite. She had accomplished what generations of Beastmasters had longed for, the ability to unleash powerful, extraordinary energy even when attacked, akin to when commanding their extraordinary beasts in battle. This was the one aspect Yahan had not anticipated in their confrontation. The fabric of his shoulder was singed by the scorching flames, and the wound was further aggravated by the encroaching waters. Yahan felt an acute sense of peril in the battle against Aisha. Yield, Yahan, in this state. I am invincible. Aisha, considering their friendship, did not wish to inflict excessive harm upon Yahan that would lead to his elimination. Having gained the upper hand, she was determined to secure victory and claim the title of first in this monthly examination. Bolstered by the powers of the Bishui Qilin and the Lie Yinshan Long. The once swifter Yahan's movements appeared increasingly sluggish and clearer to her. It was not that Yahan had weakened. Rather, she had grown stronger. Yet this battle was far from over. Aisha, who would prevail, remained uncertain. Confronted with Yahan's unwavering smile, Aisha's expression darkened. In that case, I shall have to subdue you, Yahan. Furthermore, in my current state, I am utterly unperturbed by any of your adverse effects. Although Aisha was under the influence of states such as paralysis, headwinds, and coldness, she seemed unaffected, her blood boiling with fervor, her combat instincts and physical capabilities remarkably heightened by the blazing flames of the divine dragon. The restorative effects of the Qilin waters continuously mitigated the negative impacts of Yahan's adverse states upon her, enabling her to recover. Yahan's previously effective enhancements against extraordinary individuals of the same tier seemed to have no effect on her in this state. Was Aisha's ultimate form, absorbing the powers of two extraordinary beasts for her own use, truly flawless? Yahan was skeptical, yet it was an undeniable fact that Aisha was firmly overpowering him. The enhanced adverse states from the three domains, favorable winds, spectral flames, and thunderous lightning, could not restrain Aisha, let alone other negative states. As the wounds inflicted during battle multiplied, Yahan's mind raced to devise a strategy. Just then, the seductive voice of a nightshade which echoed in his mind. Mortal, have you succumbed so quickly after but a short while? Would you like to? Silence, you old hag. Do not disrupt my thoughts. The nightshade witch, resting within the mirror steel, seethed at Yahan's impudent response. I was merely trying to assist you, foolish mortal. In her vexation, the nightshade which decided to relish the sight of Yahan's sorrowful expression when he inevitably lost to Aisha. As the nightshade, which concealed herself within the mirror steel, observing Yahan's wounds accumulated further in the relentless close-quarters combat with Aisha, it would not be long before he succumbed to the superior powers of Aisha, who had absorbed the strength of extraordinary beasts. Aisha, emboldened by the fight, wore an expression of peculiar delight, her typically cheerful demeanor now tinged with a strange intensity. Upon witnessing this expression, Yahan momentarily suspected that the nightshade, which had possessed Aisha to create mischief. However, recalling that the nightshade, which was currently recuperating within the mirror steel, he dismissed that notion. Without the nightshade witch's influence on his psyche, Aisha should not exhibit such a crazed demeanor, hinting at a mind tainted by external forces. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Yahan. How could I have overlooked this crucial detail? The reason Aisha was managing to maintain an upper hand against him was not solely due to the enhancement from the powers of two extraordinary beasts. He had forgotten that after the Nightshade Witch's defeat, he had neglected to remove the frenzy state from Aisha. Without the frenzy state, which granted the most significant boost to extraordinary powers, Aisha was destined to lose. In truth, as long as he could hold out until the adverse effects of the frenzy state began to take their toll on her, he too could emerge victorious. However, given the current battlefield situation, he could not afford to linger until the side effects of his frenzied state outweighed the enhancement of his combat prowess, or he would be eliminated by Aisha. Thus, to secure victory over Aisha, a swift resolution was imperative. With this thought, Yahan immediately withdrew the frenzied state that had augmented Aisha. The enhancement of his psychic abilities, which could not counter Aisha's state, was also retracted to prevent granting any further advantage to the self-replenishing Qilin's water. Meanwhile, by reinforcing himself with the frenzied state, a manic grin adorned Yahan's lips, indicating a dramatic reversal of the situation. Aisha, I have discovered the means to defeat you. I shall eliminate you within 3 moves. 75 strikes to shatter Aisha. The reward for Su Laosher's monthly exam. Eliminate me within 3 moves? Aisha, the talented beastmaster, scoffed at this declaration while suppressing Yahan. Despite their friendship, she would not hold back in a contest of strength. She was eager to see how Yahan intended to overcome her in just 3 moves. With a powerful strike, her palm ignited with the flames of the divine dragon, aiming directly at Yahan's chest, incinerating his garments while leaving a searing scar upon his flesh. The water from her palm seeped into the wound, exacerbating its deterioration. The seamless combination of water and fire was executed with astonishing precision. In her eyes, which shimmered with the flames of the divine dragon, she perceived Yahan's psychic energy waning. He was indeed on the brink of collapse. If she continued her relentless assault, victory was assured. Yet, was it merely her imagination, or did she sense her own psychic power diminishing significantly? She dismissed the thought, intent on vanquishing Yihan. Suddenly, as she launched her divine dragon flame at him, Yihan deftly evaded the attack. She felt no significant constraints from his altered state. What was happening? Before she could grasp this anomaly, sharp blades of wind surged toward her. With a hiss, her body was cut in multiple places by the wind blades. Disbelief flooding her eyes. Ever since she had absorbed the power of the psychic beasts, she had dominated the battle against Yihan without being touched by his physical abilities. Yet now, she had sustained injuries. This indicated that Yihan's speed had matched her own. Had he somehow enhanced his psychic strength once more? Second move, Aisha. As Yihan declared his second move, a brilliant blue lightning bolt struck her, leaving her no chance to evade. Alarmed, she felt the Qilin's water coursing through her body, accelerated by his electrifying attack, rendering her limbs numb. In that instant, the once confident Aisha was gripped by a sense of impending defeat. Like Yihan, her strength had dwindled due to the battle with the nightmare sorceress, leaving her physically frail. Even with the enhancement from the psychic beast, if she sustained too many hits, her energy would be depleted, leading to her downfall. Previously, she had relied on her speed to elude Yihan's physical assaults and inflict damage upon him. Now, without that advantage, panic set in. Third move, Aisha. As Yihan summoned a series of chilling azure flames, Aisha, on the verge of victory, refused to concede defeat so easily. With no means of evasion left, she wagered that her attack would incapacitate Yihan first. Now, he too was at the end of his rope. If she could outlast him, victory would still be hers. Resolving herself, Aisha elevated her speed, strength, and defensive capabilities to their zenith, pouring everything into this final strike. Subsequently, she unleashed two torrents of fire dragons, both ignited with the flames of the divine dragon. Crippling Tawad Yihan. Seeing Yihan channeling new ghostly flames to ensure her attack would be lethal, and with her fire dragons approaching him from both sides with unstoppable force, Aisha's tense demeanor gradually relaxed. Boom! It is I who shall prevail. Gazing at the fiery blossoms of victory flourishing in the darkness of the battlefield, Aisha placed a hand over her chest, soothing her battered body and spirit. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt tears of joy welling up. Having been looked down upon by the Shenghui family, she had come to the Tianlong Academy in the Tianlong domain with a heavy heart, hoping to achieve a commendable result to vindicate her parents back in the Lika domain. Now, she had succeeded. Father, mother, my talent as a beastmaster is not a worthless ability. In the Tianlong domain, I too can achieve greatness. She owed gratitude to her aunt for her guidance. Tian Huang had visited her frequently, offering advice during her free time, and she had not disappointed her aunt's expectations. One day, Aisha, will return to the Lika domain and the Shenghui family with my head held high, demonstrating the formidable power of a beast master to those who once scorned me. As Aisha began to express her heartfelt gratitude to her friends and family for her victory, a sudden voice behind her sent a jolt through her heart. Aisha, daydreaming during battle is not a commendable habit. Turning toward the voice, Aisha beheld Yihan standing before her once more, his ghostly flames now more abundant than before. Disbelief etched across her features. You were not already eliminated by me? How are you still here? Before she could finish her thought, she recalled the spot where she had aimed to obliterate Yihan. The two fiery blossoms had dissipated, revealing no sign of him being injured or fallen. In that moment, she realized that her all-or-nothing move had missed entirely, leaving her with no means to resist. A surge of frustration crossed her face. How could I have missed? Had your attack truly struck me, I would undoubtedly have been eliminated. Alas, your speed fell just short. Aisha. Yihan affirmed the potency of her earlier strike with a confident smile. Once the number of ghostly flames surrounding him reached a level sufficient to eliminate Aisha, he ceased to gather more. With a decisive gesture, he directed the dense barrage of ghostly flames toward Aisha, engulfing her in a torrent of ethereal fire. I told you, I would defeat you within 3 moves, Aisha. The resounding boom accompanied Aisha's cries of defeat as she succumbed to the chilling flames. If only that attack had not missed listening to Aisha's unwilling words as she activated her forced teleportation. Yihan interrupted her. A fraction of a moment can change everything. Aisha, there are no ifs in this world. We shall meet outside shortly. As Aisha was eliminated by Yihan, the entire Trial Valley echoed with the voice of the instructor overseeing the monthly exam. The first place in this month's exam ranking is Yihan. In that instant, Yihan's teleportation was forcibly triggered. Casting one last glance at the Central Region's mirror monument, he bid a cordial farewell to the nightmare sorceress, irrespective of whether their bond still lingered. Goodbye, Grandma Sorceress. Oh no, perhaps it is better to say farewell forever, you old hag. The nightmarish witch within the mirror monument was taken aback by Yihan's unexpected victory. Upon hearing his parting taunt, she clenched her silver teeth in anger. You little brat, you have already entangled yourself in my karma. Do not think you will be safe once you leave. I shall soon come for you. Although trapped here as but a remnant of her former self, her true essence could still perceive all that transpired in this realm. At that moment, Yihan had already been transported away, unable to hear her words, yet a strange smile danced at the corners of the nightmarish witch's lips. Foolish mortal, once you have tasted the corruption of our unique cognitive abilities, your escape from my grasp is inevitable. I eagerly await the day when you find yourself on the opposing side of humanity, abandoned by your loved ones, and compelled to seek refuge in my embrace. At the entrance of the Cow Trial Valley, the jubilant cheers and discussions of students echoed throughout the area. The first to emerge, Aisha, felt a twinge of disappointment at having been bested by Yihan. Though he was her friend, her pride as a gifted individual made her dissatisfaction quite natural. Tian Huang leaped down from the official academy teachers and gently patted Aisha's shoulder. Aisha, you did wonderfully. You were so close this time. Just put in a bit more effort next time, and you'll reclaim your victory. Yes, Ani, I will continue to strive in my training. With Tian Huang's comforting words, Aisha's spirits lifted considerably. The lively little fox was quick to adjust her mood, and upon spotting Yihan, she hurriedly ran towards him, waving her hand. Yihan, congratulations on securing first place in this cow. Yihan was somewhat surprised that Aisha did not shed tears. However, considering her straightforward nature and her more optimistic disposition than Xia Yanran, he felt at ease. It was indeed far more comfortable to interact with the genuine Aisha. We shall continue to fight side by side in the future, Aisha. Indeed, the scene of Aisha and Yihan exchanging blessings and encouragements amidst the backdrop of their peers drew considerable attention. Is this really the first and second place of this year's first-year students? They truly are a perfect match. Just a moment ago, I captured their handshake and smiling gaze as a cover photo, and I have uploaded their battle videos online. This golden couple is bound to become a sensation. The profits can be used to obtain more resources for enhancing our abilities. I believe I have discovered a novel approach to cultivating extraordinary powers. With the handsome young man and the beautiful young woman, both ranked first and second among this year's first-year students. It would be a travesty for them not to be together. Yihan had long grown accustomed to such gossip. Aisha, hailing from the Lika domain, was straightforward and open-minded, thus unfazed by the discussions. Unfortunately, Xia Yanran was suffering at this moment, her frustration rendering her nearly incoherent. Thankfully, Ning Binghan was there to support her. Otherwise, she might have fainted from anger. Quick, take me over there. Are you sure you don't mean to rest? Ning Binghan's cold eyes regarded Xia Yanran's trembling form, and she offered a rare, friendly suggestion to her longtime rival. Xia Yanran was gasping for breath, desperately trying to maintain her composure, but she could not calm herself. Today, her defeat was absolute. Aisha had taken all the peaches. The focus of public discourse should have been on her, Xia Yanran, and Yihan. Just then, Yihan unexpected the approached her direction. Seeing him abandon Aisha to stride towards her, Xia Yanran instantly revived from her previous stupor. I knew it. Yihan's most important person is still me, Xia Yanran. Look, he comes to find me right after the cow. In Ning Binghan's incredulous gaze, she too hastened to Yihan's side. Is this a medical miracle? Unable to comprehend Xia Yanran's emotional state, Ning Binghan's mind struggled to grasp the situation. Xia Yanran presented a radiant angelic image as she smiled charmingly at Yihan. Congratulations on your first place in the cow, Yihan. Yihan returned her smile. So, you were here, Xia Yanran. I searched for you for quite some time. Come, I have something very important to discuss with you. What is happening? Is the radiant angel, the school bell, actually interested in Yihan? I think I may have stumbled upon a significant scoop. As she listened to the nearby gossip from her peers, Xia Yinran's smile grew even brighter. It was all about her. She was adept at manipulating her advantages to create a narrative around her and Yi Han, rendering Aisha insignificant in comparison. With a crowd of envious and curious eyes upon them, Xia Yinran and Yi Han departed the area together. Observing this, Ning Binghan hesitated for a moment before following suit. Once they could no longer see the gossiping students behind them, Yi Han paused before a tree. Under Xia Yinran's racing heart, he resembled a domineering lead from a drama, leaning against the tree, towering over her. Could it be so sudden? Did Yi Han, right after the Cow, wish to confess to her? Should she accept? If she did, could they withstand the pressure from the Xia family? Yet, they would endure it together, as long as they were sincere in their relationship. Familial opposition would be but a minor hindrance. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Xia Yinran's flushed face radiated with a blend of shyness and anticipation. However, as Yi Han spoke in a teasing tone, her daydream of a rich girl and a poor boy's tragic romance shattered instantly. Xia Yinran, did you remember to film the video of you crying after I eliminated you? Did you capture it? Huh. Yi Han's declaration of an important discussion was about that. She had been fluttering with excitement for nothing. In frustration, Xia Yinran stomped her foot and pouted, turning her head away. Am I the one to cry? What nonsense! You foolish Yi Han. Yi Han was not at all surprised by Xia Yinran's reaction. Am I not familiar with you? You must have cried. You merely felt too embarrassed to film it. Though he regretted missing the sight of Xia Yinran's tearful state, he still felt satisfied that the Cow had led to her early elimination. At that moment, Ning Binghan approached, having observed the exchange, and played the video of Xia Yinran crying on her phone. I filmed it. Let's watch together. Upon seeing the video of Xia Yinran, sitting on the ground in a state of despair, Yi Han chuckled. This is delightful. Let her always think of schemes against me and Ning Binghan. Yi Han was thoroughly amused. Xia Yinran, upon noticing that Ning Binghan had not deleted the video of her crying, transformed into a furious little kitten. No peeking, Jian. Do not watch me cry and stop laughing. And you rascal Ning Binghan, delete that video? Seeing this, Ning Binghan immediately handed the phone to the taller Yi Han. Together, they tilted their heads to watch the video of Xia Yinran crying, lifted high on Yi Han's phone. Xia Yinran possessed a petite and endearing figure. She tiptoed around Yi Han, attempting to reach the phone that was playing a video of her weeping. Meanwhile, Yi Han and Ning Binghan behaved like a pair of scandalous lovers, exchanging banter in her presence. Ning Binghan, don't you think Xia Yinran's crying face is quite comical? Her nose is all red, like a clown. This remark infuriated Xia Yinran. Ah, Yi Han, I will bite you to death. You're bullying me with an outsider. The first to be eliminated, Xia Yinran had rested for an entire afternoon, and her extraordinary powers were far more abundant than Yi Han's after the recent monthly examination. With a burst of golden lightning, she pounced on Yi Han, knocking him to the ground. This startled Yi Han, causing him to drop Ning Binghan's phone, which she had been using to play the video. Fortunately, Ning Binghan was quick-eyed and caught her phone just in time, not wanting to miss out on the fun. She waved the phone, asking, "Want to watch, Yi Han?" However, Yi Han had no time to respond. Under her cold gaze, he and Xia Yinran soon found themselves in a tussle on the academy street, resembling a pair of adversaries. Hurry, stop. You're actually biting me. Who told you to bully me with an outsider? I'll bite you, you scoundrel. After watching for a while, Ning Binghan turned off the video but started recording, capturing the amusing scene of Yi Han and Xia Yinran grappling in the street. Suddenly, a fist struck her on the head. The imposing figure of Su Yu Miao appeared before her, and she realized she had been caught by the teacher. This was the first time Yi Han had received a bump on his head since becoming Su Yu Miao's student, and he felt quite distressed. If it weren't for Xia Yinran's sudden outburst, he certainly wouldn't have been punished. After a lecture, Su Yu Miao dismissed Ning Binghan and Xia Yinran. Xia Yinran, Ning Binghan, you two may leave. Yes, Teacher Su. The two girls replied in unison before dashing away, illustrating how formidable Su Yu Miao's image was in their eyes. Yi Han felt a surge of pressure as he was left alone. Would Teacher Su hold him solely accountable? At this moment, he found himself missing Teacher Jiang Wanqiu, wishing she were present to alleviate his anxiety. Yi Han braced himself for further reprimand from Su Yu Miao regarding his earlier behavior. To his surprise, she said, "You ranked first in the monthly exam. What reward do you desire?" Yi Han responded in astonishment. Reward, not punishment? Indeed, a reward. I have already punished you for your earlier antics with Xia Yinran. Now, Let's discuss your achievement in the exam. Speak up. What reward do you seek? With her explanation, Yihan finally felt at ease. As for rewards, teacher, I would appreciate more extraordinary power crystals. That will certainly be given to you. However, besides resources for enhancing your abilities, what else do you desire? Perhaps a meal together, a trip to an amusement park, or any other reward you can think of. She genuinely wanted to provide him with additional rewards beyond just cultivation resources. She recalled how teacher Jiang Wanqiu occasionally organized small activities to help students unwind while strengthening their bond. She hoped to emulate this approach, demonstrating that she could also offer support in daily life beyond training. After sharing a brief moment of eye contact, Yihan recalled the image of Aisha snuggling in Tian Huang's embrace. He had previously wished to be enveloped in teacher Su's embrace without facing reprimand. Now, having briefly experienced teacher Jiang Wanqiu's gentle hug, he pondered whether to seize this opportunity to express his earlier wish to Su Yumiao. Ultimately, he decided against it, realizing that if he voiced it, her personality might lead to dire consequences. Su Yumiao had been attentively observing the changes in Yihan's expression. When she noticed him shaking his head and sighing, her brow furrowed in concern. Was he thinking of a reward but feared her disapproval, causing him to sigh? She concluded that her image in his mind could not compare to that of Jiang Wanqiu's gentleness. Analyzing this, Su Yumiao wished Yihan to understand that she wasn't as rigid and stern as he perceived. Achieving the top rank in the monthly exam, she could certainly grant him what Jiang Wanqiu could. Not wanting to be overshadowed by her close friend, Su Yumiao pursed her lips. Feel free to express what reward you desire. Do not be afraid. This time, you are the top student. Initially, Yihan considered requesting a different reward, but with Su Yumiao's encouragement, his courage grew. However, before proposing his wish, he needed a promise from her. Teacher, if I voice my desire, you must not punish me if you disagree. Why would I punish you for merely fulfilling a student's wish? Su Yumiao replied, somewhat passive, but wishing to present a patient image akin to Jiang Wanqiu's, she agreed. Yes, I won't punish you. Just speak boldly. She struggled to produce a somewhat awkward smile. To Yihan, this smile was nearly humorous. It seemed that the usually overly serious teacher, Su, also had a moment of wanting to be gentle. Yet, while internally amused, Yihan refrained from displaying his mirth outwardly. After adjusting his expression to suppress a laugh, he reminded her, You promised, teacher Su. You must not get angry and hit me. I won't hit you, Su Yumiao assured, patting her chest. She was particularly eager to know what reward Yihan would request. Well, here it goes. Teacher Su, on the day of Yi Lingxi's speech, Teacher Jiang gave me a hug, and it made me feel warm. Could you give me a hug too? Upon hearing Yihan's wish, the previously agreeable Su Yumiao's expression quickly shifted to one of stern displeasure. How dare this rascal ask for a hug? After all, she was his teacher. What kind of decorum was this? Without allowing Yihan any chance to explain, she approached and delivered a punch. What nonsense! Yihan felt disheartened. He had predicted she would react this way, yet she had insisted he speak up while promising not to hit him. Now that he had spoken, she was furious. It seemed he was entirely at the mercy of Su Yumiao's whims. The next time he faced such a situation, he vowed never to speak the truth again. Just as he contemplated fleeing, Su Yumiao, having just struck him as punishment, wrapped her arms around his head, obscuring his view with her soft garment. Then, a mixture of anger and slight embarrassment tinged her voice as she whispered in his ear, This is the last time, you rascal. This statement was her final attempt to uphold her dignity as a teacher. In the dimly lit streets of the academy under the moonlight, Su Yumiao's enchanting fragrance lingered in Yihan's nostrils, leaving him exceedingly pleased with the rewards from the recent monthly examination. The only slight disappointment was the brevity of the affectionate embrace she offered, which paled in comparison to the almost suffocating duration of the embraces from teacher Jiang Wanqiu. However, considering Su Yumiao's typically serious demeanor and her steadfast principles, he found solace in the fact that she was willing to grant him even a fleeting hug. Are you satisfied, you little rascal? Su Yumiao, with her silver hair and a hint of annoyance mixed with shyness, appeared visibly flustered. Had it not been for the obscurity of the night, one could have easily seen the blush on her cheeks. The infamous Grim Reaper of Tianlong Academy, known for her sternness, was rendered bashful by a simple embrace. Who would have believed it? Yihan's curiosity about Su Yumiao's background intensified. In this modern, fast-paced society, What kind of family could have raised such a traditional woman? One who felt embarrassment even at a mere hug. Why are you silent? Did you find the experience unsatisfactory? Hearing the irritation in Su Yuemiao's voice, Yihan realized he could no longer indulge in her rare display of vulnerability. Continuing down this path might lead him to encounter her formidable wrath. After all, Su Yuemiao was someone who held her image as a serious teacher in high regard. With this thought in mind, Yihan replied, "Hee, I am satisfied. Thank you for the reward, Su Laoshi. I feel that your encouragement will greatly enhance my motivation for the upcoming period of my ability training. Just a hug can fuel your motivation." Su Yuemiao found it difficult to comprehend Yihan's perspective. At only 24 years of age, she was not significantly older than him. If they were not in a teacher-student relationship, he would likely address her as sister upon encountering her on the street. Yet, she sensed a profound ideological chasm between them. Never mind. As long as this reward is indeed fulfilled, I shall not dwell on it. Now more composed, Su Yuemiao resumed her usual calm and capable demeanor. The reward for the top score in the monthly exam had concluded, and it was time to discuss more serious matters. Yihan, what did the nightmare sorceress discuss with you during her prolonged visit? Upon hearing Su Yuemiao's inquiry, Yihan's heart skipped a beat. How did she know that the nightmare sorceress had kept him for an extended period to speak with him? Su Yuemiao, adept at observing the expressions and body language of others, noticed his unease. The remnants of the nightmare sorceress are suppressed by me in the third trial of the demonist domain. While others may not discern the events that transpired during that time, I am well aware. Therefore, Yihan, you can speak freely about what the nightmare sorceress conveyed to you. The revelation that Su Laoshi had subdued the remnants of the nightmare sorceress clarified her awareness of the situation. It seemed she had surmised why the sorceress had singled him out. To validate her suspicions and ascertain the details of their conversation, she sought him out, concerned that he might be swayed by the sorceress' allure. Taking a deep breath to collect his thoughts, Yihan recounted the incident truthfully to Su Yuemiao. After listening intently, Su Yuemiao's lovely eyes appeared pensive under the moonlight. After a moment, she looked at him with a hint of concern. Although you rejected her, one cannot be sure she won't resort to special methods against you. Relax. I will conduct a thorough examination. With Yihan's acquiescence, Su Yuemiao gently placed her delicate hand upon his forehead. The silvery glow of her unique ability shimmered, her expression grave and focused. Only after confirming that he had not fallen victim to any malevolent schemes from the nightmare sorceress did she allow herself to feel reassured. Nevertheless, she still cautioned him. Creatures like the nightmare sorceress are exceedingly dangerous. Her interest in you likely stems from perceiving a threat in your abilities. Remember, do not heed the temptations of such beings. If you encounter any issues, seek me out immediately. Su Yuemiao's earnest admonition warmed Yihan's heart. Rest assured, Su Laoshi, I will not fall for the nightmare sorceress deceptions. With Yihan's promise, Su Yuemiao felt much more at ease, having personally subdued the remnants of the nightmare sorceress. Considering that Yihan had gone hungry all day during the exam, she decided to take him out for a meal. You must be famished after a day of fasting. Come, let me treat you to dinner. Upon hearing that Su Yuemiao would take him out to eat, Yihan was eager to accept her invitation. Yay, Su Laoshi is the best. Am I truly the best? Does that imply my teaching methods are more favored by you than those of Wanqiu? Su Yuemiao felt a flicker of delight from Yihan's sweet words. To avoid revealing her smile, she quickly turned away and walked ahead. You cheeky boy. She chided him for his playful nature, but her serious facade crumbled once more, revealing a hint of smile. As she walked ahead of him, she inquired, What would you like to eat tonight? I will eat whatever you offer, Laoshi. Then if there are dishes you do not like, you mustn't be picky. Of course not. Enjoying the joy of spending this time with Yihan, Su Yuemiao found herself increasingly fond of the experience. As the night deepened, a content Yihan returned to his dormitory after being well fed by Su Yuemiao. Upon his arrival, he was immediately met by Xia Yanran, clad in bare pajamas, who scrutinized him closely. What are you up to now? You smell like another woman. Xia Yanran, resembling a jealous wife inspecting her husband after a night out, pressed her forehead against Yihan's, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Impressed by Xia Yanran's keen sense of smell, which surpassed even that of a dog, Yihan shrugged. Su Laoshi treated me to a meal to celebrate my top score in the exam. It must be her scent. The moment she heard Su Yuemiao's name, Xia Yanran's expression shifted from one of jealousy to relief. Oh, So it's that perpetually serious Su Laosher, who is even more solemn than Ning Bingshan. Then there's nothing to worry about. Although it was modern society and student-teacher relationships were no longer taboo, she couldn't fathom that the ever-serious Su Yuemiao would entertain such notions. Consider yourself lucky. I'm off to bed. As she retreated to her room, Yihan smiled faintly and returned to his own quarters. After gathering a change of clothes, he headed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Feeling invigorated, he stretched lazily and intended to collapse onto his bed for a good night's rest. As he turned off the lights in his room, Yihanshu comfortably flung himself onto his bed and closed his eyes. However, just as he did so, he felt someone poking his arm beside him. Thinking it was yet another prank by Xia Yinran, he lazily yawned and turned to his side. Xia Yinran, after a long day of exams, you should return to your own room and rest well. But when the anticipated Xia Yinran did not appear before him, and instead, a captivating figure clad in a black silk gown bathed in the moonlight graced his vision, his eyes widened in surprise. It was the nightmare sorceress. In the stillness of the late night at Tianlong Academy, a faint beam of moonlight fell upon the slumbering figure of the nightmare sorceress. The black silk nightgown clung to her curves, accentuating her alluring silhouette. The long legs revealed by the gown as slits shimmered under the moonlight, exuding an irresistible charm. With her blood-red eyes narrowed in a languid yet playful manner, the nightmare sorceress tossed her raven hair aside. We meet again, little mortal. Upon locking eyes with the nightmare sorceress, Yihan felt a surge of tension. Teacher Sui Weiyu had recently warned him of the extreme danger posed by the nightmare sorceress, and finding her in his room left him on high alert. How did you evade Teacher Su to come here? His question, laced with suspicion, elicited a casual laugh from the sorceress. Are you referring to the remnant of myself that your teacher has trapped within the mirror steel? Fear not. My remnant remains confined there. This explanation only heightened Yihan's vigilance. He sprang to his feet, blue lightning crackling around him, ready for battle. Are you the true nightmare sorceress? You look quite frightened. If I were truly here in my full form, you wouldn't even have the privilege to speak with me. You would merely be transformed into my devotee, serving me. The nightmare sorceress reveled in Yihan's apprehension, finding amusement in his cautious demeanor. With a languid gesture, she extended her slender fingers toward him, beckoning him closer. Come here, little mortal. Are you so afraid of me? Where is that arrogance you displayed when you call me an old hag in the Trial Valley? I prefer that version of you. Her voice dripped with an enchanting allure, possessing a power that could easily ensnare the hearts of those who heard it. Instantly, Yihan activated his frenzied state to resist her influence, determined not to become a mindless devotee at the sight of her. Ignoring her invitation, he maintained his guard. Speak, what is your intention for coming here? Attention. A smirk graced her lips as she leisurely reclined on the bed, her gaze fixed on Yihan. Little mortal, if you become my devotee, I can grant you everything you desire. Confronted with her temptation, Yihan, bolstered by the protection of his frenzied state, resolutely refused. Become your devotee? That will never happen in this lifetime. This lifetime? Young mortal, such a statement may come back to haunt you. The nightmare sorceress appeared to relish her control over the situation. Do you not find it peculiar that your abnormal state can erode human thought? This is not a power that an ordinary human should possess. Yihan pondered her insinuation regarding his frenzied state. However, unable to deduce her true intentions quickly, he remained vigilant. What do you mean by that? You have ventured into realms that only we, the calamity beings capable of seducing minds, inhabit. Have you ever heard of anyone besides us, regarded as deities among calamity beings, possessing such abilities that are deemed forbidden by mortals? At her words, Yihan's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly understood her intentions. Gaining him as a devotee was secondary. Her true aim was to instill doubt in him, making him believe that his frenzied state was an unclean ability of a calamity being, thereby shaking his faith in humanity. Realizing this, Yihan replied coldly, just because only you had this ability before me does not mean it is inherently evil. Perhaps from my generation onward, this power to erode thought will gradually be mastered by humanity. It is merely a normal variant of supernatural ability. You will not succeed in tempting me to betray humanity. His logically sound argument garnered a hint of admiration from the nightmare sorceress. Most ordinary individuals would have faltered under her influence by now. Yet, the more resolute he became, the more she savored the thrill of slowly hunting her prey, anticipating the day when his defenses would crumble and he would submit to her will. That is merely your wishful thinking, dear Yihan. What do you think your friends, teachers, and fellow humans would say if they discovered you possess an ability once exclusive to our kind, the evil calamity beings? They would panic, seeing you as a monster, rendering you an outcast in the human world, and they would capture you as one of us, merely a lesser version of our kind. Although Yihan recognized that her words were meant to break his spirit, he could not deny the possibility of such a scenario occurring. Humanity's supernatural beings harbored an absolute fear of the nightmare sorceress's methods, which could not be easily dismissed by mere words. So far, he had managed to use his abilities without drawing suspicion, but if someone were to deliberately steer the narrative, it could lead to dire consequences for him. It seemed he would need to exercise caution in using his frenzied state from now on. However, his desire for prudence was futile. The nightmare sorceress had already set her sights on him. Little mortal, you would not want this matter to reach your teacher, friends, or anyone else, would you? Hearing her threat, Yihan's expression darkened. What do you want, old hack? Despite his insult, the nightmare sorceress felt no anger. Instead, she relished the sight of Yihan's frustrated attempts to confront her, enjoying the power she held over him. It is simple, become my devotee, and I will keep this secret for you. Thinking this would sway Yihan, she was taken aback when he resolutely rejected her offer. Yihan was not one to simply capitulate. Agreeing to the nightmare sorceress would leave him with no path of return, and he could not betray the expectations of teacher Su Yueyu. With his frenzied state shielding him from her mental influence, he would not allow her to succeed, even if he were misunderstood as a traitor to humanity. The nightmare sorceress met Yihan's defiant gaze, her expression shifting back to one of charm and arrogance. You are indeed a resolute little mortal. The more you resist, the more I anticipate the day when your will is completely devoured. I admire you. Here is the incantation to summon my will. Should you ever face an insurmountable challenge in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, my devotee, Yihan. Remember to prepare a sacrificial offering whenever you seek my assistance, followed by your prayers. As she spoke, the nightmare sorceress, utilizing the bond she had established with Yihan, implanted the incantation to summon her into his mind. Yihan's gaze momentarily narrowed, yet he remained unmoved. Fear not, for I shall never find myself in a position to pray to you in this lifetime. The following day, Yihan awoke to find beside him a piece of exquisitely soft black lace with floral patterns. Supporting his forehead and inhaling deeply, he gazed uncertainly at this intimate item. Had the nightmare sorceress deliberately left this behind? The thought transformed his expression into one of bewilderment. Surely, she wouldn't expect me to use this as a sacrificial offering in my prayers, would she? What a lewd sorceress she is. While Yihan denounced the nightmare sorceress as a vile witch within the mirror space, she was frantically clutching her own hair. Had she lost something? Could it be that my unstable control over my first-tier power caused me to inadvertently leave it behind while using the physical projection to seek that mundane little ghost? Yihan remained unaware that the nightmare sorceress had never intended for him to use her intimate belongings as a sacrificial offering. It was merely a mishap during her attempt to wield advanced abilities at her current first-tier level. As he pondered how to handle the situation, the door to his room was knocked upon and pushed open by Xia Yinran. Hurry and get up, Yihan. Teacher Jiang Wanqiu is here to see us. And she mentioned taking us to the amusement park for a day of relaxation. This cannot be discovered, or else I shall be regarded as a pervert with peculiar inclinations. The sudden intrusion startled Yihan, prompting him to hastily toss the nightmare sorceress's belonging into his ability space. Upon entering, Xia Yinran noticed Yihan's guilty expression and inquired suspiciously, "What's wrong? You're drenched in sweat. You didn't have a nightmare last night, did you?" How could he explain this? He certainly could not speak the truth. To preserve his image, Yihan quickly went along with Xia Yinran's words. "Yes, I had a nightmare." Upon hearing that Yihan had indeed experienced a nightmare, Xia Yinran became intrigued and approached him with a sense of glee. "What kind of nightmare? It wouldn't be one where you are trapped in my time-stopping domain, unable to escape, would it? Surely not. Have I placed such pressure on you during your cultivation?" At that moment, two curious little heads peeked around the door. One possessed an inherently alluring gaze, while the other bore a cool demeanor. These two were none other than Aisha and Ningbing Han. Aisha winked at Yihan. "Were you just talking about a nightmare?" "Yihan, what kind of nightmare did you have? Share it with me." Ning Binghan also raised her hand. I want to hear too. Yihan was taken aback. Wasn't teacher Jiang Wanqiu supposed to be visiting him? Why were Aisha and Ning Binghan here as well? While Yihan was lost in thought, the sound of approaching high-heeled footsteps grew closer in the living room. In but a moment, the beautiful and intelligent Jiang Wanqiu entered Yihan's room. A gentle smile adorning her face. Little Yihan, still sleeping in? Hurry up, the monthly exam is over. And the teacher is taking you all to the amusement park for a day off. He was overjoyed at the thought of the amusement park. Dressed in a soft pink long dress, Jiang Wanqiu resembled a nurturing figure as she led Yihan, Xia Yanran, Ning Binghan, and Aisha to the door. Xia Yanran wore a light yellow silk crop top with puffy sleeves, her pure white pleated skirt accentuating her petite and adorable figure, while Aisha donned a blue button top with lace trim paired with a matching short skirt, her slender legs and blue low-heeled shoes radiating allure under the sun. Ning Binghan, having opted for a light purple casual dress instead of her usual military-style outfit, now exuded a softer, more approachable demeanor, accompanying the four beauties of Tianlong Academy. Yihan's eyes feasted upon the delightful scene. As Yihan leisurely admired the charming ladies, Xia Yanran was already eager to dive into the amusement park's attractions. Let's hurry inside, Teacher Jiang. Not just yet, we're waiting for someone, Jiang Wanqiu replied, deliberately keeping them in suspense. Curiosity piqued, Aisha asked, who are we waiting for? Teacher Jiang? You'll know when she arrives, Jiang Wanqiu teased. This only intensified the curiosity of Xia Yanran and the others. Yihan, however, recognized a familiar figure passing through the amusement park gates, clad in a flowing white, gauzy dress that shimmered in the sunlight. The tall and elegant figure stepping gracefully in blue embroidered flats could only be senior sister Yilingxi. Surely, the person teacher Jiang was waiting for couldn't he be her? Just as Yihan entertained this thought, Jiang Wanqiu beckoned toward their direction. Kuxian, over here. Following Jiang Wanqiu's gaze, the confident figure of Mo Kuxian came into view, dressed in a black sheer coat that barely reached her chest and a white crop tank top beneath. Paired with stylish denim shorts, her long, fair legs exuded elegance, with her flowing dark hair dancing in the wind. Mo Kuxian, embodying the essence of a classical lady, graciously waved at Yihan and the others. Teacher Jiang, Junior Yihan, and several junior sisters, thank you for waiting. We only arrived a few minutes before you, so it's no trouble at all. Senior Mo, your outfit today is both chic and beautiful. Yihan immediately complimented Mo Kuxian on her striking appearance. His unreserved praise brought her immense joy, for she had dressed specifically to impress him today, having finally carved out time to see Yihan amidst her busy schedule. She intended to enjoy herself thoroughly. You flatter me, Junior. I also think this outfit suits me quite well. Mo Kuxian engaged in friendly banter with Yihan, which sparked a deep sense of rivalry in Xia Yanran. Originally, she had planned to keep a close watch on Aisha, who had previously slipped away twice. Mo Kuxian's arrival disrupted her plans. With a quick glance, Xia Yanran pulled Ning Binghan and Aisha aside to convene. Under Xia Yanran's leadership, the trio formed an impromptu alliance to prevent Mo Kuxian from advancing her relationship with Yihan any further. Regardless of the amusement park's attractions today, they would assist one another to keep Mo Kuxian and Yihan apart. In summary, the situation was dire. They must set aside past grievances and unite against the external threat posed by Mo Kuxian. What are the three of you whispering about? Come on, we should head to the amusement park. Yihan's voice rang out as he called to the trio of Xia Yanran, who had just dashed out to whisper among themselves. Upon seeing them catch up, Yihan promptly followed Jiang Wanqiu and Mo Kursin into the amusement park. Junior, I had intended to take leave yesterday to attend your monthly exam, but alas, the Mechanical Engineering Association Center was overwhelmed with numerous urgent projects related to supernatural technology, leaving me unable to break free. I can only celebrate your achievement today. Though a bit delayed, congratulations on securing the top spot in your grade. Mo Kursin's elongated black-eyed gaze curved slightly, her charming visage radiating warmth and enthusiasm, imbued with a captivating allure. Yihan understood that as the inheritor of the Mo family's ancient mechanistic arts, Mo Kursin had a multitude of commitments. Therefore, he bore no resentment toward her absence the previous day. It's quite all right, Senior. Whenever you have the time, I will certainly visit you. Wonderful. When you come, I shall prepare you an apple pie and let the abyssal maw vending machine provide you with your favorite orange soda. You are too kind, Senior Curson. Recalling the apple pie made by M.O. Curson, Yihan felt a wave of nostalgia. If given another opportunity, he would love to savor her delightful creation once more. Within the amusement park, Yihan and M.O. Curson resembled a pair of long-lost lovers, engaging in endless conversation. Jiang Wanqiu observed this scene with delight. One was her favorite female student, and the other her favorite male student. Should Yihan and M.O. Curson become a couple, she would wholeheartedly support their union as their teacher. In contrast, Xia Yanran wore a face full of resentment. How infuriating! The moment M.O. Curson arrived, Yihan was utterly captivated. Is it merely because she has longer legs? My chest is even larger. Ning Binghan maintained her composure, her cold gaze surveying the throngs of visitors. Aisha, spirited like an inexhaustible little fox, eagerly observed the surrounding attractions. Teacher Jiang, which ride shall we embark on first? As Jiang Wanqiu began to discuss their plans for the amusement park, she eagerly shared with Aisha. Little Aisha, our first ride today will be the roller coaster. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anticipation crossed Ning Binghan's typically indifferent eyes. As they made their way to the roller coaster, Yihan and M.O. Curson engaged in lively conversation, while Xia Yanran trailed behind, her resentful expression inspiring Ning Binghan to act. Silently, she took out her phone and stealthily captured a photo of Xia Yanran, whose expression resembled that of someone whose beloved had been snatched away. Ning Binghan had already resolved to share this embarrassing snapshot with Yihan after their outing. Although she had promised Xia Yanran to join forces against M.O. Curson, it did not prevent her from documenting the humiliating moments of her rival. At that moment, Aisha suddenly wrapped her arms around Ning Binghan from behind, resting her adorable head on Ning Binghan's shoulder. Curious about the photo, she couldn't help but giggle. Ha! Xia Yanran's expression of deep grievance is simply too amusing. Ning Binghan quickly gestured for Aisha to be quiet, lest their unbreakable alliance crumble from within. However, the sharp-eared Xia Yanran caught wind of Aisha's suppressed laughter. What are you laughing at, Aisha? Aisha, aware that Ning Binghan's photo should remain hidden from Xia Yanran, hurriedly stifled her laughter. I just thought of something funny. But it doesn't concern you. Xia Yanran cast a suspicious glance at Aisha's strange expression, but considering that her arch-rival M.O. Curson was still flirting with Yihan, she did not dwell on it. Little did she know, Ning Binghan was secretly capturing her embarrassing moments. Aisha, with her knowledge concealed, reveled in the situation. While their seemingly unbreakable alliance against M.O. Curson appeared strong, it was riddled with internal strife. Soon, Yihan and the others arrived at the roller coaster ride under Jiang Wanqiu's guidance. While waiting in line, M.O. Curson suggested, Yihan, how about we sit together on the roller coaster? This was a rare opportunity to enjoy the ride with Yihan, and M.O. Curson was determined not to let slip away. Yihan had no objections. Sure, but if you get scared, feel free to hold on to me. I won't mind. His half-joking remark caused a blush to creep onto the ears of the 4 years older M.O. Curson. Unintentionally brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, she began to fantasize about the delightful moments they would share on the roller coaster. However, Xia Yanran had her own agenda. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I want to allow M.O. Curson to keep enticing Yihan. Bolstering her resolve, Xia Yanran immediately joined the conversation. Senior Curson, you are 4 years older than us, and there's bound to be a generational gap. Yihan will surely feel restrained sitting next to you on the roller coaster. It won't be as enjoyable. You should sit with Teacher Jiang instead, while I sit next to Yihan. Upon hearing Xia Yanran's words, Yihan felt a surge of caution. This rare outing could not be an opportunity for this scheming girl to execute her plans again, could it? M.O. Curson also looked at Xia Yanran, fully aware of her intentions. It was clear that this younger sister of the Xia family held an aversion toward her, and the reason was straightforward, Yihan. Recalling the previous occasion when she had invited Yihan and the others to dinner, and Xia Yanran had secretly conspired against her with Ning Binghan, M.O. Curson was ready to stand her ground. Xia Yanran, your statement is misguided. Yihan and I share a good rapport. Didn't you see how happily we were chatting just now? Therefore, age is not an issue, and I shall be the one to sit beside Yihan. As her words fell, M.O. Curson's spirited gaze locked onto Xia Yanran's hostile glare, with neither willing to concede. The palpable tension in the air left Yihan feeling a headache coming on. Just as he was about to intervene, Xia Yanran abruptly called out to Ning Binghan and Aisha. Ning Binghan, Aisha, you two settle this. Shouldn't T senior curse and give up her spot next to Yihan? With Xia Yinran's exclamation, Ning Binghan and Aisha understood that they were being summoned to take action. Putting away her phone after snapping another picture, Ning Binghan's cool voice rang out. Senior Curson, as an elder, you should yield to your junior. Xia Yinran and Ning Binghan are right. Aisha chimed in eagerly, relishing the unfolding drama. Wait, shouldn't we first consider my opinion on this matter? What are you all arguing about? Yihan glanced between Mo Curson and the united front of Xia Yinran's trio. At that moment, the staff at the roller coaster called out, Next group, please line up and approach in order. Hearing this, Yihan promptly stepped forward, following the few tourists ahead of him. The tense standoff between Mo Curson and the trio of girls quickly dissolved as they hurried to keep up with him. Jiang Wanqiu walked at the rear, relishing the joyous atmosphere created by the students' revelry. To her, the playful noise generated by Mo Curson and her companions served to enhance the bonds between them. As long as they refrained from engaging in physical altercations or resorting to extreme verbal insults, she would not intervene. Had Su Yumo been leading, the four girls would have likely ended up with bumps on their heads. Stop. This roller coaster still has space for the last two. Are you all together? If so, you should split into two and let one pair ride this coaster first. Upon hearing the staff's prompt, Xia Yinran's mischievous mind began to stir. In a moment of indecision over who would accompany Yihan, she seized the opportunity to make a sly escape. Truly, it was a stroke of genius on my part. With her cunning plan taking precedence, Xia Yinran pushed Yihan forward. We are all together, so since only two can ride, I will go with him first. Though surprised to find herself propelled forward by Xia Yinran, Yihan nevertheless moved toward the remaining two vacant seats on the roller coaster. Just as Xia Yinran, who considered herself clever, wore a victorious smirk, she realized that only Yihan had managed to board the ride. Meanwhile, she found herself caught by Mo Curson, who had grasped the back of her collar. Junior, how can you sneak away? Let go of me. She was so close to sitting next to Yihan on this roller coaster, which would have helped quell the rising arrogance of Mo Curson. She certainly did not wish to be left out. Xia Yinran struggled to free herself from Mo Curson's grip. I'm not sneaking away. It's a case of the minority yielding to the majority. Aisha, Ning Binghan, don't you agree? Aisha promptly supported Xia Yinran's claim. We stand with Xia Yinran. You must yield to us, Mo Shuejia. Aisha is right, Ning Binghan chimed in. As the four girls remained unable to decide who would sit beside Yihan, the staff grew increasingly impatient. Haven't you figured out who will ride first? If not, let the guests behind you board the roller coaster. Having already boarded, Yihan held his forehead, wearing an expression of helplessness as if he did not know them. The other guests, along with those who had boarded with Yihan, were growing restless as the roller coaster remained idle. The confrontation among Mo Curson's group only intensified, leading to an escalating chorus of discontent from onlookers. Yet they remained oblivious to the growing impatience around them. Observing this, Jiang Wanqiu interjected, we cannot cause trouble for others while enjoying ourselves. If you haven't made up your minds, allow me to ride first. Upon hearing Jiang Wanqiu's suggestion, the four girls, not wanting to be seen as the ones who caused the delay, unanimously agreed with her. Then let teacher Jiang ride first. We will reserve our spots for the next round. Mo Curson conceded, and Xia Yinran echoed her agreement. Teacher Jiang, you go ahead. Ning Binghan and Aisha, committed to presenting a united front, nodded in unison. Seeing that her proposal met with no opposition, Jiang Wanqiu smiled gently. I will board the roller coaster now. Do ensure that you four do not bicker again, as it may disrupt the experience for other guests. After advising Xia Yinran and her friends, Jiang Wanqiu boarded the roller coaster to complete the required number of riders for the ride to commence. Once seated, she turned to Yihan with a smile. Little Yihan, is it somewhat disappointing that I, your teacher, will be accompanying you on the roller coaster? Jiang Wanqiu could discern that Mo Curson and her friend's stubbornness stemmed from their fondness for Yihan. She had originally intended to facilitate Xia Yinran and her friends, but their quarrel inadvertently allowed her to board first. She wondered if her little Yihan would feel disheartened sitting next to someone other than a youthful beauty or a charismatic senior. Although Jiang Wanqiu was only 24, just slightly older than Yihan and his peers, she instinctively regarded them as her juniors. Disappointed? How could he be? Upon hearing Jiang Wanqiu's question, Jian felt no disappointment whatsoever. He believed that riding the roller coaster with any one of Xia Yinran's group will be a delightful experience. Likewise, the prospect of sharing the ride with the gentle and mature teacher, Jiang Wanqiu, filled him with anticipation. Teacher Jiang, you are overthinking it. I am thrilled to ride the roller coaster with someone as kind and understanding as you. Flattered by Yi Han's sweet words, Jiang Wanqiu's gentle visage broke into a radiant smile. As the roller coaster began its ascent, she asked softly, "Do you have a fear of heights? If so, you may lean against me if you feel frightened." Initially intending to deny having a fear of heights, Yi Han's response shifted upon hearing the latter part of Jiang Wanqiu's statement. "Teacher Jiang, I think I might have one. What does that mean?" she inquired, puzzled. As the roller coaster accelerated toward its first peak, Yi Han instinctively buried his head in her warm embrace, leaving her momentarily stunned. After regaining her composure, Jiang Wanqiu glanced down to see Yi Han smirk, which he thought he could hide, and she could not suppress a smile. "You little rascal. Have you taken to bullying me just because I am easygoing? Fortunately, your Su teacher isn't here. Otherwise, your head would have been in trouble." While she chastised Yi Han for his mischievousness, her tone remained as gentle as always, laced with affection for her precious student. She did not push him away. Instead, she gazed down at him with boundless tenderness, tightening her embrace to let him feel her unique warmth and acceptance. In that moment, the turmoil of rivalry between Xia Yanran and Mo Kursin faded away, as did the stealthy antics of Aisha and Ning Binghan. All fears associated with the roller coaster were cast aside as Yi Han found himself enveloped in a sea of warmth, leaving him reluctant to part from the blissful cocoon of Jiang Wanqiu's embrace. Even after the ride concluded, he lingered in the comfort of her nurturing presence. "All right, little Yi Han, we must disembark. Other guests wish to enjoy the roller coaster too." It was only when Jiang Wanqiu gently reminded him that he reluctantly left the fragrant haven of her warmth. After waiting outside with Jiang Wanqiu, they soon reunited with Mo Kursin and her companions at the roller coaster exit. Aisha and Ning Binghan appear to have thoroughly enjoyed themselves, while Mo Kursin and Xia Yanran felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of their rivals sharing the same row on the ride. Previously, during their last gathering, their mutual disdain had not been so palpable, but now their rivalry had become overt. Yi Han found himself perplexed by the deteriorating relationship between the two. Mo Kursin was warm and polite, possessing an elegant demeanor that belied her spirited nature. Xia Yanran always wore a bright smile, and despite her underlying cunning, their encounters had been limited and devoid of significant conflict, leaving him bewildered as to why they should harbor such animosity. Furthermore, Ning Binghan, who should have been at odds with Xia Yanran, was now drawn into a rivalry against Mo Kursin, with Aisha eagerly joining in the fray. Despite being perplexed as to why Xia Yanran and her companions were at odds with Mo Kursin, Yi Han took the initiative to position himself between them, serving as a buffer for the escalating conflict. "Earlier, during your roller coaster ride, I inquired with Teacher Jiang about our next attraction, which turned out to be the log flume." Upon hearing this, Aisha, feeling the sweltering summer heat, eagerly raised her hand. "Hooray! The log flume will finally provide some relief." Ning Binghan's icy gaze also sparkled with mild anticipation. Mo Kursin interjected, "Junior, you promised me a ride on the roller coaster, and since we missed that, you must make it up to me on the log flume." Upon hearing Mo Kursin's insistence, Xia Yanran, without waiting for Yi Han to respond, directly linked her arm with his. "Yi Han, we have known each other the longest. Today is a rare outing, and I certainly won't cause any trouble. You must join me for at least one attraction to commemorate the day, starting with the log flume." Yi Han found both Mo Kursin's and Xia Yanran's arguments reasonable. However, recalling that he had not fulfilled his promise to Mo Kursin earlier, he decided to prioritize her request first. "Everyone is here to have fun, so let's be fair. I did promise Senior Mo first, so I will make it up to her on the log flume. After that, we can enjoy the next attraction together," Xia Yanran. "This way it's fair enough, right? Following that, I'll make sure to take Ning Binghan and Aisha through the subsequent attractions, ensuring everyone has a chance for a group photo to cherish the memories." Mo Kursin and Xia Yanran reluctantly accepted Yi Han's arrangement. At worst, they would divide their time fairly, taking turns without any one of them monopolizing the attention. To their surprise, Yi Han also considered Aisha and Ning Binghan, whose inclusion diluted the time they could spend creating delightful memories with him in the amusement park. Although they were reluctant to agree, they understood that Yi Han's intentions stemmed from a desire for friendship and shared experiences. If they were to insist on their demands, it would only cast them in an unflattering light, making them appear petty. This left them in a state of reluctant acceptance, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual resignation. Though they felt cornered, when the log flume attraction arrived, Mo Cursin's sharp, graceful eyes lit up with joy. Junior, smile for the camera. With her selfie stick and phone at the ready, Mo Cursin had been eagerly anticipating this moment. She had cleverly prepared a selfie stick. On the log flume, all of them boarded the same boat. Sitting next to Jiang Wanqiu, Xia Yanran was nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. This moment was captured perfectly by Mo Cursin, who was positioned at the front with her selfie stick, capturing her and Yi Han in the frame alongside Aisha and Ning Binghan. Even the usually stoic Ning Binghan couldn't help but display a faint smile. Aisha, on the other hand, radiated pure joy, embodying a lively little fox enjoying herself to the fullest. Xia Yanran, who could have matched her in brightness, instead wore an expression filled with resentment, further delighting Mo Cursin, who was already elated from sitting next to Yi Han. As the excitement of the log flume ride unfolded, Mo Cursin cheered exuberantly, fully immersing herself in the moment. Jiang Wanqiu also struck a playful pose for the camera, contributing to the day's memories. Yi Han was thoroughly enjoying himself. However, as they moved on to the next attraction, the spinning teacups, Mo Cursin's mood shifted dramatically. This time, she found herself seated with Jiang Wanqiu, casting furtive glances at Yi Han and Xia Yanran, who were sharing a close view in another cup. Xia Yanran, clearly aiming to provoke her, raised her voice playfully. "Don't look away, Yi Han. Ha ha ha. Let me see if you blush while gazing into the eyes of a beauty like me." Mo Cursin felt her cheeks flush, and in a flurry, she exclaimed, "Wait, why am I blushing? Oh dear, let me get a picture from this angle. One more from this angle. Hee, perfect." Xia Yanran's teasing was relentless. Had it not been for her upbringing as a refined young lady from an ancient family, Mo Cursin would have unleashed her pent-up frustrations. "All right, Cursin, let's take a few photos to commemorate this day. You have plenty of chances to enjoy more time with little Yi Han." With Jiang Wanqiu's soothing words, Mo Cursin felt somewhat pacified. "Yes, Teacher Jiang, it has been a while since we last met. We should definitely capture some memories." As they prepared to move on to the next attraction, the giant swing, both Mo Cursin and Xia Yanran exchanged glances filled with discontent. The sight of Yi Han and Aisha laughing joyfully on the swing only fueled their jealousy. "Yi Han, this is so much fun. It's incredibly thrilling. Next time, I'll have my aunt take me here again, and I must bring my parents along too." The subsequent attraction, the carousel, further intensified their envy. Yi Han sat on the carousel, embracing Ning Binghan's slender waist. Despite her typically reserved demeanor, Ning Binghan's hands were busy taking photos, capturing sweet memories with Yi Han. This was supposed to be my moment with Yi Han on the carousel. It should have been me sitting next to the junior. Throughout the day, including lunchtime, Yi Han and his friends had spent the entire day immersed in the myriad attractions of the amusement park. Due to the long lines and numerous attractions, even with Jiang Wanqiu's meticulous planning, they could not experience everything the park had to offer. Nevertheless, Yi Han enjoyed himself immensely, as did Aisha, Ning Binghan, and Jiang Wanqiu. Meanwhile, Mo Cursin and Xia Yanran found themselves caught in a tumultuous tug-of-war between joy and frustration, experiencing the bittersweet nature of budding affection. Jiang Wanqiu glanced at the time and proposed, "The amusement park is about to close. Children, let us enjoy one last attraction before we head back." Yi Han, intrigued, inquired, "What is the final attraction, Teacher Jiang?" "It seems the drop tower is the closest one. Let us enjoy that before we leave. Then it shall be the drop tower." As per Teacher Jiang's suggestion, perhaps due to the impending closure, the drop tower was nearly deserted. Yi Han and his companions needed only to wait for the previous group to descend before they could all board. As they waited, the competitive tension between Xia Yanran and Mo Cursin flared once more. "Since we're taking turns this time, I should sit next to the junior. We just completed a round, but this is the last ride. It would be fair for me to miss out, so I should sit next to Yi Han." Observing the standoff, Yi Han wisely interjected, "Is it possible for both of you to sit beside me on the drop tower?" With Yi Han's suggestion, Mo Cursin and Xia Yanran realized that since they were the only ones boarding the ride, they could indeed sit on either side of him. However, having achieved fairness, they were no longer satisfied. How could they maintain their sense of superiority over each other in such an arrangement? Today, the battle between them has reached its final round. A victor must be determined. At the very least, One must prove superiority over the other for the day, temporarily gaining the upper hand in this tug-of-war of affection. With this thought in mind, Xia Yanran and Mo Kursin swiftly expressed that the other must be kept apart from Yihan. No, there must be a barrier between Mo Shuejia and Yihan. I believe it would be better if you were the one to maintain distance from the junior. Seeing that her words failed to sway Mo Kursin and Xia Yanran, Yihan decided to relinquish the matter. Noticing a group of tourists disembarking ahead, Yihan immediately boarded the drop tower ride. Teacher Jiang Wanxiu had also taken her place on the ride early, kindly leaving a space between herself and Yihan for either Xia Yanran or Mo Kursin. One cannot help but admire her thoughtfulness. At that moment, Ning Binghan and Aisha suddenly charged forward. They took seats on either side of Yihan. Aisha even called out to Mo Kursin and Xia Yanran. Since neither of you desires the other to sit beside Yihan, for the sake of fairness, let Ning Binghan and me take our places. Witnessing Aisha and Ning Binghan positioning themselves as guardians at Yihan's sides, Xia Yanran lamented. Well, I also wish to sit beside Yihan. It was agreed that we would unite against a common foe. Yet they have absconded. The fragile vessel of friendship capsizes at the slightest disturbance. Montauk Kursin was equally flabbergasted. After a day of intellectual sparring with Xia Yanran, it turned out their efforts only served to benefit others. Although these younger students were 4 years her junior, their cunning was profound. Realizing her oversight, Mo Kursin felt a pang of regret. Upon returning home today, she would meticulously review the events to ensure she would not be outmaneuvered by these troublesome juniors again. Yihan had witnessed her vulnerability twice. It must be her. Montauk Keksin, Aisha and Ning Binghan, who had been unfairly judged by Mo Kursin and Xia Yanran, merely sought the thrill of the drop tower ride. Meanwhile, Yihan found himself flanked by Aisha on his left and Ning Binghan on his right. Defeated, Mo Kursin and Xia Yanran ceased their conflict and boarded the ride. As the drop tower ascended to great heights, a sense of exhilaration enveloped him, and his perspective broadened. When he caught sight of his senior sister, Yi Lingxi, whom he had observed earlier at the entrance, a frown creased his brow. He noticed Yi Lingxi conversing with an oddly dressed individual. Thus, her presence in the amusement park today was not for leisure, but rather cloaked in secrecy. Contemplating the possibility of Yi Lingxi betraying their sect to join the Lika Ability Research Institute, Yihan's mind raced with a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Yi Lingxi was dispatched by the Lika domain to wreak havoc in Tianlong City? Should this indeed be the case, unforeseen dangers might unfold in the amusement park today. Enough, senior sister. Do not engage in actions that would distress Teacher Jiang. 1, 2, 3 cheese. After disembarking from the drop tower, Teacher Jiang Wanxiu gathered them for a group photo. Children, remember to share the photos you took with each other when you return today. After reminding everyone not to forget to share their individual snapshots, Jiang Wanxiu led them back along the path. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Yihan recalled glancing in this direction while in the drop tower, where he had spotted senior sister Yi Lingxi. An ominous feeling lingered. It seemed likely that she and the mysterious individual might cause trouble at the amusement park. Should he inform teacher Jiang about Yi Lingxi's encounter with the peculiarly dressed stranger? A vision of Jiang Wanxiu sorrowfully shedding tears upon hearing of Yi Lingxi's return flashed through his mind, leading him to conclude that it would be best not to disclose this information. He truly wished to spare Jiang Wanxiu further heartache over matters concerning her senior sister. However, if an incident were to occur after their departure from the amusement park, resulting in casualties, what then? With this thought, Yihan promptly dismissed his earlier intention to shield Jiang Wanxiu from sorrow. Collecting his thoughts, Yihan turned to the ever-gentle Jiang Wanxiu. Teacher Jiang, I observed senior sister Yi Lingxi conversing with a mysterious figure clad in a black robe during my glance in this direction from the drop tower. Upon hearing Yihan's words, Jiang Wanxiu's previously tender expression transformed into one of grave seriousness. Little Yihan, are you certain you did not miss C? Absolutely certain. With Yihan's affirmation, Jiang Wanxiu pressed further. Did you observe the direction they headed? That direction, Teacher Jiang. Following the path indicated by Yihan's finger, Jiang Wanxiu contemplated for a moment before making a decision. Little Yihan, you and your companions should remain here. I will investigate. Kursin, you are responsible for their safety. Should any unexpected situation arise, contact me immediately. With that, concerned that Yi Lingxi might indeed commit a grievous act, Jiang Wanxiu hastened toward the direction Yihan had indicated. Although Yi Lingxi had returned, they had not exchanged a single word. She had tacitly accepted that Yi Lingxi was no longer her student. Yet, the potential consequences of Yi Lingxi straying from the right path compelled her gentle nature to intervene to prevent Yi Lingxi from further pursuing a misguided course. After all, regardless of their estrangement, Yi Lingxi was her first student, one she had nurtured with great care. Even if they were to part ways in the future, she wished for Yi Lingxi not to wander astray. Watching Jiang Wanqiu's departing figure, Mo Kursen's striking eyes brimmed with disdain for Yi Lingxi. Yi Lingxi would only bring negative emotions to teacher Jiang. On the day of the speech, Xia Yinran, Aisha, and Ning Binghan had not attended. Yet they had learned of Yi Lingxi's notoriety. Xia Yinran, deep in thought, turned her gaze to Yi Han. Yi Han, is it possible that Yi Lingxi was dispatched by the Lika domain to specifically disrupt the order of our Tianlong city? Yi Han could only agree, acknowledging Xia Yinran as the girl who matched his thoughts most closely. This is precisely why I chose to inform teacher Jiang, out of concern for safety. Otherwise, I would have disregarded that troublemaker who only brings tears to teacher Jiang. Under normal circumstances, Xia Yanran would undoubtedly have interrogated Yi Han about any dubious dealings with Yi Lingxi. However, given the seriousness of the situation, she did not dwell on such matters. Shall we wait here for news from teacher Jiang? Let us wait. If something truly occurs, our limited strength will only hinder teacher Jiang. Yi Han's response resonated with Xia Yanran, Ning Binghan, and Aisha, all of whom recognized their current limitations. They were merely at the late stage of the first tier, and if Yi Lingxi truly sought to cause harm, they would be of no assistance. Although Mo Kursen was a high-tier ability user and harbored a desire to confront the rebellious senior sister, Yi Lingxi, on Jiang Wanqiu's behalf, she understood that if trouble arose, Yi Han would surely require her to oversee matters. Thus, she suppressed her impulse to confront Yi Lingxi and obediently remained to guard her junior. It is often said that the more one worries about something, the more likely it is to occur. At that very moment, an alarm echoed throughout the Tianlong City amusement park, detecting anomalous fluctuations indicative of a catastrophe. All visitors and staff within the amusement park are advised to proceed to the nearest shelter. The system has dispatched the Tianlong Battle Group, specifically tasked with managing the anomalies of sudden disaster events. It is anticipated that members of the Tianlong Battle Group will arrive within 10 minutes to conduct a rescue operation. I kindly urge all individuals who have taken refuge in the shelter to refrain from exiting during this period, in order to prevent unnecessary casualties. Thank you for your cooperation. The familiar sound of the disaster event alert system echoed once again. Yi Han, having heard this alarm before, immediately turned to Mo Kursen. Senior Mo, should we remain in our current position or proceed to the shelter within the amusement park? Mo Kursen did not rush to respond to Yi Han. Instead, she glanced at her phone. As expected, Jiang Wanqiu promptly sent a voice message. The epicenter of the disaster event anomaly is with me, Kursen. You and Xia Yahan assist in evacuating the other visitors in the amusement park. Upon hearing Jiang Wanqiu's words,